They wouldn't forget about all the Radiance envoys who lost their lives during past major Federation meetings, and betray all those young talented individuals who fought for the sake of the Radiance Federation's honor. So, rather than deciding if we should become allies with the Freedom Federation, we should be discussing ways to make the Freedom Federation pay for all that they have done. The Radiance Federation is in the midst of building mirror cities in the abyssal world. Thus, our resources have never been stretched thinner. We can help, but they have to find a way to compensate us with resources. As the member of royalty in charge of managing Cultivated Garden, Tianfeng was the most aware of the Radiance Federation's financial state. Cultivated Garden used many resources to save cities, so the citizens could feel how generous and warm the Radiance Federation was. However, they had no clue just how much pressure Cultivated Garden was under. The Moon Empress had already mentioned the threat of tower cannon at a previous Imperial meeting. The Radiance Federation needed to stock up on more resources in preparation to face this threat. This would ensure that the Radiance Federation citizens remained fully fed no matter how bad the situation became. After hearing what Tianfeng said, Iron Prison found him pleasant for the first time. After Tianfeng was done speaking, he turned his gaze toward the Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and the Bamboo Monarch. These three creation masters held the most speaking authority among all of the Radiance Federation's members of royalty. After them came Night Leaning Moon, himself, Cicada Song, and the rest. Creation masters were able to produce the resources needed to nurture phase. It could be said that everyone present owed favors to the Bamboo Monarch, Chef Supreme, and the Moon Empress. Back then, Tianfeng decided to go after Wang Fuxiang to save the Bamboo Monarch's life. As a result, he had suffered intense pressure from all sides. Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch both raised an eyebrow when they caught Tianfeng's gaze. Ever since the Moon Empress became a Class 6 Creation Master and overhauled the concept of the Creation Master field, Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch had fallen behind her. This was not because the Moon Empress had demanded a higher status. In fact, she had become much more low-profile than before. Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch felt that they were now lagging behind the Moon Empress because her Creation Master abilities were an undeniable fact. Their abilities naturally set the gaps in their statuses. Now, the Bamboo Monarch and Chef Supreme felt the same way about the Moon Empress as Class 4 Creation Masters felt about Class 5 Creation Masters. She had the most authority of the three of them. Furthermore, she had just distributed numerous precious Creation Master resources. These Creation Master resources benefited the entire Radiance Federation and allowed the Radiance Federation's power to improve significantly in a short span of time. Apart from the Spacetime Elder, the Moon Empress had become a genuine pillar of the Radiance Federation. It might not be long before she took over the Spacetime Elder's position. What Chef Supreme, the Bamboo Monarch, and the rest did not know was that Spacetime Elder had already given the Continent Vein Core to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was the true protector of the Radiance Federation now. Night Leaning Moon's expression was as cold as a statue. No member of royalty disliked the Freedom Federation more than Night Leaning Moon did. Back then, the Moon Empress had suffered a hidden injury and was only left with 10 years of lifespan. This was all because of the Freedom Federation's scheme. Although the Moon Empress was normally domineering, she always kept the big picture in mind. Nevertheless, she knew that the Freedom Federation was trying to form alliances with the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation because they wanted to seek help from them to deal with their current crisis. Due to the Goddess of Mercy, Night Leaning Moon and the rest already knew that the Freedom Federation's base in the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift had been destroyed. The dimensional rift that used to provide the Freedom Federation with the biggest profits had now turned into its prison. Their setup in the Marsh World and Fresh City were both destroyed. The Freedom Federation had used up almost all of the benefits that they had gained from the Marsh World. Even without the information from the Goddess of Mercy, the news about the chaos in the Freedom Federation had already spread across the ocean to reach the Radiance Federation. Night Leaning Moon also felt that it would not be a good idea to help the Freedom Federation. The two Spiritfire experts would not be stumped if it was not a serious matter. It would also not force the Mirror God and God of Fools to set aside their pride and ask for help from the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation. What happened within the Freedom Federation caused Night Leaning Moon to become worried about whether building the mirror cities within the Abyssal World was the right choice. If the Radiance Federation invested too many resources into the Abyssal World and encountered the same situation as the Freedom Federation, they would also suffer greatly. The Freedom Federation's crisis was the best warning bell for the Radiance Federation. Rather than discussing whether we should help the Freedom Federation, I am more concerned about whether our base in the Abyssal World will end up suffering the same fate as the Freedom Federation's base in the Marsh World. Although there is wealth to be earned from risks, I am more inclined toward stability when it comes to a federation's development and management. Otherwise, it will cost us the lives of the people living in the mirror cities. Night-Leaning Moon's words put the rest of the members of royalty into deep reflection. She had brought up something that rang true for all of them. If they could develop a federation safely and in a stable manner, why would they choose to go for risk instead? After hearing what Night-Leaning Moon said and looking at the reactions of the other members of royalty, the Moon Empress coughed softly and decided to reveal the whole truth. You don't have to worry about the situation in the Abyssal World. I mentioned that all of the resources I distributed came from my disciple. All of you are aware of this. Frankly, the troubles plaguing the Freedom Federation were all engineered by my disciple. Little Yuan has already taken control of the Marsh World. The same goes for the Abyssal World. So, you don't have to worry about safety in the Abyssal World. It is also impossible for what happened in the Marsh World to happen to the Abyssal World. As such, we can build the mirror cities and proceed with development there without any worries. The Moon Empress words caused Chef Supreme, the Bamboo Monarch, Iron Prison, and the rest to widen their eyes in disbelief. Even Night-Leaning Moon, who thought she knew Lin Yuan well, was stupefied for some time after hearing what the Moon Empress said. He had only just helped the Radiance Federation to defeat the Freedom Federation's envoy group and safeguard the Radiance Federation's honor 6 months ago. How did he already become the master of the Marsh World and Abyssal World? He even pushed the Freedom Federation to the edge of the cliff and forced them to request alliances from the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation. If it was not the Moon Empress who said this, they would think it was a joke. Although the Moon Empress had said it, they still found it hard to believe. Yet, they had no choice but to do so because there was no way she would lie about such a thing. This was the only way to explain how Lin Yuan had managed to supply the Radiance Federation with so many resources. The Moon Empress hadn't disclosed everything to the Spacetime Elder, but he had already guessed some of it, so he wasn't overly surprised. A discreet expression of honor appeared on the Spacetime Elder's face. The Spacetime Elder had long acknowledged that Lin Yuan had immense potential. Regardless of what Lin Yuan did, the Spacetime Elder would think of it as normal. Once everyone regained their senses, the Moon Empress went on to say, Little Yuan's actions represent the attitude we should adopt toward the Freedom Federation. Everything the Freedom Federation has done against the Radiance Federation adds to our blood feud. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth has always been the Radiance Federation's principle. We will never hesitate to help our friends. But if we continue treating our enemies and those who wish to harm us with kindness, we will be no different from saints. However, I believe we should assist the Freedom Federation with its crisis, even if we don't decide to form an alliance with them. They will have to repay us for our generosity. Tianfeng, Cultivated Garden has invested significant resources over the past year in building the mirror cities in the Abyssal World. The Freedom Federation will have to make a gesture, whether it's in gratitude for helping them or to persuade us to form an alliance. We should ask them to replenish all the resources we spent on constructing the mirror cities. The rest of the members of royalty were shocked when they heard the Moon Empress say that she wanted to help the Freedom Federation with their crisis. Even Night-Leaning Moon did not understand the Moon Empress' intention. But soon, they realized what she was thinking. Although the rest of them did not manage Cultivated Garden, they knew how much Cultivated Garden had invested to build the mirror cities in the Abyssal World. The Radiance Federation would go bankrupt if it had to expend such an immense amount of resources again. The value of these resources could no longer be measured against actual funds. The Moon Empress was definitely asking for a lot. Not even robbers would dare to take so much from a single operation. It would only be beneficial if the Radiance Federation could obtain the resources from the Freedom Federation. Now that there was a guarantee that the Abyssal World would be safe, the mirror cities could be completed within half a year. This was much shorter than the original 10-year timeline. The Radiance Federation now had an additional 10 years to break ground in the abyssal world. Tianfeng did a calculation of the current stock of resources before he asked the Moon Empress hesitantly. The Mirror God and God of Fools from the Freedom Federation are very intelligent. They are no fools. Even if they have really become fools, they would never give the Radiance Federation so many resources, right? The Moon Empress gently rapped her finger on the table. The Freedom Federation will be the ones handing over the resources. If they can afford it, they will do so. If the Mirror God and God of Fools had any other alternatives, they would never have requested alliances from the Azure Federation and Radiance Federation at the same time. Since we are their last resort, they will have no choice but to agree, regardless of how much we demand from them. Before that happens, I will ask Little Yuan to exert a little more pressure on them, so they will not hesitate before making their decision. However, this is just the beginning. When a lion kills a zebra, it won't kill it immediately unless it's starving. Instead, it will bite a large hole in the zebra's body and let it bleed out before digging into its feast. The Freedom Federation has enjoyed being the lion for so many years. It's time for them to know what being a zebra is like. Tianfeng knocked on the table and said, I can't help much in the progression of this situation, but I specialize in organizing resources. Before the day after tomorrow, I will come up with a list of all the resources that the Radiance Federation has invested into building the Mirror Cities and hand it to you. With this, the Imperial meeting meant to discuss the Freedom Federation's request for aid, and the formation of an alliance ended with the Moon Empress decision. After the Moon Empress returned to the Radiant Moon Palace, she looked through the messages she had sent to Lin Yuan and saw that he had not replied. Although she was worried, she did not say much because she knew he had more than one expert by his side who was much stronger than her. There was a high possibility that she could not handle the dangers Lin Yuan faced while conquering the dimensional worlds. Since she could not help him, it would be better for her to bury her worries to prevent herself from adding to the pressure he felt while training. The Moon Empress told Lin Yuan about everything that had happened during the Imperial meetings. Although Lin Yuan was not a member of royalty, he had the right to know about these because he possessed the continent vein core. The Moon Empress knew that he would reply to her immediately after he saw her messages. The Moon Empress received the list that Tianfeng had prepared a day later. It listed every resource that had been invested into the building of the Mirror Cities in great detail. The Moon Empress looked over the list before she handed it to the Spacetime Elder so he could send people to negotiate with the Freedom Federation's envoy team. But eventually, unlike what the Moon Empress expected, the Spacetime Elder decided to give her the chance to head the negotiations instead. He wanted to give her the opportunity to send her people to communicate with the Freedom Federation's people. While the Moon Empress and the Spacetime Elder were speaking, Cicada Song knocked on the door of the room. After knocking 3 times and not hearing the Spacetime Elder's voice turning him away, Cicada Song walked in and placed a file in front of the Spacetime Elder. This is the news that came from the Azure Federation. They have also received a request from the Freedom Federation to form an alliance. The Azure Federation wants to know what our intention is, so they can make their decision accordingly. The letter from the Azure Federation was both expected and unexpected by Cicada Song. The Radiance Federation had helped the Azure Federation to solve a major problem. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they had saved the Azure Federation. As a result, a deep friendship had been formed between the Azure Federation and Radiance Federation. Both federations now stood on the same side. The Azure Federation's inner circle could decide on the alliance with the Freedom Federation on its own. By seeking the Radiance Federation's decision and waiting to make theirs accordingly, it meant that they wanted to have the same stance as the Radiance Federation. The Azure Federation's decision to make the same decision as the Radiance Federation meant that the Radiance Federation now had additional means of exerting pressure on the Freedom Federation. This would only be good news for the Radiance Federation. The Spacetime Elder placed this piece of information in front of the Moon Empress. Moon Empress, take a look at this information. You don't have to hold another Imperial meeting after looking through it. You can respond to the Azure Federation however you think is best. I am getting old. It's better if the future of the Radiance Federation rests on you young ones. The mottled light passing in through the leaves streamed in from the window and landed on the space-time elder's body. The soft radiance had the flavor of legacy. The Moon Empress initially wanted to turn away the two files. But when she saw the space-time elder's trust in her and his tired eyes, she eventually grabbed the two files and spoke as though she was making a promise. I will take a good look at these two files before making the right choice. Many Radiance Federation's royalty members were unaware of the Lifespan Mouse's existence. All they knew was that the space-time elder's issue with his lifespan had been fixed. But they had no idea he had attained an endless lifespan because of the Lifespan Mouse. As long as they did not encounter a stronger enemy and ended up killed, the space-time elder and the Moon Empress would never die. However, his exhaustion was a separate issue from the length of his lifespan. Throughout his life, the space-time elder had dedicated himself excessively to the Radiance Federation. He went as far as forming a binding contract with the continent Vein Core, connecting his soul and body to the Radiance Federation for eternity. Now that the younger ones had grown up, he wanted to rest. Moreover, the protector of the Radiance Federation was now Lin Yuan. Presently, Lin Yuan spent all his time on his crusade across the dimensional worlds. As Lin Yuan's master, it was only right for the Moon Empress to take the baton from him and handle the trivial tasks in the Radiance Federation on his behalf for now. The files that Cicada Song had brought over summarized the contents of the Imperial meetings on paper. The Moon Empress had already decided on the response to the Azure Federation and how she would address the Freedom Federation's envoy group. The Azure Federation's actions could no longer be described as a collaboration or coming from a place of friendship. Instead, they now seemed to be relying on the Radiance Federation. Apparently, after the Radiance Federation saved the Azure Federation, they realized the difference between the two federations. Although they had not expressly said anything to the Azure Federation still noticed something special about the Radiance Federation. Given the Azure Federation's attitude, the Radiance Federation would treat them as friends. However, since the Radiance Federation had already made a decision regarding the Freedom Federation's envoy group, they would not be taking a friendly attitude toward them. After pondering over it, the Moon Empress decided to send Iron Prison. It was said that for every wicked person, there was someone even eviler. Iron Prison was the type to show everything he was feeling on his face. He would be able to directly express the Radiance Federation's attitude to the Freedom Federation's envoy group. Furthermore, Iron Prison was no fool as a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty. She would tell Iron Prison about her plan before he went to liaise with the Freedom Federation's envoy group. All he needed to do was act according to the plan. Iron Prison was the least suited for deliberation and negotiation, especially when it involved such large demands. However, the Freedom Federation was currently facing a hopeless situation. They would have to agree to whatever Iron Prison said. Otherwise, they would risk losing the chance to gain the Radiance Federation's help. The Azure Federation had chosen to follow the Radiance Federation's stance. Thus, the Freedom Federation would be doomed once it rejected Iron Prison's request. Cicada Song looked at the two files in the Moon Empress' hands for a moment before he said softly, "Moon Empress, after I organize the reports from the 32 major cities, I will consolidate them and give them to you." The Moon Empress nodded and said, "Cicada Song, go and gather the reports from all the major cities' city guards. I will provide them with some resources so they can bolster their troops and handle any possible scenario." A thought struck the Moon Empress, and she said, "The Freedom Federation has sought our help as they've severed ties with Tower Cannon. We're not sure why they decided to end their partnership, but it's essential to uncover the reason during our negotiation with them." The Moon Empress had told the other members of royalty about First Page Crimson's power during the Imperial meeting. As a result, all of the members of royalty were still tightly wounded despite having received numerous resources. Cicada Song and the Spacetime Elder nodded in agreement with the Moon Empress' suggestion. Nothing bad could come out of learning more about a powerful enemy like Tower Cannon, who had been hidden for almost millennia. After the Moon Empress returned to the Radiant Moon Palace, she carefully looked through the information in the files in her hands before calling Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch to the Radiant Moon Palace. The Moon Empress was planning to ask Chef Supreme to lead the Radiance Federation's envoy group to the Azure Federation. Having a Class 5 Creation Master lead, the team would demonstrate the Radiance Federation's sincerity. The Freedom Federation urgently needed a direct gesture from the Radiance Federation. The Bamboo Monarch was shocked when he heard that the Moon Empress was planning to send Iron Prison to liaise with the Freedom Federation's envoy group. He felt the instinctive urge to oppose the decision. However, he quickly saw through the reasons behind her decision. All he could say was that her arrangement was a stroke of genius. Negotiating with Iron Prison would be the hardest deliberation the Freedom Federation had ever faced. Iron Prison held a deep-seated hatred for the Freedom Federation. He was straightforward in settling matters and never beat around the bush. Iron Prison would vent all the pent-up unhappiness accumulated over the years when liaising with the Freedom Federation. His advantage was that the Freedom Federation did not expect his involvement. The Freedom Federation saw themselves as the owners of the main world, with arrogance ingrained in their nature. The envoy group from the Freedom Federation likely anticipated preferential treatment from the Radiance Federation in response to their alliance request. This was an opportunity to humble the arrogant envoy group and demonstrate that times had changed and things were different from how they used to be. From now on, the Radiance Federation would no longer hold back its formidability in the main world and begin to demonstrate its status as a ruler in the main world. The Bamboo Monarch had formed such an idea because the resources Lin Yuan had provided the Radiance Federation came with such power. Furthermore, his wish had always been to enable the Radiance Federation to rise in ranks in the main world. However, the Radiance Federation would be a very different ruler from the Freedom Federation. After the Freedom Federation began considering themselves the dictators of the main world, they stopped providing protection to the smaller and weaker federations. In the past, some small and weak federations sought help from the Freedom Federation, hoping to receive aid for their current crises. However, instead of receiving assistance, they were subjected to underhanded methods by the Freedom Federation, leading to their subjugation and assimilation. This matter attracted a significant amount of buzz a few decades ago, but the Freedom Federation did not give these weak and small federations any apologies. If the Radiance Federation did not rise up in power, it might have ended up falling prey to the Freedom Federation just like the Clean Burning Federation had. Iron Prison was extremely taken aback after he received the news that the Moon Empress wanted him to liaise with the Freedom Federation's envoy group. Such matters never fell into his hands. Iron Prison seethed with anger but had no outlet to vent his emotions. Fortunately, the Moon Empress had just provided him with the perfect punching bag to release all his frustration. Recently, people from other federations wanted to sneak into the Radiance Federation. At first, all the Radiance Federation's officials did was instruct the city guards from the various cities to register these people. But after some time, while investigating some crimes, the city guards discovered that many of these crimes had been committed by outsiders. There was no guarantee that these outsiders were all harboring wicked thoughts. Life outside the Radiance Federation was riddled with threats. In the Divine Wood Federation, a person could be killed for merely blocking the carriage of an elite. Moreover, some who ventured into the wilderness to hunt ended up falling victim to passing bandits. Those accustomed to such environments would likely struggle to adapt to the security and peace found within the Radiance Federation. Hence, the Radiance Federation started to go after these people in order to ensure the safety of the Radiance Federation's citizens. Over the past year, there had been an increase in illegal immigrants smuggling into the Radiance Federation. This surge in activity had significantly burdened Iron Prison with more work. Iron Prison had a habit of handling everything himself and never being careless, no matter the scale of the matter. He was accustomed to using force in his work, so negotiating with envoy groups from other federations was outside his comfort zone. Iron Prison couldn't fathom why the Moon Empress had given him this opportunity. He believed Cicada Song would be better suited for such a task. During previous imperial meetings, the royalty had already determined their stance toward the Freedom Federation. Cicada Song, confident in his abilities, felt he could handle any job without succumbing to pressure. Upon thinking about all the harm the Freedom Federation had inflicted on the Radiance Federation, Iron Prison's anger threatened to boil over. With the Moon Empress disciple now in control of the Marsh world and Abyssal world and possessing power surpassing the Freedom Federation, they were virtually unstoppable. The Mirror God and God of Fools had anticipated that the Radiance Federation wouldn't easily agree to help the Freedom Federation. However, they hadn't expected the Radiance Federation to corner and complicate matters for them. The Radiance Federation went as far as demanding that the Freedom Federation compensate them for all the resources they had invested in constructing the mirror cities in the abyssal world. The sheer quantity of these resources was unimaginable. The Freedom Federation's development in the Marsh world merely involved allowing the major factions to establish their bases. They hadn't instructed the 29 major cities to build mirror versions of themselves in the Marsh world. Constructing mirror cities in the Marsh world would offer all members of the Freedom Federation the opportunity to create new lives for themselves. It would be a blessing for all citizens within the Freedom Federation. However, the Freedom Federation's royalty would have to contribute the resources in order to create this blessing. This went against their profits. Hence, the Freedom Federation did not do so despite clearly having enough power. Back then, the Freedom Federation's royalty convened a meeting to calculate the cost of constructing mirror cities in the dimensional world. As a result, they were well aware of the substantial demand made by the Radiance Federation. Having already suffered significant losses, if they were to comply with the Radiance Federation's resource demands, it would take the Freedom Federation at least 4 to 5 decades to recover. While the Freedom Federation's expedition into the dimensional world had ended in failure, the same could not be said for the Radiance Federation. Should the resources be provided to them, the Radiance Federation would be able to make rapid progress in the abyssal world. The calamities faced by the Freedom Federation and Azure Federation served as stark warnings to the Radiance Federation. They now understood the perilous nature of the dimensional worlds. Rather than establishing roots in the dimensional world, the Radiance Federation would swiftly harvest its resources. With their swift pace of development, they could close the gap between themselves and the Freedom Federation in the next 40 to 50 years, and perhaps even surpass them. Considering the Moon Empress level as a creation master, it was possible that the Radiance Federation would produce its second or third Spiritfire expert in the coming decades. In actuality, the God of Fools was also a Class 6 creation master. He had become one even sooner than the Moon Empress did. He was capable of creating a few more Spiritfire experts for the Freedom Federation within a few decades. However, he had only helped the Mirror God to increase his power. The Goddess of Mercy also had the opportunity to break through but had been denied time and time again. The Mirror God and God of Fools wanted to keep all the authority to themselves. They never allowed a third or fourth Spiritfire expert to appear in the Freedom Federation. But now the two of them were filled with regret. If only they had nurtured the Goddess of Mercy instead of butting heads with her. She would have already set her spirit fire alight by now. If the Goddess of Mercy had received help from them, she would never have chosen to betray the Freedom Federation, regardless of how hedonistic she was. However, there was no cure for regret in this world. There was no point in feeling regretful now. The Mirror God asked the God of Fools bitterly, "Brother, the Radiance Federation has made its demands clear. Should we pay or not?" In the past, the Mirror God would have flown into a rage at such a request, seeking revenge against the Radiance Federation. However, as he and the God of Fools were Spiritfire experts, they had no choice but to agree with the Radiance Federation in order to save the Freedom Federation. The God of Fools took a deep breath, his voice raspy and cold as he asked, "What does the Azure Federation say?" Black and gold flames erupted around the God of Fools' body, emanating a terrifying aura that scared the other members of the Freedom Federation's royalty. They had no clue why the God of Fools was so upset, but none of them dared to ask. Whenever the God of Fools threw a tantrum, the only one who dared to stay by his side was the Mirror God. The Mirror God and God of Fools were a set to the rest of the Freedom Federation's royalty. Their minds always functioned in unison. When Du Miao sensed this aura, he timidly asked, "Nah. It looks like the Radiance Federation did not react the way that the God of Fools expected. It seems like there wasn't any good news." Nana glanced sideways at Du Miao but did not say anything. She had considered countless possibilities but never expected that the Mirror God and God of Fools would decide to form an alliance with the Radiance Federation. The Mirror God and God of Fools' decision caused Nana to feel as though her pride had been thrown to the ground and trampled all over. When did the Freedom Federation become so pathetic? This pathetic Freedom Federation was very foreign to Nana. Ever since Luo went to the Radiance Federation and was almost killed by the Moon Empress disciple, Nana had been on an unlucky streak. Although she was extremely unwilling to form alliances with the Radiance Federation, she knew this might be the only way for the Freedom Federation to survive. Kama watched the interaction between Du Miao and Nana with her face resting on her hand. She then looked at her other pale palm. At that moment, she suddenly felt envious of the goddess of mercy. If she had known in advance that this was going to happen to the Freedom Federation, she would have escaped to another federation just like the goddess of mercy had. Kama felt that she was the unluckiest member of the Freedom Federation's royalty and was in the worst state of them all. If someone else had gone into the Marsh world to try and fix the situation, they would be in no better state than she was in now. She had suffered such serious injuries because of the Freedom Federation. Even her main fae had died in the Marsh world. She was now weaker than before and the target of bullying by everyone else. The Mirror God and God of Fools saw her as a slave and commanded her around as such. Neither of them spared a thought for her pride. Feeling a sense of belonging to a struggling Freedom Federation was hard, and it became even more challenging when it was as run down as it is now. They had to seek aid from the Radiance Federation at this point. Had the Mirror God and God of Fools really forgotten how they had caused the Moon Empress to suffer grievous injuries and colluded with Tower Cannon to target the Radiance Federation? Kama felt that it would be reasonable for the Radiance Federation not to help. If the Radiance Federation still chose to help, they would be extremely gullible and naive. Although she had lost her main fae, she had her higher devil and was still an eternal expert. Given her current power, she would be able to do as she pleased even if she left the Freedom Federation. Why did she have to remain there and act docile and do the bidding of others? With this thought, Kama decided to find a way to leave the Freedom Federation. The Goddess of Mercy's betrayal had triggered the Mirror God and God of Fools. If the Mirror God and God of Fools did not care about their pride and forced the rest of them to swear their loyalty on their willpower runes, she would never be able to leave. Kama looked around and believed she was not the only one with such thoughts running through her head. Du Miao spotted Kama looking at her and scoffed before saying mockingly, "Kama, you are now the Mirror God and God of Fools lapdog. Why don't you ask them what has happened?" Kama glared at Du Miao. If Kama was still intending to remain in the Freedom Federation, she would not clash with Du Miao because of her weak state. Du Miao was no magnanimous character. If Du Miao formed resentment against her, he would definitely target her in other ways in the future. But now, she intended to leave the Freedom Federation. Thus, she did not need to keep her head low around Du Miao. Du Miao would not dare to touch her as he had to consider the possibility of overstepping the Mirror God and God of Fools. Du Miao would not have a clear advantage if they fought using their devils. It would end up costing him one of his main faes. Du Miao, you called me a lapdog. But aren't you one too? We are the same. Neither is more elite than the other. Do you have the courage to go against the Mirror God and God of Fools' orders? When Kama saw that Du Miao had turned green and was about to rebuke her, she muttered casually, "Du Miao, fight me if you dare. If you don't have the courage to do so, you can wait here obediently. No matter how much acid you spew, it won't change the fact that you're a lackey." Kama stood up and made a show of flying away. She instructed 2 teams to handle the marsh crocodiles that were rampaging outside. Kama knew it would not be wise to leave now. The God of Fools and Mirror God's aura could reach and sense this area. If she performed any action that indicated she wanted to leave, the Mirror God and God of Fools would definitely kill her to make an example out of her. She did not want to be the punching bag they used to release their pent-up emotions. The only right choice would be to pick the right time to leave, just like the Goddess of Mercy had done. When the Mirror God saw that the God of Fools was losing control, he placed his hand on the God of Fools' shoulder and said seriously, "Brother, you don't have to be this angry. I already warned you that the Radiance Federation would be making an extremely unreasonable request. At least they didn't outright reject helping us. If they aren't willing to help us and the Azure Federation follows their decision, we will be done for if the dimensional life forms from the Marsh world choose to invade us." The Mirror God's words managed to comfort the God of Fools, But his mood did not improve in the slightest. The god of fools forcefully retracted his aura and gnashed his teeth as he said, "The Radiance Federation are bullies. How can they have the nerve to make such a request? If not for that damned Class 6 Marsh dimensional rift, I would definitely teach them a good lesson." The mirror god rarely saw his brother lose control to such an extent. If his anger did not blind him, he would never say something so inappropriate. "Brother, we need to decide. We know that if we agree to the Radiance Federation's demand, the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation will provide assistance. The Radiance Federation is flaunting its power since they have a Class 6 creation master in the Moon Empress. The Azure Federation won't dare to make such an unreasonable demand." The god of fools was silent for a full minute. He retracted all of his aura before saying in a low voice, "The Azure Federation is now clinging to the Radiance Federation. They are on the same side. Why wouldn't the Azure Federation make the same unreasonable demand now that the Radiance Federation has done so? The Azure Federation experienced a disaster related to the Class 6 Waterworld dimensional rift and spent many resources in the process. They now need to recoup those losses. When we're working with the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation, we can't only make promises like we did with Tower Cannon. We have to provide them with tangible benefits. Otherwise, the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation will never come to help us." The god of fools changed the topic. "Go and tell Liang to promise the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation that we'll draw up a contract regarding the development in the Marsh world after they fix our problem. Tell Liang to agree to their terms if they still refuse to budge. We will draw from that store of resources for now." The god of fools was certain that the Radiance Federation would not fall for the same trick that Tower Cannon did. But regardless, they had to give it a shot. If they were successful, they would be able to save a significant amount of resources. Liang looked at Iron Prison, who was in front of him, and groaned to himself. He had already led 2 envoy groups to the Radiance Federation in the span of a year. Neither of those 2 times had gone well. As he looked at the stony-faced Iron Prison, all of Liang's self-control threatened to disappear as he fought the urge to duke it out with Iron Prison. Liang had never felt so aggrieved in his entire life. Every federation had its own unique foundational resources. The Freedom Federation possessed one called the Mother Summoning Shell. It could use up its own energy to produce child shells. Through this, communication could be established regardless of the distance between the communicators. Could even work across dimensional worlds. However, the communication only went one way. Only the mother shell could send messages to the child shells without cost. The child shells would have to sacrifice themselves in order to send messages to the mother shell. After 3 sacrifices, the child shell would no longer be effective. If the Freedom Federation is unwilling to agree to our request, you do not need to remain here. Go on and get your ass back to the Freedom Federation. The day might come when a group of life forms from the Marsh world will take control of the Freedom Federation's islands. All the federations in the main world will offer aid. But you might not be able to see that day when it comes. What was he saying? The only way that life forms from the Marsh world could take control of the Freedom Federation's islands was if the Freedom Federation had been destroyed and all the members of royalty were dead. He would not care about what happened to the Freedom Federation's islands if he was dead. However, he was there under the Mirror God and God of Fools' orders. Liang could not fall out with Iron Prison. At that moment, Liang received a message from the Mirror God. This message caused Liang's eyes to widen. Liang would never have expected the Mirror God and God of Fools to agree to such a request. When Liang saw the list of resources that the Radiance Federation was demanding, his hands had even started to tremble slightly. The Freedom Federation could afford to pay up, but what would happen afterward? Even if they gave the Radiance Federation these resources and the Radiance Federation sent aid, would they really put sincere effort into helping the Freedom Federation? Liang could not figure out what the Mirror God and God of Fools were thinking. The Mirror God and God of Fools never used to care whether the Freedom Federation citizens lived or died. If they found any faction an eyesore, they would eliminate them. Rather than agreeing to the Radiance Federation's request, it would be better to split the resources amongst the members of royalty and start from scratch in another corner of the world. The Mirror God and God of Fools had instructed him to use the same tactic they had used with Tower Cannon of offering a tantalizing promise to the Radiance Federation to see if that was enough to hook them. Li Yong immediately said, "What if we don't provide you with any resources? But when we begin developing the Marsh world, we will give the Radiance Federation half of our profits for the following 30 years. Furthermore, the Radiance Federation can also choose to begin development in the Marsh world. We will provide you with an avenue to do so." If Iron Prison did not know that Lin Yuan had already taken over the Marsh world, he might have been tempted by Li Yang's offer. As the Freedom Federation's enemy, Iron Prison was well aware of what the Freedom Federation could obtain from the Marsh world. If they could obtain half of the Freedom Federation's profits for the following 30 years, the Radiance Federation would be able to gain even more resources. However, Iron Prison also had to take into consideration the issue of the Freedom Federation's sincerity. The Goddess of Mercy was now siding with the Radiance Federation. From her experience, Iron Prison learned just how underhanded and evil the God of Fools and Mirror God were. If someone had sabotaged him, it would be difficult for him to feel a sense of belonging to a place devoid of warmth. If the Mirror God and God of Fools treated their own in such a manner, how could they be expected to treat the Radiance Federation sincerely? The Goddess of Mercy had described in detail how the Mirror God and God of Fools had used this carefully worded tactic to deceive Tower Cannon. There was no way that Iron Prison was going to fall for it as well. If the Radiance Federation is going to help, we will only be helping the Freedom Federation to overcome this current crisis. We will not be helping you to take over the Marsh world. Do you really think that the Freedom Federation can still develop in the Marsh world? If that were the case, you wouldn't need to beg the Azure Federation and us for help. Just hand over the resources and receive our help. If you don't decide soon, you might also lose this opportunity. My patience has always been limited. Li Yong had already guessed that the Radiance Federation would not take the bait. He would not choose to believe the Freedom Federation's baseless promise if he was in their position. Luckily, the Mirror God and God of Fools had not left him with no way out. Otherwise, today's negotiation with the Radiance Federation would end up failing. If that happened, the Mirror God and God of Fools would surely put the blame on him. He would then need to shoulder all the responsibility. Li Yong was terrified of such a thing happening. Kama, Nana, and the rest had all fallen victim to such situations. Fine. I agree to the Radiance Federation's request. The resources will be gathered and delivered to you within a week. I will receive it alongside you so we can check through them. Iron Prison's heart was pounding. He had assumed that the Freedom Federation would not agree to the Radiance Federation's request. After all, the Radiance Federation was really asking for too much. But now, not only had the Freedom Federation agreed to it, but they would also deliver the resources within a week. This was not due to the Freedom Federation's sincerity. No one would believe that the Freedom Federation felt any sincerity toward the Radiance Federation. This was solely because the Freedom Federation's crisis was extremely dire and urgently needed aid. Iron Prison shot a sideways glance at Li Yong as he said, "If that's the case, be a good boy and remain here for the next few days. Don't cause trouble for me." Li Yong had just offered to pay the Radiance Federation with potential harvests from the development of the Marsh world. This meant the Freedom Federation was still trying to trap the Radiance Federation. Meanwhile, the Radiance Federation had only just begun planning to trap the Freedom Federation. These resources were just the tip of the iceberg. As merciless and straightforward as Iron Prison was, he had his own shrewd side. He could perfectly hide the Radiance Federation's plan to trap the Freedom Federation in front of Li Yong. Li Yong was fully focused on performing the task well so he could provide the Mirror God and God of Fools with a positive report. Thus, he did not focus on Iron Prison's attitude and expressions at all. Iron Prison's words almost caused smoke to burst out from Li Yang's ears. He only ever had to take the brunt of the Mirror God and God of Fools' anger. Occasionally, the Goddess of Mercy knocked him around a bit as well. But who else would dare to cross him? Yet, Iron Prison's words had fully trapped him in a prison so small that he was close to suffocating. If he were not afraid that attacking Iron Prison would cause the deal between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation to fall through, Li Yong would have already charged at him to vent all the fury that was coursing through him. Now, their image was more important. Regardless of how displeased Li Yong was, he could only smile and nod. Once Iron Prison and Li Yong were done communicating, Iron Prison sent 4 of his trusted subordinates to stand guard outside Li Yang's door and keep watch over Li Yang's movements. Li Yong itched to give these 4 subordinates a beating, but he managed to control himself and started meditating in the room as he waited for the Radiance Federation's response. The Freedom Federation had agreed to the Radiance Federation's request, so they would not take the benefits without doing what was required of them. Once the Moon Empress received the reply from Iron Prison, she sent out an instruction to Cicada Song and told him to accompany Iron Prison in checking the resources sent over by the Freedom Federation. Iron Prison was no match for Cicada Song when it came to checking resources. When she saw that Lin Yuan had yet to reply to her messages even though more than a week had passed, the Moon Empress could not help but worry about Lin Yuan. She was afraid that he had encountered some sort of danger or problem. Luckily, Lin Yuan had left Brocade Zither with the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan had used the fairy's heart to form a contract with Brocade Zither. Given that Brocade Zither was still healthy and continuing to nurture the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls, it meant that Lin Yuan was not in any serious harm. The Moon Empress believed that Lin Yuan would reply to her messages the moment he had the chance to do so. After slumbering in the spirit-locked spatial zone for another 8 days, Lin Yuan was done absorbing the water world's treasure that had been formed from the 6 books. He had also instructed the Abyss Red Lotus to wrap its roots around the marsh world and water world's treasures. The first thing Lin Yuan did after waking up was call Red Thorn and find out about the Earth Ancestral Palace's most recent happenings. However, the concentration of Turning Will Realm Dictator auras had not changed much. Eternal Source had used his Afterlife Realm power to detect these Turning Will Realm Dictator's auras. Unless there was another Afterlife Realm expert who could target Eternal Source, the latter's detection would still be effective. The big dimensional life form activity around the Earth Ancestral Palace indicated something big was about to happen. Lin Yuan was glad that he had chosen this time to absorb the treasures of 2-dimensional worlds. Without clear information, there was nothing he could do but wait. Once he ascertained that nothing was happening outside, Lin Yuan took out the Thoughts letter paper and saw that the Moon Empress had sent him more than 15 messages. As he read through them, he began replying to her. Lin Yuan. Master, I will be able to push the Freedom Federation to its maximum limit within a day. Everything is going well on my end. You don't need to worry about me. After responding to the Moon Empress messages, Lin Yuan immediately got in contact with Vine Source, who was guarding the marsh world. Vine Source had been spending time with Shiny. When he saw Lin Yuan's message, Vine Source assumed that Lin Yuan had found out that he had been taking care of Shiny. Some time had passed since he joined Lin Yuan, but he rarely had the chance to receive a direct message from him. Vine Source had already accepted the fact that Lin Yuan had abandoned him. Vine Source felt that this was a good opportunity for him to regain Lin Yuan's trust. Vine Source immediately instructed his 4 guards to watch over and protect Shiny. Vine Source personally went to the entrance of the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift and ordered the marsh crocodiles to rush into the main world. When seen from an aerial view, Fresh City's white buildings were all surrounded by black mud and marsh. There were not many humans still living in Fresh City. Even the highest class of citizens did not want to remain in Fresh City and end up killed by the marsh dimensional lifeforms. The attack that Vine Source had organized on the main world involved all of the marsh world's almost uncountable quantity of marsh crocodiles, and deepened the Freedom Federation's desire to form alliances with the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation. Otherwise, even if the Freedom Federation was able to endure such an attack, it would force them to keep all of their members of royalty in Fresh City. The Freedom Federation's internal affairs were in a state of irreparable chaos. Once he became certain that Vine Source had taken care of the task, Lin Yuan verbally praised Vine Source before sending a message to the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan, Master, I have already exerted sufficient pressure on the Freedom Federation. The Radiance Federation can now take the hard approach in negotiations with the Freedom Federation. As long as it doesn't cause the Freedom Federation's members of royalty to bleed out, they will have no choice but to agree, even if they have to dig into the Freedom Federation's foundations. The Moon Empress relaxed after receiving Lin Yuan's reply. She also knew how the Radiance Federation should go about interacting with the Freedom Federation in the future. Lin Yuan had said this because he intended to take as much as possible from the Freedom Federation until they were left with the bare minimum. According to what Lin Yuan said, the Radiance Federation's demands were still too conservative. However, a major federation needed to have the correct image and decorum. Since they had already made their request and the other party had agreed, they could not try to manipulate the terms now. It would make them seem like bullies. But once they arrived at the Freedom Federation, the Moon Empress would be able to begin bleeding them out. After his communication with the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan decided to end his seclusion in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Instead, he decided to take charge of the subterranean world. Mountain Ridge Source remained in the Spirit Mother Federation to protect Bupa and investigate the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift. She had already confirmed its existence. With this information at hand, Lin Yuan didn't want to waste any more time in the subterranean world. Since progress in the Earth Ancestral Palace was slow, he decided to take the initiative instead. If there was still no significant activity in the Earth Ancestral Palace after a few months or even years, Lin Yuan couldn't afford to wait any longer. Time passed by very quickly in the dimensional world. A year was no different to a day to regular humans in the main world. Lin Yuan had already used the Abyss Red Lotus exclusive skill Lotus Locks the world to take over the marsh and water worlds. Lin Yuan could use the Abyss Red Lotus ability Hellfire application to fill his body with the water world and marsh world's energy and boost himself. Lin Yuan had only ever demonstrated his ability to boost dimensional lifeforms to the dictators who were under him. He had yet to demonstrate his true power. Lin Yuan felt that it was time for him to find the opportunity to demonstrate his power, as this would help him to establish his might amongst the Samsara realm dictators of the four-dimensional worlds. He would then be able to truly scare them into submission. Lin Yuan was also very curious about the Abyss Red Lotus power and wanted to find the opportunity to test it out. Eternal Source had been watching the Earth Ancestral Palace almost unblinkingly for almost 2 weeks as he continuously inspected the concentration of the Turning Will Realm dictators' auras. Despite the fact that nothing out of the ordinary had happened, Eternal Source still treated his task with extreme seriousness as he was afraid of betraying Lin Yuan's trust. Eternal Source had only been able to reach the afterlife realm with Lin Yuan's help. If he had depended solely on himself, the only result would have been failure. The consequences were unthinkable once a dimensional lifeform failed to break through to a higher level. They would be considered lucky if they got off with just serious injuries. Hence, Eternal Source felt that Lin Yuan had given him a new lease on life. But given the fact that Lin Yuan possessed more resources and power than him, Eternal Source had no idea how to repay him. All he could do was use the simplest method of doing his best in the tasks that Lin Yuan gave him. Suddenly, Eternal Source noticed that one of the life forces he had placed a mark on had disappeared from within the Earth Ancestral Palace. This meant that a Turning Will Realm dictator had just lost its life in the Earth Ancestral Palace. If the life form was only seriously injured but not dead, the fire of life would not have dissipated so quickly. Eternal Source remembered Lin Yuan telling him that he could act immediately if anything unusual happened in the Earth Ancestral Palace. When Eternal Source was about to issue an order to the Samsara realm dictators loyal to Lin Yuan, the latter suddenly appeared next to him. Since Lin Yuan was there, it was only natural for Eternal Source to hand over the yoke of authority. Eternal Source hurriedly told Lin Yuan everything that had just happened. Lin Yuan turned and saw that all of the Samsara realm dictators he had dispatched had returned to their positions and barked, "Go and surround the Earth Ancestral Palace. Eternal Source, you will lead the way." While he spoke, black wings gently flapped behind him, and he flew up to land on the Abyss Great Emperor's palm. In order to save time, the best course of action would be to use force to conquer the subterranean world. Even if the Earth's sacred fruit had yet to ripen, Lin Yuan could just find a way to ripen it using resources. Lin Yuan possessed significant resources, such as pure spirit chi and various types of elemental energy, which did not exist in the subterranean world. Besides various minerals, the subterranean world only had faith power and source-type power. The mineral rocks in the mines that had even a small amount of earth elemental energy were always treasured by the dimensional lifeforms. Lin Yuan might just possess the resources that could ripen the earth's sacred fruit and enable Lin Yuan to gain another 2 afterlife realm experts. The earth's sacred fruit might not be enough to enable a pinnacle samsara realm dictator to reach the afterlife realm, but Lin Yuan also had an almost endless supply of pure source-type energy. The pure source-type energy might be the push the pinnacle samsara realm dictators needed to reach the afterlife realm successfully. Eternal Source and the other samsara realm dictators had the impression that Lin Yuan preferred strategy over strength. He rarely employed methods of force. Lin Yuan's overbearingness caused the dictators who had grown up amidst war and battle to feel a passion they had not felt in a long time. On Lin Yuan's order, Eternal Source and the other samsara realm dictators unleashed their auras. Their auras were like an apocalyptic storm that crashed down on the Earth Ancestral Palace. The life forms in the Earth Ancestral Palace had no time to react at all. Although there were a few pinnacle samsara realm dictators in the Earth Ancestral Palace, they were still imprisoned by the auras of the tens of samsara realm dictators. There was immediate pushback from the Earth Ancestral Palace, but it failed to break through the prison of auras. However, Eternal Source noticed that the marks he had placed on the auras of turning will realm dictators were still disappearing one after another. This immediately caused Eternal Source to think back to the guess that Lin Yuan had made based on Lalu's description. The samsara realm dictators from the Earth Ancestral Palace had gathered so many turning will realm dictators to sacrifice them and quicken the ripening of the Earth's sacred fruit. Lord Lin Yuan, although we have used our auras to lock up the Earth Ancestral Palace, the turning will realm dictators' auras are still disappearing. Do you think? Before Eternal Source could finish speaking, Lin Yuan instructed the Abyss Red Lotus to use Lotus Locks the world and combine the Water World and Marsh World's energy with himself through Hellfire Application. The Abyss Red Lotus Diamond Hellfire Application ability could not only inject energy into Lin Yuan's body, but the Abyss Red Lotus would also gain the energy. The dimensional life forms were also a part of the dimensional world. In an instant, Lin Yuan's aura surpassed that of Eternal Source and the other samsara realm dictators and reached a level that terrified Eternal Source. When Eternal Source sensed Lin Yuan's aura, he could not be certain if Lin Yuan had reached the afterlife realm. The Abyss Red Lotus roots burst forth from the ground like spikes. They were also like tentacles that tightly wrapped around the Earth Ancestral Palace's structure. As the roots moved, the enormous structure that had stood in the subterranean world for many years was slowly peeled apart like an orange by the Abyss Red Lotus roots, as they searched for the turning will realm dictators within. If they encountered any resistance or obstacles, the roots would immediately turn into chains that restrained the resisting dictators. Lin Yuan's sudden demonstration of absolute power swiftly took control of the scene. The 3 pinnacle samsara realm dictators Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, and Mountain Furrow were now akin to fruits in a farm dangling off the Abyss Red Lotus roots. They swayed according to the roots' movements and did not have the imposing auras of the leaders of the Earth Ancestral Palace at all. The ceremony they had been preparing to crown themselves seemed like a joke now. Lin Yuan had never demonstrated such power before. Although all of the dictators that Lin Yuan had conquered were very submissive toward him, there was a big difference before and after witnessing his power. Lin Yuan was now using his power to tell the rest of the dictators just how powerful he was. Hollow Earth, Mountain Furrow, and Rock Underworld were currently staring at Lin Yuan and Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor next to him in shock. All 3 of their auras were stronger than their own, and the one in the middle who had used an unknown method to destroy the Earth Ancestral Palace was much stronger than the other 2. Given the circumstances, they were not even equipped to struggle, much less put up a fight. But aside from fear, Mountain Furrow, Rock Underworld, and Hollow Earth also felt at ease. The black writhing roots penetrated the Earth Ancestral Palace and pulled out one turning will realm dictator after another. The 3 of them knew that the subterranean world's experts would finally be saved from that ruinous flower. The 3 of them were seen by everyone else as the masters of the Earth Ancestral Palace. Little did they know that they were mere puppets controlled by that flower. Once they unintentionally consumed the flower's nectar and reached pinnacle samsara realm, they fell under its control, and it had been holding power over them ever since. Otherwise, They would not have remained in the Earth Ancestral Palace for over 1,000 years without so much as taking a step out. If the flower had not restricted Hollow Earth's area of movement, he would definitely have scoured the subterranean world to seek out Sweet Vanquish and put an end to his life. Each day that Sweet Vanquish remained alive made Hollow Earth feel like he was useless. When the Abyss Red Lotus used Hellfire Application to boost Lin Yuan, it was similar to when he fused with Dark Blue. It was as though Lin Yuan could sense everything that the Abyss Red Lotus roots touched. Thus, when they touched the Turning Will Realm dictators, Lin Yuan could clearly sense the conditions that the Turning Will Realm dictators were in. Most of the Turning Will Realm dictators were healthy, but a portion of them had fallen into a very strange state. These Turning Will Realm dictators were all very weak but were not lacking in vitality, source-type power, or faith power at all. Lin Yuan closely inspected the Turning Will Realm dictators and eventually noticed they were weak because their bodies had been stripped of Earth Elemental energy. Although the subterranean lifeforms did not have much Earth Elemental energy in their bodies, what they did have was very important to them. It was a type of energy necessary to their bodies because once they lost the Earth Elemental energy from their bodies, they would eventually lose the Earth Elemental energy that was in their roots as well. If that happened, the subterranean dimensional lifeforms would be unable to consume minerals to replenish their energy and increase their power. Being stripped of all the Earth Elemental energy in their bodies would be a deadly blow to the subterranean dimensional lifeforms. It was no wonder that Eternal Source said that a portion of the Turning Will Realm dictators had lost the aura of their vitality. Sweet Vanquish gathered his courage and walked over to Lin Yuan to say softly, "Lord, those three that you have strung up on the vine are the Earth Ancestral Palace's 3 pinnacle Samsara realm dictators. The one with grayish-purple skin and brown hair is Hollow Earth. The one with horns on his head and 4 eyebrows is Mountain Furrow. The black one, whose body is continuously changing shape, is Rock Underworld. They are all your captives now." Sweet Vanquish had always used Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, and Mountain Furrow's powers as models. But now that Lin Yuan had taken control of them so easily, Sweet Vanquish felt that this was a good opportunity to gain favor with Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan ignored Sweet Vanquish as he was fully focused on the Turning Will Realm dictators. After he took control of the 3 pinnacle Samsara realm dictators, their bodies did not start to burgeon with Earth Elemental energy. This meant that the 3 of them had not absorbed the Earth Elemental energy that had disappeared from the Turning Will Realm dictators. Hence, the Earth Elemental energy had to have been absorbed by another entity that had retracted its aura and was hiding. Lin Yuan had already destroyed a large portion of the Earth Ancestral Palace's structure, but had yet to discover what this entity was. Lin Yuan was currently saving the entire subterranean world as well as increasing his own store of power. Hence, he did not have time to bother with Sweet Vanquish's attempt at flattery. When one's power increased, one's horizons would be expanded as well. With Green Vine's entire body medium, Lin Yuan could summon combat power that was beyond the Spirit Fire level. Ever since he gained this ability, his horizons had been expanded past that of Samsara realm dictators. When Lin Yuan fused with the Abyss Red Lotus, he could surpass the Samsara realm dictator's power. Lin Yuan possessed Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor's corpse. They were stronger than Mountain Furrow, Hollow Earth, and Rock Underworld, who were pinnacle Samsara realm dictators. Thus, Lin Yuan did not gain much of a sense of accomplishment from defeating Samsara realm dictators. When Lin Yuan ignored Sweet Vanquish, Eternal Source waved his hand and used a gust of air to push Sweet Vanquish backward. "Don't come out and speak unless the Lord asks you a question. You won't be able to afford the consequences if you end up affecting him." Eternal Source frowned as he stared at Sweet Vanquish. When he used to be in the highest position of power, he hated those like Sweet Vanquish. Sweet Vanquish wanted to use flattery to gain Lin Yuan's favor. This went against the rules of competition amongst the Samsara realm dictators. If there were too many people like Sweet Vanquish, those who had really put in the effort would lose the opportunity to distinguish themselves. Eternal Source played the role of a manager by Lin Yuan's side. As a manager, he needed to control the competition among the subordinates. Otherwise, more characters like him would arise amidst this environment of negative competition. Luckily, Lin Yuan did not fall for Sweet Vanquish's tricks. Previously, Eternal Source felt that Sweet Vanquish showed some intelligence during times of crisis. But now, it seemed that he did not use his intelligence in the right places. Lin Yuan had not responded to him, and Eternal Source had pushed him backward. This filled Sweet Vanquish with anger. However, Sweet Vanquish dared not show his anger and silently forced it down. Evening Crystal looked at the expression on Sweet Vanquish's face and guessed what he was thinking. Evening Crystal flew over to him and whispered to his ear, "Sweet Vanquish, you've made a mistake. You should be able to tell that this Lord Lin Yuan is completely different from Hollow Earth, who you used to serve. You shouldn't treat them the same way. Lord Lin Yuan is already very good to us. What we need to do now is ensure that we prove our worth is deserving of such rewards. We shouldn't be greedy nor compete with others. If you insist on doing so, you will end up on a path of no return." When it came to such decisions that involved life choices, all she could do was advise Sweet Vanquish. She was unable to make decisions for him. He would not allow her to do so either. Upon hearing Evening Crystal's words, Sweet Vanquish quickly realized that he had overstepped his boundaries. As someone with inadequate power, he had no right to feel anger toward Eternal Source. As long as he escaped the Earth Ancestral Palace and Hollow Earth's control, there was nothing that Hollow Earth could do to him. When he fell out with Hollow Earth, he could choose to betray him or continue to do labor in the Earth Ancestral Palace. But if he clashed against Eternal Source, there was no way that Lin Yuan would help him. Even if Lin Yuan did not interfere in this matter, Eternal Source could seek him out and kill him after he fled. Thus, if he ever lost control and let his anger explode in front of Eternal Source, the only one who would end up hurt was him. Lin Yuan had been using the Abyss Red Lotus roots to take apart the Earth Ancestral Palace and rescue the Turning Will Realm dictators. Eternal Source sensed what was happening inside and said, "It seems that the entity called Earth's Sacred Fruit is somewhat intelligent. The auras of the Turning Will Realm dictators stopped disappearing from the moment you gave the order to surround the Earth Ancestral Palace. This means that that thing has stopped harming the Turning Will Realm dictators. After sensing our auras, it chose to hide instead of attacking us. This means that it knows that its power is no match for us. All you need to do is find it, and you'll be able to take control of it." The Turning Will Realm dictators in the Earth Ancestral Palace were safe for now. Although the Abyss Red Lotus allowed Lin Yuan to gain more power than Eternal Source, his sensing ability was not stronger than that of Eternal Source, especially when it came to sensing dimensional lifeforms. Since Eternal Source said that that entity had stopped moving, there was no need for Lin Yuan to be anxious. However, Lin Yuan could not confirm if that entity was truly the Earth's Sacred Fruit before he sought out the entity that was absorbing the Turning Will Realm dictator's Earth Elemental energy. Frankly, this was not a difficult thing to verify. Besides seeking out that entity, Lin Yuan could also ask Mountain Furrow, Hollow Earth, and Rock Underworld. There could only be one possibility if they were unaware, which was that they were lying. He needed to show off some of his power and prove to these three that he was the true boss of the subterranean world. Eternal Source, bring over the 9 Samsara realm dictators who are strung up on the Abyss Red Lotus roots. I need to ask them something. Eternal Source bowed, and the 9 Samsara realm dictators soon appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not use any threats. He believed that those who understood the circumstances would be aware of their situation. After hearing Lin Yuan's question, Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, and Mountain Furrow all looked at each other, but none spoke. It was not that they were unaware of their circumstances. If that were the case, they would not be kneeling in front of Lin Yuan now. It was just that the three of them were still unsure of what exactly was happening and did not know if it would be the right thing to do to tell this expert who had appeared out of nowhere about the subterranean world's big secret. When the eyes of Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, and Mountain Furrow met, a female Samsara realm dictator with long gold and green hair said, "Lord, the thing in the Earth Ancestral Palace that is consuming the Turning Will Realm dictators is a flower of disaster. It is planning on sacrificing the lives of all the Turning Will Realm dictators to enable itself to ripen. I hope you can help us. Otherwise, the entire world will be destroyed by that flower. The three of them are already under that flower's control." This female dictator with long gold and green hair pointed at Hollow Earth, rock underworld, and mountain furrow while she spoke. Without giving the three of them the chance to respond, she went on to say, all these turning will realm dictators rushed to the Earth Ancestral Palace after receiving a summons from the three of them. The female Samsara realm dictator did not look at Hollow Earth, rock underworld, and mountain furrow after she was done speaking. Instead, she fixed her gaze determinedly on Lin Yuan. It was as though this invader who was going to take control of the subterranean world was actually the savior of the subterranean world. Hollow Earth, rock underworld, and mountain furrow would have never expected that they would receive a stab in the back at the same moment they looked at each other. This stab in the back was meant to be lethal as it made the three of them seem like traitors of the subterranean world. What was happening? Hollow Earth had already been betrayed by Sweet Vanquish once. He had not expected the new Samsara realm dictator he had nurtured to stab him in the back as well. Frankly, Hollow Earth had not been overly affected by Sweet Vanquish's betrayal. But after Demon Star's betrayal, there was a high chance he could never make a comeback. If an attendant he had nurtured truly ended up pushing him, rock underworld, and mountain furrow off the cliff, rock underworld and mountain furrow would definitely dump all the blame on him if they managed to survive. Hollow Earth did not want to be targeted by rock underworld and mountain furrow. Hollow Earth opened his mouth to defend himself. But before he could make a sound, the powerful life form controlling the black spikes asked, is the flower of disaster the Earth's sacred fruit? Lin Yuan had posed his question to Demon Star. After secretly listening in on Hollow Earth's conversation, Sweet Vanquish had heard about the Earth's sacred fruit. Hollow Earth was no stranger to betrayal and mutinous subordinates due to Sweet Vanquish's past actions. Consequently, he refrained from sharing any secret information with Demon Star, seeing her merely as labor to serve him. Upon noticing Demon Star's hesitation and lack of response, Lin Yuan furrowed his brows. Considering her previous statement, it seemed evident that this female Samsara realm dictator with long gold and green hair intended to distance herself from Hollow Earth, mountain furrow, and rock underworld and align with Lin Yuan instead. If she indeed knew the answer, there was no reason for her to withhold it from him. The only reason Demon Star could not answer was that she did not know. As such, Lin Yuan could not help but question the truth of what Lalu said. Lalu was smart but also sly. Lin Yuan was certain that Lalu would not lie to him with ease. However, he did have many schemes running through his mind that could lead Lin Yuan to make the wrong assessment. When Demon Star could not answer the question, Hollow Earth, rock underworld, and mountain furrow knew that this was the best chance for them to leave a good impression on Lin Yuan. Rock underworld spoke first. You, Lord, the Earth's sacred fruit indeed exists. But how did you come to hear of it? The deaths of the Turning Wheel realm are definitely related to the Earth's sacred fruit. Rock Underworld's words dispelled Lin Yuan's suspicion. Lin Yuan noticed that Rock Underworld, Mountain Furrow, and Hollow Earth looked surprised and suspicious. It was clear they were curious about how he had heard about the Earth's sacred fruit. But when the three of them saw Lalu standing behind Lalu and remembered that he once had access to key information, they instantly realized how the information had been leaked. Lin Yuan's question had been directed at Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, and Mountain Furrow but was answered by Demon Star instead, causing the three of them to lose the opportunity to respond. Lin Yuan did not have the time to care about how these Samsara realm dictators thought. His concern was for the entire subterranean world's safety and whether he could gain 2 more afterlife realm dictators for his imminent fight against Tower Cannon. I want to know clear information about the Earth's sacred fruit. If any of you dares to lie to me, I will turn them into a source totem and make them part of my collection. Lin Yuan was still controlling the black spikes to save the Turning Wheel realm dictators who had been trapped in the Earth Ancestral Palace. Lin Yuan's threat was very simple, but none of them dared to doubt the truth of what he said. Rock Underworld had answered Lin Yuan's previous question. Now, whoever answered Lin Yuan's new question would gain the most favor from him. Both Hollow Earth and Mountain Furrow knew the origins of the Earth's sacred fruit and hastily said, Lord, the subterranean world has more treasures besides the Earth's sacred fruit. There is also the 10,000 river rock willow and mine-birthing well. The Earth Ancestral Palace is built right on top of the 10,000 river rock willow. You will discover a large hole once you raise the Earth Ancestral Palace. You will be able to see the 10,000 river rock willow through this hole. The mind-birthing well is below the mind-birthing well, and the Earth's sacred fruit is rooted in the mind-birthing well. The Earth's sacred fruit sprout is already beginning to climb out of the mind-birthing well. It even has 2 bright yellow crystallized flowers growing on it. The flowers consume all Earth elemental energy in front of them. That's why we call it the flower of disaster. After listening to Hollow Earth and Mountain Furrow's descriptions, Lin Yuan now knew the exact locations of the 10,000 river rock willow, mind-birthing well, and Earth's sacred fruit. Given the positions of the 3 items, they had to have close links to each other. Otherwise, they would not be positioned in such close quarters. The Earth's sacred fruit had taken root in the mind-birthing well. The mind-birthing well produced mineral veins intermittently. This ability would produce a certain amount of Earth elemental energy intermittently as well. The mind-birthing well was a natural incubator that aided the Earth's sacred fruit's growth. He now knew their exact positions and was certain that the mind-birthing well was not stronger than him. Moreover, the abyss red lotus roots were not done tearing apart the Earth Ancestral Palace's structure. It still needed some time before it could save all of the Turning Will Realm dictators. As such, Lin Yuan decided to ask Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, and Mountain Furrow about how they ended up under the Earth's sacred fruit's control. A plant that was rooted in the mind-birthing well could not even move its body. Even if it was stronger than the 3 of them, it would not be able to catch them if they fled. Lin Yuan asked Demon Star, who looked like she had more to say, "Why did you say that the 3 of them are under the Earth's sacred fruit's control? Did you uncover something?" Demon Star nodded fearfully. Demon Star did not know the Earth's sacred fruit's exact name but had seen Hollow Earth, Mountain Furrow, and Rock Underworld enter the forbidden area that was the hole in the ground. She was curious about why they periodically entered the hole in the ground. Each time they emerged from the hole, their minds would be in a mess for some time. There was once when the door to the hole in the door was not closed tightly after the 3 of them entered. Thus, Demon Star stuck her head in to look. That was when she saw the 3 lords she served kneeling in front of a flower as they locked the fluids that were oozing out of the flower's stem. The flower was also communicating with the 3 of them in the subterranean world's language. Luckily, Demon Star's source totem ability was to retract her aura. Otherwise, even if she managed to escape the detection of Mountain Furrow, Rock Underworld, and Hollow Earth, who were not in their right minds, the flower would definitely have noticed her. Demon Star had already betrayed Hollow Earth. Clearly, this humanoid life form controlling the black spikes was her own hope of safety. As long as he protected her, she would be safe. Hence, Demon Star ignored the other 3 and told Lin Yuan everything that she had seen. From this, Lin Yuan could be sure that the 3 of them were indeed under the Earth's sacred fruit's control. It was likely that the Earth's sacred fruit controlled the 3 of them using its fluids. It was likely that the 3 of them had treasured the Earth's sacred fruit's fluids at first. But after drinking them, they found themselves under the Earth's sacred fruit's control. This method of using drugs to control others was very simple yet effective. Many factions in the main world used this method to control spirit chi professionals who had yet to comprehend willpower runes. This method had led to the ruin of numerous spirit chi professionals. Who would have thought that the method used to control low-rank spirit chi professionals in the main world would have successfully taken control of 3 pinnacle Samsara realm dictators in the subterranean world? Demon Star's words caused Mountain Furrow, Rock Underworld, and Hollow Earth's faces to go red as they were wholly humiliated. The 3 of them had been lauded as kings of the subterranean world. But now, these life forms were aware that these kings were nothing more than jokes. Hollow Earth was the first to confess, "Lord, it's true that the 3 of us are under the Earth's sacred fruit's control. When we first discovered the 3 treasures, we had intended to take 1 each. But we failed to reach an agreement. Eventually, we decided to share the 3 treasures and build the Earth Ancestral Palace on top of them. The 3 of us couldn't reach an agreement because we realized that the Earth's sacred fruit might boost our power. We began searching for objects with Earth elemental energy to feed the fruit, hoping it would bear fruit soon. Once its flowers bloomed, we discovered that its petals secreted nectar. Directly consumed from the flower, the nectar was bitter. However, when it flowed to the stem, it turned extremely sweet and could replenish our source-type power. We consumed the first batch of nectar and agreed to share the subsequent ones. After having it numerous times, we had to leave the Earth Ancestral Palace to find potential attendants. During this time, we realized we were addicted to the nectar. Without consuming it regularly, we suffered from splitting headaches. We did try to break the addiction, but our energy will leave our bodies every time we try to use our willpower to fight back. The willpower will rush toward our source totems. Recently, we've stopped nurturing the Earth's sacred fruit, but it hasn't stopped growing. With time, it gained intelligence and invaded our source totems, stopping the nectar secretion when it knew we were reliant on it. This double-pronged approach keeps us obedient to the Earth's sacred fruit. Lin Yuan thought, my guess was right. So, you are going to sacrifice all of the subterranean world's Turning Will Realm dictators because of the Earth's sacred fruit's order? Many of the Turning Will Realm dictators who Lin Yuan had saved had no idea what was happening to them. Initially, Mountain Furrow, Rock Underworld, and Hollow Earth planned to send in only 5 Turning Will Realm dictators to explore the mysterious hole in the ground. This cautious approach would allow them to handle any potential issues. However, the situation took a grim turn when the first Turning Will Realm dictator fell victim to the deadly Earth's sacred fruit. Eternal Source and Lin Yuan quickly intervened to address the alarming situation. As a result, only a few Turning Will Realm dictators became aware of the danger they were facing. The rest were still eagerly anticipating the celebration organized by Mountain Furrow, Rock Underworld, and Hollow Earth. But now, the motives of the 3 Pinnacle Samsara Realm dictators had been exposed to all the Turning Will Realm dictators. The Turning Will Realm dictators now knew Lin Yuan was their savior. If he had not appeared, they would have been no different from sitting ducks as they were slowly sent off by Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, and Mountain Furrow into the hole in the ground to be consumed by the Earth's sacred fruit. Rage erupted within these Turning Will Realm dictators, but they had no intention of seeking revenge. Even if they banded together, they would be no match for the 3 of them. It was extremely commonplace for the elites of the subterranean world to control whether those who were inferior lived or died. Lin Yuan could have saved the pride of the 3 of them. But he had said what he said because he wanted to scrub out Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, and Mountain Furrow's influence over the subterranean world's Turning Will Realm dictators. Furthermore, he wanted the Turning Will Realm dictators to feel a sense of belonging to him after he saved them. Morbius was in the midst of combining the Abyssal World's endless gems and had yet to produce the Abyssal World's treasure. A substantial amount of time was still needed before he could combine the subterranean world's endless gems and absorb the subterranean world's treasure. If he had the support of the Turning Will Realm dictators before he took control of the subterranean world, at the very least, there would not be any serious trouble in the subterranean that would worry Lin Yuan. Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, and Mountain Furrow did not want to respond to Lin Yuan's question, but they were in no position to choose. They believed that with Lin Yuan's power, Samsara Realm subordinates like them did not have much value. It was just like how the 3 of them did not hold their attendants in any high regard. Lord, you're right. We were thinking exactly as you said. I hope you'll help us to break free from the Earth's sacred fruit's control. If you help us break free, we're willing to serve you for the rest of our lives. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. The 3 of them were being controlled in an uncannily similar way to Zhongzhe when he had been cursed. However, the possessed star-intelligent dark clouds would not work on the 3 of them. The Earth's sacred fruit's nectar was an external material. The 3 of them could not absorb a part of the nectar. Otherwise, the Earth's sacred fruit would not have been able to take control of the 3 of them through this part. Thus, the 3 of them had to expel this material from their bodies in order to break free of the Earth's sacred fruit's control. The best way to clear a body of its impurities was to consume the silver stamen gold luster kasha. Once the 3 of them used the silver stamen gold luster kasha to clear their bodies of impurities and then consumed the possessed star-intelligent dark clouds, they would be fine. However, this was not the best time for Lin Yuan to help the 3 of them. He had basically torn the Earth Ancestral Palace apart. The only part that had yet to be cleaned out was a small part of the foundation. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan seriously asked the three of them, "To express your sincerity, give me the subterranean world's 2 endless gems and books." The three of them hurriedly nodded. The Earth's sacred fruit only needed Earth elemental energy, and it urged the three of them to search for that. It did not care about other items that were representative of power and authority, and allowed the three of them to keep possession of the endless gems and books. The three of them hurriedly gave Lin Yuan what he wanted. Mountain Furrow and Rock Underworld held 2 books and 1 endless gem each. Hollow Earth had no endless gems, but he had 4 books. Given there were only 2 of the endless gems, Lin Yuan could sense that they were trying their best to achieve equality. The 6 attendants did not have a single book among them. There happened to be 8 of the subterranean world's books, all of which were now in Lin Yuan's possession. He also had the 2 endless gems. What Lin Yuan needed to do next was to take control of the 3 treasures below the Earth Ancestral Palace. Once he did, he would be able to leave the subterranean world and head to the last dimensional world, which was the alien insect world. From Hollow Earth, Mountain Furrow, and Rock Underworld's descriptions, Lin Yuan learned that the Earth's sacred fruit did not have any impressive capabilities. Before that, the Earth's sacred fruit was nothing more than a treasure that the three of them had discovered. If the three of them had known that the Earth's sacred fruit could take control of them, they would never have used so many resources to nurture it. The Earth's sacred fruit needed Earth elemental energy in order to ripen. Lin Yuan had as much Earth elemental energy as he wanted. After he took control of the Earth's sacred fruit, he could enable it to ripen rapidly. The three of you need Earth elemental energy as well, but you've given it all to the Earth's sacred fruit. Will the Earth's sacred fruit really be able to help you to break through past the samsara realm? Mountain Furrow, who had yet to say much, spoke. When we first discovered the Earth's sacred fruit, it was just a seedling that had just sprouted from the bottom of the mind-birthing well. At that time, I sensed the energy within the Earth's sacred fruit, and believed it could refine and purify the source-type power in our bodies. That's why we willingly fed the Earth elemental energy to the Earth's sacred fruit, which wasn't easy to come by. However, when it flowered, and we consumed its nectar for the first time, we suddenly realized that its energy could elevate our levels and increase our body's capacity for source-type power. As we absorbed more nectar, the effects grew stronger, and we began pinning our hopes on breaking through the samsara realm with the help of the Earth's sacred fruit. But all those hopes vanished when we realized we had fallen under its control. With its intelligence, the Earth's sacred fruit would never feed its fruit to us after it bears fruit. The Earth's sacred fruit has already reached pinnacle turning will realm despite having yet to bear fruit. Once it bears fruit, it will probably reach intermediate samsara realm. I think the Earth's sacred fruit sees us as the fertilizer that will help it increase its power. Mountain Furrow did not hide anything and told Lin Yuan everything he had experienced and thought. Lin Yuan had already torn the Earth Ancestral Palace to ruin and saved all of the Turning Will realm experts who had been within. The abyss red lotus roots broke through the door to the hole in the ground, and a dark space opened up in front of Lin Yuan. Eternal Source said, "Lord, let me bring the Earth's sacred fruit to you." Eternal Source always thought that the Earth's sacred fruit was very strong. He never expected it to only be pinnacle Turning Will realm. When the hole in the ground was revealed, Eternal Source immediately sensed the Earth's sacred fruit's aura. Mountain Furrow had not lied. The Earth's sacred fruit was indeed a pinnacle Turning Will realm lifeform. Lin Yuan shook his head when he heard what Eternal Source said. The Earth's sacred fruit might still be hiding tactics that are unknown to us. We can't let our guard down. Let Red Thorn go. This way, you won't be hurt by any possible dangers. By the time Lin Yuan was done speaking, Red Thorn had already flown into the hole in the ground. Eternal Source knew that the Abyss Great Emperor was a corpse that Lin Yuan controlled. However, the corpse retained the afterlife realm power that the Abyss Great Emperor possessed when he was alive. Eternal Source understood the situation, but Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, Mountain Furrow, and the other Turning Will realm dictators of the subterranean world had no clue. They saw it as Lin Yuan showing favor to these 2 experts above the samsara realm. This made them believe that Eternal Source was Lin Yuan's most favored subordinate. It also allowed the dictators to know that the best course of action would be to gain Lin Yuan's favor. Lin Yuan anticipated that his words would cause his subordinates to feel this way. He did this because managing the top experts of the dimensional world was different from managing other units. When it came to managing other units, he only needed to maintain fairness. However, this approach would be ineffective against the dimensional world's dictators because they had different levels of power. Powerful dictators would never submit to dictators who were weaker than them. Lin Yuan's style of management was to reward those who contributed. There were many leaders who used this style of management but ended up failing to satisfy their subordinates because they lacked sufficient resources. However, Lin Yuan did not have to worry about resources. Lin Yuan only needed heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to reward the dimensional world's samsara realm dictators. As the concentration of spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone increased, the elemental shellfish produced elemental pearls much faster. If not for the elemental shellfish's high production rate, the wind speed rapid antelope would not be as busy as it was. Lin Yuan had been right to be worried. The Abyss Great Emperor smelled a sickly sweet odor immediately after entering the hole. The Earth's sacred fruit's 2 red flowers that were smaller than a palm were exerting a lot of effort into secreting nectar to tempt the Abyss Great Emperor. The Earth's sacred fruit had no clue that its technique of luring another to ruin made Red Thorn furious. Red Thorn felt glad that it had controlled the Abyss Great Emperor to enter the hole first. If Lin Yuan entered the hole and saw the shameless red flowers, his eyes would be tainted. As a fairy that was transformed from a plant-type source-type lifeform, flowers were sacred to Red Thorn. Red Thorns furiously ordered the Abyss Great Emperor to jump into the mind-birthing well and seek out the Earth's sacred fruit's roots. Red Thorn ordered the Abyss Great Emperor to dig out the Earth's sacred fruits before using fire to burn up all of the nectar secreted by the Earth's sacred fruit. It saw that there was a large pool of water next to the Earth's sacred fruit, and was afraid that it would still carry the nectar's residual scent. Red Thorn instructed the Abyss Great Emperor to throw the Earth's sacred fruit into the pool, and only pick the Earth's sacred fruit out after all of its leaves and flowers had been washed clean. Red Thorn knew that the Earth's sacred fruit was useful to Lin Yuan, so it would not use too much force on it. But it did use some threatening tactics that left the Earth's sacred fruit trembling in the Abyss Great Emperor's hands. The 2 red flowers also drooped down in fear. As they looked at the Earth's sacred fruit in the Abyss Great Emperor's hands, Mountain Furrow, Hollow Earth, and Rock Underworld felt the hairs on their bodies stand. In a few days, the Earth's sacred fruit would secrete its next batch of nectar. However, lately, the nectar production had slowed down, worsening their addictions. Despite being captives of Lin Yuan, they found themselves in a strong state of craving. They could manage to control themselves before seeing the Earth's sacred fruit, but once they laid eyes on it, all restraint was lost. Lin Yuan had observed this and didn't want them to be bound by the fruit. Thus, he periodically fed them the nectar to alleviate their cravings. Morbius analyzed that the Earth's sacred fruit's nectar was meant to tempt and control its targets. Its ability to benefit other dimensional lifeforms likely affected the Earth's sacred fruit as well. Once the Earth's sacred fruit bore fruit and lost its flowers, it would cease to secrete nectar anymore. Lin Yuan needed Rock Underworld, Mountain Furrow, and Hollow Earth's help to take control of the subterranean world. Thus, now that the 3 of them were already embarrassed, Lin Yuan could not humiliate them any further. He tossed 3 bottles of silver stamen gold luster kasha to them and said, "Drink the contents of these bottles, and it will cleanse the energy left by the Earth's sacred fruit in your bodies that is meant to control you. Once you've consumed the contents and have purified yourselves, come and find me. After using it for a while, I'll give you something else that will help you break free from the Earth's sacred fruit's control." Rock Underworld, Mountain Furrow, and Hollow Earth never expected Lin Yuan to give them such a reward right out of the gate and immediately fix their issue. The 3 of them hurriedly thanked Lin Yuan. Sources of water were very rare and not easy to find in the subterranean world. Lin Yuan instructed Blue Umber to go with the 3 of them and help them to clean up. Otherwise, with just the scant water sources available in the subterranean world, it would be difficult for them to wash away the thousands of years of impurities. Blue Umber was overjoyed when Lin Yuan, allowed her to interact with the subterranean world's 3 samsara realm dictators. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan prioritized them, their power was undeniable. If she could interact with these 3 experts and form good relationships with them, this would only be beneficial for her. Even samsara realm dictators like Sweet Vanquish, who only joined Lin Yuan recently, knew that their battleground would extend past their own dimensional world in the future. How could Blue Umber not be aware of this? Next, Lin Yuan instructed the rest of the samsara realm subordinates to lead Sweet Vanquish, Lalu, Demon Star, and the rest in settling the Turning Will realm dictators he had saved. Lin Yuan had already demonstrated his power in the subterranean world. He did not need to settle the issues in the subterranean world himself. He could leave these tasks to his subordinates instead. After Hollow Earth, Mountain Furrow, and Rock Underworld consumed the Silver Stamen Gold Luster Cassia Nectar and cleansed their body of impurities, Lin Yuan decided to have a good chat with them before giving them the Possessed Star Intelligent Dark Clouds. Now, all of the subterranean world's Turning Will realm dictators had gathered in the Earth Ancestral Palace. It would be better to keep the Turning Will realm dictators there for the next 2 months before the endless gems were combined to form the subterranean world's treasure. He also gathered all of the regular dictators and stronger apostles. When the time came, he would be able to take control of the subterranean world through the treasure. Lin Yuan prepared to study the Earth's sacred fruit. Lin Yuan had placed a lot of hope in the Earth's sacred fruit and prayed it would not disappoint him. How many more afterlife realm expert subordinates he could gain would depend on the Earth's sacred fruit. It was clear that the Earth's sacred fruit was different from the Abyss Red Lotus. The Abyss Red Lotus was a fey that could be contracted, but the Earth's sacred fruit could not. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan would not struggle to take control of the Earth's sacred fruit. All he needed to do was use his strength to exert pressure on it. He only decided to remove Hellfire Application's effects from himself now. He realized that Lotus Locks the World and Hellfire Application could boost him for a very long time. Moreover, the boosting did not put great pressure on his body as all of the pressure had been taken on by the dimensional world that the Abyss Red Lotus had locked. However, Lin Yuan could not use these abilities too frequently because it would affect the dimensional world that the Abyss Red Lotus controlled. Even if the impact was not significant, it would still harm the root power. Lin Yuan would not fuse with the Abyss Red Lotus again in the future unless it was absolutely necessary. Once he fused with the Abyss Red Lotus, he indeed became much stronger than Eternal Source. Lin Yuan could sense that with his power then, he could have easily used the Abyss Red Lotus roots to kill Eternal Source. However, his power was still within Eternal Source's reach. Otherwise, he would not have felt slightly threatened by Eternal Source. Lin Yuan walked over to the Earth's sacred fruit, and Red Thorn manipulated the Abyss Great Emperor to walk over to Lin Yuan. The Earth's sacred fruit was exceptionally afraid of the Abyss Great Emperor. But now, it was even more afraid of Lin Yuan than it was of the Abyss Great Emperor. The Earth's sacred fruit knew that this humanoid lifeform was the one who controlled the black spiky roots and ruined its plan. Without his order, it would not have been dug out from the mind-birthing well and put through all of this torture. At that moment, the Earth's sacred fruit heard a soft and pleasant voice say to it in the subterranean world's language, "I know that you are decently intelligent. I would like to have a talk with you. What do you think about giving your fruit to me after I help you to ripen?" Lin Yuan knew that using words to communicate with the Earth's sacred fruit would not have much effect. It would only see his words as threats. Hence, he took out an Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearl and crushed it before the Earth's sacred fruit. The extremely pure Earth elemental energy immediately enveloped the terrified Earth's sacred fruit. It had never encountered so much and such pure Earth elemental energy. In spite of its fear, the Earth's sacred fruit could not hold itself back from absorbing the Earth elemental energy. Lin Yuan did not stop the Earth's sacred fruit and patiently waited for it to absorb the energy from the Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearl. Once it was done, Lin Yuan went on to say, "Are you willing to talk with me now?" While he spoke, Lin Yuan took out a brocade box that was filled with Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. Coercion through temptation was always the best way to gain the loyalty of another. This was exactly what Lin Yuan was doing now. When the Earth's sacred fruit saw Lin Yuan take out so many of the Earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, it could not help but stretch out its stem. However, it did not reply to him. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. It seemed that the Earth's sacred fruit was not going to be cooperative. Since that was the case, Lin Yuan saw no need for him to continue trying to communicate amicably with it. Apparently, it preferred to do things the hard way. Given the Earth's sacred fruit's ignorance, Lin Yuan had no choice but to show it just how strong he was before they continued with their negotiations. Thus, Lin Yuan told Red Thorn, "Teach the Earth's sacred fruit how to be obedient. I hope that by the time you're done with it, it will be willing to voluntarily become submissive to me." Red Thorn already despised the Earth's sacred fruit, but it had not laid a heavy hand on the Earth's sacred fruit out of consideration for Lin Yuan. But after receiving his command, Red Thorn knew that an opportunity had just landed in its lap. "Yuan, I am best at disciplining such disobedient fellows. I will make it obedient to you in no time." After making its promise to Lin Yuan, Red Thorn rushed back into the hole in the ground with the Earth's sacred fruit in tow. The moment the Abyss Great Emperor grabbed hold of the Earth's sacred fruit again, a weak and pitiful voice stammered, "Lord, I'm willing to cooperate. I can give you my fruit. My fruits will indeed be able to help a pinnacle samsara realm expert to break through. All you have to do is continue providing me with Earth elemental energy." In the past, the Earth elemental energy that the Earth's sacred fruit had been absorbing was not pure, and this stunted its growth and improvement. After absorbing the Earth elemental energy that had come from Lin Yuan, the Earth's sacred fruit discovered that it was capable of so much more. However, Lin Yuan did not respond to it, and it was as though the Earth's sacred fruit had not spoken at all. He still allowed Red Thorn to use the Abyss Great Emperor to bring the Earth's sacred fruit back into the hole in the ground to correct its behavior. He did not want to have a discussion with the Earth's sacred fruit. He wanted it to be fully compliant and obedient to his orders. Eternal Source pursed his lips. It seemed to him that the Earth's sacred fruit was not completely unaware of its circumstances. If it had agreed to Lin Yuan's request right from the beginning, it would have received the best treatment out of all of Lin Yuan's subordinates. The Earth's sacred fruit had already admitted its value to Lin Yuan. Eternal Source knew that it would not be long before two new afterlife realm dictators appeared by Lin Yuan's side. At that time, Lin Yuan would have 4 afterlife realm dictators under him. Due to their affiliations, it was unlikely that the 2 pinnacle samsara realm dictators chosen to receive the breakthrough would come from the water world. This was because the dictators from the water world were usually water-type lifeforms, which did not gel with the Earth's sacred fruits type. Due to the Abyss Red Lotus influence, almost every lifeform from the abyssal world was fire-type. Hence, the 2 spots would be filled with options from the marsh world and subterranean world. However, Eternal Source was the only pinnacle samsara realm dictator from the marsh world. Lin Yuan had rejected Vine Source due to his character, so there was no way that he would receive such an opportunity. As such, it was likely that the opportunity would go to a samsara realm dictator from the subterranean world. This was because only pinnacle samsara realm dictators stood the best chance of reaching the afterlife realm after consuming the Earth's sacred fruit. Eternal Source was very certain of this, so he would likely make his choice between Hollow Earth, Rock Underworld, and Mountain Furrow. Perhaps Lin Yuan had already begun to assess them when he instructed Blue Umber to lead them away to cleanse themselves. Eternal Source was slightly envious of Mountain Furrow, Hollow Earth, and Rock Underworld. The 3 of them were able to reach the afterlife realm using the Earth's sacred fruit, unlike he, who had had to go through so much. However, Eternal Source quickly adjusted his attitude and suppressed the feelings of envy. He knew that among Mountain Furrow, Rock Underworld, and Hollow Earth, 2 of them would eventually share the same amount of power as him. He needed to form ties with them, but it went without saying that the 2 of them would need to form ties with him more than he with them. Lin Yuan had instructed the Abyss Great Emperor to fetch the Earth's sacred fruit out of the hole in the ground. Those who did not understand the situation would see it as Lin Yuan showing favor to Eternal Source. Lin Yuan's actions had confirmed that Eternal Source was his #1 subordinate. The 10,000 River Rock Willow and Mine Birthing Well could not be moved, and Lin Yuan had no intention of moving them either. The 10,000 river rock willows function was to search for mineral veins, while the mine-birthing wells function was to produce the mineral veins. One filled the subterranean world with resources, while the other enabled Lin Yuan to easily harvest the subterranean world's resources. The existence of the two allowed the subterranean world to become a treasure trove that would fill up Lin Yuan's store of resources. The Earth's sacred fruit was destined to become one of Lin Yuan's possessions. It could be said that his venture into the subterranean world had reached a checkpoint. He would also set his sights back on the main world once he conquered the alien insect world. He would then begin searching for the continent vein cores in the main world so as to increase the Abyss Red Lotus control over the main world. Lin Yuan did not do this because he wanted to lord over the main world but to better protect it. Lin Yuan did not have to wait for long before Red Thorn and the Abyss Great Emperor re-emerged from the hole in the ground with the Earth's sacred fruit. Before Lin Yuan could speak, the Earth's sacred fruit said, "Lord Lin Yuan, I'm willing to submit and listen to all of your commands." Lin Yuan did not know what the Earth's sacred fruit had experienced in the hole in the ground. Now, after re-emerging, the Earth's sacred fruit was not even trying to negotiate for resources. It was acting as though it was willing to do anything as long as it never fell into Red Thorn's hands again. Lin Yuan did not waste any time and proceeded to ask the Earth's sacred fruit, "If you don't have to worry about resources, how long will it take you to produce your two fruits?" Elation immediately spread across Lin Yuan's face. The Earth's sacred fruits would be able to ripen so quickly. If it could bear ripened fruits within a month, it meant that Lin Yuan would be able to gain another 2 afterlife realm experts within a month. "All you need to do is be loyal to me. Not only will you not have to worry about resources, but I will also make sure you'll be comfortable. Stick with Red Thorn. It won't do anything to you unless you try something you ought not to." The Earth's sacred fruit was not an honest creature. If it was, it would not have been able to take control of 3 pinnacle Samsara realm dictators who were all much stronger than it. Lin Yuan could not feel assured leaving such a sly fellow in the hands of anyone, even Eternal Source. It would be better to keep it where he could see it. The Earth's sacred fruit trembled, but there was nothing it could do. It did not believe it could change his decision, so it had no choice but to resign itself. After witnessing Lin Yuan's strength, the Earth's sacred fruit had wiped all schemes from its mind. Furthermore, joining Lin Yuan would allow it to gain resources and protection. This seemed like a rather good decision. "Yes, Lord. I will do as you say." After receiving the Earth's sacred fruit's response, Lin Yuan gave it numerous heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to absorb at its own pace. He also told the Earth's sacred fruit to inform him immediately once it was done with this batch so he could provide it with even more. When the Earth's sacred fruit saw the many heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, it became certain that its own grade would be unaffected even if it gave its fruits to Lin Yuan. It would even be able to reach the afterlife realm itself and enter the next cycle of fruit-bearing. But when it thought about its own situation, the Earth's sacred fruit could not help but feel rather regretful. Each time it produced fruits, its type would change. This meant that the type of elemental energy it needed to absorb would also change. The Earth's sacred fruit did not see this as a good thing. Lin Yuan might possess pure earth elemental energy, but there was no sign that he also possessed such pure elemental energy of other types. The Earth's sacred fruit decided to tell Lin Yuan about its situation. This was not because it wanted Lin Yuan to know more about it, but because it hoped that he would be able to obtain the type of elemental energy it needed before its next fruit-bearing cycle. "Lord, my situation is rather special. After each time that I bear fruits, the type of elemental energy that I will need next will change. I hope that you will help me to make advanced preparations. Otherwise, the speed at which I produce fruits will be affected." An expression of surprised happiness immediately appeared on Lin Yuan's face. If that were the case, it would lead to the faction of his subterranean subordinates gaining power. This would cause the Samsara realm dictators from other dimensional worlds to think he was biased. This was not what Lin Yuan wanted. Luckily, the Earth's sacred fruit was different than what he originally thought. If its type changed continuously, Lin Yuan would be able to use it on dictators from every dimensional world. Lin Yuan placed the Earth's sacred fruit in the Spirit Lock spatial zone and shipped it to the marsh world. He thought that Blue Umber and the 3 pinnacle Samsara realm dictators who had gone off to cleanse their bodies would be back not long after the earth's sacred fruit became loyal to him. Yet 2 whole days had passed, and there was still no sign of them. Lin Yuan could not help but feel his patience waning. Just how many impurities were there in their bodies that they needed such a long time to be fully cleansed? Just as Lin Yuan was about to send Eternal Source out to investigate, Blue Umber led the 3 men back to him. Her face was pale as a sheet, and Lin Yuan thought she looked like someone who had just had a serious bout of stomach flu. When Blue Umber saw Lin Yuan, her eyes filled with tears. She had initially intended to establish connections with the 3 men, but after witnessing such a repulsive sight, she had completely given up on her original intention. After drinking the nectar that Lin Yuan had given them, the 3 men had started to vomit and were also afflicted by diarrhea. The body of water that Blue Umber had created had been completely contaminated by what they expelled from their bodies. Blue Umber had assumed that it was her lucky day that she had been able to meet with them in private. But now she saw herself as unlucky instead. If Light Green Umber, who was extremely sensitive to cleanliness, had gone instead, she would have died on the spot. Besides the repulsive sight, the smell had also been unbearable. However, Blue Umber had been unable to leave to escape it. She not only had to watch them, but she had to continue producing water as well. She was certain that the nightmarish experience would haunt her for at least the next century. At first, the 3 of them had been embarrassed about vomiting and going through diarrhea in front of a female Samsara realm dictator. But it did not take long before they discovered just how beneficial this nectar Lin Yuan had given them was. Not only were they cleansed of the impurities within their bodies, but they were now free of the earth's sacred fruit's control as well. Their bodies were now completely clean. They could clearly sense that their powers had increased drastically after all the impurities had been cleansed. Even their potential had been raised. The 3 of them hurriedly thanked Lin Yuan. "Lord, thank you for your reward. We will definitely be loyal to you." After Lin Yuan gave them the possessed star intelligent dark clouds, he said, "Gather all of the power from the subterranean world here in the hole in the ground. Then, begin gathering resources. A month later, I will return to check and reward you according to what you've achieved." The 3 of them immediately sprung to attention when they heard that Lin Yuan was going to reward them. In a way, it could be said that the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar was also Lin Yuan's reward for them. From the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar's effects, the 3 of them knew that Lin Yuan's rewards had to be extraordinary. The 3 of them had no idea that Lin Yuan's test would decide who would get the opportunity to reach the afterlife realm and who would have to stay at the pinnacle Samsara realm level. This was because it was almost impossible for them to guess that while it had taken them thousands of years to enable the earth's sacred fruit to grow flowers, Lin Yuan would be able to enable it to bear ripened fruits within a month. "Lord, don't worry. We will do as you say," the 3 of them said in unison. They then looked at each other warily. The 3 of them now saw each other as rivals. They all wanted to make their own achievements so they couldn't work together. If they did, one of them would have to take the lead and gain the most benefits, which would make the other 2 seem weaker. All of them were pinnacle Samsara realm dictators, and none of them was willing to submit to the other. Previously, they had all been under the earth's sacred fruit's control, so they had no choice but to listen to its orders. But now, they could compete freely to see who was the number 1 figure in the subterranean world. Lin Yuan had settled everything that needed to be handled in the subterranean world. He moved to leave the subterranean world, where he had been for almost 2 months. At first, Lin Yuan had intended to stand on the Abyss Great Emperor's palm and use it as his seat. He usually only chose to ride Eternal Source when he needed to save time during rush journeys. It was not polite for an expert to ride on another expert in its original form. However, before Lin Yuan could open his mouth to ask Eternal Source, the latter had already transformed back into his original form in front of Lin Yuan and gestured for Lin Yuan to climb aboard. Lin Yuan knew that Eternal Source was showing his dedication to being his subordinate by offering his back. He accepted without hesitation. Eternal Source was faster than the Abyss Great Emperor in his feather-scale winged beast form. As Lin Yuan rode on his back, he began conversing with Morbius. Morbius told Lin Yuan that the Abyssal World's treasure would soon be produced. At that time, Lin Yuan would need to form a blood contract with it, just as he had done with the Abundance Treasure Tree and Tide Herb Treasure Conch. This would give him complete control of the Abyssal World. With the Abyss Red Lotus's exclusive skill Lotus Locks the World, Lin Yuan could take control of another dimensional world. His power would increase when he fused with the Abyss Red Lotus. Lin Yuan took out the Thoughts letter paper and saw that the members of the Astronomical Parliament were currently communicating with each other. He learned they were all working hard to improve themselves, just as he was. The Astronomical Parliament's members were improving rapidly. Even Bu Pe, who had just passed the Spirit Mother's 9 tests and become his successor, had managed to form a loyal faction. Lin Yuan knew that the Spirit Mother was intelligent. He was certain that he had detected there was something special about Bu Pe, but he had not taken any action against him. This was likely because he was trying to lure out whoever was behind Bu Pe. Lin Yuan had saved Bu Pe to protect him, but had not considered the consequences of saving a 17-year-old Class 3 Creation Master from peasantry. A Creation Master legacy was one of knowledge and wealth. A Creation Master needed to have sufficient information first, followed by wealth to purchase spiritual ingredients. They would then improve themselves through repeated experiments with the concoction of spirit fluids. Many Creation Masters from small factions were stuck at the Class 1 Creation Master level because they lacked the finances to purchase spiritual ingredients and train themselves. This was why so many Class 1 and 2 Creation Masters offered their services to Star Web stores. This employment benefited both parties. If the Creation Masters were not able to benefit from this arrangement, they would never be willing to work for others. There were many ways for Creation Masters to earn money. They could earn more by holding public lectures than working for Star Web stores. Bu Pe had no means of receiving a Creation Master legacy in the Spirit Mother Federation and had appeared out of nowhere. When he first joined the Spirit Mother's reserve disciples, the Spirit Mother had assessed his background. He had to have noticed that there was something off about Bu Pe. Lin Yuan had sent Mountain Ridge Source to watch over Bu Pe, so there was no need for Lin Yuan to worry about his safety. A Samsara Realm dictator with power equivalent to the Spiritfire level was definitely much stronger than the Spirit Mother. Since the Spirit Mother had yet to burst this bubble, Lin Yuan decided to find out for himself what the Spirit Mother was planning. He decided to hold an Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting once he returned to the main world. Although they could all communicate with each other through the Thoughts letter paper, it could not bring them closer the same way the parliamentary meeting could. Peace and Base had encountered issues lately, so he could use this parliamentary meeting to help the two of them. Eternal Source was much faster now that he had increased his power. It did not take long before Lin Yuan could see the entrance of the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift. Lin Yuan did not want to create a commotion over his return to the Iron Hammer Federation and only informed Wen Yu about it. Wen Yu had been in the Abyssal World all this time. She traveled to the underground palace at the border of the Divine Wood Federation through the space tunnel in the Return from Faraway Mansion's basement before heading to the Iron Hammer Federation. Lin Yuan had locked in a location at the entrance of the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift using the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle. When Wen Yu held the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle that Lin Yuan had given her, she would be able to travel to the entrance of the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift. When Lin Yuan returned to the main world, he instructed the subterranean world's lifeforms to head back to the subterranean world and never to enter the main world again. This way, Luolan would not have to send people to constantly guard the surroundings of the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift. Not only would the Iron Hammer Federation be unaffected by the subterranean world's dimensional lifeforms, but they could also send people into the subterranean world to harvest mineral resources. Less than 2 hours after Lin Yuan gave his order, the area around the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift fell fully silent. When Yu conducted the ritual, and the banquet of constellations began. Soon, all of the Astronomical Parliament's members, including Lu Jie, appeared in their seats. This was the first time Yin Lin attended a parliamentary meeting since being promoted from a north-south constellation seat to a golden throne. Lin Yuan had conversed with Wen Yu before he held the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. The main topic of their conversation was to discuss whether they were going to call in another person from the main world. When Yu had been absorbing the treasure that Mystic Moon had given her. Thus, her sacred source lifeform stars had already exceeded that of Su Iran to reach 7 stars. Sacred source lifeforms reached a rut at 7 stars. It was very difficult to continue improving and enter the mature stage. When Yu's sacred source lifeform already had 3 abilities. One of them was called New Star Projection. When Yu used up the spiritual energy and soul power in her body, she could project starlight into other worlds to exert control over their stars and pick the members of the astronomical parliament. Lin Yuan did not lack world power. The sacred sword-wielding queen had been absorbing world crystals at an increased rate. Hence, Lin Yuan had a large store of world power that he could tap into. Lin Yuan no longer relied on this world power to do battle. He preferred the various resistances that the world power afforded him. However, he had to settle the big headache of tower cannon before taking control of the main world. Lin Yuan felt that there was no need for Yu to try pulling others into the astronomical parliament. Lin Yuan still did not understand the outside world. He did not know if the resources produced in the Spirit Lock spatial zone would be tempting to those from the outside world. It would be better for Yu to wait until Lin Yuan took control of the main world before she pulled someone else into the astronomical parliament. This would allow Lin Yuan to gain a basic understanding of the outside world from the experiences of the astronomical parliament's members before he ventured out. There was no other enemy in the main world that Lin Yuan needed to be worried about besides tower cannon. Bringing more members into the astronomical parliament would not be of much help to Lin Yuan. Instead, he would need to guide and help them to grow, making the endeavor meaningless. Thus, this astronomical parliamentary meeting would only be used to bring the members closer. No new members would be called in. Once all of the astronomical parliament's members entered the sky of stars, they all greeted each other like old friends. In the past year of being members of the astronomical parliament, all of them had seen each other at their lowest and were now no different from friends and family. Lin and Su Iran had helped the other members substantially as though they were the parents. Lin Yuan and when you looked at the group that was interacting with each other in such a friendly manner, and could not help but feel both touched and proud. This was exactly the astronomical parliament they wanted to see. There would only be the motivation to help others in such factions built on friendship and love. After a period of idle chatter, Lin Yuan started to discuss the main topic. Peace. Just how many water-producing phase are you lacking? I'll use this astronomical parliamentary meeting to supply you with all of them. Peace's position as the green continent goddess of broiling rock continent was already secure. When it came to creating water, the rain masters, who were stronger than her, were no match for her in this aspect. Furthermore, she possessed the ability not only to induce rainfall but also to lower the ambient temperature. Her appearance allowed the broiling rock continent to understand for the first time what it meant to be refreshed. The city where Peace resided started to expand under her blessing. However, as the territory expanded, the need for water also increased. Peace was still only a human, not an actual goddess. It was difficult for her to shoulder the water needs of an entire city with only her 2 phase. As the cities combined with each other, one of them would stand out to lead the way. Peace wanted to be the one leading the way. This was because she knew that this was the only way to meet Lin Yuan's expectations for her and truly make something out of the broiling rock continent. Otherwise, all the effort she had put in all this time would go to waste. Peace was unable to contract more phase herself. Thus, she intended to increase her power using others. Peace did not take the suggestions of others to nurture other rain masters. She felt there was no guarantee they would be loyal to her after nurturing them. Although Peace was not the one who would provide the resources, as it was all going to come from Lin Yuan, she could not allow his resources to go to waste. Hence, Peace intended to nurture regular people who did not possess many abilities but were truly loyal to her. As long as they had the potential to become spirit chi professionals, Peace would be able to nurture them. With sufficient resources, these people would be able to stand on their own 2 feet in no time and help her strengthen her city. After Lin Yuan saw Peace's plan on the Thoughts letter paper, he agreed with it greatly. Despite being put on a pedestal as the green continent goddess, Peace did not have her head in the clouds and was still grounded in the way she thought about issues. Lin Yuan felt that this was a big virtue. Peace already had a plan for her development from now on. She only needed those who could create water and not those who could lower ambient temperatures. Lowering ambient temperatures would be a miraculous phenomenon that only the green continent goddess could perform. This would enable the others to deepen their faith in her. Hence, she only needed the Tide Rain Mantis. Peace had picked a total of 8 female attendants and would give each of them a Tide Rain Mantis. Once the Tide Rain Mantis were nurtured, they would be enough to shoulder the entire city's water needs. Water was a necessity for life. Survival was sufficient in the broiling rock continent. Once there was the freedom of water in the broiling rock continent, where everyone had access to water, it would no longer be a luxury that could save lives. Then, there would no longer be as many people trying to enter the cities to seek protection. At that point, her identity as the green continent goddess would become unnecessary. In just half a year, Peace had transformed from a child who did not even know if her parents loved her to the green continent goddess who ruled over a city. Although Lin Yuan gave her the opportunity and equipment, her effort could not be ignored. Peace bowed to Lin Yuan and said respectfully, "Leo, I need 8 of the Tide Rain Mantis and spirit fluids to nurture them to gold grade." At this point, Peace paused. "Besides these resources, do you have any phase that can control others? I am in great need of such a technique." It was not that she did not have confidence in herself. She was the true ruler of the large city she resided in. Part of becoming the green continent goddess was strengthening her ability to rule over her city. Despite Peace having a great deal of confidence in herself, she did not share the same level of confidence in others. She had seen too much darkness when she had been fighting for her life in the wilderness. There was a high chance that after a person had painstakingly dug a deep hole and discovered a mouthful of muddy water, they would end up knocked out by another. Peace had personally witnessed too many of these occurrences. This was why she wanted to obtain a technique to effectively control others despite everything being in a stable state for now. She could only rest east and allow others to carry out her ambitious plan when she was 100% certain she could control them. Since Peace had spoken, it meant that she had a real need for these items. Peace had contracted insect species phase. Many insect species phase could help her to control others. The goose species was just a small branch of insect species phase. There were many of such phase that could control other life forms. Lin Yuan could pick a goose species fae for Peace to contract and utilize. Before Lin Yuan could agree to Peace's request, Lu Jie, who rarely spoke during the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meetings, said, "Peace has contracted 2 insect species phase. She isn't suited to contract any more phase. If she does so, it could affect her development in the future. I happen to have an insect species carcinoma fae that can meet her needs. Leo, why don't you deliver this insect species carcinoma fae to her? It can fully meet her need to control others." Lin Yuan knew that the insect queen had taken control of almost 40 insect species carcinoma faes. Each of them had their own special abilities that could all be used by Lu Jie during battle. It was likely that the insect species carcinoma phase that could control life forms were the earliest to be acquired by Lu Jie. There would be no better choice than these insect species carcinoma phase for Peace. Firstly, the insect queen controlled the insect species carcinoma phase through poison, which would invade their bodies and establish permanent control. Regardless of the distance between them and the insect queen, the insect species carcinoma phase remained obedient to her orders. There was a limit to the number of life forms that goose species phase could control. Meanwhile, insect species carcinoma phase could control far more. Lu Jie's insect species carcinoma phase had all reached Diamond X/Legend at least. The Diamond X/Legend insect species carcinoma fae would be a source of support for Peace and give her the means to fend off danger. Peace hurriedly thanked Lu Jie. She did not know what insect species carcinoma phase were, but it did not matter as long as it would enable her to control others. At that time, you can communicate privately with Virgo through the Thoughts letter paper. He will be able to guide you through any questions you might have. Bei Su's problem was much bigger than what Peace was facing. This was because, After almost a year of development, he had discovered a city where many humans lived. He instructed some of his subordinates to infiltrate this city and learned that they had ways of reaching the surface. This discovery overwhelmed Bei Su. His biggest dream was to find a way to reach the surface because this would allow him to meet with Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, Yin Lin, and the rest. Otherwise, he would remain stuck in this place where daylight never reached, and it would be as though he did not exist in the same world as Lin Yuan and the rest at all. Bei Su never forgot the day he impulsively killed a manager to avenge his parents. Since then, he had been on the run. After being seriously injured, he fell into a dark river and eventually drifted to a bank, where he stopped. At the very least, he did not end up as a floating corpse in the dark river. Given his situation then, he could have ended up as the meal of a life form lurking in the river. As time slipped by, he made the wish to continue living. It was this wish that enabled him to extend his life, remove his identity as a stone insect, and gain many friends. The Astronomical Parliament's members were family to Bei Su, the most sacred existence. Even Bei Su's dreams were filled with the wish to be able to sit and chat with the others of the Astronomical Parliament. Now, the chance had finally arrived. Bei Su eagerly shared this information with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was also filled with excitement after hearing Bei Su's news. If he could leave the world of darkness where he currently resided, he would be able to locate Bei Su on the main world's map. Alas, the main world was enormous. Regardless of how capable Lin Yuan was, there was no guarantee that he would be able to find Bei Su. After speaking with the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan learned that there was a sea northwest of the main world. There were almost no life forms living in that sea. All aquatic life forms distanced themselves and that area as much as possible. This was because the seawater was scalding and full of poison. It would be difficult for even diamond aquatic life forms to last more than 5 hours in that poison. Creation breed phase could resist the poison, but there was no way that creation breed phase would be willing to remain in such a destitute area. Hence, this sea was dubbed the Barren Sea. The Barren Sea was extremely large. The deeper the water, the higher the concentration of poison. Lin Yuan could not help but guess that the Grotto continent was located right on the other side of the Barren Sea. If Bei Su could confirm that he was indeed located on the other side of the Barren Sea, Lin Yuan would use up the ethereal jellyfish's last main tentacle to build a tunnel to the other side of the Barren Sea. The continent vein cores were very important to Lin Yuan now, as he needed the Abyss Red Lotus to wrap around a few of the continent vein cores to exert pressure on tower cannon in the main world. Bei Su, if you want to use that human abode to reach the surface, you will inevitably end up clashing against that city's top experts. It's not feasible for you to scout out the city's top experts' power. There is a high chance that it will result in the butterfly effect. Your existence is a huge issue for that city. The city's decision-makers will never accept you. It's not feasible to send you immortal and above combat power through the Astronomical Parliament because not even I can afford such a cost. So, I won't be able to provide you with much practical help in taking on this city. I also think that there's no need for you to attack this city. Your current method is good. Send your subordinates to infiltrate the city and gather information. It's said that the path to victory is knowing one's own strength and the strength of one's enemies. Bei Su nodded seriously after hearing what Lin Yuan said. Attacking the city was only a temporary thought that Bei Su had. He did not feel any determination to take over this city. All he wanted was to reach the surface as soon as possible. From Lin Yuan's words, it seemed that he had other plans despite lacking the strength to provide him with practical help. Bei Su looked at Lin Yuan seriously and waited for Lin Yuan's next instruction. After all of their interactions, there was now a natural rapport between Lin Yuan and Bei Su. In actuality, Bei Su felt somewhat regretful over being unable to take control of the city. This regret stemmed from the fact that this would push back the day that he would finally be able to see Lin Yuan. However, what Lin Yuan said next caused Bei Su's heart to skip and beat, and delight immediately bloomed on his face. Since Bei Su's figure in the Astronomical Parliament was formed from willpowers and his soul, his delight spread to the others around him. Given that this city has the means to reach the surface, they must understand the surface world to a certain degree. Once you've infiltrated this city and gathered information, See if they have records on the 10,000 Caves Federation, Eternal Darkness Federation, and Grey Mist Federation. If such records exist, see if they mention a poisonous sea. Once you find such records, I will open a tunnel that leads directly to you. Lin Yuan's words not only shocked Bei Su, but even Lu Jie, Wen Yu, and Yin Lin looked astonished. All three federations that Lin Yuan had mentioned were in the direction of the other side of the Barren Sea. At first, Lin Yuan had wondered if Bei Su was located on the other side of the Barren Sea. According to the current circumstances, the chances of this guess being right were high. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to locate Bei Su even up till now. The most famous federations bordering the Barren Sea were the three that Lin Yuan had mentioned. Yin Lin believed that there was a high chance that the broiling rock continent, where peace resided, was also on the other side of the Barren Sea. There were many continents on the known map that experienced scorching heat all year round and only had summer and monsoon seasons. However, they all had advanced civilizations and were not as barren as the broiling rock continent. Yin Lin did not mention her guess, because she believed that Lin Yuan had already guessed the same. Bei Su attentively listened to everything that Lin Yuan said and began to draw up a plan according to his current understanding of the city. Bei Su believed it would not be difficult for him to find the information Lin Yuan wanted because many of the city's factions were recruiting people and offering generous remuneration. In the past year, Bei Su had used the sharp shadow bet that Lin Yuan had given him to nurture a fair number of blood zombies. He could place absolute trust in these blood zombies, and all of them possessed significant power. They were exactly what those factions wanted. Bei Su could place his subordinates in different factions before secretly scouring for information through these factions. He believed that he would be able to provide Lin Yuan with an answer soon. Lu Jie had already communicated privately with Lin Yuan and learned just how many resources were needed to transport one diamond/legend insect species Carcinoma Fei. It was much less than what Lin Yuan had invested in nurturing Bei Su. Besides providing Bei Su with resources, Lin Yuan provided his emotions and time. Many of the Astronomical Parliament's members would be sad if anything happened to Bei Su. Lu Jie said, "I have 2 insect species Carcinoma Feis that match Bei Su's current situation. Leo, I'll give Bei Su both of them. With the 2 insect species Carcinoma Feis, it will be easier for Bei Su to search for the information. They will also ensure his safety." Could be said that out of all the members of the Astronomical Parliament, Lu Jie was the one who interacted the least with the other members. Besides people like Yin Lin and Su Yiren, who had the chance to meet with Lu Jie in real life, the rest of them had no idea who he was. All they knew was that he was the person Lin Yuan had chosen to sit on one of the golden thrones. Now, Bu Pe, Waluan, and the rest realized that the ever-quiet Lu Jie was actually extremely kind and everything he said was in consideration of the other members. Su Yiren and Luolan looked at each other. The two of them interacted with Lu Jie the most and knew that he was the type to come off as cold but was actually very warm-hearted. Bei Su hurriedly thanked Lu Jie. At that moment, Bei Su's heart was filled with confidence and hope. With Lu Jie's help, Bei Su should be able to search for information easily. Once he confirmed that the city had records of the 10,000 Caves, Eternal Darkness, and Grey Mist Federations, he would immediately be able to meet with Lin Yuan and the other members of the Astronomical Parliament. This caused Bei Su, who had only ever lived in the Grotto continent, to feel as though he was about to return home and see his family. After helping Peace and Bei Su to settle their issues, Lin Yuan moved his gaze onto Bu Pe. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Bu Pe, the Spirit Mother will probably reach out to you soon. At that time, you can choose to engage the Spirit Mother in a face-down. With someone protecting you, the Spirit Mother won't be able to do anything to you. This is just my suggestion for you. Ultimately, the decision is yours to make when the time comes. I have confidence that you will be able to handle the situation effectively." Bu Pe nodded seriously after hearing what Lin Yuan said. When he first became the Spirit Mother's reserve disciple, he was often nervous and panicking because he knew that he spent each moment walking on thin ice. If he took even one wrong step, he might never be able to recover. But a few months ago, Lin Yuan had provided him with assurance and told him he would be able to protect him regardless of what problems he encountered in the Spirit Mother Federation. He did not even have to worry about his sister's safety anymore. As a result, Bu-pe did not have to fear regardless of what he did. Even if he had to clash against the Spirit Mother, Bu-pe did not feel even a hint of a sense of belonging to the Spirit Mother Federation. If not for Lin Yuan, Bu-pe knew that his sister would have died an awful death long ago. Leo, if the Spirit Mother reaches out to me, I'll work with him but won't share anything about the astronomical parliament. If he is unwilling, I will just replace him. This will enable me to unleash my greatest value in the Spirit Mother Federation. Bu-pe's included a fair amount of his selfish desires. Although the astronomical parliament was akin to a kind family, the members were always in competition with each other. This rivalrous relationship could not be erased because every member was trying his best to prove their worth. Once he left the Spirit Mother Federation, he would become useless. Bu-pe did not want to experience such a negative psychological state, nor did he want to waste everything that Lin Yuan had invested in him. Additionally, Bu-pe was aware there was a chance that his suggestion would be taken up on. As long as whoever Lin Yuan sent was able to kill the Spirit Mother, he, the only person who had passed the Spirit Mother's 9 tests and was thus the Spirit Mother's successor, would have every legitimate reason to assume the position and rule over the Spirit Mother Federation. Lin Yuan frowned when he heard what Bu-pe said before shaking his head. Lin Yuan was not alone. Wen Yu, Lu Jie, Su Yiren, and the others with experience and knowledge all made the same movements that he did. Bu-pe had indeed managed to pass the Spirit Mother's 9 tests with Lin Yuan's help and was now the Spirit Mother's successor. However, the legacy of the Spirit Mother Federation was not as simple as Bu-pe imagined it to be. The Spirit Mother Federation's legacy was shrouded in secrecy. Every potential Spirit Mother had to become a Class 5 Creation Master before assuming the position. Thus, the one who could truly rule over the Spirit Mother Federation and lead the Federation to glory had to be a Class 5 Creation Master. He could not just be the Spirit Mother in name. Su Yiren pitied and cared for Bu-pe after learning of his background. Thus, she took this opportunity to explain the Spirit Mother's true meaning to the Spirit Mother Federation. I think that it's best if Bu-pe remains in the Spirit Mother Federation because the Spirit Mother Federation is only passed down through Class 5 Creation Masters. The Spirit Mother is a Class 5 Creation Master. Thus, with his knowledge and foresight, he is definitely able to see the big picture. Bu-pe, I'm sure you see what I'm getting at now. Leo wants you to face the Spirit Mother because he wants you to receive the Spirit Mother position while the Spirit Mother is suspicious of you. You must let the Spirit Mother know that whoever supports you won't harm the Spirit Mother Federation. Rather, they will only help the Spirit Mother Federation to shine even brighter. That is what you should do. Su Yiren explained the situation to Bu-pe in a thorough manner so that he would gain an understanding of the pros and cons and see where his way of thinking had gone wrong. It would also tell him what he needed to do next. Bu-pe seriously thanked Su Yiren before apologizing to Lin Yuan. Leo, I know what to do now. Lin Yuan nodded gently. He saw Bu-pe's realization as a type of growth. Bu-pe was still young and would need to grow step by step. After confronting the Spirit Mother, Lin Yuan could help Bu-pe become a Class 4 Creation Master. If the faction behind Bu-pe helped him to increase his Creation Master level, it would show the Spirit Mother just how powerful this faction was. After all, there were almost no factions in the entire world that could enable a regular person to become a Class 4 Creation Master. Soon, the astronomical parliament came to an end, and Luolan and Su Yiren immediately went to the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift to meet with Lin Yuan and Wen Yu. Ever since Lin Yuan took over the Class 6 subterranean dimensional rift, Luolan was never worried about it again. She trusted that it would be handled to perfection once Lin Yuan took over the issue. This event did not affect the Iron Hammer Federation's development thanks to Lin Yuan. The Iron Hammer Federation was in the midst of accumulating power. They sent group after group of experts with phase that were about to break through to Thick Soil City. Luolan intended to tell Lin Yuan about the Iron Hammer Federation's accomplishments. It was not just the Iron Hammer Federation. The Divine Wood Federation and Great Lush Federation were also sending large groups of experts to Thick Soil City. The 3 federations had started competing with each other with regard to this matter of sending experts to Thick Soil City. Su Yiren had also been accumulating power for the past 2 months. She had finished the preparation she needed for her conquest of the Dark Continent and intended to tell Lin Yuan about her plan. Su Yiren had been closely watching the Dark Continent and had asked Yin Lin to help her investigate its situation. Lin Yuan learned from Yin Lin that Seventh Page War was no longer in the Dark Continent and that she had probably betrayed Tower Cannon. The Freedom Federation had been trying its best to communicate with the Azure Federation, and this piece of information had come from the Freedom Federation. Yin Lin could be certain of this after her repeated investigations. It was not just the Iron Hammer Federation. The Divine Wood Federation and Great Lush Federation also expressed they were willing to provide her with troops when she reclaimed the Dark Continent. Su Yiren believed that with troops from all three federations and the absence of Seventh Page War, she could easily win the hearts of the Seven States of Darkness, given her influence there. As time passed, some people abandoned their principles for power and wealth. Such people would become subservient to Seventh Page War, turn into her claws and fangs, and lash out against others. Su Yiren always resented such people fervently, but as time passed, she developed a tolerance for them. These people definitely held high positions in the Dark Continent, so Su Yiren could not kill all of them outright. If she did that, it would definitely throw the Dark Continent into disarray. If these people were willing to become loyal to her immediately and work hard to help her reclaim the Seven States of Darkness, she would be willing to give them a chance. If these people tried to scheme against her or attack her, she would show them no mercy. Once Lin Yuan met with Su Yiren and Luolan and understood how Su Yiren felt, he did not interfere despite thinking that parts of her plan were far-fetched. He did not have a clear understanding of the situation in the Dark Continent, and because Su Yiren would be ruling the Dark Continent in the future, he did not have a clear path to power. A person's energy was limited. It was clear that Lin Yuan could not invest his energy into the Dark Continent in the future. After communicating with the two of them, Lin Yuan instructed Wen Yu to enter the Marsh World. Although Wen Yu had completely straightened out the Marsh World, the sky city that would sit atop the floating island Whale's Back was still being built in the Marsh World. When you understood how Lin Yuan thought and could communicate with Hu Quan on his behalf, the Marsh World was the most ordinary of the four-dimensional worlds that Lin Yuan controlled. However, it could not be said that there was nothing good in the Marsh World. Lift Marsh grew larger as it consumed more marsh soil. It was now large enough to carry the entire Marsh West Circle. Even the Samsara realm dictators, who were known for their large physiques, could not compare to its size. Lift Marsh was a surprise gift from the Marsh World to Lin Yuan. He had created and nurtured it using the sacred sword-wielding queen's special ability and the marsh soil he had gathered in the Marsh World. Lin Yuan headed straight for Thick Soil City and began helping the experts there to increase their power. He knew that he could not make repeated trips between Thick Soil City and the dimensional worlds. Even if he remained in the main world, the time that he spent in Thick Soil City would be limited. Lin Yuan's rule took the experts by surprise. Many of them started praying that Lin Yuan would never return because there was no other way that they would be able to attain such incredible resources. He had not imagined that the Startling Lines Continent's three federations would send so many experts to Thick Soil City in the past 4 months. Ever since Lin Yuan started providing the Radiance Federation with resources, he could visibly tell that his store of resources was decreasing continuously. After all, regardless of how many resources were stocked up in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, and how many resources he earned from using the Pure Land of Bliss to help Phase to increase their grades, he would not be able to supply a federation with millions of citizens with resources without feeling at least a little bit stretched. Lin Yuan did not make this decision on an impulse, nor had he been blindly confident in his ability to accumulate resources. As a transmigrator, Lin Yuan understood that resources from a war were used to fuel another war. Lin Yuan was starting to see the returns on all the investments he had made in the Startling Lines continent. Lin Yuan pushed himself with the intense motivation that had allowed him to rise up in the first place. He barely rested or slept. If not for the fact that Morbius could not casually spirit lock another Fae, and that his spiritual energy was limited, he would have wanted to contract a vitality sloth. He already anticipated how busy he would be in the Radiance Federation a few months later. Lin Yuan normally spent very little time in Thick Soil City, but he remained there for almost a month this time. He put all of his energy into his efforts in Thick Soil City. If he had not had a good sleep to replenish his energy after leaving, he believed he would have had to crawl out. By now, the Abyssal World's 2 endless gems had fused, and the Abyssal World's treasure had appeared in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone and prepared to form a contract with the Abyssal World's treasure. Lin Yuan knew the least about the Samsara realm dictators from the Abyssal World. He needed to control them through Carlos and Caroline. Thus, he could not take them out of the Abyssal World and use them as part of his manpower. But once he placed the Abyssal World's treasure in the Abyssal World and used it to take control of all of the Abyssal dictators, Lin Yuan would be able to bring all the Abyssal Samsara realm dictators into the main world and utilize them as his subordinates. If he could gain another batch of strong and dependable subordinates now, the time it would take him to conquer the alien insect world would be decreased significantly. A black stone tablet jutted out from the pure land of bliss. Above the stone tablet was a writhing purple and black ball of flesh that was constantly changing shape, like a ball of slime. The Abyssal World's treasure had no fire elemental energy. From it, Lin Yuan could guess what abyss demons would look like without the abyss red lotus. Lin Yuan created a feather made of day and night spirit silver and slit his palm. He instructed the jasmine lily to heal him, then consumed all the spiritual ingredients that could replenish blood. He had learned from his previous experiences that consuming these ingredients would make contracting a dimensional world's treasure easier. He had almost crawled out of Thick Soil City and the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He should be rushing back into the Abyssal World, but he decided to rest in the Underground Palace instead. He would return to the Radiance Federation after he recovered and place the Abyssal World's treasure on the border between the 9th and 10th levels. While Lin Yuan was sleeping, 2 attendants arrived at Bu Po's door and knocked. "Lord Bu, the Spirit Mother requests your presence. Please head there as quickly as possible. Are the 2 of us allowed to enter?" A long-haired girl in Bu Po's room clutched her scar-covered hands together and pursed her lips tightly. Bu Po was more composed. "Tell the Spirit Mother that I will go see him when I'm done with what I need to do." The 2 attendants that had come to see Bu Po were the Spirit Mother's personal attendants. When the Spirit Mother was not present, his 4 attendants carried out his will. Besides the Spirit Mother, no one else in the Spirit Mother Federation dared to disrespect his personal attendants. The 2 attendants wanted to enter Bu Po's room because they hoped he would show his respect by giving them some gifts. In the past, the Spirit Mother's reserve disciples rarely had the opportunity to see the Spirit Mother and usually only interacted with the Spirit Mother's personal attendants. All of them had shown great reverence toward the Spirit Mother's personal attendants. The eyes of the Spirit Mother's personal attendants darkened after Bu Po slighted them. Could it be that Bu Po had the audacity to treat them in such a way because he had distinguished himself from the other reserve disciples and truly saw himself as the next Spirit Mother? As displeased as the 2 attendants were, they were bound by etiquette and had no choice but to listen to his instruction to return to report to the Spirit Mother. The young girl looked at Bu Po with worry. Once she was certain that there were no more voices outside the door, she asked, "Little Po, is it really okay for you to send away the Spirit Mother's 2 attendants? You might be the Spirit Mother's only successor now, but your power is limited and you rarely have the opportunity to meet with the Spirit Mother. There's no way you can defeat him." Bu Po looked at his sister, and his heart ached. Ever since he was chosen to be the Spirit Mother's reserve disciple, his sister had not had a good night's rest because she was so worried about his safety. He was filled with confidence because he knew of the Astronomical Parliament's existence. However, his sister was unaware. His sister spent almost every day worrying that he would lose his life to the Spirit Mother's 9 tests. Although his sister had become certain he had passed the Spirit Mother's 9 tests and no longer woke up abruptly from her sleep out of fright in the past 2 months, she was still worried. Bu Po always saw his sister as a positive person. She was only in such a state because she experienced no warmth from the Spirit Mother Federation. In the Spirit Mother Federation, the saying, "living a life worth less than a blade of grass," was not an understatement. Since Bu Po was going to have a confrontation with the Spirit Mother, he decided to show his cards to his sister first so that she would no longer have to be constantly worried about him. Bu Po took out the Thoughts letter paper and sent a message to Mountain Ridge Source, who had been protecting him for the first time. "Bu Po, are you still with me? I am going to need your protection soon. Bupa received a reply 2 minutes after he sent the message. Mountain Ridge Source. I am with you now. You can see me if you turn around. Bupa turned his head in shock and saw that a gorgeous yellow petal had landed on his shoulder. Plants were very rare in the Spirit Mother Federation's desert environment. Beautiful flowers like this were always placed in the Spirit Mother's hall. No one had a chance to admire them apart from the Spirit Mother. Bupa did not use the Thoughts letter paper again and asked Mountain Ridge Source, "Is that you?" Normally, Mountain Ridge Source would not show herself. Bupa could ask her any questions he had through the Thoughts letter paper. It was clear from his sudden question that he really wanted a reply from her. Mountain Ridge Source thought about it and realized that Bupa wanted her to appear in front of his sister to calm her down. Bupa was extremely important to Lin Yuan. Otherwise, he would not have sent a Samsara Realm dictator to protect him. Thus, Mountain Ridge Source replied to Bupa and appeared in front of him in her dictator's body. She appeared in her dictator's body in order to set Bupa's heart at ease. This was a favor she was doing for him. Additionally, she wanted to ensure that her aura was not leaked. When Samsara Realm dictators activated their dictators' bodies, they had much stronger control over their own energy. Sure, here's the text with the grammar and syntax fixed, sentence structure improved, flow enhanced, and extra content removed. Bupa and his sister felt as if thousands of wild almond blossoms had bloomed before them. A beautiful, lithe girl dressed in yellow appeared, and they felt as if they were looking at a fairy. "It's me," said Mountain Ridge Source in a cold voice. "The Lord asked me to come and protect you." With that, Mountain Ridge Source turned back into an almond blossom petal and hid in Bupa's collar. Bupa felt his face flush as he thought about the girl who had transformed herself into a flower petal and was now hiding next to his heart. Bupa turned to his stunned sister and said seriously, "Sister, you've always said that I've changed a lot. You said that I've changed so much that you don't even recognize me anymore. Well, the truth is, the change was due to a blessing from a man. Don't worry. The girl you just saw is stronger than the Spirit Mother. She will be able to ensure our safety, so you don't have to worry about me anymore. You don't have to worry about whether the Spirit Mother's 2 personal assistants will sabotage me, either. When I go and confront the Spirit Mother today, come with me." While Bupa spoke, he picked up his sister's hand. The girl held Bupa's face and said seriously, "I can't do much. All I can do is mend a few old clothes, make simple dishes, and clean rooms. I can't make any suggestions with regard to your future, nor will I interfere. If you want me to go with you to see the Spirit Mother, I will. Regardless of what happens, we will have each other. In the past, it was me taking care of you. But now, it's time for me to follow you." The girl lifted Bupa's palm and gestured for him to take her in whatever direction he wanted. Bupa knew that his sister still had not set her heart at ease. She couldn't relax until he confronted the Spirit Mother, and she was sure that the Spirit Mother couldn't touch him. Bupa helped his sister adjust her clothes for the first time before they strode toward the Spirit Mother's bedchamber. The Spirit Mother had not summoned him many times in the past. After the Spirit Mother's 9 tests, he had been completely cut off from the Spirit Mother. This caused many people to think that he, the victor of the Spirit Mother's 9 tests, could not meet the Spirit Mother's satisfaction. As a result, some Sky Mother families still felt hints of indignance. It was likely that the Spirit Mother was only calling him now because he also intended to have a confrontation. The 4 personal attendants stood outside the Spirit Mother's door, 2 of them with sour expressions. They had just visited Bupa, who had refused to see them. They were also upset to learn that he had given gifts to the other 2 attendants 2 days ago. All 4 of them were the Spirit Mother's personal attendants, so they didn't understand why Bupa was treating them differently. If Bupa had been alone, the attendants would have opened the door to the Spirit Mother's bedchamber and let him in. But he was with his sister, and the attendants didn't remember the Spirit Mother ever mentioning wanting to see her. If Bupa wasn't a reserved disciple, someone as inferior as his sister would never be allowed to live in the Spirit Mother's compound. The 2 attendants who had failed to fetch Bupa took a step forward and said, "The Spirit Mother only asked to speak with you and not your sister. Do you think that you can go against the Spirit Mother's rules now that you've passed the Spirit Mother's 9 tests? Bupa used to be a simple boy, but after coming here, he realized that everyone spoke with hidden meanings. He hated this way of communicating, especially now that he was preparing for a showdown. Hence, he could not be bothered to put on an act. I have my reasons for bringing my sister to meet the Spirit Mother. If you have complaints, you should report them instead of reprimanding me. The Spirit Mother is now my master, so you are going over his head by reprimanding me. There were some words that Bupa wanted to say but did not because he could not be bothered to do so. His words immediately choked the livid personal attendants. They had just verbally attacked Bupa for disrespecting the Spirit Mother, but now he was doing the same to them. The other 2 personal attendants noticed a stark change in Bupa's attitude and were afraid that he would cause a scene by the door. It was a fact that Bupa had passed the Spirit Mother's 9 tests and was now his legitimate successor. It would indeed seem inappropriate if others saw them speaking to him in such a way. It would also cause the Spirit Mother to think of them as ignorant. Despite being the Spirit Mother's personal attendants, the 4 of them did not know exactly how the Spirit Mother felt about Bupa. Bupa was already a Class 3 creation master despite being in his teens. Who could say that the explosive power he demonstrated during the Spirit Mother's 9 tests did not come from private lessons with the Spirit Mother? Thus, these 2 personal attendants rushed into the bedchamber to report to the Spirit Mother. The bedchamber appeared to be an endless space, and every part of its interior was like an intricate piece of art. All of the Spirit Mother Federation's Class 5 spirit craftsmen worked on designing, building, and maintaining the bedchamber's interior. Every corner of the bedchamber made for breathtaking scenery. Yet, they did not clash against each other when put together. Many rare plants were placed all over the Spirit Mother's bedchamber, and numerous beautiful fish swam in tanks placed in certain corners. The spirit siphon goldfish did not only exist in the Radiance Federation and could be found in many streams. However, there were no streams in the Spirit Mother Federation. Thus, all the spirit siphon goldfish in the tanks were imported from other territories. These spirit siphon goldfish had all been nurtured to the diamond grade. Hence, the concentration of spirit chi in the Spirit Mother's bedchamber was several times greater than that of the outside world. The personal attendants briskly walked for tens of minutes in the bedchamber before they spotted a beautiful and androgynous figure. The figure was lazily tossing cereal to windchime birds perched on a piece of silk laid out on the ground. When the windchime birds flapped their wings, they produced sounds akin to wind chimes and were extremely pleasant to the ears. This figure was dressed in a white and loose-fitting outfit made of silk. The light layer allowed one to easily notice the tattoos covering the figure's body. When the personal attendants saw the Spirit Mother, they fell to their knees and dared not meet his eyes. Lord Spirit Mother, Lord Boo is by the door. However, he has brought his sister with him to see you. What are your thoughts on this? The Spirit Mother tossed out the remainder of the cereal in his hand and clapped his hands together lightly. His brow furrowed slightly, and an expression of contemplation appeared on his face. A moment later, an unclear voice said, "Let little Pur and his sister come in together. Go and prepare some fruits and lay out a feast of fruits. As his master, it's time for me to have a talk with little Pur." The personal attendants kneeling on the ground thought, "Luckily, we made our greetings. The Spirit Mother wants to prepare a feast of fruits for Lord Boo, meaning that Lord Boo is important to him." Once the personal attendants walked away, the Spirit Mother's expression changed. The exquisitely beautiful face became so stormy that it seemed as though raindrops would fall from it at any moment. Based on the information that the Spirit Mother had, he knew just how much Bupa and his sister loved each other. He had called Bupa here for a showdown. However, now that Bupa had brought his sister with him, the Spirit Mother felt as though Bupa also intended to have a showdown. How dare he do such a thing? Was there someone supporting him? If he did not have someone supporting him, he would not be brave enough to take the risk of bringing his sister here. Regardless, he was the Spirit Mother of the Spirit Mother Federation. It was time to have a good talk with Bupa, the only person to pass the Spirit Mother's 9 tests. The most common sights in the desert were insect and cactus species plants. Just one of the elephant cacti's leaves would be able to multiply quickly in the sand. Within 3 to 5 years, it would grow into a giant plant of up to 20 to 30 meters tall. The elephant cactus had a very similar taste to carrots but lacked the carrot's refreshing taste. Instead, it had a very sticky texture. Although its taste was not pleasant, it could still fill one's stomach. The elephant cactus was a staple in the diets of the regular people living in the Spirit Mother Federation, while sauces made from insects were their garnishes. During festive holidays, families composed of normal people would kill and eat a camel to celebrate. The families of better social standing would be able to consume the elephant cacti's fruits daily. The elephant cactus fruits were sweet but expensive. Given that only mature elephant cacti produced fruits, the insects that their fruits attracted were good pigments for tattoos when they were ground up. Thus, many of the elephant cacti's fruits were used to nurture insects meant to be turned into tattoo pigments. For families with better social standing, eating the fruit once was an extremely luxurious act. There was no way that the feast of fruits that the Spirit Mother referred to included something like the elephant cactus fruits. The Spirit Mother wanted to see just what was up Bupo's sleeve. Bupo and his sister had been holding hands and standing by the door all this time. Bupo could clearly sense that the personal attendants who had gone in to give the report had changed their attitude. They were now much more respectful towards Bupo. Bupo immediately realized the attendants' attitude had changed because the Spirit Mother had a more favorable opinion of him. Otherwise, the personal attendants, who adjusted their attitudes toward people according to their social status, would never have treated him in such a way. Lord Bu, the Spirit Mother wants to hold a feast of fruits to receive you. You should consider it an honor to receive such a gift. Bupo did not say anything and led his sister into the room. He did not care about the honor or this gift. If the Spirit Mother was honoring him by just putting on a banquet of fruits, then what would Lin Yuan's treatment of him be considered? If Bupo was the same person he was before he joined the astronomical parliament and gained his growth, he might believe that the Spirit Mother was genuinely being kind to him and wanted to live up to the responsibility of being a teacher. But Bupo had grown. If the Spirit Mother truly acknowledged his talent, he would have started nurturing him long ago rather than allowing him to be discriminated against and bullied by the other reserved disciples. In the past, Bupo had only ever been in the Spirit Mother's study. This was the first time that he was in the Spirit Mother's bedchamber. This paradise-like space was only being used as a sleeping area for the Spirit Mother. Bupo's mind was blown. His sister seemed to have fallen under some spell and was dazedly looking around. She was very cautious of this space she could not have dreamed of in her wildest fantasies. She even started moving the same side of her arms and legs when she walked. However, Bupo soon shook his head. No matter how impressive the Spirit Mother was, he was no match for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan seemed to have the all-seeing eye of a deity and was supporting Bupo while toying with the Spirit Mother. In the past, whenever Bupo met with the Spirit Mother, they would be separated by a curtain. This did not change even during the Spirit Mother's 9 tests. It could be said that this was the first time that Bupo was seeing the Spirit Mother's real appearance. Bupo fearlessly walked up and bowed to the Spirit Mother before greeting him. The Spirit Mother could not sense even the slightest of respect from his greeting. Suddenly, a beautiful smile spread across the Spirit Mother's face. He grabbed a fruit that Bupo had never seen before and tossed it to him. It looks like you don't feel any respect for me as your master. Regardless, we are still technically master and student. So let's sit and have a chat. After addressing Bupo, the Spirit Mother turned and smiled at his sister. He gestured at her to do as she pleased and not be held back by etiquette. At that moment, Mountain Ridge Source's calm voice echoed in Bupo's ear. Go ahead and eat. These fruits aren't poisonous. But don't eat them too quickly. They contain spirit chi which you need. If you eat too much of it, the spirit chi will run wild in your body and scatter. Bupo picked out from the plate the same fruit that the Spirit Mother had tossed to him and gave to his sister, saying, Sister, eat this in small bites. This fruit is good for you. Bupo pulled out a chair for his sister to sit on before he sat down himself. The Spirit Mother looked shocked. The fruit he had tossed to Bupo was called the spirit-stimulating fruit, which he had personally cultivated. Why did Bupa act as though he was familiar with this type of fruit? The spirit mother gave Bupa this fruit because he wanted to trip Bupa up. This would give him the leverage to control the negotiation. The spirit mother already found it ludicrous that a young boy was trying to come up with schemes. Yet, this young boy did not fall for his trap. Just as the spirit mother was about to continue testing Bupa, the latter asked calmly, "Lord Spirit Mother, did you ask to see me because you want to teach me something?" "I'm here now." The spirit mother's eyes flashed, and he fixed them on Bupo's eyes. "Little Puh, in every way that counts, I am your teacher. You can't escape from this fact. Why else would a teacher look for his student? It can only be to teach him. Are you willing to give me this chance?" Bupa chuckled, and his laughter was filled with the innocence and vigor of youth. However, his gaze did not falter at all. "I've waited for so long for you to finally be willing to teach me. It's my privilege. Thank you for showering me with your love. But I would like to ask, if I do give you this chance, what will you be able to teach me?" Bupa had steadily parried the spirit mother's test move. The spirit mother sucked in a breath. At that moment, he felt as though he had just fallen into a scheme. All of a sudden, it was as though he was on the losing side in his fight against Bupa. The spirit mother had wondered more than once where Bupa had found the courage to take him on. With his courage, the spirit mother found it difficult to force him into a corner. All he could do was continue testing him. Bupa would not dare to be too brazen while he had his sister with him for fear of putting her in danger. "Little Puh, do you think that I won't be able to teach you anything? I can't believe you see me as so useless. It looks like your heart is no longer in the Spirit Mother Federation. I'm so curious to know just where your heart is now. You're a reserved disciple, yet your heart is not in the Spirit Mother Federation. This won't do. I thought this was made clear when you first became a reserved disciple." Bupo's sister could sense how Bupo and the spirit mother were crossing swords and dared not begin eating the fruit in her hand. She took a quick bite before setting it aside and held her breath as she watched the spirit mother. She was terrified that the spirit mother would suddenly strike out at Bupo. Her gaze did not contain much respect and was mostly wary. She was afraid that the spirit mother, who was beloved by millions in the Spirit Mother Federation, would harm her brother. Mountain Ridge Source had spoken to Bupa for two reasons. First, she wanted to set him at ease and allow him to interact with her. Second, she wanted to test the Spirit Mother and see if she could pick up on anything when he spoke with Bupa. Mountain Ridge Source was afraid that the Spirit Mother was hiding his power and that she had misjudged him. But if he had sensed her aura, he would not be able to sit as still as he was currently. There could only be one reason to explain his lack of reaction. He had not noticed her. Mountain Ridge Source fully relaxed and thought, "This Spirit Mother looks gentle and innocent, but there is a lot to read between the lines of his words." Since Bupa intended to have a showdown with the Spirit Mother, Mountain Ridge Source felt he could make things clear now. However, Lin Yuan had only sent her there to protect Bupa, and she did not have the right to interfere with his decisions. Bupa could tell that the Spirit Mother was trying to test him and said with a smile, "Lord Spirit Mother, what are you saying? You claim that my heart is no longer in the Spirit Mother Federation. So where do you think it is? If you question my intentions, why allow me to pass your 9 tests instead of someone else? I thought you allowed me to pass because you trusted me, but it seems that you don't trust me at all." Bupo's words made Mountain Ridge Source, who was hiding near his chest, shiver. Goosebumps rose all over her skin. Bupo was just as skilled as the Spirit Mother at putting on a weak front. They were almost cut from the same mold. If Mountain Ridge Source didn't already know that the Spirit Mother had never taught Bupo, she would have wondered if he had learned it from her. The Spirit Mother gnashed his teeth when he heard what Bupa said. He had not expected Bupa to be so difficult to deal with. From the way that Bupa spoke, the Spirit Mother knew that he had no intention of communicating with him. Thus, he did not need to waste any more time there. He had tried to lead Bupa so many times, but the latter had yet to show his cards. If that were the case, he would show Bupa his hand first. "Bupa, I need a reason to trust you. I'm curious how you became a Class 3 creation master." According to my investigation, you became a Class 3 Creation Master very abruptly. Before that, you never had access to Creation Master resources. Please don't tell me that you had a dream one night and woke up as a Class 3 Creation Master. I didn't ask you about it before because I wanted you to come to me with an explanation. I'm disappointed that you haven't done so yet. Bupa smiled in the face of the Spirit Mother's manipulative words. It seemed as though the Spirit Mother had the upper hand now. But Bupa had already attained victory against the Spirit Mother during their previous clash of words. The Spirit Mother did not want to show his cards first but wanted to force Bupa to do so instead. However, he had failed. Given that the Spirit Mother had not tried to overly force him, it meant that the Spirit Mother was still very afraid of him. Bupa now had a general understanding of the Spirit Mother's situation. Bupa was in no rush to reply to the Spirit Mother. Instead, he asked the Spirit Mother in a serious tone, "Lord Spirit Mother, does my sudden transformation to a Class 3 Creation Master go against the rules of my status as a reserved disciple? I became a Class 3 Creation Master thanks to the opportunities one received and my skill. This won't change even if I become a Class 4 Creation Master. Not even the Sky Mother families are required to report to you how they nurture their talented members. Do you really need me to tell you about every little blessing in my life?" The Spirit Mother was so outraged that he started to laugh. He could no longer play coy and asked, "Since you won't tell me about the opportunities you've been given, tell me who is propping you up. As long as you promise never to do anything that goes against the Spirit Mother Federation's profits and are sincere in thinking of the Spirit Mother Federation's development, I can promise that you'll be able to retain your position as a reserve disciple. Before I was picked to be a Spirit Mother's reserve disciple, I had support too. There's no way you can become the Spirit Mother without any support." Bupa had been winning in their battle of words, but he was now stunned by what the Spirit Mother said. Bupa had not expected the Spirit Mother to make such a promise to him, nor that the Spirit Mother had depended on others as well. From Bupo's expression, the Spirit Mother knew that his guess about Bupo's situation had hit the mark. Bupa indeed had someone supporting him, and this backer enabled him to bring his sister with him to meet with the Spirit Mother. In this regard, his past self lost to Bupa. The Spirit Mother continued, "Even if you don't acknowledge me as your master, I hope we can be completely honest with each other from now on. Our relationship involves the legacy of the Spirit Mother Federation. Regardless of whose camp you are part of or which faction you've joined, you can't deny that you are from the Spirit Mother Federation. If you hate the way that the Spirit Mother Federation is, why don't you use your own means and ways to change things after you become the Spirit Mother? Let me ask you again. Can you promise that the faction behind you will never harm the Spirit Mother Federation, and that you'll never go against the Spirit Mother Federation's profits?" At that moment, the Spirit Mother's aura hardened. Bupa could see the Spirit Mother's unshakable resolution for the first time. The Spirit Mother's aura caused Mountain Ridge Source to go on high alert. If the Spirit Mother decided to strike, Mountain Ridge Source could step in immediately to protect Bupa and his sister. The Spirit Mother spoke while punctuating each word solemnly. "If you have what it takes, I'm willing to pass on the Spirit Mother Federation's Class 5 Creation Master legacy to you before I die." Bupa had made many guesses before he met with the Spirit Mother. He believed that the probability of a negative outcome was higher than a positive outcome. After all, despite having support, he was still a young boy and did not have much speaking authority when facing the Spirit Mother. Yet, communicating with the Spirit Mother had gone so smoothly. The Spirit Mother's words hit Bupa hard. If you become the Spirit Mother, you can use your own means to change the Spirit Mother Federation. Bupa had come from nothing and spent the early part of his life among others who were just as lowly. He understood just how difficult life was for regular people in the Spirit Mother Federation and badly wanted to change this. The Spirit Mother's words let Bupa know that the Spirit Mother would not stand in his way if he tried to change this part of society after becoming the Spirit Mother. As for the issue of the Spirit Mother Federation's profits, Bupa had already discussed this in detail with Lin Yuan. Bupa could be certain that Lin Yuan was completely uninterested in the Spirit Mother Federation. It was just like how Lin Yuan had not forcefully overtaken Luolan's Iron Hammer Federation and supported it instead. Once Bupa became the ruler of the Spirit Mother Federation, Lin Yuan would support the Spirit Mother Federation in the same way. The Spirit Mother saw the Spirit Mother Federation as a piece of fatty meat, but it could not even catch the eye of Lin Yuan. Knowing this, Bupa said seriously, "I can give you my word with regard to what you just said. The person behind me will never harm the Spirit Mother Federation's profits. But once I become the Spirit Mother, I will develop it the way that I think is right. That should be my right as the Spirit Mother." The Spirit Mother regarded Bupa as someone with experience and who had walked the same path. He did not say another but only smiled. "Your idea is good. I hope you'll be able to carry it out when you become the Spirit Mother. However, now is not the time for you to think about this matter. Young people sure do like to oversimplify everything when they analyze problems." The Spirit Mother did not give Bupa the chance to cut in and pushed the pleasant-looking and mouth-watering plate of fruits to Bupa and his sister. His voice became soft before saying, "Have a taste. These fruits are good for your body. From today onward, I will allocate 1/3 of my bedchamber space for you to live in. You can enter and exit at will. When you leave, I will give you a staff that is half the length of mine. I will spend 6 hours teaching you daily if you need my guidance. Do not enter my living space unless necessary or make any disruptive noises that will bother me." Bupa looked shocked when he heard what the Spirit Mother said. What? The Spirit Mother was going to allocate 1/3 of this heavenly space for him to live in? It would take him at least 20 to 30 minutes to walk through 1/3 of this space. Bupa was at a sudden loss about whether he should accept the Spirit Mother's gift. The Spirit Mother could not help but smile when he saw the astonishment on Bupa's face. At that moment, he seemed like the 17-year-old boy that he actually was. "You don't have to be burdened by this. I have indeed added many things in this space out of interest. However, it was not created by me. I also spent a lot of time here when I was a reserved disciple." The Spirit Mother stood up and serenely looked at Bupa's face before saying, "There is a rule when one becomes a Spirit Mother. We have to let our hair grow out. This is why every Spirit Mother's hair reaches his waist despite being men. You have a decent appearance, and your features can be considered refreshing. Once your bone structure sets, you will look as fine as can be with long hair. You don't need me to watch over you when you grow out your hair. You'll be able to handle it on your own." The Spirit Mother casually touched Bupa's face before waving his hand. A moon-shaped item fell out from the Spirit Mother's sleeve and flew toward a gong tree's fruit in the distance. The gong let out a thunderous ring. The sound was not jarring to the ear but could travel far. The 4 personal attendants, who were deep in discussion, rushed into the Spirit Mother's bedchamber when they heard the ring. This was how the Spirit Mother summoned his personal attendants. The 4 personal attendants were very curious about the contents of the Spirit Mother and Bupa's conversation. The Spirit Mother had never cared about Bupa in the past, even when he had passed his 9 tests. So why was he suddenly acting so friendly toward Bupa? This did not make any sense. The Spirit Mother had called for Bupa, but the latter had brought his sister with him. Given the Spirit Mother's temper, he should be furious with Bupa. Could it be that the Spirit Mother had killed Bupa and his sister, and the 4 of them were going to clean up the bodies now? If the Spirit Mother had really done so, none of the Sky Mother families would disagree with him. Rather, they would be more than happy if the Spirit Mother was willing to choose another successor. If the 2 Sky Mother families had not cheated during the 9 tests and were killed for it, many Sky Mother families would already be trying to assassinate Bupa. The Spirit Mother Federation's selection of the Spirit Mother's successor was largely related to connections. Without connections, how could the other Sky Mother families acknowledge him? This was why the 4 Spirit Mother personal assistants were not as respectful of Bupa as they were supposed to be. However, the reality was not as the 3 of them had imagined. Not only had the Spirit Mother not made things difficult for Bupa but had even allowed him to enter his bedchamber. In the past, the reserved disciples who passed the 9 tests would be closely observed and tested by the Spirit Mother. They would only be invited into the Spirit Mother's bedchamber once they met all of his expectations. Rather than say that Bupa had received an honor, it would be more appropriate to say that he had received a reward and the position of the next Spirit Mother. This piece of news would definitely shake up all the Sky Mother families when they heard of it. Normally, the 4 personal attendants would kneel and bow 8 times to the Spirit Mother after being summoned. But this time, after their 8th bow, they instinctively bowed thrice to Bupa as well. The Spirit Mother was very happy with his 4 personal attendants. Regardless of what flaws they had, they always took good care of him and could carry out his orders perfectly. The Spirit Mother was aware of their little schemes but chose to turn a blind eye to them. From today on, Little Puh will be staying in my bedchamber. I am assigning him the north exit pond and flower-spotted pavilion. 2 of you will go and set it up and help him move his things over. As for the other 2, create a staff that is half the length of mine for Little Puh's future use. 1 of the 4 of you will be following Little Puh from now on. Also, prepare a few personal attendants for him. The 4 personal attendants started to tremble slightly after receiving the Spirit Mother's orders. The Spirit Mother hated nothing more than people losing their composure in front of him. The 4 personal attendants forcefully controlled themselves and began carrying out the Spirit Mother's requests. The 4 of them were not worried about leaving the Spirit Mother's side by being picked to be the one to follow Bupa. Instead, they all wanted to be the chosen one. Even the 2 personal attendants Bupa had offended wanted to be transferred over to Bupa. This was because the Spirit Mother was merciless and could not tolerate even the slightest of errors. Committing even the smallest mistake would cause them to be punished, and there were no rewards for doing well either. Furthermore, once the Spirit Mother passed his position to Bupa, they would lose all authority if they were still by the Spirit Mother's side at that time. But if they were already with Bupa, they would be able to retain that authority. Bupa treated his sister exceptionally well. It was obvious that he prioritized emotional ties. There was no question they would receive better treatment from such a character than the Spirit Mother. But regardless of how bad the 4 personal attendants' yearning was, they could only keep these thoughts to themselves and not let any of their true feelings show on the surface. If the 4 of them openly competed to be the one to join Bupa, the Spirit Mother would undoubtedly be angered. In the past, it could have been said that Bupa was a reserved disciple in name only. But now he was legitimized. By the time the 4 royal attendants left, the Spirit Mother walked until he was a distance away before he suddenly stopped and turned to say, "If the opportunity arises, I hope to meet with the person behind you. The Sand Island Continent and the Spirit Mother Federation are nearby. A Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift is likely the source of the swarm of alien insects running rampant there. The rift has been open for some time, but the alien insects have not scattered. This suggests that there must be more than one insect empress present. I hope that you will help the Sand Island Continent. This would also be helpful to the Spirit Mother Federation. The 2 landmasses are close to each other, and the swarm of alien insects is likely to spread to the Spirit Mother Federation if it is not stopped. Also, the dimensional rift has been open for some time, but the alien insects have not scattered. This suggests that there must be more than one insect empress present. I hope that you will help the Sand Island Continent. This would also be helpful to the Spirit Mother Federation." At this point, the Spirit Mother disappeared from Bupo's line of sight with dramatic flair. Bupo adjusted his emotions before writing to Lin Yuan through the Thoughts letter paper. Lin Yuan had just returned to the Radiance Federation and had placed the Abyssal World's treasure at the boundary between the 9th and 10th levels. He was now conquering all of the powerful life forms. Lin Yuan's next goal was to send troops to the Sand Island Continent to deal with the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift. All 5 of the Class 6 dimensional rifts had opened in the main world. The alien insects were the only ones who had gathered their power and launched a collective attack on the main world. According to the information from Bu Po, Lin Yuan could be certain that the Spirit Mother was extremely intelligent and wise. Otherwise, he would not be as clear-headed and liberal-minded as he was. Lin Yuan could not help but be curious about the Spirit Mother. However, he was short on time and did not have the time to spare to meet with the Spirit Mother. But as a form of response, he could give the Spirit Mother some answers. Thus, Lin Yuan replied through the Thoughts letter paper, "Bu Po, go and tell the Spirit Mother that we will handle the issue of the alien insects that he is unable to deal with. Lin Yuan told Bupur to give the spirit mother this reply because he already intended to conquer the alien insect world. Furthermore, he felt that it would only be right for him to give the spirit mother a response after the spirit mother had tried to initiate communication with him. This would set the spirit mother at ease. Since receiving the resources from Lin Yuan, things had been progressing smoothly for peace. Now, Bei Su was the one who worried Lin Yuan the most. It did not matter to Lin Yuan whether Bei Su was truly located on the other side of the Barren Sea. All he wanted was for Bei Su to be safe. After storing away the thoughts letter paper, Lin Yuan looked at the abyssal demons of all shapes and sizes that were in front of him. Once Carlos and Caroline were done barking out instructions, they told Lin Yuan, "Lord, all the demons of the abyssal world who are turning will realm and beyond are here. Some of the demons who are regular dictators are located rather far from here and are unable to be here now due to some unavoidable issues." Lin Yuan nodded. These demons did not submit to him before he placed the abyssal world's treasure in its place. Although they feared Carlos and Caroline and thus did not dare to touch him, they still glared at him with hatred. But now, all of the abyssal demons had fallen under the control of the Demon Evil Tablet. He had also formed a contract with the Demon Evil Tablet. Thus, the demons could clearly sense that he was able to restrain them. As such, they started to fear him. Lin Yuan started to pick out the chosen few. With Carlos and Caroline included, he chose 13 Abyss Samsara Realm dictators. Next, he assigned the hundreds of Abyss-turning will realm dictators to these 13 abyssal demons. In the short span of an hour, Lin Yuan managed to take control of the abyssal world's top experts. Due to the presence of the Demon Evil Tablet, there was no need for Lin Yuan to say much. After transporting the Abyss demons into the Marsh world through Klein Hub, Lin Yuan and Eternal Source headed to the Sand Island continent. Meanwhile, the team from the Radiance Federation led by Iron Prison and Chef Supreme arrived at the Freedom Federation. Li Yang, the member of royalty leading the Freedom Federation's envoy team, stuck with Iron Prison and Chef Supreme the entire time. Li Yang never expected the Radiance Federation to send someone like Iron Prison. A team led by Iron Prison, who was meant to send aid to the Freedom Federation, would not have the goal of providing help. It was more likely that they were there to collect a debt. Luckily, the team included Chef Supreme, a Class 5 creation master. The Freedom Federation had provided the Radiance Federation with the remuneration that they had requested. The amount was the equivalent of the Freedom Federation breaking ground into another Marsh world. This amount was another deep cut into the already heavily wounded Freedom Federation. Li Yang noticed that it was clear that Chef Supreme and Iron Prison did not get along well. However, the two were used to taking care of each other. This would never be possible among the Freedom Federation's members of royalty. All that existed between the Freedom Federation's members of royalty was endless combat and scheming. This was all that filled their minds. Due to the Goddess of Mercy's betrayal and after losing a partner in Tower Cannon, the Mirror God and the God of Fools were now frantic and anxious. Eventually, the two of them had no choice but to reflect. They thought their reflection had ended well as they no longer pressured weaker members of royalty. But in actuality, they had only removed direct pressure, but the indirect pressure still persisted. Otherwise, Kama would not have been sent to the Azure Federation, and Li Yang would not have been sent to the Radiance Federation. Iron Prison and Chef Supreme did not put much effort into this aid effort because they were fully following the Moon Empress instructions. There was nothing that the two of them needed to worry about. All they needed to do was push the Mirror God and God of Fools to the brink using Lin Yuan's control over the Marsh world and try to gain as much as they could. Eternal Source was extremely fast, and Lin Yuan soon arrived at the Sand Island continent. Previously, Lin Yuan had only heard that the Sand Island continent was very chaotic. Now, he was finally going to see how chaotic it was for himself. In just 5 minutes on Eternal Source's back, and even with Eternal Source slowing down, Lin Yuan saw 4 cases of bandit groups committing atrocities. He had also encountered bandit groups in the Divinewood Federation, but the Sand Island continent's bandits were much more aggressive. Most of the bandit groups in the Divinewood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation were controlled by official factions. The clashes between these bandit groups were actually proxy wars between the two federations. Almost all of the bandit groups who were really intending to rob and steal had been wiped out by those managed by official factions. However, there were tens of federations in the Sand Island continent. These federations could disappear a year after they were established and become nothing more than a part of history. The Sand Island continent was less than two-thirds the size of the Radiance Federation, and each federation was only about the size of a major city in the Radiance Federation. There were more bandit groups than trading merchant groups, and many of the bandit groups were backed by official factions. This meant that they could blend in with the real bandit groups, making it difficult to distinguish between them. If the bandit groups couldn't find trading merchant groups to prey on, they would often target each other instead. This utter chaos was one of the reasons the Freedom Federation was unwilling to interfere in the affairs of the Sand Island continent, even when there was profit to be made. The chaotic situation on the Sand Island continent also had a suppressing effect on the population. Powerful spirit chi professionals could marry as many women as they could afford, and they often had hundreds or even thousands of offspring. This meant that a single expert could have a family of thousands within a very short amount of time. As a result, the population of the Sand Island continent was not only controlled, but it had actually declined in the past decade. Lin Yuan was at a loss for words due to the utter chaos of the Sand Island continent. He had never seen anything like it before. This was enough to show just how dangerous it was in the Sand Island continent. One was considered to have lived long if they made it past 30. Lin Yuan had heard most of this information from Su Iren. With such information in mind, Lin Yuan instructed Genius to read through all the literature on the Sand Island continent. He realized that Su Iren had not been slandering the Sand Island continent and had even hidden a significant proportion of their dark underbelly. Hence, after arriving at the Sand Island continent, Lin Yuan did not try to make contact with the Sand Island continent's factions. Chimey, Blackie, the Source Sand, and Purple Afterglow could evolve from fantasy breed to myth breed at any time. After a little more time and accumulation, the Engulfing Flames Heart Mushroom, Rememberling, and Red Thorn could also break through. Lin Yuan planned to evolve Chimey, Blackie, the Source Sand, and Purple Afterglow to myth breed before he began his conquest of the alien insect world. This would not be dangerous or time-consuming, as his phase did not need to face any challenges when evolving. He intended to take a rest in the Seaberry Federation, the federation closest to the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift. He would find a place there where he would not be disturbed and evolve his phase. Due to the opening of the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift, a sea of insects surrounded the Seaberry Federation. Although the insects did not attack humans, they were still terrifying. As a result, all those who could leave the Seaberry Federation had fled. The Seaberry Federation was a small federation within the Sand Island continent. Those who managed the federation did not have much real authority. Due to the uncontrollable armies of insects, regardless of how credible the managers were, they were the first to flee from the Seaberry Federation. The only ones remaining in the Seaberry Federation were regular people who were unable to leave. Lin Yuan and Eternal Source walked through the Seaberry Federation's main city and saw that many people were feasting on the corpse of an acid insect. The corpse was still considered fresh, and it was clear it had been caught today. The acid insect was a Class 2 alien insect with power equivalent to a silver fey. Its attacks mainly consisted of utilizing acid. Once its acid sac was removed, its flesh was actually edible. However, its flesh was not appetizing and tasted sour and bitter. If someone with a full stomach tried to eat the acid insect, 8 or 9 of them would vomit. Only those who had been starving for some time would consider consuming the acid insect's flesh. The acid in the acid insect's flesh had a significant negative effect on human bodies. Their stomachs would not be able to handle it after a prolonged period. The Sand Island Federation was the most powerful federation on this continent. They were the masters of the Sand Island continent, and they had a Class 5 creation master. This Class 5 creation master could have created something similar to the 7 states of darkness like Su Iren's grandmother had, which would have brought peace and stability to the continent. Instead, the Sand Island Federation's Class 5 creation master ruled over the continent like a vicious oppressor. The Seaberry Federation should not have been in such a poor state. However, they had protected the new Sand Federation and brought all of its spirit chi professionals into their federation. This intensified the disorganization within the Seaberry Federation and stretched their already limited resources even thinner. In short, the Sand Island continent was a mess, and the Seaberry Federation was useless. However, the people of the Seaberry Federation were innocent, and they did not deserve to suffer. Lin Yuan did not want to waste time, but he could not ignore all of the struggles and hardships. Even a turning-wheel realm dictator could do as it pleased in the Sand Island continent. Originally, Lin Yuan wanted Su Iran to manage the Sand Island continent. But now, he could not hold on any longer and summoned all 13 Abyss Samsara realm dictators. He instructed them to lead the Abyss Turning-Wheel realm dictators under them to distribute the soldier ration radish, a strategic resource that could satiate hunger. They were also instructed to kill ruthless butchers with no qualms about killing. Every Abyss demon had a terrifying appearance. However, it was difficult for them to leave a lasting impression of their terrifying appearance on the normal citizens of the Seaberry Federation, as most of them ended up as part of the Abyss Demon's meal. In the Sand Island continent, it was difficult for even a federation like the Sand Island Federation that had a Class 5 creation master to save themselves from a disaster. The opening of dimensional rifts usually cut off communication systems, which was partly why the Sand Island Federation was hesitant to investigate. The authority figures were also reluctant to act because they didn't want to alarm the public. After receiving the instructions from Lin Yuan, the demons picked up the spatial equipment that contained the soldier ration radishes and started to distribute them to the citizens of the Sand Island continent. This would ensure that no one in the Sand Island continent had to die of starvation. After distributing the soldier ration radishes, he saw Carlos tossing the soldier ration radishes to a group of people dressed in disheveled clothing. These people charged toward the soldier ration radishes but realized that their stomachs were full after consuming just one leaf. Lin Yuan saw that a few of them were bowing in the direction that Carlos had left as though they were praying to a deity. This sight made Lin Yuan's heart ache, but he also found it ironic. The Abyss demons dared not disobey his orders and would do as he said. But when it came to some matters, he would use methods from the abyssal world because they would be more effective when dealing with demons. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw a small boy clutching a soldier ration radish and shouting loudly to ask if anyone had not had their fill. The small boy looked to only be about 5 to 6 years old, but he spoke and acted as though he was 11 or 12 years old. A few were so weakened by hunger that they could not grab the soldier ration radishes. The small boy pried open their mouths and stuffed the leaves in. Lin Yuan felt as though he had just discovered a pearl in the ashes. He picked up the small boy in his arms and did not care that the small boy's clothes would dirty his own. It was clear that this small boy was shocked by what Lin Yuan did. But he was promptly filled with fear once he laid eyes on Lin Yuan's appearance and clothes. Lin Yuan reached out his hand and wiped away the residue of the soldier ration radish's leaf that was at the corner of the small boy's mouth and asked, "Where's your family?" The small boy shook his head when he heard what Lin Yuan said. In an environment like the Seaberry Federation, having a family was considered a great luxury. Even the small boy did not know if the woman who had raised him was actually his mother. All he knew was that she was willing to feed him even if there were times when she lost her temper and beat him. Lin Yuan's heart ached when he saw the expression on the small boy's face. The small boy's background was likely the same as Little Flower and Little Grass had been when they were in the Divine Wood Federation. However, they had each other to rely on, while this small boy only had himself. It had to be difficult to feel around in the darkness while trying to keep himself alive. Lin Yuan could not help but think back to his time in the Xia region. His financial burden would have significantly reduced if he had not had Chu Xi with him. However, his life would have been robbed of all light and hope. "Why don't you come with me from now on?" The small boy was stunned, and he looked at Lin Yuan timidly. One could not help but be influenced when one lived in such a foul environment. The small boy was aware of many things that someone his age should not know. But eventually, all he did was ask Lin Yuan, "If I go with you, can you guarantee that my stomach will be filled?" Lin Yuan took out a roast meat skewer Lu Jie had made and handed it to the small boy. Although the small boy was full, The fragrance of the roast meat skewer caused him to gulp down saliva. It also attracted the attention of others on the street. If Eternal Source's aura was not keeping them at bay, they would have already rushed over and tried to snatch the roast meat skewer. Not only will your stomach be filled, but you will also be able to eat different delicacies every day. I'll teach you knowledge. But don't forget to help others to fill their stomachs too if the opportunity arises. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the small boy tightened his grip on the roast meat skewer and nodded, feeling slightly puzzled. Lin Yuan had another significant reason for wanting to carry the small boy. He knew that merely filling one's stomach once wouldn't suffice for someone who struggled daily and had experienced hunger countless times before. As soon as these people regained some energy, they would surely start reaching for the soldier ration radishes. And a small child holding an entire soldier ration radish would undoubtedly become a target. One of the people, who had been on the brink of death and was saved by the small boy, instinctively reached out to grab the soldier ration radish he was holding. In such a cruel environment where even survival was a struggle, revenge was common, and commotions often broke out at the slightest of triggers. However, Lin Yuan believed that the Abyss demons only needed 2 days before they took control of the situation. Lin Yuan had made the decision to keep the small boy by his side and educate him. However, finding a stable place for the boy to live in the Seabury Federation was proving difficult. Lin Yuan brought him into the Spirit Lock spatial zone as a solution. There, he cleaned the boy up and helped him change into a set of clothes designed by when used specifically for little grass. As Morbius grade increased, the area of the Spirit Lock spatial zone also increased. However, everything in the zone required large amounts of spirit chi, so a large empty space had formed. This space was now filled with plant-type phase that could produce whether meant to be absorbed by Gray. Gray was about to evolve to myth breed, and Lin Yuan could sense that changes were happening to his bloodline. There was a high chance that Gray's bloodline would change once he evolved. The Heavenly Family Fae bloodline could not change, but the change would target Gray's control of natural phenomena. The natural phenomenon that Gray currently controlled was the weather, and Lin Yuan was very curious about whether Gray's control would improve or expand once his bloodline changed. There was also a high chance that Gray's transformation would alter his link to Sky Sea, the floating island whale. Lin Yuan never saw Gray as an ordinary Heavenly Family Fae. Firstly, it started as a regular Fae. When Lin Yuan encountered Gray, it was a crane species Fae and looked like a duck with gray feathers. It did not have any of the elegance that was associated with crane species Faes. Gray only transformed into a heaven and earth Fae after it was nurtured by the pure spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone for a prolonged period. Later, its bloodline mutated, and it transformed into the Heavenly Family Fae. Compared to the bloodlines of Heavenly Family Faes that were in them since birth, Gray's bloodline had endless possibilities. Lin Yuan could create the best environment for Gray, where it would be able to transform its bloodline comfortably without any worries. Gaining knowledge in the Seabury Federation was extremely difficult. Only factions with Creation Master legacies could pass on Creation Master resources to their offspring. There were no schools or academies, and the teaching profession did not exist. All knowledge was contained within the various factions. In a federation with equality, citizens could live for more than 50 years without worrying about their lifespan. In such a federation, people would not be able to stand being illiterate and would seek out knowledge for themselves. However, in the Seabury Federation, people in their 30s were already considered old. From the moment they were born, they were busy trying to obtain food and did not have time to assess their own ignorance or intelligence. They had to rely on themselves for everything. The small boy that Lin Yuan had just adopted looked composed, but when Lin Yuan took out a book and handed it to him, tears welled up in his eyes. He had never imagined that he would be able to touch something as luxurious as a book. He eagerly opened the book but realized that he could not read a single word. Lin Yuan's lips twitched in pain. There must be countless other children like this one in the Seabury Federation. Lin Yuan learned that the boy did not have a name. He had simply been called Hey You for as long as he could remember. Lin Yuan instructed Genius to use connected tales to teach the boy the Radiance Federation's language and other basic knowledge. He did not want genius to give the boy the same extensive education that he had given Bu Pe and Bei Su. The boy was still young, and Lin Yuan believed that it was better to give him a basic education that would fuel his thirst for knowledge. In the future, the boy could continue to read and discover the world for himself rather than look down on it with the view of a god. Lin Yuan reached out and tousled the small boy's short chestnut hair that had yet to dry after his shower and said, "You don't know what your surname is. Since I've adopted you, you can take my surname Lin. As for your name, you shall be named Hope. You are both your own hope and the hope of the Sand Island continent." Eternal Source watched Lin Yuan's careful interactions with this young boy and could not help but smile. At that moment, Lin Yuan's image in Eternal Source's mind solidified even more. He really liked this side of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was the one who allowed Eternal Source to know that emotions could propel one to a higher level and expand one's world. Lin Hope eagerly flipped through the book that Lin Yuan had just given him. When Lin Hope entered the spirit lock spatial zone, his body reacted to the spirit chi. This meant that he had the potential to become a spirit chi professional. Lin Yuan intended to keep Lin Hope with him for some time before handing him over to Su Iren. Su Iren was about to reclaim the Dark Continent. The way that she controlled and tamed the Dark Continent would be the best lesson for Lin Hope. It would also be the example that he could refer to when he took over the Sand Island continent in the future. After settling Lin Hope in, Lin Yuan brought Chimey, the Source Sand, Blackie, the Jasmine Lily, and Purple Afterglow out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The Seabury Federation citizens mainly gathered in the city areas. However, due to hunger, there was a fraction of them who had no choice but to leave the city and put themselves in danger while hunting fays and alien insects. The Seabury Federation was considered a desert federation. Thus, wild plants were scarce there. The wild plants that did exist were all cacti, and they had all been harvested by the spirit chi professionals and faction members who had fled. There was almost nothing left for ordinary citizens. As a result, many people who left to hunt ended up eaten by fays and alien insects. There would only be human activity in a 10-kilometer radius around the city areas in the Seabury Federation. No humans could be found beyond this area. Even if there were humans there, those who did not have king-class power would soon drown in the sand or be killed by poisonous snakes and insects. Humans were not the only ones starving in an impoverished environment like the Sand Island continent. Wild fays and insects were also starving. Eternal Source quickly killed thousands of alien insects and hundreds of fays that had tried to attack Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan believed that they would not be disturbed by anyone in this spot, more than 100 kilometers away from the Seabury Federation city. He called out Chimey, Blackie, the Jasmine Lily, Purple Afterglow, and the Source Sand, which had been controlling the sand beneath his feet. In the past, the Source Sand needed to use close guard sand to create sand out of the rocks and dirt around it to fight. But in the desert, it could control the endless sea of sand at will. The few of you can break through at any time. Have you thought about who will be going first? There was no fae that did not look forward to evolving one's grade. In response to Lin Yuan's question, Purple Afterglow, the Source Sand, the Jasmine Lily, and Blackie all simultaneously uttered Chimey's name. All four of them knew just how badly Chimey yearned to evolve to myth-breed and change into human form. Chimey softly thanked its friends, and beautiful translucent flames soon set its body alight. Chimey's body shape started to change. It transformed from a blue and gold sparrow to the combat form of the Command Phoenix New Day Sparrow. The sun suspended above its head called to the blazing sun in the sky. Numerous sparrows formed from musical notes flew circles around Chimey, looking like they were ushering in a phoenix. Purple and blue electric streaks accompanied by violent winds shot out at Chimey. Lin Yuan had a plethora of experience when it came to helping fantasy breed fays reach myth breed. He had already helped at least 1,000 of them. Even though Chimey could have overcome the world cleansing on its own, Lin Yuan instructed Eternal Source to defeat it anyway. The world grace formed and landed on Chimey's body. Lin Yuan had a feeling that Chimey had the potential to transform its bloodline when it reached myth breed, even when it was only diamond grade. Chimey did not disappoint him. Its bloodline transformed while it was absorbing the world grace. Lin Yuan tossed a large handful of spirit chi crystals into the sky to ensure that Chaime's bloodline transformation would not halt due to a lack of energy. As Chaime reached myth breed, its body shrank and became more exquisite. Although its body had shrunk to almost half its original size, the feathers on its head, plume, and tail feathers became more slender. There were also faint flecks of orange amidst the blue and gold. The sun on its head no longer resembled a rising sun. It was now as eye-catching and intense as the sun at noon. At that instant, it even seemed more radiant than the real sun in the sky. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Chaime. Fey name: Command Phoenix Dawn Day Sparrow, Fey species. Sound Sparrow genus / Sound Sparrow species. Fey grade: Suzerain, 1/10. Fey type: Sound / Light. Fey quality: Myth Eye. Abilities: Phoenix Cry. The power of the main phoenix will combine the phoenix cry into musical notes that will turn into birds. The birds will be able to pass through almost anything. After coming into contact with a target, the phoenix cry within the musical notes will stun and disturb the target. When the musical notes are attacked or blocked, they will separate into more birds. Phoenix breed input sound. By tempering the phoenix species Fey's soul into phoenix breed and injecting it into the body of an avian Fey, the avian Fey will gain the intelligence and partial abilities of the phoenix species Fey. By setting the phoenix breed, it will alight and increase the power of the musical notes that had transformed into birds. Speak Spirit Singer. Enter a song into the soul. By using up the phoenix breed's ability to bring song into reality, the willpowers and effects in the song can be an advantage or disadvantage to bless its friends or curse its enemies. Clear zither change voice. Place an anchor on something that could release light-type energy. By controlling this entity or whatever was connected to this entity, one's voice or voice-type ability can be applied to this entity and dispersed with this entity at the center. Sun projection. Its bloodline will be transformed into a rising sun and projected onto that world's original sun. The sun power will provide it with an overall boost. During this process, it will be closely linked to the sun. Once over, it will enter a very weak state. Exclusive skill. Double sun rains. The stronger the power of the sun it controls, the stronger its ability to communicate with other suns. According to the strength of the rains, it can offer a song to the sun and lend energy from the other suns to replenish itself. New sun body. Fuse with the sun it produces and enter the non-burning nirvana world sparrow. Its abilities will not change, but it will be able to switch attributes. Sound Spirit Sacred Hall. Its own musical notes will form a sacred hall. Within the sacred hall, all of the phenomena contained in sound will become real. When the main body enters the sacred hall, the effects will be able to spread outward by using the energy in one's body. Lin Yuan saw that Chaime's bloodline had indeed transformed, as he had predicted. It had changed from the Command Phoenix New Day Sparrow to the Command Phoenix Dawn Day Sparrow, and its grade and quality had also changed from Diamond X/Fantasy V to Suzerain I/Myth I. The exclusive skill New Sun Body had also changed. Previously, when it had still been the Command Phoenix New Day Sparrow, it would transform into the non-burning Nirvana Sound Sparrow. However, now that it had transformed into the Command Phoenix Dawn Day Sparrow, it would transform into the non-burning Nirvana World Sparrow. Lin Yuan found the ability that Chaime had gained by reaching Suzerain and the exclusive skill it had gained by reaching Myth Breed to be rather abstract, but they were not difficult to understand. Sun projection would allow Chaime to combine its bloodline with the sun of the world that it was currently in, making it an all-round boosting ability. When sun projection was in use, Chaime would be closely linked to the sun. The effects would be strengthened if it also used clear zither change voice. This ability seemed similar to the exclusive skill Double Rains. However, one used its bloodline to borrow the sun's energy, while the other would allow it to temporarily become the sun. Lin Yuan felt that sun projection would give Chaime more control over the sun than the Mother of Bloodbath, the heavenly family Fey affiliated with the sun. But he quickly shook his head soon after this thought entered his mind. The idea was rather like forcing together two puzzle pieces that did not fit. When Chaime used sun projection to fuse with the sun, the effects were only temporary, and it would enter a very weak state once it was over. On the other hand, the sun would boost the Mother of Bloodbath forever, and this would not affect the mother of bloodbath in any other way. Compared to sun projection, sound spirit sacred hall was more abstract. It seemed as though it was related to a territory. Bringing the phenomena contained in sound to life was akin to creating a world within a small space. If he had not seen this ability for himself, Lin Yuan would find it hard to believe that it had manifested in a suzerain/myth breed fae. However, regular standards could not assess Chimey, Genius, and Lin Yuan's other faes. For example, Chimey and Genius were faes that should not exist in the world in the first place. They were produced by Lin Yuan using spirit chi with a purity so high that it did not exist naturally in the main world. The engulfing flames Heart Mushroom and Rememberling had been born out of accidents. They had stringent conditions that had to be met in order to create them. But most importantly, Lin Yuan had supplied only the best and top resources to ensure that every fae he had contracted was nurtured through the best means. Otherwise, he would not have been able to create one miracle after another. Once Chimey was done evolving, it looked at its beautiful feathers and immediately started to alter its appearance. It preferred its original plain appearance to this eye-catching one. Chimey excitedly bounced on Lin Yuan's shoulder. Yuan, I have finally reached myth breed. Lin Yuan touched the feathers on the excited Chimey's head. Chimey, I have no lack of law crystals. After using them, you will be able to reach myth 2 soon. Once you reach myth 2, you will be able to change your form. At that time, you'll be able to live stream while showing your face. Chimey pressed its face to Lin Yuan's before burying its body in Lin Yuan's embrace, as it basked in the sense of warmth and security that Lin Yuan gave it. Lin Yuan looked at the jasmine lily, Blackie, purple afterglow, and the source sand before asking, "The 4 of you are left. Who will be the first to evolve?" Blackie was the first to give up the next spot. At that moment, Purple Afterglow said, "Yuan, you will be able to unlock me once you've conquered the alien insect world. Rememberling and the rest will need to accumulate for at least a month before reaching myth breed. Why don't you evolve Red Thorn, Rememberling, and I together? I have a feeling that my bloodline will also transform once I reach myth breed. She really likes how I look now, so I want to give her a month to look at me as much as she likes." Lin Yuan was only asking his faes to arrange themselves into a sequence of who was going to reach myth breed first. He had not expected that he would need to endure such a sickeningly sweet show of affection. He knew Purple Afterglow had never been enthusiastic about increasing its power. All he requested of it was that it did not fall behind the rest. Lin Yuan did not turn down Purple Afterglow's request. He returned Purple Afterglow to the Spirit Lock spatial zone, so it could head to the marsh world to be with the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Since Blackie and the Source Sand had both given up their spots, Lin Yuan said to the Jasmine Lily, "Jasmine Lily, why don't you be the first to reach myth breed?" Given that it was a succulent plant, the Jasmine Lily could not normally communicate with Lin Yuan despite having reached Diamond X/Fantasy V. It could only use its spiritual energy to sense his thoughts and feelings. Given Lin Yuan's understanding of plant type phase, their intelligence would rise significantly after they reached myth breed. At that time, he would be able to communicate properly with the Jasmine Lily. After sensing Lin Yuan's order, the Jasmine Lily immediately started to spin. The crystallized main flower pushed the other flowers into motion, and the 3 buds of mountain jade started to spew vitality. The spiritual power and vitality within the Jasmine Lily started to bubble up. Once again, a hole appeared in the sky, and fierce flames akin to lava started pouring down toward the Jasmine Lily. Eternal Source immediately blocked the World Cleansing's attack. The World Grace descended from the hole and landed on the Jasmine Lily. The Jasmine Lily's bloodline had not yet transformed, but it had undergone fasciation. If any changes were to take place, the Jasmine Lily would become more of an obstinate leaf style. The obstinate leaf style referred to when succulent plants' leaves became smaller and more intricate but also capable of storing even more energy. Lin Yuan had never hoped to achieve such an obstinate leaf mutation because it was only a legend. The Moon Empress had been the one to confirm that this mutation could indeed be achieved. Lin Yuan let out all of the larvae that he had obtained through breeding the wood-building winged sandflies and used the element well to prepare pure wood elemental energy. While the jasmine lily was absorbing the world grace, Lin Yuan poured the wood elemental energy produced by the element well on the jasmine lily's crystallized main flower. Next, he crushed 8 spirit chi crystals. As it was nourished by the world grace, pure wood elemental energy, and spirit chi, the vitality pouring out of the jasmine lily instantly solidified. It enveloped the jasmine lily tightly and prevented Lin Yuan from even getting a glimpse of what was happening to it. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. He would have no complaints regardless of what the result ended up being. He had already done all that he could for the jasmine lily. Now, everything would be up to the jasmine lily's own fate. The jasmine lily did not make Lin Yuan wait for too long, and the solidified vitality was soon reabsorbed into the jasmine lily's body. Previously, the jasmine lily had been larger than Lin Yuan's head. When he held it in his hands, it felt like he was holding a large potted plant. But when the final wisps of solidified vitality entered the jasmine lily's body, it shrank to be smaller than his palm. This could only mean that the jasmine lily had mutated into the obstinate leaf style. It had now achieved all 3 possible transformations that a succulent plant could undergo: clustered, fasciated, and obstinate leaf style. Lin Yuan had seen jade worth billions in his previous life, but the color of the jasmine lily's leaves was even more breathtaking. They were a vibrant green that seemed to glow with vitality. The leaves were short and round, and the main flower was a deep red that looked like a piece of jade. The other flowers were blue, and the 3 buds of mountain jade had crystallized into small white flowers that jutted out from the plant like stars. Lin Yuan was amazed by the jasmine lily's beauty. He had never seen a succulent plant so stunning. The jasmine lily was a testament to the power of vitality. It had started out as a small, ordinary plant, but it had transformed into something truly extraordinary with the help of Lin Yuan's cultivation. Lin Yuan eagerly used true data to check the suzerain/myth breed jasmine lily. Spirit life form species: Crassulaceae genus/Ionium genus, Fey grade. Suzerain, 1/10. Fey type, wood. Fey quality. Myth I, abilities: heal. Fasciated flower stand. Its heal ability will reverse heal the target, absorbing its vitality and letting it experience extreme comfort at the same time. Crystallized main flower. Its heal ability will reverse heal the target and absorb a large amount of its vitality. Bud of mountain jade. Its heal ability will heal the target and channel rich vitality into it through its bud of mountain jade, restoring the target's damaged vitality. Mountain jade imprint. The mountain jade imprint will compress the pollen and vitality within the bud of mountain jade to combine the two. A special imprint will be formed. When applied to a target, the healing effects will be greatly raised. Healing transfer. When the mountain jade imprint is healing a target, if the vitality being injected into a target exceeds the amount that the target requires, the vitality will explode and heal the other life forms in the area. Alternatively, it can transfer the vitality to other targets with the mountain jade imprint. Life protecting soul. When a target is being healed, the vitality can form a protective layer over the soul to help the target's soul defend against external attacks. Red crystal jade drain. When using the crystallized main flower to carry out reverse healing on a target, the effects of draining vitality and the negative impacts on the spirit senses will be magnified. If the enemy target has the mountain jade imprint applied on it, it can drain the target's vitality. Mountain jade prayer. Once the fasciated flower stand is activated, layers of jade will be produced, and the vitality within the body will be rapidly released. There is no distance limit, and the targets with the mountain jade imprint on them will receive healing. This will enable the friendly targets with the mountain jade imprint on them to recover their vitality to the maximum level. Revived muscle and bone. If the target's body has lost its genetic model, the mountain jade fluid in the buds of mountain jade can use the target's damaged body to analyze and create a replica of its genetic model. Exclusive skill. Recovery imprint. It accumulates the healing energy that the jasmine lily releases during normal times. The contractor can activate the imprint to release the accumulated healing energy. Severed limbs growth. It comprehends the arcana of plant growth. Even if one's gene template is damaged, the rich vitality can allow one to continue to grow slowly. Generated wedge. Vitality will be poured into the target's body and used to bless the target. Before the vitality is used up, the target will not die regardless of how serious the injuries it sustains are. The Jasmine Lily's abilities had not changed much after it mutated into the obstinate leaf style and was filled to the brim with vitality. The new ability it had earned from reaching myth breed was called Revived Muscle and Bone. Lin Yuan felt it was similar to severed limbs growth, but there were also distinct differences. However, Revived Muscle and Bone targeted the dead. Previously, Lin Yuan intended to use the Jasmine Lily and the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring together to create new bodies for those who had died in order to contain their souls. But he had encountered significant obstacles, the largest of which was that severed limbs growth could not recreate the genetic models of those who had already died. But now that the Jasmine Lily had reached myth breed and gained Revived Muscle and Bone, Lin Yuan's issue was resolved. As long as the Jasmine Lily's buds of Mountain Jade could produce sufficient Mountain Jade fluid, Lin Yuan would be able to collaborate with the Mother of Bloodbath when he returned to the Radiance Federation to use the energy in the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring to recreate the Sky Sundial Jade Spider's body. The new exclusive skill was called Generated Wedge and could be used in conjunction with Mountain Jade Imprint. The Jasmine Lily could use Mountain Jade Imprint to inject vitality into targets that were far away. Lin Yuan had instructed the Jasmine Lily to place a Mountain Jade imprint on every member of the Astronomical Parliament so that he could use the Jasmine Lily to heal them as soon as they were injured. However, this treatment could not safeguard their lives against powerful enemies. Even if Lin Yuan instructed the Jasmine Lily to use Mountain Jade imprint to heal them, powerful enemies could still kill them. But now that he had Generated Wedge, as long as the Jasmine Lily still had vitality, it could use Generated Wedge to boost targets and make them extremely resistant to being killed. Moreover, using up all of the Jasmine Lily's vitality was not easy. Firstly, the Jasmine Lily had mutated into the obstinate leaf style, so every one of its leaves contained a massive amount of vitality. Furthermore, it had Recovery Imprint, allowing it to continuously stock up on vitality. Lin Yuan relied heavily on Recovery Imprint whenever he had to contract a dimensional world's treasure. But once he was done contracting the last 2-dimensional world treasures, the Jasmine Lily could continue stocking up on vitality that could be used whenever the need arose. Since he had Generated Wedge now and had already placed a Mountain Jade imprint on everyone important to him, he could now ensure he could protect all of them if ever they were in danger. He would not have to struggle to try and fix the situation only after it had happened. Lin Yuan was about to take a step forward to pick up the Jasmine Lily when it vibrated its leaves to mimic a human voice and said, "Yuan, I suddenly feel smarter and more clear-headed. I finally know what you look like. Will I also be able to change into human form and stay by your side just like Chimey is about to do?" Lin Yuan always thought that Blackie's voice was very gentle. But now, he felt that the Jasmine Lily's voice was even gentler. Succulent plants could change their gender repeatedly, so Lin Yuan didn't know what the Jasmine Lily's current gender was. The last time he sensed the Jasmine Lily through their spiritual link, it had made itself male. But for some unknown reason, it had changed back to female. Lin Yuan didn't want to make decisions on the Jasmine Lily's behalf. This was a decision that the Jasmine Lily had to make for itself. All Lin Yuan could do was provide support. As a succulent, the Jasmine Lily reproduced through leaf cutting. If it wanted to leave behind offspring, it could remove one of its own leaves and nourish it with special energy. The leaf would soon grow into another body. The offspring would retain the Jasmine Lily's mutation, so there was no need to evolve it from its plain initial self. However, plant-type phase needed to reach Myth 3 before they could change into human form. An A-rank Spirit Chi professional could only contract a Suzerain/Myth 2 Fae at most. As such, if the Jasmine Lily really wanted to change into human form, it would have to wait until Lin Yuan became an S-rank Spirit Chi professional. Lin Yuan had not been an A-rank Spirit Chi professional for long. It would take him at least 2 to 3 years before he could reach S-rank. "I'm sorry, Jasmine Lily. You can only change into human form a few years after Chimey does." Before Lin Yuan could explain the reason to the Jasmine Lily, it said nonchalantly, "Yuan, it doesn't matter if I'll be able to change into human form, as long as I can stay by your side." Lin Yuan was wholly touched by the Jasmine Lily. There was nothing more important to the Jasmine Lily than its companions. Luckily, Lin Yuan would visit the spirit lock spatial zone whenever he had time and did not neglect to spend time with his fays. Besides fays like Silver Corona, who could not remain by Lin Yuan's side, Lin Yuan made certain to interact with all his other fays at least a few times each week unless he was in an unconscious state. The jasmine lily could fit in Lin Yuan's hand once it shrunk. Lin Yuan picked up the jasmine lily with one hand and patted Blackie's horns with the other. Blackie, it's very easy for the source sand to reach myth breed. But in order for your bloodline to transform, your body will be taken apart and put back together. It will be an extremely painful and dangerous experience. Why don't you evolve first? Blackie nodded its large head and said in a determined and gentle voice, Yuan, you have invested so many resources into me. How can I back down just because evolving my bloodline will bring me some pain? Moreover, this won't be the first time that I'll have a tough time evolving my bloodline. I have experience, so you don't have to worry. Blackie raised its head and let out a roar full of the might of a flood dragon before lifting itself into the sky. The path that Blackie walked down was not an easy one. When it awakened the faint dragon species bloodline in its body and evolved from the spirit siphon goldfish into the spirit gather goldfish, its blood had stained the entire spirit pool. Its body had completely changed its shape, and its scales turned completely around. Its bones even seemed to be unable to carry its flesh. If Blackie had not been going through its evolution in the spirit pool and was absorbing the pure spirit chi that helped to rapidly heal its body, it would never have been able to evolve successfully. Instead, it would be long dead by now. Its later transformation from the spirit gather goldfish to the spirit tide ink flood dragon had been just as torturous. Lin Yuan was the most worried but also hopeful about Blackie's evolution. There were several branches along the process of evolving from flood dragon species to main dragon. They were the Een dragon, soaring dragon, submerged dragon, horned dragon, coiled dragon, and clawed dragon. The other 6 branches derived from the terrifying dragon species Fae and did not have much relation to the flood dragon species Fae. Given that Blackie was the spirit tide ink flood dragon, it was more inclined toward the horned dragon path. However, this did not mean it did not have the chance to advance toward the other branches during the evolution process. It was common for dragon species Faes to change the branch of their bloodline during breakthroughs. Among the 6 branches related to the flood dragon species, the horned dragon was considered average and was only slightly stronger than the submerged dragon. It was on the same level as the coiled dragon and was a significant step down from the soaring dragon. Could not even be compared to the Een dragon. Normally, spirit chi professionals who had contracted flood dragon species phase hoped their phase would evolve toward the Een dragon. But in actuality, the Een dragon was not the strongest path of evolution. The 4-clawed dragon was comparable to the Een dragon. If it had 5 claws, it would even surpass the Een dragon. However, the 5-clawed dragon was still only a legend. Lin Yuan had only ever seen it mentioned in the Annal of Monster Information. In the main world, a 5-clawed dragon was still unheard of. While the strong clawed dragons were outstanding, the weak ones were very inferior as well. A 1- or 2-clawed dragon was even weaker than a pure flood dragon species Fae. In his experience so far, Lin Yuan had already witnessed many legends. If any of his Faes were revealed to the outside world, they would be described as legends. Lin Yuan believed that Blackie would also be able to create a legend with its evolution. Following Blackie's roar, a large hole appeared in the sky, and numerous bolts of lightning streaked down toward Blackie. Lin Yuan was about to ask Eternal Source to help Blackie to fend off the attacks of its world cleansing when he was surprised by Blackie saying, Yuan, let me handle my own world cleansing. This will give me a chance to test my body. I want my bloodline to evolve in the best direction. Testing my body and willpower will be beneficial to me. I also want to see for myself just how difficult it is to deal with the world cleansing that caused other Faes to turn pale. Lin Yuan was surprised by Blackie's resolve and obstinance. But he did not turn down Blackie's request and stopped Eternal Source. It would not be too late to instruct Eternal Source to step in if Blackie turned out to be unable to handle the world cleansing. At the very most, Blackie's roots would be injured. It would be able to recover after some recuperation. Blackie was right. dragon species phase needed to temper their bodies to transform their bloodlines. Lin Yuan shouted, "Blackie, go ahead and charge. I will protect you from any real danger, so you don't have to worry. Let me know if you need pure spirit chi, water elemental energy, and the jasmine lily's healing." Blackie had been rather nervous, but once it heard what Lin Yuan said, it relaxed fully. Blackie had chosen its evolution direction long ago. In actuality, flood dragons could decide the direction of their evolutions. During the evolution process, they would gather their essence blood at a certain location in order to strengthen it. Blackie had transported all of its essence blood into its feet. It intended to evolve into a claw dragon and attempt to reach the upper limit of flood dragon species that were going to evolve into the main dragon species. Although Blackie had not demonstrated its ambition, it was not actually lacking in ambition at all. It knew that Lin Yuan was more than willing to help it fulfill its ambition. The lightning from the world cleansing struck Blackie's body repeatedly, leaving numerous giant black marks on its body. Due to its dragon scales, Blackie appeared to have a crystallized body. However, the large black marks were dull as they were actually the parts of Blackie's flesh that had been charred black by the lightning. Blackie let out cries of pain while it guided the lightning that struck it toward its feet in order to activate the essence blood there. Slowly, Blackie felt that it was becoming harder to hold on, and its body was also starting to crack. At that moment, Blackie did not stubbornly try to push on. Instead, it asked Lin Yuan for help. "Yuan, I need you and the Jasmine Lily to help me." After receiving Blackie's plea for help, Lin Yuan instructed Eternal Source to deliver the spirit chi crystals and water-type, heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls he had already prepared to Blackie. The Jasmine Lily's buds of mountain jade shot out 3 beams of vitality that landed on Blackie's body, causing its body to light up. Blackie began frantically absorbing the spirit chi from the spirit chi crystals and elemental energy from the elemental pearls as it continued directing the lightning to its feet to trigger the essence blood. Blackie could sense that all the essence blood in its 4 feet had already been activated, and their shape was starting to change. Its claws became sturdier and more slender, giving it an air of indescribable formidability. Its claws were now its strongest weapon and could also contain even more spiritual power. It could generate even more force when it used spirit essence explosion now. At that moment, Blackie noticed that its 4 feet had changed. However, it still had some essence blood left and decided to inject it into its claws. While Blackie was trying this out, it was hit by a wave of pain, as though the bottom half of its body was being ripped apart. Its 4 feet had shifted positions. As it sensed the changes that were happening to its body, Blackie first felt surprised, then delighted. There could only be one possibility for such an occurrence. It was about to grow even more claws. Otherwise, there would be no need for its original 4 claws to shift position. Flood dragon species phase had 4 claws on average. This was to prepare for the possible outcome of losing a claw or 2. When Blackie was certain it could keep all 4 of its claws, it knew that it had not disappointed Lin Yuan. But now that it had 5 claws, it could make Lin Yuan even happier than ever. When it watched Chimey and the Jasmine Lily evolve and transform their bloodlines, Blackie had been terrified it would be the one to disappoint Lin Yuan. It was also competitive and did not want to fall behind its other companions, Lin Yuan's other phase. But now it could set its worries at rest. The pain of its lower half was unbearable. If there was a mountain nearby, Blackie would definitely slam its body into the mountain. When the agony reached a peak and Blackie almost lost control and fell from the sky, another claw extended out from its body. It was now a 5-clawed dragon. Once the 5th claw grew out, all of the essence blood in Blackie's body was used up. However, Blackie knew it had attained the 5-clawed dragon bloodline during its evolution to myth breed. This meant that it might be able to push the claw dragon bloodline to new limits in the future. Surprised delight flooded Lin Yuan's face when he saw Blackie's 5th claw. He had indeed wondered if Blackie would be able to evolve toward the claw dragon direction and grow a 5th claw. However, he did not make any demands of Blackie or place any pressure on it before it began its evolution. But it turned out that Blackie was more outstanding than he had expected. Not only was it evolving in the clawed dragon direction, but it had even grown a fifth claw. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Blackie. Fey name: 5-clawed spirit dragon, Fey species. Clawed dragon species / 5-clawed dragon genus, Fey grade. Suzerain, 1/10. Fey type: water, Fey quality. Myth I. Abilities: spirit injection. Restore a huge amount of spiritual power at once and restore the lost spiritual power over a period of time. Spirit roar. Let out a roar to control the direction of the flow of spiritual power. It can choose to boost or drain the spiritual power of the targets in a given area. Endowment spirit rain. The bloodline can be used to gather the clouds and release rain that contains spiritual power. The targets that make contact with the rain can replenish their lost spiritual power. Spirit channel system. The spirit chi in the body can be released into the environment. A perfect and invisible channel system will be formed through the spirit chi. The channel system will not only recover its own spiritual power but decrease the rate at which its spiritual power is diminished. Spirit judgment imprisonment. Pick a target and judge the concentration of spirit chi within the target's body. If the concentration of spirit chi in the target's body is higher than its own, all of the spirit chi in its body will be emptied out. If the concentration of spirit chi in the target's body is lower than its own, the target's spiritual power will be imprisoned. Spirit wrath. The dragon aura will be unleashed. The dragon aura will burn off all of the spirit chi in the area and cause the surrounding environment to be empty of spiritual power. True Spirit 5 changes. Release the dragon claws. Every dragon claw will become a clone. The clones will possess all the abilities of the main body. They will not disappear after being attacked and will share spiritual power with the main body. Exclusive skill. Spirit Chi Imprint. The spirit chi that is constantly released to the environment will be stored within the spirit chi imprint instead. It can also drain a small amount of the spirit chi released from other dragon species phase within the surrounding area that does not exceed the phase grade and inject it into the spirit chi imprint. It will be branded on the contractor's body, and the contractor can release spirit chi contained within the spirit chi imprint. Spirit Essence Explosion. Gather the spiritual power into a single point and explode all the energy. Spirit Essence Explosion can only be applied on places where there is contact with the spirit chi imprint. Emperor Spirit Control. An Emperor Spirit inscription will be formed within the dragon claw. There can only be one Emperor Spirit inscription in each claw. Each Emperor Spirit inscription will allow the amount of spirit chi in the body to be multiplied. Lin Yuan thought, not only has Blackie's bloodline evolved in the best direction, but its abilities and exclusive skills are also the best that they can be. With Blackie's main body included, there would be a total of 6 Blackies. Blackie would be able to produce 6 attacks or 6 variations of responses when it used Spirit Essence Explosion or any other ability. Lin Yuan found it reasonable that the abilities used by the clones would draw from the main body's spiritual power. This was because spiritual power could not appear out of nowhere. If Blackie used Spirit Chi Imprint, it would be able to handle such a burden. Emperor Spirit Control would allow an Emperor Spirit inscription to be formed in each one of Blackie's claws. In total, Blackie would be able to produce 5 Emperor Spirit inscriptions. This would allow the amount of Spirit Chi in Blackie's body to multiply by 5 times. Spirit Chi Imprint would allow Blackie's body to continuously accumulate Spirit Chi. The strength of the Spirit Chi correlated to the amount of time that it had spent being stocked up. Lin Yuan had already used Spirit Chi Imprint to overcome numerous sticky situations. The Emperor Spirit inscriptions in Blackie's claws would allow the Spirit Chi in Blackie's claws to multiply. This alone gave Emperor Spirit Control unmeasurable value. But at the same time, it went without saying that the stronger the ability, the higher the price that would have to be paid for it. Due to Spirit Chi Imprint, it should not be difficult to use Emperor Spirit Control to form Emperor Spirit inscriptions in the dragon claws. Lin Yuan looked at Blackie, whose body was about 500 meters long, and waved at it. Blackie's transformation was complete, and its aura had also transformed completely. Blackie's body twirled and twisted as it arrived in front of Lin Yuan and raised its 5 claws so Lin Yuan could see the result of its evolution. Lin Yuan had spotted the gleam of Blackie's claws from a distance away. Dragon claws were a dragon's strongest weapon. Lin Yuan gave Blackie a thumbs up before he asked, Blackie, how do you use Emperor Spirit control to form Emperor Spirit inscriptions in your claws? Blackie pondered over its current state before it raised its claws and said, Yuan, I will need to use up the spirit chi in my body in order to form the Emperor Spirit inscriptions. It will require around the same amount of spirit chi as what is stored in the spirit chi imprint. I can use the Emperor Spirit inscriptions to provide aid to others, and you can use your spirit chi crystals to help me form the Emperor Spirit inscriptions. Blackie had already possessed a very high intelligence. But after its evolution, its intelligence reached an even higher level. Blackie had been by Lin Yuan's side for a long time and was deeply influenced by his patterns. The increment of power was more important than the accumulation of resources. Blackie found that using spirit chi crystals to trade for a magnified spirit chi explosion was very worth it. Moreover, Blackie knew that Lin Yuan used to treasure spirit chi crystals the most. But now, he had as many spirit chi crystals as he wanted. If that were the case, he could use spirit chi crystals to multiply the amount of spirit chi within the spirit chi imprint. Blackie's body grew larger again after its evolution. Even if it coiled its body up, Lin Yuan could not take it back into the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan took out thousands of spirit chi crystals and handed them to Blackie, so it could absorb them to produce the Emperor Spirit inscriptions. Now that Blackie had evolved, the only one left was the source sand. Lin Yuan crouched down and touched the source sand as he said, Source sand, there's no one left for you to give up the spot to. It's your turn to evolve. I've given you so many Earth-type, heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. If you need them, you can crush and absorb them during your evolution. The closed guard sand wrapped around Lin Yuan's hand and gently tapped his palm as a way of responding to him. As an elemental source-type life form, the source sand could understand what Lin Yuan meant. However, its intelligence was much lower than Blackie, Genius, Chimey, and the other phase. After responding to Lin Yuan, all of the sand that Lin Yuan could see started to bubble and thrash about. It was as though the entire desert was about to be whipped into a sandstorm. The sand shot up to the sky, and radium strands appeared in front of Lin Yuan, forming a mobile castle. The closed guard sand started to thrash around the castle. The sand granules that reached 500 meters underground all became alive. In this desert, the source sand fully demonstrated its control over its element. Lin Yuan had not expected the source sand to create the biggest scene out of all his phase. As an elemental-type life form, its evolution to myth breed was not as complicated as that of regular phase. The entire sea of sand was part of the source sand's main body, and it seemed as though the world cleansing that descended was about to be swallowed up by the endless sea of sand. It was as though the one being tested was not the source sand but the lava that was plummeting from the sky. Even without eternal source stepping in, the source sand fended off its world cleansing within 15 minutes and absorbed the world grace that later descended from the hole in the sky. Lin Yuan could clearly sense that the quantity of the closed guard sand was rapidly rising. It now covered almost all of the desert within Lin Yuan's line of sight. Lin Yuan could not control all of the sand in front of him. The main parts of the closed guard sand, which were the ones nearest to Lin Yuan's feet, started to condense until they turned into yellow crystals. These yellow shards were more sensitive than the closed guard sand. It was as though every yellow shard was an overlord of the other granules and would be able to organize and control them with great accuracy and efficiency. Lin Yuan felt that this special sand that was produced from the source sand's evolution to suzerain/myth breed could be called Overlord Sand. When the world grace was fully absorbed, there was only enough of the Overlord Sand to cover one of Lin Yuan's hands. However, this was enough to control the sea of sand. It was likely that the appearance of the Overlord Sand was due to a new exclusive skill. One after another, mobile castles popped up from the sand. The source sand told Lin Yuan through their spiritual energy link, each granule of the Overlord Sand is a core that controls a mobile castle. All that is required to produce a mobile castle is a radium structure, and it will automatically move on its own using the movement of the quicksand. It will only use up the energy in my body when they are attacking. However, I can ensure that every mobile castle has suzerain power. The source sand's line of thinking was much clearer now. Lin Yuan was momentarily at a loss about how to respond to the source sand. Lin Yuan looked around him. There were thousands of mobile castles that were hundreds of meters tall and gliding swiftly through the sand. If every mobile castle had suzerain/myth breed power, Red Thorn would be no match for the source sand if it only used the Sea of Flowers and did not tap into the human weapons controlled by the tongues of Relinquish. More importantly, the source sand's main reason for producing these mobile castles was not to fight but to transport other spirit chi professionals. The source sand was now a giant battle engine. Lin Yuan forcefully calmed himself down and used true data to check on the source sand. Fey name: source sand, amber button, Fey species. Elemental/sand, Fey grade, suzerain, 1/10, Fey type, earth, Fey quality. Myth I, exclusive skill, sand control. Increase the contractor's control towards the source sand and also reduce the spiritual power consumption when controlling the source sand. Metal consume manifestation. Consume a type of metal into the source sand and allow the source sand to possess characteristics of the metal that was consumed. At the same time, the source sand can rapidly condense the metal within the gravel, forming a specified form. Ferromanganese/chain blade, day and night spirit silver/feathers, red lotus soft gold/trigone strands, gravel spirit acceptance. The source sand can consume a type of Fey or dimensional life form. The consumption will be determined by the life form's energy and genetic model complexity. Overlord sand control. A special type of sand will be produced. It will be the command center of the Sea of Sand and be able to exert strong control over the Sea of Sand. The special sand can control a type of metal. Once the metal has been absorbed, the entire Sea of Sand will be boosted by that specific metal. Given that the source sand was a special elemental source-type life form, it would not gain new abilities when it evolved its grade and would only gain a new exclusive skill. Lin Yuan had already witnessed the effects of Overlord Sand control. It not only strengthened the source sand's control over the Sea of Sand but could also boost the entire Sea of Sand. The effects of Overlord Sand control were similar to that of Metal Consume manifestation. However, the key point of Metal Consume manifestation was that it enabled the Sea of Sand to produce metal, thus improving its combat abilities. On the other hand, Overlord Sand control added a metal attribute to the Sea of Sand. Before conquering the subterranean world, Lin Yuan had limited access to outstanding metal spiritual ingredients. However, once he conquered the subterranean world, he would have his pick of all the sovereign metal spiritual ingredients he wanted. This would allow him to feed a sovereign metal spiritual ingredient to the Overlord Sand so that it could gain its effects. He would have to think carefully before he decided which he would allow the source sand to absorb. The source sand had reached the suzerain/myth breed, but Metal Consume manifestation had only consumed 3 types of metals. Lin Yuan intended to carefully contemplate what other metal spiritual ingredients he would give the source sand to consume. If he had his pick of special metal spiritual ingredients, the previous 3, including day and night spirit silver, could be retired. Just as Lin Yuan was about to take stock of all the metal spiritual ingredients he currently possessed and decide which would complement the source sand best, he received a message from Mountain Ridge Source. Her tone was stern and anxious. Mountain Ridge Source. Lord Lin Yuan, the alien insects you asked me to watch are showing signs of activity. They are rapidly spreading out as if they have received an order. Additionally, numerous large alien insects that I have never seen before have emerged from the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift. They have not stopped producing electricity since emerging. I believe the alien insects plan to take over the human world. Lin Yuan pursed his lips after he saw the message from Mountain Ridge Source. The alien insects had been gathered around the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift in an orderly fashion for months without showing signs of moving. They were indeed planning a siege on the human world. Luckily, he had finished his venture into the subterranean world and had not wasted too much time in the subterranean world. Otherwise, the entire Sand Island continent would have fallen to the alien insects' well-prepared attack and become the springboard that the alien insects used to take over other continents. Lin Yuan used his spiritual energy to contact Genius and instructed it to gather all of the Turning Wheel and Samsara realm dictators in the Marsh world so that he could take them through Klein Hub and into the main world. There were thousands of dimensional life forms in various humanoid shapes behind Lin Yuan. They used to command millions of life forms. In the main world, Any one of them had what it took to become a member of royalty. Lin Yuan ordered the dictators behind him, save the Sand Island continent and chase all the alien insects back to the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift. If the alien insects are unwilling to move even after you've displayed your power, you can deal with them how you see fit. Remember not to cause too much destruction to the Sand Island continent. As Lin Yuan conquered one dimensional world after another, his reputation among the Turning Wheel and Samsara Realm dictators was only magnified. Moreover, he had demonstrated power far beyond that of Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor in the subterranean world. Now, none of the Turning Wheel and Samsara Realm dictators were indignant toward him. After receiving Lin Yuan's command, all of the Turning Wheel and Samsara Realm dictators gave their assurance. Lord Lin Yuan, we will definitely be able to do a good job. The Turning Wheel and Samsara Realm dictators were very curious about the alien insects because they knew they came from another dimensional world. The world that the alien insects came from was very similar to their own worlds. Lin Yuan intended to take over this dimensional world while protecting the main world. They hoped that there were a few intelligent creatures in this dimensional world of insects. Alien insects could be seen covering every inch of the Seaberry Federation's seemingly boundless desert. The alien insects charged forward without rest in an orderly manner, with the weaker alien insects positioned at the front of the group. The wave-like formation of the armies of insects ensured that the alien insects at the front did not have to back down, even if they encountered strong enemies. Originally, there was a barren desert in front of the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift. But that space had since been altered by the alien insects. There were a few alien insects that resembled centipedes and were continuously swallowing sand before digesting and expelling it. The black and brown byproducts they expelled would become even harder than rocks after they were left in the sun for a few minutes. It was these writhing long insects that turned the desert into a giant insect nest in the short span of a month or two. At present, a grand meeting was ongoing in the insect nest. There were 13 humanoid female insects who were sitting around a long table. All of them bore features of different insect species, indicating that they had evolved from different insects. From the aura released by these female insects, one could tell that they were Samsara Realm dictators. One of the female insects with tentacles hidden amongst her strands of hair and wearing grayish-green armor covered with bristles said, "Besides Carly, who has just evolved to the Samsara Realm and rejected the invitation to join us, everyone else is here. We are going to take over this world. According to our joint investigations, this world doesn't have any experts. All they do is make a lot of noise. We will be able to put an end to this quickly." Once she was done speaking, someone voiced their opposition. "I don't think we should rush into this. If we are much stronger than this world's lifeforms, it will be a better idea to steadily push them back. By remaining here, we will be able to retreat and escape quickly if we encounter danger." The female insect with thorns all over her armor spoke. Many insects agreed with her. They were thirsty for bloodshed, but they preferred to remain steady when it came to conquests. They did not want to undertake any external risks. The insects had only investigated the continent in front of them. It was clear that there was more to this world. It would be irresponsible to determine if a world was suitable to be taken over based on the circumstances of this continent alone. Two other female insects voiced their support for this view. This created two opposing sides. Gray Enchantment was the impulsive type and had a very bad temper. When Issa did not support her idea, Gray Enchantment snarled, "I'm the one who investigated this continent. I have the last say. All of the life forms in the continent are fleeing. The strongest of them are only of the same level of power as Carly. It won't be an obstacle for us. We need the fresh blood energy from this continent. Issa, we have lost many opportunities because of you. We have come all the way here. We will be able to put up a fight even if strong enemies do appear." Issa pursed her lips when she heard Gray Enchantment's angry shriek. There was nothing wrong with what Gray Enchantment said, but Issa believed that the insects had the advantage in this world and had absolute confidence in taking on strong enemies. If they encountered an enemy stronger than them, all the insects would meet their ruin there. If their troops were surrounded and captured by powerful lifeforms from this world, the insects would lose a large proportion of their strength. Issa asked in a low voice. Gray enchantment, you are one of the insect empresses of the insects. You need to consider more than just how you can break enemy ranks but also how you can secure the profits of insects. I will never allow the troops under me to join you until you've thoroughly investigated the power of all the experts in the world. Issa was not skilled at persuasion. Once she was done stating her stand, she did not bother to ascertain if Gray Enchantment would listen. After all, she had already made her decision known. The other insect empresses were still watching. The other insect empresses who wanted to play it safe would definitely support her decision. Gray Enchantment and Issa had entered a stalemate. Every insect empress oversaw their own portion of insects. Gray Enchantment did not have the right to control the insects under Issa. In terms of power, Issa was more of a veteran and might even be slightly more powerful than Gray Enchantment. With the two of them in an impasse, a short insect empress with thick long hair and a large horn protruding from her head said, "Since we have split opinions, why don't we work separately? Those who want to begin their conquest can go ahead and do so. Those who don't want to begin the conquest can advance slowly. When it comes to dividing resources, we will allocate them according to individual capabilities. This way, our losses won't be too great even if we do encounter strong enemies. What do you think of my idea?" Mexa hated it when the insects had differing opinions. In the past, these differences had caused cracks in the insect ranks and led to massive losses. Therefore, a prolonged stalemate was never a good idea. Gray Enchantment was eager to begin her conquest. She wanted to harvest more resources and speed up her own development. Issa, on the other hand, wanted to play it safe. She was afraid that the insect troops under her would suffer losses. Mexa had an idea that would safeguard the profits of both sides. There was no reason for either of them to disagree. The insects always allocated benefits based on contributions and effort. Gray Enchantment would have to take on even more risks, so she would receive more resources. Issa would not have to take on risks, so she could not expect profit. Mexa's suggestion immediately earned Issa and Gray Enchantment's support. The other insect empresses who were part of the two camps of opinions were in agreement as well. But before Gray Enchantment and the other insect empresses who had decided to charge in could decide the direction they were going to begin their conquest in, the 13 empresses received a piece of news that caused all of their expressions to change. They had already investigated this continent. So, where had all these experts come from? They were using their auras to block the insects from every direction. The insects initially intended to conquer this new world they had discovered and turn it into their prey. Because of this, they had been planning continuously. But now, the 13 insect empresses felt as though they had become the prey instead. Lin Yuan dispatched all of his powerful combat forces to stop the insects from causing bloodshed across the Sand Island continent. He knew that the insects were an advanced society with a high propensity for submission. Toppling the leader to crumble the organization was a very effective method in the alien world. The powerful alien insects who had entered through the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift would only have one place to head toward: back to the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift. Lin Yuan sent Eternal Source, Carlos, and Caroline to the rift entrance. An Afterlife Realm Dictator and 2 Pinnacle Samsara Realm Dictators would be able to effectively block the insects from scouting out the situation. Eternal Source was familiar with the process of toppling the leader to crumble the organization. He instructed Carlos and Caroline to stand guard by the entrance of the rift to ensure that none of the powerful insects could escape through it. Next, Eternal Source released the full force of his Afterlife Realm aura and created a 500-kilometer radius around the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift before thoroughly checking on the situation within this boundary. Even the underground palace constructed by the 13 empresses could not remain hidden. Eternal Source was rather taken aback. The alien insect world had sent out 13 Samsara Realm Dictators to take over the main world. This clearly showed how strong the alien insect world was. They were much stronger than the marsh world that only had 11 Samsara Realm Dictators. Once Eternal Source's aura locked up these 13 insect Samsara Realm Dictators, he used his aura to suppress them before slamming his heavy body down on the ground that lay above the underground palace. The 13 insect empresses were all stupefied. They had only just received the news that their armies had all been blocked. Now, their powers had all been locked by an aura that was stronger than their own. This aura caused the insect empresses to lose the will to fight back. They had always been chasing this aura but had never been able to achieve it. Once the 13 insect empresses recovered from their state of shock, they immediately started communicating through their gazes to devise a counter-strategy. In an extremely abrupt manner, Eternal Source's body crashed through the palace wall and landed on the table in front of the 13 insect empresses. "Good, you're all here. You've saved me some trouble. I can hand in my work to the Lord now. Are you going to come with me? Or do I need to damage your roots until you fall unconscious before bringing you back myself? You can make the decision." Eternal Source's words were simple and easy to understand. He was giving them the final ultimatum without allowing them any time to prepare. The insect empresses now had two choices. They could either pick the first option or be forced to pick the second option. The insect empresses that were used to leading millions of dimensional lifeforms from glittering thrones had suddenly become captives. None of them could swallow this down. It seemed as though they had two choices, but there was actually only one. Who would be willing to have their roots damaged until they fell unconscious before being captured? From the way that the humanoid lifeform spoke, it seemed to be loyal to someone. Just how powerful could the one it was loyal to actually be? Mexa was afraid that the impulsive and bad-tempered insect empresses like Grey Enchantment would make the wrong decision. If the other side had ill will against them, they could have killed them already. Since they hadn't, it meant they didn't come to kill them. Why didn't they go with the humanoid lifeform who was clearly much stronger than them to meet with the Lord he mentioned? The insects had to remain a strong united force in order to gain leverage during their negotiations with the other side. When she noticed that Grey Enchantment hadn't realized this and was showing signs of losing control of her aura, Mexa sighed to herself before hurriedly saying, "I am Mexa, one of the 14 insect empresses. I am willing to go with you to meet with your lord. I am sure my sisters will make the same decision as me. We insects always prioritize the profits of our species first." When Grey Enchantment looked at her, Mexa winked at her intentionally. Grey Enchantment realized what Mexa was trying to do and immediately composed herself and followed Mexa in making the same decision. With Mexa and Grey Enchantment as their examples, the other insect empresses soon made the same decision. They had all been silent when Eternal Source first arrived because they didn't want to be the first to show weakness. Mexa had tossed away her reputation and did something for the good of all the insects. Eternal Source saw Mexa's resolute decision and her hint to Grey Enchantment. He thought Mexa was very smart, while Grey Enchantment was an idiot. He planned to tell Lin Yuan about his assessment. Eternal Source definitely preferred the smart Mexa to Grey Enchantment and the other insects. He was also more willing to serve Lin Yuan alongside Mexa in the future. The 13 insect empresses had all stated their stances. Eternal Source reported everything to Lin Yuan through the Thoughts letter paper and called Carlos and Caroline back. Now that he had captured the peak power of the alien insect world, there was no longer any point in watching the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift. Eternal Source was afraid that the 13 insect empresses would try something if they saw that he was alone. If that happened, he would have to attack all of them. However, he knew Lin Yuan did not want to hurt the insect empresses. With Carlos and Caroline around, the three of them could escort the insect empresses and dispel any nefarious thoughts they might have. Eternal Source used his aura to crash into Carlos and Caroline, who were guarding the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift. He could sense that Carlos and Caroline had been trying to act friendly toward him. By calling them over so they could escort the 13 insect empresses together, Eternal Source reciprocated their friendliness and gave them an opportunity. Eternal Source could tell that Lin Yuan intended to nurture Carlos and Caroline. It was likely that they would soon become afterlife realm dictators as well. Eternal Source wanted to establish friendly ties with them just as much as they wanted to do so with him. Eternal Source felt that if his guess was right, this group of insect empresses would also join Lin Yuan's camp and become his subordinates. They would then become his comrades as well as competitors. As the number of subordinates under Lin Yuan increased, and with the Earth's sacred fruit that could continuously evolve pinnacle samsara realm dictators to the afterlife realm, he would definitely have many competitors in the future. Eternal Source had great foresight. Thus, the first thing he did was form ties with Carlos and Caroline, who were the most likely to be the first to evolve to the afterlife realm. This way, the three of them could form a team with him at the center. Eternal Source had been with Lin Yuan for some time and knew that Lin Yuan was not against the formation of such small teams as long as they followed Lin Yuan's orders properly and met his expectations. Lin Yuan hated it when his subordinates tried pulling tricks. But Eternal Source would never try anything sneaky when it came to Lin Yuan. When Carlos and Caroline arrived by Eternal Source's side and saw the 13 insect Samsara realm dictators, the two of them looked at each other. They had tried requesting to be the ones to capture the insect experts. However, Lin Yuan decided to send Eternal Source instead and for the two of them to assist him. Carlos and Caroline could not help but feel slightly bitter over this. But now that they knew how strong the insect experts were, Carlos and Caroline were very glad that Lin Yuan had not agreed to their request. If they were the ones to handle this matter, they would definitely bungle it up. If these insect empresses crossed the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift and fled back into the alien insect world, they would have embarrassed themselves in front of all of Lin Yuan's subordinates and possibly be punished by Lin Yuan as well. They were also surprised by the alien insects' overall power. Without the two of them, who were anomalies in the abyssal world, the overall power of the alien insects would be stronger than that of the abyssal world. The insect empresses who had all decided to submit were all trying to come up with schemes. But once they saw Carlos and Caroline, all of those rebellious thoughts vanished. Given the power the two of them had displayed, they had no hope of escaping into the alien insect world. Even if they did manage to flee to the alien insect world, the other side would be able to hunt them down, too. Mexa first bowed to Carlos and Caroline before softly asking Eternal Source, "Do we need to make any special preparations before we go and see this Lord? We don't want to offend him in any way when we see him." After hearing what Mexa said, Eternal Source became even more impressed with her. "The Lord is very casual. There's nothing special that you need to take note of. You don't have to be too anxious either." Once he was done speaking, he led the way out of the underground palace. Mexa, Gray Enchantment, Issa, and the others followed. Carlos and Caroline hung back just in case any insect empresses tried to flee. Many years had passed since Gray Enchantment last experienced this feeling of not being in control of her own life. She hated this feeling and asked Eternal Source, "May I ask why the Lord is looking for us?" Gray Enchantment dared to ask this question because Eternal Source had replied to Mexa's question. This made Gray Enchantment believe that Eternal Source was easier to talk to. However, before she could finish asking her question, she found herself locked up by Eternal Source's aura. When Gray Enchantment looked over at Eternal Source and saw his sharp gaze, she could not help but start trembling. "How am I supposed to know what the Lord is planning? When you see him, you only need to answer his questions. You don't need to ask him anything. Do you understand?" After Mexa asked her question, many other insect empresses wanted to try speaking to him. This was because they wanted to find out more information and leave a good impression on him. But once Eternal Source chastised Gray Enchantment, such ideas disappeared from the insect empresses' minds. Now, another question popped into their minds. Why was this life form who had crossed the Samsara realm treating Mexa so differently? The difference in treatment was so obvious. After being warned by Eternal Source's stern glare, all Gray Enchantment felt was fear. However, Mexa had noticed this difference. She did not know the reason for it. This was clearly the first time that she was meeting this humanoid life form. Nonetheless, Mexa knew that this state of affairs was good for her. Lin Yuan finally smiled after seeing the news Eternal Source had sent through the Thoughts letter paper. He had managed to capture 13 insect Samsara realm dictators. It was likely that the alien insects had deployed all of their power for the sake of this attack on the main world. It was no wonder they had been preparing for so long before launching their attack. If Lin Yuan had not coincidentally arrived at the Sand Island continent and had prepared for the alien insects' invasion, the alien insects would never have stopped at conquering just the Sand Island continent once they realized just how weak the Sand Island continent was. They would definitely have spread out rapidly and become a threat to the surrounding continents. At that time, even if Lin Yuan received the news and came to help put up a fight, it would be difficult to minimize the main world's losses. The most important part of the alien insect's increment of power was obtaining protein. Flesh was the best source of protein. Hence, the continents conquered by the alien insects would all end up wastelands devoid of life. Now that Eternal Source had captured the 13 insect empresses, Lin Yuan could finally rest easy. The 13 insect empresses would definitely be able to control the armies of alien insects and put a stop to the attack on the main world. He could then send the alien insects back into the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift in groups so that the main world would be free of them again while preserving the alien insect world's power. Luckily, even the weakest of the experts that Lin Yuan had sent out were turning will realm dictators. Their auras could forcefully halt the alien insect's activity. If he was not able to stop the insect armies using this method, he would not be able to prevent them from advancing, even if he ordered the insect empresses to kill them. Lin Yuan sent his reply to Eternal Source through the Thought's letter paper and told him to instruct the insect empresses to gather the insect armies and bring them to him. Eternal Source immediately relayed Lin Yuan's order once he received it. After sensing Eternal Source's aura, the insect empresses all gave up on trying to conquer the main world. Eternal Source was now gathering the insect armies to reduce their losses. This was extremely beneficial to the insect empresses. The insect empresses ended up agreeing to Eternal Source's request. Once the alien insects received the order from the insect empresses, they immediately dispersed. The 13 insect empresses also used their own spiritual energy to call all the insect-turning will realm dictators. The alien insects of higher levels were able to exert control over those of lower levels. Their magnitude of control was even stronger than that of Emperor-class mermaids over King-class mermaids. Although some of the insect-turning will realm dictators knew that the 13 insect empresses had fallen captive, they still followed the order and gathered together. Once Eternal Source did a roll call and placed markings on the more than 300 insect-turning will realm dictators, he led them all to Lin Yuan. The 13 insect empresses were very curious to find out what kind of figure was able to tame an afterlife realm expert like Eternal Source. But when they saw Lin Yuan, they could not sense any aura from this life form that Eternal Source was loyal to. A humanoid life form in the form of a young man stood on the palm of an afterlife realm expert. Naturally, the insect empresses and turning will realm dictators did not think it was because Lin Yuan was weak. There was no way weak life forms would be able to control such subordinates. It might be that this young man was so powerful that they did not have the power to sense him. When Lin Yuan found out that 13 insect empresses had arrived in the main world, he had found it to be ridiculous. They had even brought more than 300 insect-turning will realm dictators with them. It could be said that they had deployed almost all their forces. Thus, there was a high chance that these 13 insect empresses were carrying the books and endless gems. Lin Yuan told the insect experts, "Hand over all your books and endless gems. I'm willing to accept your loyalty. Otherwise, I will search for them myself." Lin Yuan's words had essentially stripped away the insect empress's icons of authority. They also now knew what Lin Yuan's goal was, giving them a direction to work toward. If Lin Yuan's power had only just passed the pinnacle samsara realm and had not reached the afterlife realm, the insect empresses would never have agreed to such a request. This was because 4 of the 13 them had reached pinnacle samsara realm. But now, there were 2 afterlife realm experts who had submitted to this humanoid lifeform in the form of a young man. Thus, it would be reasonable for them to submit as well. If they could rely on a powerful lifeform, they would stand a better chance of leading the alien insect species toward glory. Alien insects of lower levels were willing to listen to those of higher levels because of their bloodline and their natural inclination to show reverence. While the other insect empresses were still thinking, Mexa had already made up her mind. She decided to place the alien insect's future in this young man's hands. Mexa possessed a book, and since this young man wanted it and she had made her decision, she took it out and handed it to Lin Yuan. There was no need for Eternal Source to sing praises of Mexa to Lin Yuan. Mexa's reaction alone was enough for Lin Yuan to know she was the smartest insect empress. The Abyss Great Emperor levitated the book up to Lin Yuan, and he stored it inside the Fountain of Faith in the Divine Kingdom. Once Lin Yuan ascertained there were no issues with the book, he replied, "I am kind to every species that become loyal to me. They all end up becoming outstanding. If the alien insects become loyal to me, I can promise you that an afterlife realm expert will emerge from your ranks within the next century. Lin Yuan's words seemed to be replying to what Mexa said, but he was actually addressing all of the insect dictators. Lin Yuan seemed to be painting a rosy picture of the future, but this was actually how he treated all the species that became loyal to him. Lin Yuan's words caused all the insect empresses' breathing to pick up. If this young man was not lying to them, the alien insects were about to enter a golden era. In the alien insect species' entire history, there had never been a female the arch. It was the dream of every insect empress to reach the afterlife realm. However, many of them had failed, and none had managed to achieve this dream. If there was to be a female the arch, the young man could only choose from amongst the 4 pinnacle samsara realm insect empresses. With this thought, the 4 pinnacle insect samsara realm dictators started to breathe more quickly. Grey Enchantment, Issa, and Mexa were among them. The other insect empresses followed Mexa's lead and handed over their books. Lin Yuan realized that the insect empresses only possessed 5 books. It was clear that this was all that the alien insect world had. Lin Yuan frowned when he realized that none of the insect empresses had taken out endless gems. After noticing this, Mexa explained, "Lord, the endless gem you mentioned might be what we call the sacred stones. We have placed all of our sacred stones in the inheritance nest. We are not refusing to hand them to you. If you want to obtain them, you must head to the inheritance nest. If you're willing to enter the alien insect world, I can lead the way. If you don't want to enter the alien insect world and have enough trust in me, I can help you retrieve them." Lin Yuan immediately replied, "If that's the case, you can take me to your inheritance nest. It will also give me the chance to see if there are any treasures in the alien insect world. So many of the alien insects have arrived in the main world. But you must have left someone behind to watch over things, right? How many samsara realm dictators are there in the alien insect world?" When Mexa noticed that she was the only one to whom Lin Yuan was posing his question, she knew that her action had gained his trust. Mexa had no intention of lying in that situation. There was no point in lying. Her lie would be exposed once they arrived in the alien insect world, and the other insect empresses might expose her to gain favor with Lin Yuan. Based on her knowledge, Mexa started to carefully describe the current combat power that existed in the alien insect world. She tried her best to be fully accurate. Mexa only spoke after a moment of silence. "Lord, another samsara realm dictator exists in the alien insect world. Her name is Carly. The insects and turning wheel realm dictators under her were not deployed. To my memory, there are 26 turning wheel realm dictators under her." Mexa knew that every insect empress had their own schemes and selfish desires. She had brought all her subordinates with her to take over the main world, but there was no guarantee that the others had done the same. She could use this opportunity to see which insect empress had hidden tricks up their sleeves. Since she had made this clear, Lin Yuan would not blame her regardless of what he ended up discovering in the alien insect world. Mexa's plan was clear-cut. She was always the first to respond because she wanted to protect the profits of the alien insects as well as her own. She received more favor from Lin Yuan than the other insect empresses. As a result, she would also have greater authority than they did. The alien insects had already decided to become loyal to Lin Yuan. Thus, everything she did aligned with the benefits of all the insects. After hearing what Mexa said, the other 12 insect empresses' expressions changed. She had greatly displeased them as they felt she was trying to order them about. She also seemed to be trying to force them to reveal their secrets. It was already agreed that every insect empress would deploy all the troops under them for this conquest. They would immediately be exposed if any of them tried to hide and scheme. However, given Mexa's tone, they had no choice but to be honest. Otherwise, they would be lying to Lin Yuan's face. With no other choice, the insect empresses told Lin Yuan the truth. Of the 13 insect empresses, only 4 had deployed all their troops, while 8 had left some behind. Issa had left the most behind as she had left 9 turning wheel realm dictators to guard her nest and protect her accumulated resources. From this, Lin Yuan could gauge and gain an understanding of the characters of the insect empresses. there was actually nothing left for Lin Yuan to do in the Seaberry Federation. Thus, he left and followed Mexa into the inheritance nest in the alien insect world. The sooner he obtained the endless gems and combined them to form the alien insect world's treasure, the better. Although the insect armies had returned to the alien insect world, Lin Yuan did not meet with any obstruction as Mexa led him. Carlos, Caroline, and the other Samsara realm dictators were enough to watch over the remaining 12 insect empresses. Lin Yuan intended to take Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor into the alien insect world. Only the water world possessed a comparable level of such experts. With Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor around, Lin Yuan would not be left helpless even if he encountered something like the Deep Chasm CI. Mexa, lead the way. As a pinnacle Samsara realm dictator, you must be very aware of the situation in the alien insect world. You can tell me everything you know on the way there. I am always generous toward those who are loyal to me and are able to make my life easier. Once he was done speaking, Lin Yuan tossed a diamond phase storage box to Mexa and told her how to use it. Mexa immediately used her spiritual energy to detect numerous vines inside this ring. She could sense the overflowing vitality in the vines. There was nothing like this in the alien insect world, but it could not be denied that something like this was very beneficial to her. Mexa hurriedly thanked Lin Yuan. Her delight was enough to make the other insect empresses curious about what the reward was. However, none of them dared to ask Lin Yuan and intended to secretly ask Mexa later. It was unlikely she would hide such a thing from them. If the young man was this generous, they would be able to receive an abundance of rewards by working for him. Why wouldn't they give him their loyalty if that were the case? They could not allow Mexa to receive all the benefits. Grey Enchantment, Issa, and the other insect empresses were all especially afraid of allowing Mexa to have the upper hand. Lin Yuan had promised that an afterlife realm expert would emerge from amongst the alien insect species within the next century. If things continued progressing along this trajectory, this opportunity would likely go to Mexa. However, there was nothing they could do about this situation now. They needed a reason that they could use to gain favor with this young man. Trying to curry favor without reason would not earn them any rewards. Instead, it might even cause this young man to be turned off by them. Following Mexa, Lin Yuan led Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor into the alien insect world. In order to ensure that they moved at the fastest rate, Mexa was also standing on the Abyss Great Emperor's palm. Mexa began describing the situation in the alien insect world to Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress was relieved when she received Lin Yuan's reply. He had gotten the situation in the Sand Island continent under control and prevented the alien insects from causing chaos. The Radiance Federation could not hope to catch up to Lin Yuan's power. She was astonished by the combat power of the alien insects, as described in his detailed account. Neither the Radiance Federation nor all the humans in the main world could handle an invasion by tens of Spiritfire and hundreds of birth horoscope experts. Now that everything was going smoothly on Lin Yuan's end, the Moon Empress could dedicate all of her attention to the development of the Radiance Federation. Everything had gone well with the Chef Supreme and Iron Prison's trip to the Freedom Federation. They also sent news back often. Lin Yuan had also made preparations by sending large numbers of dimensional lifeforms into the main world through the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift every few days. Ever since it had received help from the Radiance Federation, the Azure Federation fully followed and supported the Radiance Federation's will. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison had obtained significant benefits from the Freedom Federation and arranged for 3 island whales to deliver their loot to the Radiance Federation. She handed Tianfeng many resources so he could use them to develop cultivated garden. She also personally cultivated the soldier ration radishes that Chef Supreme had nurtured. She could not guarantee that they would be able to attain victory against Tower Cannon, but wanted to use her effort to ensure that no citizen in the Radiance Federation had to go hungry during the battle against Tower Cannon. Cold Moon had already brought Chu Ci back to the Radiant Moon Palace. It was clear that Chu Ci had matured after her past year of training. When the Moon Empress saw that Chu Ci had returned to the Radiant Moon Palace and was focused on battling on Star Web, she thought Lin Yuan had done a good job protecting Chu Ci. The two siblings were only 2 years apart but lived lives on two ends of the spectrum. Chu Ci was walking a path akin to disciples of large factions who already had everything prepared for them. Her growth was based on a strong foundation. On the other hand, Lin Yuan was a pioneer and continuously fought for the sake of the main world's safety and happiness. The Moon Empress knew Chu Ci was the apple of Lin Yuan's eye. She was his only sister and blood relative. Since the Moon Empress could not protect Lin Yuan or help him in his endeavor to protect the main world by taking on Tower Cannon, she could do all she could to protect Chu Ci and help her to grow. This way, there would be nothing for Lin Yuan to worry about. From her conversations with Chu Ci, the Moon Empress learned that Lin Yuan had not told Chu Ci about what he was doing. It was clear that he did not want her to worry. As such, there was no need for the Moon Empress to tell Chu Ci anything either, as it would only cause Lin Yuan to worry. After lunch, the Moon Empress called Chu Ci over. "Little Ci, I hear from Cold Moon that you are now a pinnacle C-rank spirit chi professional and will be able to reach B rank in 6 months. Why don't you stay with me until then? I have fragrances concocted from some spiritual ingredients that will be able to speed up your rank promotion." Chu Ci nodded happily. She had witnessed Lin Yuan's power during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. He became a member of the Radiance 100 sequence and led the Radiance Federation's team to victory against the Freedom Federation envoy group and even killed a Freedom envoy. Although Lu Yifan was also a Radiance envoy on the Radiance Federation's team, there was no doubt that Lin Yuan was the true leader. The stark difference in their abilities became evident to Chu Ci. Realizing the gap between them, Chu Ci knew protecting Lin Yuan with her current strength would be challenging. Therefore, she resolved to work harder than ever before. Even Chu Ci herself was surprised by her dedication to improvement. When she heard that staying by the Moon Empress side would expedite her Spirit Chi professional rank promotion, she felt overjoyed. Lin Yuan had been a B-rank Spirit Chi professional when he represented the Radiance Federation in the battle against the Freedom Federation envoy group. Once she became a B-rank Spirit Chi professional, she could also evolve her phase to Diamond X/Fantasy V. At that time, the gap between her and Lin Yuan would become smaller. The only thoughts in Chu Ci's mind were about how she could work harder. She had not realized just how shocking her talent was. Even the Moon Empress was shocked when she found out that she was only 17 years old but was already about to become a B-rank Spirit Chi professional. He learned that there was a special energy system known as the genetic lock. Insects were born either male or female, and their abilities were determined by their gender. Males were skilled at battling but unable to procreate, while females were not skilled at battling but could reproduce to create armies of insects. As a result, female insects were naturally more valuable than male insects. They were always protected by large groups of male insects, who were constantly trying to find ways to pass on their genes. The alien insects hatched from the female insects' eggs contained Class 1 genetic locks. When the female insects became Class 10-dimensional lifeforms, the alien insects with Class 1 genetic locks would also be evolved to Class 9. They were lackeys that the female insects could trust fully. Those who procreated with male insects to produce offspring would contain Class 2 genetic locks. When the female insects reached Class 10, the Class 2 genetic locks would only be evolved to Class 8. If a powerful male insect forced a female insect to procreate with it, the female insect's offspring would possess Class 3 genetic locks. When the female insect reached Class 10, the Class 3 genetic locks would only be evolved to Class 7. The female insects always immediately consumed the alien insects with Class 3 genetic locks once birthing them. Due to the genetic locks, female insects possessed absolute power among the insect species. Powerful male insects rarely offended weaker female insects. Rather, they would be afraid of them. Lin Yuan did not see anything wrong with this when he first heard of the concept of the genetic locks. After Mexa explained it to him, Lin Yuan learned that female insects would raise Class 1 genetic lock alien insects, then use them to eliminate the male insects that guarded them and create their own nests. If they wanted to create offspring with Class 2 genetic locks, they would order the alien insects to capture male insects and select prospective partners from among them so that they could be as satisfied as possible with their male partner's genetic locks. All 14 of the insect empresses and hundreds of queens were female insects who had produced their own armies. Now that Lin Yuan understood how the alien insects worked, he was amazed by their culture. It was no wonder that the insect empresses had such high control over their armies. It turned out that the armies were all their offspring. A year ago, Lin Yuan might have decided to nurture an alien insect himself so that he could turn it into the strongest insect empress and control the entire alien insect species. But now, with the treasure formed from the 2 endless gems, he could control all the life forms in that dimensional world. There was no need to waste his time on that. After learning about the alien insects, Lin Yuan realized that they had stronger derivation potential than the other 4-dimensional worlds. A thought struck Lin Yuan, and he turned to ask Mexa, "Does this mean that the Turning Will Realm dictators under you are all your own offspring that you produced?" Mexa flushed when she heard Lin Yuan's question. In all her years, this was the first time that Mexa was asked such a question. Although female insects would procreate with countless male insects in their lifetime, they still had conservative mindsets. Lin Yuan's question was out of the realm that Mexa could answer. If she did not know that he did not understand the alien insect's culture, Mexa would wonder if he had asked such a question because he wanted to move on her. She knew Lin Yuan did not have any other intentions for asking such a question. He was also now the true ruler of the alien insect world, and all 14 empresses had become his servants. As a servant, she had no right to refuse to answer. Hence, Mexa nodded obediently and said gently, "You're right. Most of the Turning Will Realm dictators under us are alien insects with Class 1 genetic locks that we created ourselves. But this does not apply to all of them. For all 14 empresses, 80% of our personal guards are Turning Will Realm dictators that we personally birthed. The remainder is made up of wild male and female insects who choose to join and become dependent on us. Every empress uses an insect army to protect herself. The best way to protect ourselves is to surround ourselves with as many of our own offspring as possible." Mexa not only answered Lin Yuan's question but also told him about the reason, so that he could gain an even deeper understanding of the alien insects. Lin Yuan nodded. After Mexa described the culture of the alien insects, Lin Yuan realized that female insects almost never died once they became dictators. Based on Lin Yuan's understanding of the dimensional worlds, once they became dictators, there was still the need to reach the Turning Will Realm, which involved overcoming a challenge. When dictators evolved to the Turning Will Realm, they would become extremely weak, and there was a high chance that they would befall danger and die. They could not even fully trust their direct descendants. When everything became a Turning Will Realm dictator, she was even on guard against her close wards. This was what had saved her from Second-Born's evil intentions. If the Marsh World's dictators needed to brush with death in order to reach the Turning Will Realm, why was it so easy for dictators from the alien insect world? However, after hearing Mexa's response, all of Lin Yuan's doubts were dispelled. The alien insects with Class 1 genetic locks were all produced from the female insects' bloodlines. The female insects' control over these insects was not related to their own power but rather to their bloodline and genetic locks. This meant that even if the female insects became weak after entering the Turning Will Realm, they would not have to worry about being betrayed by these insects. This greatly increased the chances of survival for female insects in the Turning Will Realm. However, this only ensured that the insect world had more top-tier combat power than other dimensional worlds. It did not guarantee that their top-tier combat power was stronger than that of other worlds. Therefore, there must be a reason behind the emergence of the 4 pinnacle Samsara realm dictators from the alien insect world. While Lin Yuan was about to ask Mexa more questions, she went on to say, "In actuality, female insects do not fully use their own genes for procreation. Each time, before they produce their own alien insects, they will pick a male insect and consume their bloodline before combining that bloodline with their own. They will then use their own bloodline as the leader to trigger procreation. This is the alternative to the method of producing offspring with Class 2 genetic locks, which requires male insects and uses the male insect's bloodlines as the leader. Lord, you have many powerful life forms under you. If they are willing to exchange bloodlines with the insect species, our overall power will definitely increase. Lord, if you want to create a special branch of insects, you can choose a female insect and feed her your bloodline." Mexa felt a terrifying aura from the abyss demon holding her. Felt like her body could be crushed at any moment. She thought she had offended Lin Yuan. Mexa had said what she said because she sensed Lin Yuan's interest in the alien insects. She wanted to deepen his ties with the alien insects and gain more opportunities for them. Just as Mexa thought that she was about to die for angering Lin Yuan, she heard Lin Yuan say softly to the six-winged life form on his shoulder, "Red Thorn, don't make things difficult for Mexa." Lin Yuan was already aware of how possessive Red Thorn felt about him. It was likely that Red Thorn had misunderstood and thought that Mexa was eyeing his bloodline. He was still not completely certain about his own bloodline. All he knew was that he was a human who had perfectly fused with the mermaid bloodline. When he fused with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil and Abyss Red Lotus, his human bloodline would not be pushed out by the devil bloodline like what happened to other humans. He could combine with the Flower Calamity Beautiful Devil's bloodline flawlessly and had absolute control over its bloodline. However, Lin Yuan felt that Lu Jie was more deserving of the chance to use his bloodline to nurture a special branch of insects. This would allow Lu Jie, who could only contract the insect queen, to use his bloodline to nurture phase. Lin Yuan already thought highly of the alien insect bloodline and felt that it was full of potential. But now, his regard for the alien insect bloodline was even higher than before. Red Thorn had instructed the Abyss Great Emperor to put pressure on Mexa. Mexa panted and heard Lin Yuan say, "I understand your consideration of the alien insects. In the future, I will allow the alien insects to exchange bloodlines with lifeforms from other dimensional worlds through resources. However, the baseline is that both sides must be willing parties. The alien insects require blood energy. Your goal must be to change blood energy into vitality that can be absorbed. Vitality doesn't just exist in flesh. You have seen this from the vines I gave you. The energy contained in the vines will change into vitality easier than blood energy does. They also don't contain as many impurities. This is unlike the vitality obtained from blood energy, which still needs to be purified. As long as the alien insects are obediently loyal to me, I can enable the alien insects to obtain energy from these vines instead. The number of insects will likely increase even faster than it does now." Mexa's eyes could not help but widen. If Lin Yuan's promise to them was true, the alien insects could develop even faster than they had ever before. All the insect empresses knew what the limiting factor in their development was. The main limiting factor was that the only way to obtain vitality in the alien insect world was to consume other alien insects. It was a curse that prevented the alien insects from progressing. Even after millennia, no insect empress had been able to break free of this curse holding the insects down. But with one promise from Lin Yuan, the curse that had trapped the alien insects for millennia was broken. The ever-composed Mexa could not help but kneel down on the Abyss Great Emperor's palm as she thanked Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan pulled Mexa up to her feet and said, "It looks like you are always thinking about the alien insects. You are smart enough on your own. There might be six-dimensional worlds like the alien insect world, and I have already taken control of 5 of them. I like to pick smart people to help me manage the dimensional worlds. Let me give you an opportunity to demonstrate your capabilities. If you do well in helping me to manage the alien insects, the chance to reach the afterlife realm will go to you." Mexa had been sufficiently detailed when she described the alien insect world. She also added her own thoughts when Lin Yuan probed further. When Lin Yuan spoke with the insect empresses, Mexa had distinguished herself from the other 13. There was no reason for Lin Yuan not to pick Mexa. If he made her a promise now, it would motivate her to work hard for him. "Mexa, there should be something special about the alien insect's legacy, right? The other dimensional worlds only have around 1 to 2 pinnacle samsara realm dictators, but the alien insect world has 4. Is this due to a special legacy?" Lin Yuan spoke plainly to Mexa. She would answer his questions quickly if she was fully loyal to him. If she was unwilling to speak, it would mean that Lin Yuan had picked the wrong person. An insect empress was the peak power in the alien insect world. There was no way she would not be aware of a special legacy. Mexa understood what Lin Yuan meant. Even if it was not a special legacy, Mexa would clarify this to him. Frankly, Mexa had been waiting for Lin Yuan to ask this question. Even if Lin Yuan did not ask, Mexa would have told him about it first to prevent Lin Yuan from misunderstanding. Lord, the insects indeed have a special location for inheritance. The leaders of the insects have secure positions. Thus, there are no cases of mutiny, and historical records are very clear. The inheritance ground existed for as long as the alien insects have. The two endless gems you mentioned were not placed there by alien insects. They have always been embedded in the stone tablet at the inheritance ground. We can't dig out the two gems for fear of damaging the stone tablet. 40,000 years ago, an insect empress wanted the two gems for herself and tried to make a grab for them. As a result, she damaged a corner of the stone tablet. The senior generation of insect empresses decided to strip her of her role, leaving her no different from a male insect despite being a female insect. From what Mexa said, the senior generation of insect empresses had essentially castrated this empress for trying to steal the endless gems and damaging a corner of the stone tablet. Just as Lin Yuan was about to conclude that the stone tablet made the inheritance ground special, Mexa continued. In actuality, the two gems and stone tablet are meant to protect an egg that's hatching. However, it's as though this egg is stillborn as it has never shown any signs of hatching. But one thing is for certain. There is weak vitality existing within the egg. The alien insect's sacred pond is next to the stone tablet, and the egg is soaking in that sacred pond. After every 10 days or so, we sacrifice almost 1 million alien insects with Class 3 genetic locks to the sacred pond. When a queen is worthy of promotion, she will be assessed by elite insects. Once her worth is proven, she will have the chance to soak in the sacred pond for a day to help with her accumulation and replenish her energy. Shock spread across Lin Yuan's face. Alien insects with Class 3 genetic locks were offspring left over by male insects who forced themselves on male insects. There was no way that female insects would treat such offspring well. Alien insects with Class 3 genetic locks were the most despised group of alien insects. From his conversation with Mexa, Lin Yuan could tell that alien insects with Class 3 genetic locks were treated like sinners. But this was not what shocked Lin Yuan. What shocked Lin Yuan was that almost 1 million alien insects with Class 3 genetic locks were sacrificed to the sacred pool every 10 days or so. The massive amount of vitality accumulated over millennia had yet to enable the insect egg to hatch. Lin Yuan was very curious about what this insect egg was. He could be certain that it was related to the legacy of the alien insects. Perhaps the writing on the stone tablet would explain the history and background of this insect egg. When she caught sight of Lin Yuan's curious expression, Mexa hurriedly explained, "Lord, the current generation of insect empresses believe that a large amount of vitality is triggering the signs of life in the egg, and that the egg is actually already dead. There are unique words written on the stone tablet. The words are not in the language of the alien insects. We tried deciphering it, but to no avail. You might be able to read the words on the stone tablet and uncover the egg's background. Apart from the inheritance ground, there is also a large stone crater behind the mountain where the inheritance ground is located. The stone crater periodically oozes out dark red fluid that resembles blood. This is the secret that enables empresses to reach the pinnacle samsara realm. These are the only special aspects of the alien insects. When you reach the inheritance ground, I can immediately take you behind the mountain to investigate the crater." Eternal Source had sensed Mexa's intelligence long ago. But now, he felt that she was intelligent and suited to being a subordinate. There was no direct link between this suitability and her intelligence. Eternal Source was also intelligent but had not performed like she did when he first became Lin Yuan's subordinate. Mexa could not only provide detailed explanations to Lin Yuan's questions but also aid in his analysis. Luckily, Eternal Source knew that Lin Yuan was the type to care about ties. Once Lin Yuan acknowledged Eternal Source, he would not abandon Eternal Source just because Mexa was more impressive than him. Otherwise, he would no longer be able to remain by Lin Yuan's side once Mexa reached the afterlife realm. After hearing Mexa's explanation, Lin Yuan tossed her another diamond face storage box full of the soldier ration radishes vines. Given how special the alien insect world was, it was no wonder that it had been able to nurture 4 pinnacle insect samsara realm dictators. Lin Yuan needed to properly investigate all of the alien insect world's secrets. There was still one thing that Lin Yuan did not fully understand. Alien insects increased their power by obtaining vitality, which was extremely important to them. Yet, in all these millennia, no alien insect had tried to consume the egg in the sacred pond. They even periodically sacrificed almost 1 million alien insects with Class 3 genetic locks to the sacred pool. There was no actual difference between the vitality in an alien insect with a Class 3 genetic lock and one with a Class 1 genetic lock. Not even an insect queen could ignore the vitality within millions of alien insects. The alien insects were basically using up resources and throwing them toward an unknown entity. This would not seem reasonable to anyone. The alien insects obviously don't know the exact identity of the insect egg soaking in the sacred pool. So why have you been providing it with resources? Won't it be more beneficial to consume the egg and absorb the vitality within it? Mexa had been basking in being acknowledged and praised by Lin Yuan. But now she was stumped by his question. She had not kept a secret from Lin Yuan on purpose. She simply had not thought that the egg in the sacred pool could be consumed. Lin Yuan had opened her mind to a new possibility. In an instant, Mexa understood something. New insect empresses always automatically took care of this egg, and no insect empress had thought about harming it. When the insect empress desired the 2 endless gems, she had her status forcefully stripped away. Mexa always felt that this consequence was too serious and that insect empresses should not treat each other in such a way. But when she realized that the stone tablet might be related to the insect egg, she suddenly found such strict measures to be reasonable. This control over the mind, thought, and will was exactly that of the genetic lock which the alien insects relied upon. Female insects could decide if alien insects with Class 3 genetic locks lived or died. This was not just because of the female insect's power, but because the genetic locks gave those of higher levels the power to commandeer those of lower levels. Could it be that the egg had a genetic lock of a higher level, and that the alien insect's existence and derivation were all meant to facilitate the hatching of this egg? This thought caused a chill to run up Mexa's back. In terms of genes, Lin Yuan was an outsider to the alien insects. But it was the words of this outsider that broke the restraints holding the alien insects back. The more she thought about it, the more her fear grew. If this egg hatched successfully, the alien insects would become subservient to it. Mexa was left at a momentary loss. She did not know what the right choice to make was. Should she follow the inclination of her genetic lock and look forward to the hatching of this egg? Or should she try to preserve her position as an insect empress and attempt to secure her status at the top of the genetic lock food chain? The egg was already able to do all this before it had even hatched. Mexa found it difficult to imagine just how much control it would be able to exert once it did hatch. If this egg hatched and was unwilling to allow the alien insects to become loyal to Lin Yuan, what would she do now that she had already submitted to him? She had already told him everything about the alien insect's genetic locks, giving him a degree of understanding. Hence, Mexa told Lin Yuan everything that was running through her mind. The corners of Lin Yuan's lips curled upward. The more impressive the egg seemed to be, the happier he would be. He could be certain that the egg came from someplace else. The dimensional worlds could not produce a life form of such a level. Unlike the abyss red lotus, the Earth's sacred fruit did not possess abilities beyond that of the dimensional worlds. Hence, Lin Yuan could not cement his perception of the Earth's sacred fruit. It was possible that the Earth's sacred fruit was a unique life form that was created by the subterranean world. On the other hand, the egg was just like the abyss red lotus in that it possessed abilities beyond those of the dimensional worlds. Although a high-level egg had to possess a large amount of vitality, it should not be difficult to hatch. It must be this difficult to hatch because the alien insect world lacked the energy to trigger the hatching. If that were the case, the egg would never be able to hatch unless an external entity stepped in. Only 4-dimensional worlds had discovered the Class 6-dimensional rifts that linked to the main world. Besides the abyssal world that had yet to notice it, the marsh world only became aware after Lin Yuan enlightened them. The other 3-dimensional worlds had noticed the link to the main world. Still, only the alien insect world had reacted in such a violent manner and organized an invasion to harvest the main world's resources. It was likely that the genetic lock was at play to give rise to such a situation. The unhatched egg hoped that resources for hatching would be found during the main world's conquest. The will of the genetic locks subconsciously influenced all the insects without their noticing. Mexa was overly worried. Lin Yuan would not help the egg hatch until he was sure that the lifeform inside would be loyal to him. He would not risk losing control of the alien insects by going in unprepared. During his journey, Lin Yuan saw that the alien insect world was basically barren. Almost all of the alien insects had been sent to the main world. The few that had been sent back were guarding the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift's entrance, awaiting the insect empress's return. As a result, no alien insects could be seen on the land where Lin Yuan was standing. Lin Yuan had been journeying through the alien insect world for 2 full days. As an afterlife realm dictator, the Abyss Great Emperor was extremely fast, so Lin Yuan was already more than halfway across the world. Some cordyceps were growing in the alien insect world, but they were all consumed by the alien insects. The alien insect world consumed everything it produced, yet it had produced a powerful and unique civilization. This excited Lin Yuan even more about the egg soaking in the sacred pond and the crater behind the mountain that oozed red fluid. The alien insect world was already able to develop to such a degree in this barrenness. When the insect empresses exchanged genes with life forms from the other dimensional worlds, they would become even stronger. Lin Yuan had obtained the new Thearchus scale in the Deep Chasm Ci and became a merman the Arch. This meant that he had attained the mermaid species legacy. While he had been accepting the legacy, a horrible picture played out in his head. The mermaids were losing a battle against a beautiful humanoid species that had bat wings. The beautiful winged species with ivory skin were likely a powerful life form that came from another world. However, he did not know which world this egg came from. Lord, we have almost arrived at the insect's inheritance ground. Carly is the only insect empress who stayed behind. Her nest is up front, near the inheritance ground. We insects are able to transfer information to one another. I have already explained the situation to Carly in advance. She is waiting to receive you. Lin Yuan nodded gently. The most important matter to him now was heading to the inheritance ground and obtaining the 2 endless gems. Nonetheless, he still chose to meet with Carly first. This was because if he ignored Carly, it would seem as though he was brushing her off. Others would also perceive this the same way. This would make it very difficult for Carly to continue developing. Only the best dimensional life forms could make it to the Samsara realm. Carly had submitted to Lin Yuan, so he was willing to give her the proper respect and courtesy. Let's go. We'll head to Carly's nest first and take her to the inheritance ground together. Lin Yuan's words caused Mexa's smile to soften. Lin Yuan's attitude toward Carly demonstrated his character and also signaled his attitude toward all the alien insects. Mexa could sense respect and warmth from his actions, and this made her believe that he held the alien insects in high regard. This meant that his promise was not an empty one. Lord, the new insect empresses are usually the ones who tidy up the inheritance ground. Carly is much more aware of the egg's recent activity than I am. I have already told Carly that you are headed to the inheritance ground, so she has started her preparations. Your time won't be wasted. While she spoke, Lin Yuan saw that the ground below him had changed. The insect's construction style was very rough and looked like an ant colony. But in spite of the exterior that lacked beauty, the interior was very intricate. Insects were the only dimensional life forms that lived together in colonies that numbered millions. When Lin Yuan arrived at the center structure, he saw a 4-legged and 4-winged insect empress with large eyes and a bubbly head standing there silently. Once she spotted Lin Yuan, she bowed deeply to him. If the other insects saw this, they would definitely be shocked. Carly might be the weakest insect empress, but she was known for her untamable personality. She had even clashed against pinnacle Samsara realm dictators in the past. If Mexa had not tirelessly persuaded Carly, the latter would not have been willing to stay back and watch over the alien insect world. Mexa only managed to persuade Carly because the 2 of them were on the best terms among all of the insect empresses. Mexa had done Carly a favor after she became an insect empress. Thus, Carly was willing to do as Mexa asked. Mexa had also promised Carly she would secretly share some of the resources she obtained with Carly. Carly never expected that an invasion effort on a newly discovered world that deployed the full force of the alien insect would fail to such a degree. Even the other 13 insect empresses, who were all stronger than her, had no choice but to obediently submit to this life form. Not only would it be pointless for her to resist, but it would also affect the impression of the alien insects that this powerful life form currently had. After taking 2 days to digest all of this, Carly moved on to thinking about how she could get this powerful life form to acknowledge her rather than dismissing her for being the weakest. In order to gain favor with someone, the basic requirement was to learn their character and likes. Carly did not know any of this. She also knew that her EQ was not high and that she was not adept at interpersonal skills. Hence, she decided to ask Mexa about all this. Carly initially thought that Mexa would keep Lin Yuan's likes and character to herself, as they were still competitors. After all, Mexa had slowly discovered these things about Lin Yuan. Yet, Mexa answered all of her questions truthfully. Thus, Carly now knew how to address Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan knew that throughout the journey, Mexa had been communicating with the insect empress, who had stayed behind to guard their home. Lin Yuan shot a look at Mexa, and the latter immediately pulled Carly up from the ground. Since she knew what was holding Lin Yuan's interest, Mexa asked, "Carly, you still have some sacred blood, right? Take it out so the Lord can have a look at it." Carly hurriedly took out the few drops of sacred blood that she had left. Only the insect empresses had the right to use the fluid that oozed out of the crater behind the mountain where the inheritance ground was located. There were currently a total of 14 insect empresses. Given that there was no set period during which the sacred blood was produced, the 14 insect empresses had no choice but to send their close subordinates to watch the crater. They took turns harvesting the red fluid from the stone crater. Carly had been the last to harvest the fluid. That was why Mexa had asked Carly to hand over the sacred blood to Lin Yuan. If Mexa possessed any sacred blood, she would have already handed it over to Lin Yuan during their journey over here. From the conversation between Carly and Mexa, Lin Yuan learned the term for the red fluid that oozed out of the stone crater. Carly took out a transparent insect sac containing red fluid from her armor. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the sacred blood. Regardless of how high of a level the sacred blood had, Lin Yuan could find out its real name from true data. One could usually deduce an entity's background and function from its real name. Lin Yuan saw that what the alien insects called sacred blood was actually the sky-plundering beast's blood. Sky-plundering beast? What on earth was the sky-plundering beast? It was difficult for Lin Yuan to make an accurate conjecture based on this name. Since the sacred blood was beneficial to the insect empresses, they consumed it daily. Thus, Lin Yuan asked Carly and Mexa, "How does the sky-plundering beast's blood help you to increase your power?" Carly was about to reply but looked at Mexa instead. Carly and Mexa knew the answer to Lin Yuan's question. Given that they both wanted to earn Lin Yuan's favor, they should be fighting over the chance to provide him with the answer. The state of internal affairs amongst the insects had functionally changed now that the alien insects had submitted to a powerful life form. Carly knew that she could not continue living in an environment where competition was absent. She would definitely have to face intense competition in the future. Mexa was extremely pleased with Carly's attitude. She had willingly put herself at risk for the sake of the alien insect's development, but this did not mean that she did not have any selfish desires of her own. She also wanted to have a stable ally in the future who would be willing to follow her lead. As things stood, Carly was a decent choice. Carly had not ended up disappointing her. Mexa had already earned Lin Yuan's trust. Lin Yuan promised her that she was the most likely candidate to be given the opportunity to reach the afterlife realm. Given that Carly was willing to be loyal to her, there was no need for Mexa to fight with her over the chance to reply to Lin Yuan's question. Mexa had been thinking seriously about how she could gain recognition from Lin Yuan. Eventually, she decided to show off during her conversations with him. He took careful note of how others performed. Thus, it was likely that he paid attention to everything that she said and did. Hence, Mexa nodded gently at Carly to signal to her to respond to Lin Yuan's question. Mexa used to be a leader. As a leader, she hated nothing more than those who were petty and had to best others, even in trivial matters. If Lin Yuan noticed what she did, he would consider her generous and magnanimous. Her action was not considered scheming against Lin Yuan. She was just trying to curry more favor with him. Carly was excited to receive Mexa's permission, which made her even more thankful. Lord, the main reason for collecting the sacred blood is not for our own usage. Although it does benefit us to some extent, we are more willing to distribute it to the female insects under us who have Class 1 genetic locks. You should know how dangerous it is for us to increase our power. Many insects lose their lives while trying to evolve their grades. Drinking the sacred blood will be able to lower the risk we undertake when evolving our grades. If we drink enough of it, it's possible to erase this risk completely. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. At that moment, he began to deduce what exactly the sky-plundering beast's blood was. Once dimensional lifeforms evolved past Class 1, they would have to experience a trial similar to the world cleansing. If the sky-plundering beast's blood could remove the risk of the trial, it would live up to its name. Lin Yuan could easily fend off trials like the world cleansing and trial of world creation. However, there were still obstacles in this world that Lin Yuan could not handle on his own. For example, if Begin Lady increased its power again and had to undergo another Heaven's trial, Lin Yuan would be helpless to help with only the power he currently possessed. However, if he could feed the sky-plundering beast's blood to Begin Lady, the latter would be able to safely overcome another Heaven's trial. Now that he understood the sky-plundering beast's blood, he asked Mexa and Carly, "Aren't you curious about the blood that oozes from the stone crater behind the mountain where the inheritance ground is located? It's beneficial to you, so I'm sure you've tried to find out more about it." Normally, the more powerful the life form, the more curious it would be. The insect empresses had definitely done their own probing. She had never thought about telling a stranger about one of the alien insect world's key secrets, even if the stranger had already taken control of them. Thus, she needed to adjust her mindset. Mexa wanted to give Carly another chance. Carly was the most curious insect empress and had harvested the most sacred blood. She had not expected Carly to fail to rise to the occasion when given this opportunity. Mexa hurriedly cut in and said, "Lord, from our records, every generation of insect empresses has investigated the crater behind the mountain many times, but none of them have managed to come up with anything. We have tried many methods, but not once were we able to open the crater any further. My generation of insect empresses has also made numerous attempts. We achieved nothing on the first few attempts, but Carly and I discovered movement on the other side of the rock crater during one of the last few times. When we looked in, all we saw was darkness, so we couldn't tell what was in its depths. This is everything that we know about this. We haven't hidden anything from you. With your power, I'm sure you'll be able to open up the crater." Lin Yuan frowned when he heard what Mexa said. Given the development of the alien insects, there had to be pinnacle samsara realm dictators among the previous generations of insect empresses. The fact that they were unable to break open the crater meant that the hardness of the surrounding rock went beyond the samsara realm. Something like this should not exist in a dimensional world. A crater couldn't appear without reason. The hole that had appeared was just large enough for the sky-plundering beast's blood to ooze through. This had to be intentional. As such, it seemed as though the enormous alien insect world was a petri dish. But if someone was intentionally trying to nurture the alien insects, what was the point? Furthermore, things should not have been so quiet if that were the case. Lin Yuan was not surprised to hear Mexa mention that there was movement on the other side of the crater. The sky-plundering beast had to be there on the other side of the crater. Otherwise, the blood oozing out of the crater would not be this fresh. When he linked this to the egg that was soaking in the inheritance ground, the reason behind the appearance of the sky-plundering beast's blood was no longer difficult to explain. The blood oozing out from the stone crater would allow the alien insects to continuously become stronger. Due to the influence of the genetic locks, the powerful alien insects would definitely take careful care of the egg and do their best to help it to hatch. Once the egg hatched, it would be able to use the influence of the genetic locks to absorb the sky-plundering beast's blood to increase and break through its power. Since everything was being prepared for the sake of the egg, it was either the egg's parents who had done so or the egg itself. It was trying to bring itself back to life, just like the abyss red lotus seed. With this thought, Lin Yuan decided not to investigate the stone cavity first. Instead, he would head to the inheritance ground to take a look at and learn more about the egg. Lin Yuan waved at Mexa and Carly and said, "The two of you, take me to the inheritance ground. Let me take a look at the egg and see if it can be hatched." Mexa had been willing to give Carly a chance to showcase herself but could not be bothered to instruct her carefully. She would just have to grow slowly. "Lord, I'll lead the way now. We will need to pass a pool of miasma in order to reach the inheritance ground. The miasma there is very toxic." Mexa grabbed Carly and pushed her forward so she could lead the way. The miasma would not significantly affect insect queens, much less poisoning Lin Yuan to death. Lin Yuan had two afterlife realm experts by his side. If this afterlife realm expert with the aura of fire elemental energy pouring out from him just sneezed, he would be able to burn up all of the miasma. However, Mexa had to explain everything to Lin Yuan first. If Lin Yuan happened to see this as a threat, he might think they were trying to turn against him by omitting such information. Lin Yuan stood on the Abyss Great Emperor's palm and was positioned next to Eternal Source behind Mexa and Carly. Red Thorn wanted to use the Abyss Great Emperor's flames to evaporate the pool of miasma and disperse the vapor, but Lin Yuan stopped it. If the entire inheritance ground was meant to hatch this egg, everything around it had to have its special significance. Lin Yuan felt that it would be best to leave everything as they were before he thoroughly investigated the inheritance ground. After passing through the pool of miasma, Lin Yuan saw a large insect nest. The insect nest was constructed beautifully and larger than Carly's own nest. When Mexa saw Lin Yuan looking at the large infrastructure, she said softly, "There are clear and strict requirements involved in our inheritance. The insect empress's nests must be smaller than the inheritance grounds. Even if we manage to become insect thearchs, we must continue regarding the inheritance ground with respectful fear. We still can't expand our nest larger than the inheritance ground. There are millions of alien insects and personal guards living in every insect empress nest. However, the inheritance ground structure has no tunnels for other alien insects to reside in. There is only a large hall where the stone tablet and inheritance pool are located." Once Mexa was done speaking, Carly thought of something and said softly, "We alien insects have always followed the rule that a batch of alien insects with Class 3 genetic locks must be sacrificed no later than 14 days after the previous sacrifice. I stayed behind to keep up this tradition, but because I went to welcome you, the sacred pool has not received a sacrifice in 15 days. While Carly spoke, she looked at Mexa. Her actions had broken a rule that the alien insects had kept up for tens of thousands of years. When she was young, Carly was bullied by a powerful male insect. She detested nothing more than alien insects with Class 3 genetic locks. Even if she did not have to sacrifice them, she killed droves of them yearly. Carly had not performed the sacrifice to the sacred pool within 14 days because she had received word from Mexa. If she had performed the sacrifice, she would have been delayed in receiving Lin Yuan. He was now the ruler of the entire alien insects. He might think she was not submissive enough if she displeased him by being late. Carly had already discussed this matter with Mexa. Carly was currently looking at Mexa pleadingly. She did not want Mexa to spread word of this matter. Regardless of whether the other insect empresses had become loyal to Lin Yuan, the significance of the inheritance ground would not change. If word got out, she would definitely be blamed and punished. When Mexa caught sight of Carly's gaze, she winked at Carly with a troubled expression. It was only then that Carly relaxed. Carly was now one of Mexa's people. Since Carly had asked her to hide this news, she could not refuse. Although Mexa personally felt that it was wrong to forget about the sacrifice, she could understand why Carly had done so. Carly had been stuck between a rock and a hard place at that time. She had had to make the decision that would be the most beneficial for her. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow when he heard what Carly said. The tradition of providing sacrifices to the sacred pool had been broken for the first time because of his arrival. The egg of a high-level life form had failed to hatch because it lacked a certain type of energy. After absorbing such pure vitality for a long time, it would not be in danger just because it failed to receive a sacrifice once. Lin Yuan felt that this would be a good chance to test if the egg had any intelligence. If it lacked intelligence, it would not react in any way to this break in tradition. But if it was intelligent, it would definitely express its displeasure to the alien insects. With this thought, Lin Yuan asked Mexa, "What will happen if low-ranked alien insects infringe on the authority of higher-ranked insects?" Mexa did not understand why Lin Yuan had asked such a question out of the blue, but she still provided him with a detailed answer. There was once an insect queen who went against the order of an insect empress. Eventually, she was held captive in the insect empress castle and punished day and night. She was only released after 7 years of continuous punishment. This was one of the rare cases of an insect queen going against the order of an insect empress. As you know, an insect queen's control over an insect queen is partly due to power and partly due to the genetic locks. The punishment for going against the genetic lock is very serious. Lin Yuan thought, the egg will definitely react when Carly heads to the inheritance ground. Otherwise, the other insect empresses might think of doing the same now that Carly has broken the tradition. This will greatly reduce the insect empress's natural inclination to submit. It did not take long before Lin Yuan arrived at the inheritance ground. The insect's inheritance ground's exterior might be a large-scale nest without any beauty to speak of, but its interior was decorated with a jade gem. There was such a large amount of this precious gem piled here, yet none of the insect empresses had thought about taking some of it when they performed the sacrifice. It was even possible that they added to the pile whenever possible. Just as Mexa was about to begin explaining the interior of the inheritance ground to Lin Yuan, Carly and Mexa suddenly fainted. Lin Yuan, Eternal Source, and the Abyss Great Emperor were not affected in any way. Neither Eternal Source nor the Abyss Great Emperor had sensed that anything had changed. Eternal Source looked around him warily before saying solemnly, "Lord, I didn't sense any energy fluctuations. A large energy fluctuation can cause such a serious impact on these two insect empresses. I should be feeling something. So, it's likely that the problem is coming from Mexa and Carly themselves." Lin Yuan nodded. The only thing that could affect Carly and Mexa without any signs or warnings was the egg soaking in the sacred pool. The egg had extraordinary intelligence. If that were the case, it would make it easy for Lin Yuan to communicate with it. However, this would make it very difficult for Lin Yuan to control this egg. But Lin Yuan had his ways. If he could find a way to help this egg to hatch, it would definitely be amenable to cooperation. This egg had already been trapped there for tens of thousands of years. It had been there long before the records of the alien insect world began. After all it had done for the past tens of thousands of years, it had to be desperate to hatch. However, it had yet to succeed. If it was suddenly presented with the opportunity to succeed, even an idiot would grab it. Just as Lin Yuan was about to take Eternal Source and Abyss Great Emperor to the sacred pool, Mexa and Carly suddenly showed signs of waking up. Lin Yuan immediately ordered, "Eternal Source, take control of the two of them. It will be best to keep them asleep." Once he was done speaking, Lin Yuan moved the Abyss Great Emperor until they were suspended above the sacred pool. This was where they saw a small watermelon-sized egg drifting in the center of the sacred pool. The egg was covered with bright and beautiful amber patterns and was glowing slightly. Lin Yuan spoke to the egg in the language of the alien insect world. "I think we can have a talk. I don't think you have any other methods besides using the genetic locks to control the alien insects." Carly had gone against the will of the genetic locks, breaking the egg's rule. If the egg was going to punish anyone, it should punish Carly. Mexa should not have been dragged in. It was possible that Mexa and Carly would attack him once they woke up. Lin Yuan was not afraid of Mexa and Carly. However, if they attacked him, it would be awkward once both of them snapped out of that state. From then on, it would be difficult for them to continue following him. Mexa was a talented individual whom Lin Yuan had his eye on. He did not want to lose this chance. He realized that the egg had not immediately acted against him, so he looked toward the stone tablet that was a short way away. This was when he saw that the two endless gems were indeed embedded into the center of the stone tablet and that the stone tablet was missing a corner. Given that the insect empress had been able to break the stone tablet, it meant it was not very hard. Lin Yuan would also be able to break it. The egg had yet to react to his proposition of a discussion. This meant that the egg was extremely intelligent and was still trying to hide itself. Hence, Lin Yuan decided to take the two endless gems first. Once he combined them and formed the treasure, he would be able to control the other alien insects even if he was still unable to control the egg. This would prevent the egg from controlling the other alien insects through their genetic locks. Once it understood Lin Yuan's intention, Red Thorn ordered the Abyss Great Emperor to grab the stone tablet. After knocking Carly and Mexa unconscious, Eternal Source fixed his gaze on the egg at the center of the sacred pool. The instant the egg seemed off in any way, Eternal Source would step in immediately. Lin Yuan was also paying attention to the egg's movements and was ready to combine with the Abyss Red Lotus at any moment. As Lin Yuan's control over the abyssal world grew, the power he gained when he combined with the Abyss Red Lotus would also increase. When Lin Yuan used the Abyss Great Emperor to break the stone tablet and obtained the two endless gems, the egg continued floating at the center of the sacred pond, as though it was devoid of any intelligence. Lin Yuan had already recorded the strange patterns on the stone tablet. The markings did not register with any language that Lin Yuan was aware of. He had thought about keeping the tablet, but the endless gems were embedded in it. If he did not break it, getting his hands on the endless gems would be difficult. Obtaining the endless gems was related to making Morbius whole and controlling the alien insect world. It was a non-negotiable matter. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw a strange expression come over Red Thorn's face. "Yuan, there is something very hard at the center of the stone tablet. I can't crush it." Lin Yuan instructed Red Thorn to bring him the hard item at the center of the stone tablet. The Abyss Great Emperor used his hand to squeeze the stone tablet and remove all the pieces that could be removed. A bright, glowing jade tablet was revealed to Lin Yuan. Demon Insect Lock Decoder. Lin Yuan used his spiritual energy to check on the Demon Insect Lock Decoder and realized his spiritual energy could not penetrate its interior. A special technique was necessary to open the Demon Insect Lock Decoder. Only the egg floating at the center of the sacred pool would be aware of such a technique. With this new discovery, Lin Yuan believed it was more likely that this egg was a procedure for revival that an expert had set up for themselves rather than something left by a species from another world. This also explained why the egg possessed such high intelligence despite not having hatched yet. Once it became certain it would not be able to impact Lin Yuan, it decided to take control of the two insect empresses through their genetic locks to drive Lin Yuan out. Lin Yuan placed the two endless gems in the spirit lock spatial zone so that Morbius could combine them. He said loudly to the egg in the sacred pool, "I'm giving you another chance to talk with me. Otherwise, I'm taking the Demon Insect Lock Decoder away with me. I will use you to nurture a new female insect." Lin Yuan's words caused the water in the sacred pool to begin swirling until a pillar of water rose out of the water, lifting the egg with it. A charming and amazed voice said from the egg, "You have recognized the Demon Insect Lock Decoder. Are you from the fertile land to the north of the fairy institution?" The voice spoke in a foreign language. This was the same language inscribed on the jade tablet. If Lin Yuan had not entered the deep chasm Ci and obtained the true mermaid legacy through the new Thearchus scale, which gave him a deep understanding of foreign languages, he would not have been able to understand what the egg said or communicate with it. This egg was willing to communicate with him because he understood foreign languages. This saved Lin Yuan a lot of effort. He had just threatened this egg. However, in actuality, he would not be able to bear breaking open this egg and use it to nurture a female insect. This was because the egg's life rank was far from equivalent to the alien insects. From the name Demon Insect Lock Decoder, it was a certainty that this egg was a demon insect from somewhere else. "It doesn't matter where I'm from. What is important is that I know about your current circumstances. You haven't been able to hatch. If this drags on, it won't be of much help even if you can continue instructing these insect empresses to sacrifice alien insects to you. I think you can sense that your influence over the alien insect's genetic locks is waning. This method of yours is unsustainable." The insect became excited when it realized that Lin Yuan could communicate with it smoothly in its foreign language. "Tens of thousands of years have passed since I landed in this world. I'm the one who changed this world's fundamental genes. The alien insects were only produced after I combined my genetic lock with this world's native insects. The fact is that the influence of my genetic lock decreases as the insects continue to derivate. But if you hadn't come, I should be able to keep this up for another few millennia without any issues. The egg gave a simple description of its situation. However, the egg had no idea that its description of its situation had utterly shocked Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had not expected that the fearsome alien insects of the alien insect world were produced from this demon insect's genes. Lin Yuan was just marveling over the alien insect's genes' strength and decided to aid their development as much as he could. However, the demon insects whose bloodline had created the alien insects definitely had greater potential for development. Lin Yuan rebuked the egg. If I didn't come, you would have really ended up dying in this egg. Once you're unable to exert pressure over the alien insects' genetic locks, you will be their greatest source of nourishment. At that time, the insect empresses who are showering you with affection now will fight over you like you're a mouth-watering feast. Lin Yuan paused before continuing. If you become loyal to me, I can give you the chance to develop the demon insects. The egg did not immediately respond to Lin Yuan. It was clear it did not want to become loyal to Lin Yuan. But at the same time, it did not have a better choice available. The egg was certain that if it did not become loyal to this life form, he would really destroy it and use its genes to nurture an alien insect. Once an alien insect consumed it, its demon insect genes would be strong enough to activate the demon insect lock decoder. From this, it would be able to pry out the demon insect's legacy. Hence, the egg had no leverage at all. Lin Yuan did not want to give this demon insect too much time to think and snarled. Since you're unwilling, I'll go and find a newly born female insect now. Eternal Source, break its eggshell and wait here for me. Eternal Source knew Lin Yuan was just trying to scare this egg. If the egg had not reacted after he picked it up, he could have followed Lin Yuan's orders and broken the egg. At that time, the egg would lose all hope. Lin Yuan's words achieved their intended effect. With an air of resignation, the egg said, I can become loyal to you, but you must sign a contract tying your life to the demon insects so I can be certain you will treat me well. You also have to promise to find me resources that will help me to hack. Before the demon insect could finish speaking, Lin Yuan cut it off with a cold voice. I thought that the demon insects were intelligent, but it turns out that there are stupid ones too. How dare you ask me to sign a contract tying my life to the demon insects? Since you landed in this world, your roots must have fused with this world and become a part of it. You have been living here for millions of years, so the bond between your roots and this world is thousands of times stronger than that of the insect empresses. Didn't you hide the 2 endless gems that control this world in the stone tablet because you wanted to prevent others from getting their hands on them and affecting you in any way? Once I combine the 2 endless gems into a treasure, you will have no choice but to obey me. I am only offering you the chance to become loyal to me now out of consideration for your pride. Don't misunderstand this. Once Lin Yuan was done speaking, he could sense that this demon insect's mood had obviously turned violent. He raised an eyebrow. This unhatched demon insect was reacting very aggressively to his words. This should not be. It should have gained a wide range of experience and perspectives as a revived demon insect. What? You can combine the 2 world stones into a world treasure? Just who are you? World stones? World treasure? These were likely the foreign lifeforms terms for the endless gems and treasure formed from the endless gems. It doesn't matter who I am. Since you know of the world treasure, you should know of its abilities. I'm giving you one last chance. Are you going to become loyal to me or not? The egg was fully at Lin Yuan's mercy. It had no other choice. I, Demon Insect Kira, am willing to become loyal to you. I offer you my sincere worship. A gold and green soul fire emerged from the egg. Lin Yuan could sense the pure spiritual energy within the gold and green soul fire. He raised his hand and pressed the gold and green soul fire into his own soul, which enveloped it. Lin Yuan could now decide if this demon insect by the name of Kira lived or died. Lin Yuan's lips curled upward, and he scooped the egg up with one hand. Your soul will be affected when you're separated from your soul fire. Once I've taken control of the alien insect world, I will return your soul fire to you. What kind of energy do you need to hatch? Tell me so I can begin preparing them for you. Kira said without hesitation. This world doesn't have spirit chi. In order to hatch, I not only require vitality but spirit chi as well. Kira spoke woefully. In the world she originally came from, spirit chi was a very common type of energy. After being wounded by a powerful enemy, Kira had coincidentally found this world where she would be able to revive herself. Alas, this world did not contain any spirit chi. Otherwise, Kira would have been able to return to her prime state thousands of years ago. Lin Yuan relaxed when he heard that what Kira needed was spirit chi. If she needed another type of foreign and special energy, he would have no way of obtaining it for her. Lin Yuan took out a spirit chi crystal and crushed it beside Kira. Once Kira sensed the spirit chi, her entire body started to hum with comfort. It had been millennia since she last sensed spirit chi. She began gobbling it up greedily, as though she was getting her first meal after being on the brink of starvation. It did not take long before Kira realized one thing. The spirit chi she was trying to absorb was too pure. Did such pure spirit chi really exist? Could Sky Beyond the Clouds have entered a period of rapid development in the past millions of years that she had been trying to hatch herself? That should not be the case. Millions of years was nothing more than the blink of an eye to Sky Beyond the Clouds. They had not even been able to break through after billions of years. How could they have begun developing after only a few million years? There could only be one reason to explain this pure spirit chi. This humanoid life form before her had an extraordinary background. Moreover, this humanoid life form had a very casual attitude toward this crystal that contained such pure spirit chi. This meant he did not consider this crystal to be precious. If she could continue absorbing such pure spirit chi in the future, it might not be such a bad thing to accept him as her master. While Kira was deep in thought and thinking back on her life, in a soft and bright voice, Lin Yuan said, "How many more of those crystals filled with spirit chi do you need before you can hatch?" Kira pondered it momentarily before she replied, "I will need at least 8,000 more." At that point, she hurriedly added, "Frankly, I don't need that high of a concentration of spirit chi in order to hatch. I will be able to hatch with spirit chi, which is a little less concentrated. I will only need spirit chi of such high concentration when I'm evolving my genetic lock." Kira was very afraid that the quote of almost 8,000 spirit chi crystals would scare Lin Yuan off. Where would she go to find spirit chi if he was scared off? Lin Yuan nodded gently. Now, he had a general idea of Kira's needs. In the past, almost 8,000 spirit chi crystals would be a struggle for Lin Yuan. But ever since Lin Yuan took control of the Startling Lines continent and began nurturing experts with his own resources and harvesting spirit chi crystals from their phase, he no longer had to worry about obtaining spirit chi crystals. He could now obtain 8,000 spirit chi crystals with ease. Presently, excluding the spirit chi crystals he had set aside for the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan had more than 50,000. Lin Yuan immediately took out 8,000 spirit chi crystals and said, "I just happen to have enough. You can absorb them now and begin hatching." Kira was so stunned that she lost the ability to speak. "What? You have almost 10,000 spirit chi crystals of such pure spirit chi. You're even willing to give them to a new servant like me. Just how wealthy do you have to be able to do such a thing?" Kira had only ever been a source of support for others. This was the first time that she had to cling to someone else. As such, this was the first time she was coming to understand just how much happiness could come from doing so. Kira clearly remembered telling Lin Yuan she did not need to absorb spirit chi of such high purity. But it was as though he had not heard her. The day she had been waiting for the past millions of years was finally here. Kira said cordially, "Thank you for doing this for me. Suddenly, I feel as though becoming your servant is a major opportunity and a result of positive karma. I will cherish these resources and positive karma. But before I absorb these spirit chi crystals, I must remind you again that the spirit chi in these crystals is too precious. I don't need spirit chi of such high purity in order to hatch." Lin Yuan began crushing the spirit chi crystals. You don't have to worry about all that. Just concentrate on absorbing and hatching. Lin Yuan did not know just how domineering and arrogant his words sounded to Kira. She believed this was exactly how an autocrat behaved. Lin Yuan would like to obtain regular spirit chi for Kira as well. After all, pure spirit chi was not of much use to her. However, it was much easier for him to obtain pure spirit chi than it was to obtain spirit chi of average purity. The most precious thing to Lin Yuan now was time. He did not want to waste time trying to obtain spirit chi of average purity. He did not grab too many spirit chi crystals at once as he was concerned that he would crush them faster than Kira could absorb them. This would only waste the spirit chi crystals. But Lin Yuan soon realized that Kira was no different from a bottomless pit. Regardless of how much spirit chi there was, Kira would be able to absorb all of it rapidly. Thus, Lin Yuan increased the speed at which he was crushing the spirit chi crystals. Kira was extremely aware of how much spirit she needed to hatch. Lin Yuan had already crushed 7,500 spirit chi crystals. But once he took out another 300, cracks started to appear on the surface of the shell. Lin Yuan was very curious about how Kira would look once she hatched. After all, she was an entity that had created thousands of alien insects. Eternal Source was also watching Kira curiously. He did not understand what Lin Yuan and Kira were saying to each other. But this did not prevent Eternal Source from sensing that Kira had an extremely high life rank. Eternal Source put this together with what Carly and Mexa said to Lin Yuan previously, and he could be certain this egg was the true dictator of the alien insect world. Once the white egg absorbed its fill of spirit chi, it slowly turned gold and green. The shell cracked in Lin Yuan's hands, and a 12-legged spider-shaped creature crawled out. It had a jade-colored scorpion tail that resembled a weapon. There were also flecks of purple below the insect shell, suggesting it would eventually turn purple. Just as Lin Yuan was about to conclude that the demon insects could only remain in insect form, the creature on his palm shook itself and transformed into a girl wearing insect armor. The girl had chiseled features and an unexplainable beauty. However, when Lin Yuan met her eyes, he saw they were filled with unique vicissitudes, as if they had witnessed the birth and end of many civilizations. Lin Yuan placed the demon insect lock decoder before Kira and said, "This should be a treasure of the demon insects. You will be in charge of it from now on. Going forward, what kind of resources do you need to increase your power? And what are your plans for development?" Kira's innocent face turned serious. "I will continue controlling the alien insects through my genetic lock. My control over them has strengthened significantly, and their sacrifices will satisfy my need for vitality. I only need spirit chi when my genetic lock needs to break through. I will let you know when I require spirit chi, and I hope you will provide me with spirit chi of the same high purity. I learned from the 2 insect empresses' souls that you want to develop the alien insects. The alien insects can be said to be the best weapons, and if you can trust me, I can manage their development. There is a large number of genes locked within the demon insect lock decoder, and I can use them to quicken the strengthening of the alien insects. As for the demon insects, my body hasn't matured, so I still can't derivate. Once my body has matured, I will begin nurturing the demon insects. I will also pick a partner from among the demon insects." Kira had plainly told all of her needs and thoughts to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan immediately said, "You must know the alien insects because you're the one who created them, so you can continue overseeing them." Lin Yuan's voice became serious. "I hope that you will be able to make the alien insects truly strong. The alien insects aren't intelligent enough to help you with strategy, but they will serve well as weapons. As of now, the alien insects only have the native genes of this world. I haven't used the genes in the demon insect lock decoder on them. When I first arrived in this world, I was very weak. My body didn't have the energy to activate the demon insect lock decoder. But now that I'm stronger, I can use the decoder to help the alien insects develop. The alien insects will not only be able to develop using the genes in the demon insect lock decoder, but they will also be able to trade with the genes of other species under your control. This will greatly accelerate their growth. With the genes of the demon insects, the alien insects' genetic locks will be evolved. They will no longer be restricted by class and will be able to use their own strength to try and break through to the next level. However, I will need to feed back to these alien insects in order for them to attain the demon insect genes. I will only be able to feed back one alien insect a month. That is my limit. Excitement spread across Lin Yuan's face. The alien insects needed vitality and not any other type of element in order to increase their power. This made it difficult for Lin Yuan to evolve the pinnacle samsara realm dictators using the Earth's sacred fruit. He could only inject source-type power into Mexa in order to help her reach the afterlife realm. Luckily, the century-long agreement allowed Lin Yuan to easily attain source-type power. From what Kira said, Lin Yuan knew that the alien insects could produce numerous afterlife realm experts in the future. This was because Kira could evolve an insect empress genetic lock every month. The alien insects' genetic locks allowed their power structure to always remain in the shape of a pyramid. Every insect empress was the strongest that the alien insects had to offer. Regardless of how talented the insect empresses were, they were unable to reach the afterlife realm due to their genetic locks. Once the genetic locks were evolved, the restraints on the insect empress's genetic locks would be broken. At that time, there would suddenly be more insect samsara realm dictators. Once Kira was done describing the development of the alien insects, Lin Yuan asked, "You must be the one who created the crater behind the mountain. The sky-plundering beast's blood often flows out from there. What is this all about?" Even in her prime, Kira could not enjoy the pure spirit chi that Lin Yuan could produce. It was likely that only a gargantuan faction like Sky Beyond the Clouds would possess such pure spirit chi. Thus, Kira was not surprised that Lin Yuan was aware of the sky-plundering beast. Each time demon insects evolved, they had to face a terrifying trial. She had been grievously injured and had landed in this world without spirit chi because of her attempt to obtain the sky-plundering beast. However, she was still very willing to answer Lin Yuan's question about the blood. Regardless of how precious the sky-plundering beast's blood was, the pure spirit chi that Lin Yuan possessed was much more valuable. Lin Yuan could casually take out almost 8,000 spirit chi crystals to help her to hatch. Thus, there was no way he would be stingy with sharing the sky-plundering beast's blood with the demon insects in the future. With such pure spirit chi, Lin Yuan might even be able to enable the sky-plundering beast to evolve again. Kira began to tell Lin Yuan about the sky-plundering beast. "Lord, when I landed in this world, I possessed the demon insect lock decoder and the sky-plundering beast. Both of us were seriously injured. I sealed the sky-plundering beast behind the mountain with a rock that only an afterlife realm expert could break through. It consumes the sky-plundering flower, which blooms every decade. I planted a patch of sky-plundering flowers in the hole behind the mountain. After going hungry a few times, the sky-plundering beast learned to hold back on its consumption of the sky-plundering flowers according to their flowering period. This has allowed it to survive. I made a deal with the sky-plundering beast to set it free once I hatched and make sure that it never has to go hungry again. In exchange, it has been supplying me with its blood all these years. However, I have not been able to hold up my end of the deal and have let the sky-plundering beast down." Based on what Kira said, Lin Yuan now understood the sky-plundering beast's situation. He also knew that it was a fae that kept its word. Lin Yuan found it difficult to imagine a life form that could firmly trust in another life form for millions of years. It was even willing to continue tearing its skin to let its blood out when it was lacking food. As Lin Yuan was about to take Kira with him to the back of the mountain so Eternal Source could break the rock and expose the sky-plundering beast, she added, "I didn't restrain the sky-plundering beast and kept it separate from the pool where I was because I didn't trust it. Specifically, I didn't trust the alien insects I controlled through my genetic lock. This form of control isn't absolute. In the face of a powerful temptation that is strong enough to threaten the lifeform's safety or has the potential to help them evolve, the lifeform might be able to escape this binding. For example, when you used your martial power to threaten the insect empresses, they went against their genetic locks and chose to join you. There was also an incident in the past when a high-ranking insect empress saw the stone tablet as a treasure, and its greed allowed it to break free of its genetic lock. Regardless of how strong such alien insects are, they will only cause trouble. I have been trying my best to curb the growth of such alien insects as they will threaten my control over the entire alien insect species. The sky-plundering beast doesn't have a shred of combat power. It won't even be able to defeat a newly born alien insect. My control over the alien insects will be the weakest while I'm in a state of revival. I don't have the courage to test the strength of the alien insect's loyalty to me, nor can I afford the loss of the sky-plundering beast. Lin Yuan had thought that the sky-plundering beast would be extremely powerful. However, if it could not even defeat a newly born alien insect, there was a high chance that it was not a Fae to begin with, just like Genius and Chimey. It was truly an amazing life form since it was not a Fae but still possessed a limitless lifespan. Let's go and take a look at the sky-plundering beast. We'll be able to fulfill your promise to it as well. Kira was silent momentarily before saying, Lord, allow me to retrieve the sky-plundering beast once you've broken the stone. It has been living in the stone all this time. Although I left it a lot of additional room, the space must be filled up with its excrement from the past millions of years by now. The sky-plundering beast won't be in a pleasant state. Kira was afraid that Lin Yuan would not be able to stand how messy and dirty the sky-plundering beast was, and that this would mar his impression of the sky-plundering beast. She feared that he would only see the sky-plundering beast as a mobile blood bank from now on. When Lin Yuan heard this, he immediately felt pity for the faithful sky-plundering beast. Chimey and Genius had already been very pitiful. But according to what Kira said, Genius and Chimey had been much more blessed than the sky-plundering beast. After all, they might have been abandoned by humans and treated worse than the other sound birds and 100 questions beasts. But they still have food to fill their stomachs and did not have to suffer for long before their lives took a drastic turn for the better. Meanwhile, the sky-plundering beast had been waiting for millions of years. One could only imagine how lonely it was. It's fine. This way, I'll be able to help the sky-plundering beast immediately with any problems it might have. It seems like water is very scarce in the alien insect world. I have sufficient water to clean all the dirt and grime off of the sky-plundering beast. Since you're willing to help me to develop the alien insects, why don't you remain here? I'll take you away with me once I'm ready to leave for another territory. Lin Yuan had called Sky Beyond the Clouds another territory. This made Kira suspicious. What was the main territory if Sky Beyond the Clouds was another territory? Kira could not figure out the meaning behind Lin Yuan's words. As such, Kira decided not to think too much about it. After all, now that she was under such a generous and loving master, she only had good days to come. Now that Kira had given Lin Yuan her soul fire and had become loyal to him, there should be no need for Lin Yuan to worry about Mexa and Carly still being under Kira's control. However, Eternal Source had been slightly too heavy-handed when he carried out Lin Yuan's order to knock Mexa and Carly unconscious. Thus, it would be some time before they woke up. This caused Eternal Source to reach up and cover his head in embarrassment. Kira glanced at Mexa before saying, Lord, you have good taste. Mexa might not be the strongest of the lot of this current generation of alien insects, but she is definitely the most intelligent of them. I will make sure to nurture her as well from now on. The others are only worthy of being weapons. It's unlikely they will be able to handle any large undertakings. Lin Yuan could tell from Kira's words just how little the alien insects mattered to her. In the past, Lin Yuan would have disliked a life form that looked down on another species. But as Lin Yuan continued to gain more experience as a leader and an elite, he learned that only with an attitude like Kira's could the alien insects truly be turned into weapons. From now on, you will have to invest your energy into the demon insects. You will need to nurture someone suitable to eventually take over the management of the alien insects. Mexa is a good choice. While Lin Yuan spoke, he took half of the soldier ration radishes vines out of a diamond phase storage box and placed them in Kira's hands. Hold on to these vines that contain vitality. You can use them to nurture the alien insects and increase their numbers. Let me know immediately once you've used them all up. I will prepare more of them for you. Ever since Lin Yuan obtained the first soldier ration radish from Condensed Fairy Orchard, he had been nurturing it continuously. With Genius, a pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master who possessed Class 5 Creation Master knowledge, as well as the combined efforts of the entire army of 100 Questions beasts, there were already almost 300 of the soldier ration radishes. All 300 soldier ration radishes branches were now as thick as an adult's arm. Thus, Lin Yuan could obtain large amounts of soldier ration radishes leaves every day. His current store of soldier ration radish was insufficient to satisfy all the alien insects. There were just too many of them. However, he would be able to prevent them from cannibalizing each other and thereby lowering their population. Sky beyond the clouds possessed many plants that contained vitality. Although Kira had never seen them, she never felt such plants were exceptionally rare. The soldier ration radish's leaves seemed much more ordinary than the crystals containing pure spirit chi. Lord, don't worry. I definitely won't let down your expectations of the alien insects. I will properly develop them. While Lin Yuan and Kira were speaking, they arrived at the back of the mountain where the inheritance ground was located. Once they had arrived, Lin Yuan did not hear the cries that Mexa and Carly had mentioned. Lin Yuan nodded at Eternal Source, signaling him to break the rock as gently as possible so as not to injure the sky-plundering beast that was directly underneath. It was highly likely that the sky-plundering beast was not even a fae, and it might lose its life if the hard rocks hit it. Surface sounds were much clearer to those situated underground than underground sounds were to those situated on the surface. This meant that, after waiting for millions of years, the sky-plundering beast would likely move expectantly directly below the planks of rock after hearing noise from above. It would be waiting for Kira to take it away from this place so that it could finally run free under sunlight and breathe in the fresh air of freedom. Eternal Source experimentally knocked on the hard rock and confirmed that he could break it. Next, he reached his hand into the rock cavity and pulled upward forcefully. Before Eternal Source could pull the rock planks apart, Lin Yuan heard a weak cry from within the hole. This confirmed that the sky-plundering beast was still alive and well, and Lin Yuan relaxed. Eternal Source lifted up the rock and slammed his hand down on it, splitting it into two halves. He held a piece of rock in each hand and pulled the cavity apart further. Lord, do you want me to go in and fetch the sky-plundering beast? Or are you going to enter personally? Eternal Source asked. He had heard the conversation between Lin Yuan and Kira, so there was no need to ask, but the stomach-turning odor that drifted into his nose at that moment almost made him retch. The sky-plundering beast's living conditions were horrible, and Eternal Source found it difficult to believe that Lin Yuan would volunteer to enter such an environment. Lin Yuan had also caught a whiff of the smell, and Eternal Source's words gave him another chance to back out. Lin Yuan said to Eternal Source, "I will go in on my own." For pairs of black wings sprouted from his back and carried him into the space under the rocks. Eternal Source had climbed to the peak of the marsh world through his own abilities, becoming the most powerful Samsara realm dictator by the time Lin Yuan arrived. Although he had faced obstacles before becoming an apostle, everything had been smooth sailing once he gained his own believers. As a result, he had never experienced such a filthy and awful environment. On the other hand, before Lin Yuan became a spirit chi professional, he had kept a few small animals in his parents' face store. These animals ate scrap food all day, so their excrement was much worse smelling than that of the sky-plundering beast. After all, the sky-plundering beast only consumed the sky-plundering flower. In other words, Lin Yuan's tolerance for foul environments was much higher than Eternal Source's. Lin Yuan flew into the space with the light at his back, so the sky-plundering beast could not see him clearly. However, Lin Yuan could see a small, bony, yellow-furred beast squatting below the rocks. It was looking up at him with fear and hope in its eyes. The sky-plundering beast's diet consisted of the sky-plundering flower. It could consume the energy within the flower to produce sky-plundering jade from the fur on its neck. However, the sky-plundering beast could also consume other things. Lin Yuan took out a bunch of blood brew grapes, which were full of nourishment. He plucked one off the vine and held it out to the sky-plundering beast, waving his finger in front of it. The sky-plundering beast was clearly scared of Lin Yuan, but it could smell the fragrance coming from the blood brew grape. It instinctively knew that the grape would be very beneficial for its body. The sky-plundering beast carefully used its claw to hold the grape before squeezing it gently. It soon realized that Lin Yuan had given it the grape. The sky-plundering beast retreated a few steps before swallowing the grape whole. It was like a starving man whose first meal was a delicious delicacy, and it did not stop savoring the grape's taste. Once the sky-plundering beast had eaten the grape, it immediately began eyeing the large bunch of blood brew grapes in Lin Yuan's hand. It gingerly walked over to Lin Yuan and let out 2 cries. Lin Yuan reached out his hand and patted its knotted yellow fur before plucking another blood brew grape and holding it directly next to the sky-plundering beast's mouth. The sky-plundering beast opened its mouth, and Lin Yuan squeezed the blood brew grape until it broke and all its juices oozed out. He wanted the sky-plundering beast to taste the flavor of the blood brew grapes. There was no one to fight over food with the sky-plundering beast. From now on, Lin Yuan would feed it a bunch of blood brew grapes every few days so that its body would recover and its blood would be replenished. After eating more than 10 of the blood brew grapes, the sky-plundering beast that was only around the size of 2 palms leaped up. To Lin Yuan, the sky-plundering beast's exterior looked like a cross between a cat and a dog, but it acted more like a dog. Someone like Lin Yuan, who liked small animals, found it difficult not to adore the sky-plundering beast even if it did not have any special abilities. While the sky-plundering beast had been eating the blood brew grapes, Lin Yuan used true data to check on it. This was when he saw that the sky-plundering beast was not a fae, just like Kira had mentioned. It did not have any abilities or exclusive skills and was exactly as genius and chimey had been in the beginning. All of its abilities lay in its bloodline and were completely unrelated to abilities and exclusive skills. For now, Lin Yuan did not intend to use his body to inject spirit chi into the sky-plundering beast and turn it into a fae. It was more important that the sky-plundering beast regained its health. Just as Lin Yuan was about to take the sky-plundering beast out of the hole so it could meet up with Kira, the sky-plundering beast began swaying its neck in front of him. It was as though the sky-plundering beast knew that the sky-plundering jade that grew between the fur on its neck was useful. Lin Yuan gently touched the sky-plundering beast's neck and could feel a mound of crystals there. It seemed that the sky-plundering beast had produced a significant amount of sky-plundering jade over the past millions of years. The sky-plundering jade was able to help other life forms during their trials, but Kira had not used it on the other insect empresses. Instead, she had instructed the sky-plundering beast to continue slitting its front leg to allow its blood to flow out. This meant that Kira only saw the sky-plundering beast as a tool. Before her revival, Kira was likely planning to wait until she hatched so she could obtain as much of the sky-plundering jade as possible, so she could return to where she came from and continue developing herself. Lin Yuan plucked off all of the sky-plundering jade from the sky-plundering beast's neck. They scraped against the sky-plundering beast's skin when they were growing. Just like sand that had gotten under the shell of a crab, it was very uncomfortable for the sky-plundering beast. Once Lin Yuan was done cleaning the sky-plundering beast, he saw that he had more than 300 pieces of the sky-plundering jade. When he compared this to the time the sky-plundering beast had spent in this underground space, the ratio was around 10,000 to 1. Thus, it seemed that the sky-plundering beast only produced 1 piece of sky-plundering jade every 10,000 years. However, this was when the sky-plundering beast was not consuming its fill of the sky-plundering flowers. But even if Lin Yuan prepared sufficient sky-plundering flowers for the sky-plundering beast, it would still take at least 50,000 years to produce 1 piece of sky-plundering jade. Kira had intentionally emphasized to Lin Yuan she had landed in this world and had been forced to undergo revival due to the sky-plundering beast. The sky-plundering beast had to be very rare in the foreign territory. Given the low rate of production of sky-plundering jade, it was likely considered a treasure in the foreign territory. After all, the sky-plundering jade could help fays increase their powers while preserving their life rank. The sky-plundering beast, which acted more like a dog than a cat, did not have the habit of licking itself. If it did, its fur would not be as knotted as it was now. Lin Yuan took a comb and carefully combed the sky-plundering beast's washed fur. After 2 more washes, the sky-plundering beast's transformation from a smelly little dog to a pleasant-smelling dog was complete. The washed and combed sky-plundering beast took Lin Yuan by surprise. In terms of looks, it resembled a cute and cool puppy. However, it had spent too much time locked up in this underground space, causing its personality to become timid. Lin Yuan would need to find some playmates for the sky-plundering beast to help its personality return to its original state. Once it had playmates, its confidence would slowly return, and it would begin opening up. Lin Yuan took the sky-plundering flower with him when he left the underground space. He also instructed the source sand to check the space to make sure that he had not left anything behind. When Lin Yuan brought the sky-plundering beast to the surface, it let out 2 cries upon seeing Kira, but it did not try to leave Lin Yuan's arms. Lin Yuan realized that the sky-plundering beast was intelligent enough to know who treated it better. Kira had not visited the beast in a long time, so it resented her somewhat, even though it continued to fulfill its end of the bargain. Kira was now Lin Yuan's servant, and she knew that if she continued to rely on him, she would eventually be able to attain pure spirit chi. Therefore, she was not foolish enough to fight with Lin Yuan over the sky-plundering beast. At that moment, it could be said that Lin Yuan's journey in the alien insect world had reached a checkpoint. He said to Kira, "I will instruct the insect queens and empresses to return to the alien insect world. You will then begin managing and organizing them. Shift the alien insect world's main camp near the entrance of the Class 6 alien insect dimensional rift within a month." Kira did not understand why Lin Yuan issued such an order. But since he had said it, she had no reason to refuse. "Lord, rest assured. I will do as you say and relocate the main camp within a month. I will be able to strengthen the alien insects within a short period. However, I will need that vitality-containing plant often from now on." Lin Yuan nodded and said, "This doesn't just apply to the soldier ration radish's vines. If you need spirit chi or source-type energy in the future, I can supply you with those too. Don't forget to do your best to increase your power while developing the alien insects." Lin Yuan's words allowed Kira to see that he cared. She was once again reminded of his generosity. Now that Lin Yuan was done instructing Kira, he returned to the main world. As Lin Yuan was contemplating the Sand Island continent situation, he received a message from Su Irin through the Thoughts letter paper. She had already arrived at the Dark Continent, which was in a bleak state. Seventh Page War had destroyed all of its previous structures and infrastructure, and Su Irin was heartbroken and furious. With the support of Lin Yuan's martial force and Luolan's labor, Su Irin began rebuilding the 7 states of darkness. However, there were still voices of opposition. She addressed these voices with an iron fist, showing no mercy. Within a week, she had managed to control the situation. After all, Seventh Page War had disappeared suddenly, leaving her former loyalists in a state of confusion. They didn't know what to do. Seventh Page War had intended to slowly teach and convert them to assume control over them. After Seventh Page War's disappearance, there was no force holding the 7 states of darkness experts down. Hence, these experts had desired to recover the Dark Continent long before Su Irin arrived. There were a few of these people who were using the guise of trying to recover the 7 states of darkness while actually trying to put themselves in positions of power. But there was also a group who genuinely wanted to help the 7 states of darkness return to its original glory. Once these people with genuine intentions saw Su Irin, they excitedly joined her and heralded her as the new ruler of the 7 states of darkness. Those who wanted to gain power for themselves started suspecting Su Irin and pointing fingers at her. They questioned why she had not chosen to lay her life down for the 7 states of darkness but fled instead. If this was in the past, before she had attained absolute power, Su Irin would be very aggravated by such a matter. But now that she did possess absolute power, she could not be bothered to converse with these people and immediately eliminated them. After reading Su Irin's report, Lin Yuan did not judge her methods. Since everything was going well on her end, he would leave the matter of the Sand Island continent to her. He really did not have time to waste on the continent, as he needed to sleep for the next few months to combine the books into tomes. Once he had taken control of all 5 major dimensional worlds, he would have to travel the main world to search for the continent vein cores. There was still no news from Bei Su, so Lin Yuan was uncertain if he was truly located on the other side of the Barren Sea. Having made his decision, Lin Yuan sent his reply to Su Irin. "Lin Yuan, the Sand Island continent is in a very messy state. The alien insects have been settled, but someone urgently needs to step in and manage the situation. I think that you are the best choice for this job. Why don't you take over and manage the Sand Island continent? You will be able to use this opportunity to expand the 7 states of darkness maps. Lin Yuan, I will provide you with 5 island whales so it will be easy to travel between the Sand Island continent and Dark Continent. Soon, Waluan will build a harbor at a location convenient for both the Dark Continent and Sand Island continent. With the harbor, the 2 continents will become more closely linked. Su Iren was very excited when she saw the message from Lin Yuan. At the same time, she could feel Lin Yuan's trust in her and care for her. Although the Sand Island continent was in serious disarray, its geographic area was enormous and filled with an abundance of resources. Seventh Page War had removed most of the Dark Continent's resources. Seventh Page War's activities in the Dark Continent could only be described as an invasion. She saw the Dark Continent as a giant gold mine and never intended to develop it. Thus, once Su Iren took over the Dark Continent again, she realized what was wrong with it. In order to address this issue, she needed to attain resources externally and use them on the Dark Continent. Su Iren's issue of a lack of resources would be fixed if the resources from the Sand Island continent could reach the Dark Continent. Lin Yuan had given her a chance. Su Iren could not go running to Lin Yuan for any matter as this would make her seem incompetent. She needed to bring peace to the Sand Island continent in order to repay Lin Yuan. Since Lin Yuan wanted her to expand the 7 states of darkness map, it meant that the Sand Island continent would become a part of the 7 states of darkness. Su Iren immediately responded to Lin Yuan. Su Iren, young master, I definitely won't let you down. I will immediately send people to the Sand Island continent. Within a month, I will head there to take over things personally. After receiving Su Iren's response, Lin Yuan shifted his focus away from the Sand Island continent and prepared to return to the Radiance Federation. Once he combined the last 3 books into a tome and took control of all 5-dimensional worlds, he would begin his search for the continent vein cores. The Abyss Red Lotus was highly sensitive to continent vein cores. Lin Yuan had already used it to locate the Sand Island continent's continent vein core and take it into his possession. With the Abyss Red Lotus, he would have no trouble finding the continent vein cores from other continents. Whenever Lin Yuan visited a new place in the main world, he would use the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle to place a marker in that area. The ethereal jellyfish was currently only diamond grade, so it was difficult for him to use node transportation to travel long distances between continents. However, it was unique in that it did not require its contractor to provide it with a willpower rune. Instead, it could comprehend one from nature on its own. Not long ago, the ethereal jellyfish comprehended a willpower rune. It was likely to evolve to myth breed by next month. Once the ethereal jellyfish evolved to myth breed, it could continue evolving to Suzerain X/Myth 2. At that time, the ethereal jellyfish could try using node transportation to move across large distances. This would allow Lin Yuan to access the entrances to the 5 major dimensional rifts quickly, even if his starting point was the Radiance Federation. Through the Thoughts letter paper, Lin Yuan learned from the Moon Empress that Chu Si had returned to the Radiant Moon Palace. It had been a long time since Lin Yuan and Chu Si had seen each other. She was his only living blood relative, and he missed her terribly. Cold Moon and the Moon Empress were planning to help Chu Si evolve her phase in the future. However, Lin Yuan wanted to learn more about the current situation of Chu Si's phase before helping her to evolve them. Lin Yuan had no intention of going to the Spirit Mother Federation to meet with the Spirit Mother, as he was set on returning home to the Radiance Federation. Still, he had provided the Spirit Mother with the best result with regard to taking control of the alien insects. The Spirit Mother had remained in his bedchamber this entire time, concocting spirit fluids and teaching Bupa. Although he had verbally acknowledged Bupo's status, he could not leave Bupo to run completely free. The Spirit Mother found it difficult to rest easy because he had still yet to make contact with whoever was supporting Bupa. After all, regardless of how genuine Bupo's assurance was, Bupo would have no choice but to acquiesce if whoever was behind him decided to change their mind. The Spirit Mother had previously mentioned that he hoped that whoever was behind Bupo would be able to handle the alien insects invading the Sand Island continent. This was because if the alien insects on the Sand Island continent were allowed to move freely, they would eventually reach the Spirit Mother Federation. From this matter, the Spirit Mother could make a general assessment of the strength of the faction behind Bupa. After Bupa made his promise, all of the alien insects disappeared from the Sand Island continent as if they had never been there. The Spirit Mother had also secretly nurtured many other experts besides the Sky Mothers. As a Class 5 creation master, he was capable of doing so. He had sent these experts to the Sand Island continent, which he regarded as a juicy piece of meat. However, the Sand Island continent was in such a mess that it caused the Spirit Mother to shrink back. He did not want to become involved in such a mess. The factions on the Sand Island continent had a very complicated relationship with each other. The Spirit Mother felt that he would have to destroy all of the federations on the Sand Island continent in order to untangle the mess and bring stability to the continent. Moreover, due to being in a constant state of battle and combat, many of the Sand Island continent's federations were skilled at battle. This was especially true of the Sand Island Federation, which was rumored to have produced a Class 5 creation master. However, there was no way to verify this piece of news for now. The Spirit Mother used his identity as a Class 5 creation master to greet the Sand Island Federation in an attempt to ascertain the presence of the Class 5 creation master. If the Sand Island Federation really had a Class 5 creation master, he would definitely react to the Spirit Mother's arrival. Eventually, he was ignored by the Sand Island Federation. The Spirit Mother was extremely displeased by this. His experts at the Sand Island continent would send him periodic reports. When all the alien insects disappeared from the continent soon after Bupa made his promise, the Spirit Mother could not help but feel wary and afraid. The faction supporting Bupa was almost unbelievably impressive. They had managed to quell all those alien insects. Moreover, they had not killed the alien insects in the main world but had sent them packing back to the dimensional world. This meant that the faction behind Bupa had negotiated and persuaded the alien insects' top experts. The Spirit Mother eventually decided to stop watching over Bupa. Regardless, Bupa's position as the Spirit Mother's successor was cemented. The Spirit Mother Federation's profits would only be ensured if he cooperated and Bupa was sincere in his assurance. If he did not cooperate with Bupa and the faction behind Bupa chased him out of his position as the Spirit Mother, Bupa's promise would become void. Since the Spirit Mother understood this, he relaxed. A group of dimensional lifeforms occasionally ran out from the Class 6 Marsh dimensional rift in the Freedom Federation. Although there were not many dimensional lifeforms in each group, it was enough to let the Mirror God and God of Fools know that the powerful dictators from the Marsh world had not given up on trying to take over the main world. Thus, regardless of what demands the Azure Federation and Radiance Federation made, the Mirror God and God of Fools had no choice but to tighten their jaw and agree. They had never suffered such losses and humiliation in the past thousands of years. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison had not held back at all. Lin Yuan had created the entire situation that the Freedom Federation was facing. The two of them were only there to reap benefits. The Mirror God and God of Fools could not help but get the feeling that something big was about to unfold in the main world. They found this feeling to be rather strange. But once they told each other about how they felt, they immediately began taking the matter seriously. Those who had set their spirit fire alight could perceive premonitions of the future. It was a shame that the Freedom Federation did not have a third spirit fire expert who could discuss with the Mirror God and God of Fools. It was due to the feeling that both of them had that they continued to agree to the conditions made by the Azure Federation and Radiance Federation. Not long ago, Du Miao had used his sacred source life form, the gold leaf boiling balloon flower, in a fit of anger against the Radiance Federation. Thus, facing Chef Supreme and Iron Prison now made Du Miao feel very awkward. After all, this time he was seeking help from the Radiance Federation for the Freedom Federation, putting him at a disadvantage. Chef Supreme and Iron Prison had not been civil with Du Miao. Iron Prison was always quick to take a jab at Du Miao whenever they spoke. Unfortunately, Du Miao had no choice but to treat them with respect as the Mirror God and God of Fools had tasked him with deliberating with Chef Supreme and Iron Prison. They hoped that Chef Supreme and Iron Prison would lead a team from the Radiance Federation to the entrance of the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift alongside the Freedom Federation's troops to commence negotiations with the Marsh World's dimensional lifeforms. When Chef Supreme and Iron Prison heard Du Miao's intentions, Iron Prison said with a stony expression, "Can the Freedom Federation guarantee our safety after entering the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift? How can you be certain that the Marsh World's experts will be willing to speak with the Freedom Federation? The Radiance Federation is here to provide aid, not act as the Freedom Federation's shield." Iron Prison's expression was one of anger. Iron Prison's words were mocking, but they were also true. If the Freedom Federation had been able to negotiate with the Marsh World's experts, they would not have needed to plead for help from the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation. The Marsh World was now under Lin Yuan's control. If the Freedom Federation's experts had interfered with the Marsh World, the two of them would have received word from the Moon Empress. Although the Marsh World's experts would not be able to touch them even if they did lead a team into the Marsh World, Iron Prison would still be turned off by how scheming the Freedom Federation was. It went without saying that Du Miao could not be certain that there would be no danger from entering the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift. He needed to obtain the Radiance Federation's help. As such, he said, "Your safety will definitely be assured. I would never ask the Radiance Federation to help if it was otherwise. The Azure Federation is currently fully following the Radiance Federation's lead. As long as you agree, so will the Azure Federation. I can represent the Freedom Federation and provide you with additional resources. It will not be less than what we have already given the Radiance Federation. I hope you will think carefully about this. If you obtain more precious resources, you will be able to gain more authority among the Radiance Federation's members of royalty." Chef Supreme had come with Iron Prison to exert additional pressure. When he saw that Iron Prison had been handling everything well on his own, Chef Supreme did not interject. Chef Supreme always had a smile on his face. But at that moment, his brows were tightly furrowed as he blasted Du Miao with an icy gaze. Firstly, Du Miao had just lied to them. The Freedom Federation had no means to guarantee their safety, yet they had still done so. If they did not already know everything and decided to help the Freedom Federation, the Radiance Federation would suffer a serious loss. Furthermore, Chef Supreme always upheld the Radiance Federation's image and honor. This was why he, the Radiance Federation's oldest Class 5 Creation Master, had begun providing other experts with Creation Master resources and helped with the Radiance Federation's growth from the day he became a Class 5 Creation Master. The Radiance Federation's honor and determination were tied to Chef Supreme's will. He saw it as what held him up. Du Miao's words were blasphemous to Chef Supreme and the Radiance Federation's royalty. Since the Freedom Federation was even resorting to secretly offering benefits to him and Iron Prison to get what they wanted, it indicated they did not have any principles. Du Miao mentioned that the Azure Federation would follow the Radiance Federation's decision. This was because the Radiance Federation had saved the Azure Federation. If the Radiance Federation agreed to send people into the Marsh World and the Azure Federation did the same, the Azure Federation would end up losing hundreds of experts and spirit chi professionals. This would sour their relationship with the Radiance Federation. Chef Supreme said coldly, "The Radiance Federation will not enter the Marsh World with the Freedom Federation, but we can enter the Marsh World on our own. We have a way of communicating with the experts from the dimensional worlds and can ensure that the Marsh World's dimensional lifeforms won't enter the main world for the next year. What benefits can the Freedom Federation provide the Radiance Federation? Otherwise, there's no upside to the Radiance Federation taking this risk for the Freedom Federation. I know you don't call the shots in the Freedom Federation. You can relay what I just said to the Mirror God and God of Fools. Tell them to come to the Radiance Federation with their offer once they've come to a decision. I am only giving the Freedom Federation one chance to make their offer." When Chef Supreme said that he knew that Du Miao did not call the shots in the Freedom Federation, Du Miao's expression soured. By bringing this fact up, Chef Supreme had shredded all courtesy between himself and Du Miao. It was as though Du Miao was only a member of royalty in name but was actually nothing more than the Mirror God and God of Fools lapdog. Du Miao was also very surprised. He had never expected Chef Supreme to make such a promise. Just what was giving them the confidence to make such a promise? In terms of overall power, the Radiance Federation was weaker than the Freedom Federation. Yet, the Radiance Federation had only sent 2 members of royalty on this aid mission to the Freedom Federation. Could it be that Chef Supreme and Iron Prison were enough to get the dictators from the Marsh world to agree to a deal? No one knew better than the Freedom Federation how difficult it was to communicate with the Marsh world's dictators. Once anyone from the Freedom Federation showed their face to the Marsh world's dimensional lifeforms, they would immediately go into a frenzy and begin attacking without any thought for peaceful negotiation. The Freedom Federation had yet to successfully communicate with a single one of the Marsh world's dimensional lifeforms. The Class 6 Marsh dimensional rift had not opened in the Radiance Federation. A Class 6 Abyss dimensional rift had opened instead. Could it be that the Abyss demons from the Abyssal world were much more amenable than the Marsh world's dimensional lifeforms, and this was what was giving the Radiance Federation this misconception? Or could it be that while helping the Azure Federation with their crisis, the Radiance Federation had discovered that the Waterworld's experts were willing to communicate with humans? If that were the case, the Radiance Federation was much too arrogant. Du Miao never suspected that the Radiance Federation was in cahoots with the lifeforms from the Marsh world. Du Miao did not overanalyze what Chef Supreme said. Regardless, the decision lay in the hands of the Mirror God and God of Fools. He was only a messenger. Even if he carefully pondered over what Chef Supreme said, it would be for naught. Thus, it would be better not to expend any effort into this. After the Freedom Federation's meeting to decide whether to seek aid from the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation, many of the Freedom Federation's royalty lost their sense of pride and belonging. Du Miao was among them. Du Miao would have already left if he had not known that the Mirror God and God of Fools would not allow another member of royalty to escape after the Goddess of Mercy had fled. He had sufficient power to do well for himself anywhere, even without the backing of the Freedom Federation. If he found a small federation without a Class 5 Creation Master, he could easily become its ruler. Chef Supreme, remember what you just said. I will relay your words to the Mirror God and God of Fools. I will seek the 2 of you out again at a later time. I hope you will be able to make good on your word. Chef Supreme scoffed coldly. Once he was done speaking, Chef Supreme made a gesture as though he was dismissing a guest. It was clear he did not want to hear another word from Du Miao. Du Miao forced down his fury and left the room. Du Miao could not understand why Chef Supreme and Iron Prison were so strong-headed. Were they not afraid of being targeted by the Freedom Federation? If the Freedom Federation did not need to borrow the Radiance Federation's strength now to fend off the Marsh world, the Mirror God and God of Fools would already have captured Chef Supreme and Iron Prison. Once Du Miao left, Iron Prison looked at Chef Supreme and asked, "Why are you suddenly making a deal with the Freedom Federation? Isn't it a bit early to be doing so?" Chef Supreme shot a frustrated look at Iron Prison. "Iron Prison, you say that it's too early. So when would you say it's the right time to make a deal with the Freedom Federation? Are you trying to squeeze even more resources out of them?" Iron Prison nodded and replied, "The Freedom Federation has no choice but to rely on the Azure Federation and us now. The Azure Federation is also going to follow our lead. I think we can squeeze the Freedom Federation as hard as we want, and they will have no choice but to agree." When Chef Supreme heard this, he thought, "It's a good thing that the Moon Empress sent me here too instead of letting Iron Prison come alone. Otherwise, Iron Prison's plan to continuously ring the Freedom Federation for resources would definitely have led to trouble." Chef Supreme had made this decision because he could tell that the Freedom Federation had already been pushed to its limit. Now, it would be best to solve the Freedom Federation's issue and return to the Radiance Federation with a large harvest of resources rather than continuing to remain in the Freedom Federation. The Azure Federation had been following the Radiance Federation's lead. When Chef Supreme spoke with the leaders of the Azure Federation, he learned that many of them already wanted to return to the Azure Federation. The Azure Federation had just experienced a crisis, and there were many other smaller issues to address. If they made a deal with the Freedom Federation now, the Azure Federation would also be released soon. Given that the Radiance Federation had helped the Azure Federation attain significant resources from this deal with the Freedom Federation, it would feel indebted to the Radiance Federation and continue to follow their lead in future collaborations. This was the most beneficial course of action for the Radiance Federation's development. Otherwise, If the Radiance Federation's decision implicated the Azure Federation and failed to help them secure sufficient profits, the Azure Federation would never listen to the Radiance Federation again in future endeavors. Iron Prison. Haven't you sensed that the Freedom Federation has reached its limit? If you continue pushing them, they won't go for it because they don't have many resources left. Otherwise, they would not have made us wait for so long before agreeing when we made our previous demands. It was clear that Iron Prison did not fully understand Chef Supreme's meaning. Chef Supreme, according to what you just said, you just combined the resources from future trades into one. You said that the Freedom Federation doesn't have sufficient resources. So won't it be difficult for you to trade for a mountain of resources at once? Although this vexed Chef Supreme, he continued explaining, it's true that the Freedom Federation is lacking resources, but what they need more is time. The Mirror God, God of Fools, and the other members of the Freedom Federation's royalty are all stuck at the entrance of the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift. Thus, the Freedom Federation's interior affairs are in a mess. What the Mirror God and God of Fools need the most now is to leave Fresh City, so they can begin managing the Freedom Federation's overall situation and stabilize the Freedom Federation. They will be able to stabilize everything within a year. You think that I'm trying to trade for resources at one go, but I'm actually using a year's worth of time to trade with the Mirror God and God of Fools. All we need to do is send a message to the Moon Empress, and she will let little Yuan know to make the relevant arrangements. Chef Supreme looked full of pride when he spoke of Lin Yuan. Chef Supreme had spent a good portion of his life worrying over his first disciple, Li Chonglin. Li Chonglin was even past the age of andropause, yet he was still not over his rebellious phase. When he was young, he left the Kitchen Fragrance Palace over a conflict with Chef Supreme about their creation master directions and secretly joined the Spirit Guards. He had even taken Chef Supreme's precious daughter with him. Li Chonglin had crossed the line in Chef Supreme's mind. Chef Supreme had been aware that Li Chonglin and his daughter had been suffering out there on their own, yet he had not sought them out. However, to Chef Supreme's surprise, Li Chonglin eventually brought his daughter back as though nothing had happened. It was as though Chef Supreme and not Li Chonglin had been the one in the wrong. Eventually, Chef Supreme chose family and peace and decided not to pursue the matter. After all, this was his daughter and disciple. Since they were unwilling to change, he had to be the one to adapt. Once Li Chonglin returned to the Kitchen Fragrance Palace, not only had he failed to mellow in the slightest, but he had even caused the spirit savory pig to go extinct. Regardless of how well-adjusted and mentally stable Chef Supreme was, he still could not hold himself back from giving Li Chonglin a vicious beating. In Chef Supreme's mind, the only intelligent decisions that Li Chonglin had made in his life were marrying his daughter and becoming acquainted with Lin Yuan. Because of Li Chonglin and his daughter, the Kitchen Fragrance Palace had obtained slightly more resources from Lin Yuan than the other members of the Radiance Federation's royalty. Iron Prison fell momentarily silent after listening to Chef Supreme's explanation. But he soon asked, Chef Supreme, if we help the Freedom Federation to achieve its goal, what will we do if they turn on us and force us to stay? Chef Supreme was not eager to continue the conversation with Iron Prison. However, Iron Prison was his only partner who had come to the Freedom Federation with him, so Chef Supreme had no choice but to suppress his irritation. What the Mirror God and the God of Fools want is for the Freedom Federation to develop in a stable manner so they can make up for their losses. That's their true goal. Hence, there's no way they are only after a year of ceasefire with the Marsh world. Their only alternative is to abandon the Freedom Federation's current territory and shift their operations to another location. Moreover, we have the entire Marsh world standing behind us. If the God of Fools and Mirror God try to harm us in any way, we can seek help directly from the Marsh world. Iron Prison was not truly dumb. His brain just needed some time to fit the pieces together. If he was truly stupid, he would never have been able to become one of the Radiance Federation's top experts. It just so happens that my sacred source lifeform is about to increase its stars. Once we return, I will be able to help my sacred source lifeform increase its stars. The Moon Empress has been investigating Tower Cannon. Chef Supreme, do you think that the legacy of Tower Cannon actually comes from another world? Otherwise, I can't come up with another reason to explain how an 8-person faction like Tower Cannon has managed to make it this far. It also seems as though an invisible mastermind is controlling the current batch of 8 pages. Chef Supreme did not immediately respond to Iron Prison's guess, as he had never been to another world or seen what it was like. The existence of another world had yet to be confirmed, and Chef Supreme did not like to draw conclusions before anything had been verified. But as he thought about Lin Yuan's growth, Chef Supreme felt that Lin Yuan seemed more like a being from another world than Tower Cannon did. Du Miao had already relayed everything that Chef Supreme had said to the Mirror God and God of Fools. The Mirror God and God of Fools had assumed the Radiance Federation would be arguing back and forth with Du Miao over the resources. The Mirror God and God of Fools had already endured such tedious negotiations time and time again, but the Radiance Federation was still not relenting. This caused the Mirror God and God of Fools to wonder whether they had made the right choice, asking the Radiance Federation for help. As for the Azure Federation, it was not an exaggeration to say they were subservient to the Radiance Federation. It was bad news to the Mirror God and God of Fools that the Azure Federation and Radiance Federation had teamed up. If not for the current crisis that the Freedom Federation was facing, the Mirror God and God of Fools would be trying to come up with a way to break the alliance between the Azure Federation and Radiance Federation. In fact, if the Freedom Federation had not fallen into trouble before the Azure Federation, the Freedom Federation would have tried to harvest some benefits by offering to help the Azure Federation. If the Freedom Federation had interfered, the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation's alliance would not have progressed so smoothly. But now it was all too late. The Mirror God made the same gesture the Chef Supreme had of dismissing a guest as he said to Du Miao, "Leave. I will meet with Chef Supreme and Iron Prison personally after discussing this matter with the God of Fools. There are still marsh-dimensional lifeforms to the northwest of Fresh City. Send your people to deal with them. Also, send out the word to recall all troops that are around Fresh City back into the city. Use these troops to put pressure on the other cities." When Du Miao heard the Mirror God's instruction, he knew that despite saying they were going to discuss the matter, they had already agreed to the Radiance Federation's request. If they agreed to the request, the Radiance Federation and Azure Federation could obtain numerous resources from the Freedom Federation, which did not benefit its development in any way. Du Miao did not want the Freedom Federation to lose resources, as his own resources were part of the overall resource pool. But he clearly did not have the capabilities to express his thoughts to the Mirror God and God of Fools. All he could do was listen and follow their orders. "I will head to the various armies and send out the order before leading my people to deal with the marsh-dimensional lifeforms northwest of Fresh City. I also have another matter to bring up. Kama has requested to form a contract with the Fae on the Freedom Mystic Temple's 3rd column and 7th row. The 3-headed Dark Phoenix. I am in charge of the Fae offerings to the Freedom Mystic Temple this year. Should I allow Kama to form a contract with the 3-headed Dark Phoenix?" Du Miao held his breath as he spoke, awaiting the Mirror God and God of Fools' answer. Du Miao had not trusted this promise but had looked forward to it. However, he and the other members of the Freedom Federation's royalty had only been served repeated disappointments. Firstly, the Mirror God and God of Fools had maintained their high and mighty attitudes, which did not align with their promise at all. Furthermore, they were still the ones who called the shots on most issues. They only sought out the opinions of others when they were in a good mood. If they were in a bad mood, they would not even inform the others of their decisions. Now, Kama had requested to contract a Fae with a powerful bloodline that was also suitable for her. Du Miao felt that she was being rather greedy to be eyeing the 3-headed Dark Phoenix, but in a practical sense, her request was reasonable as she was still a member of the Freedom Federation's royalty. Although it could not be said that Kama had contributed significantly to the Freedom Federation's development thus far, she had made her share of contributions. Besides the Mirror God, Goddess of Mercy, God of Fools, the other members of royalty took shifts guarding the territory in the Marsh world. Kama had only ended up in such a state because she happened to have the bad luck of encountering an invasion by one of the Marsh world's powerful dictators. If any of the other members of royalty had been in her situation, they would not have ended up in a better state than Kama. If the Mirror God and God of Fools granted Kama's request and allowed her to form a contract with the 3-headed Dark Phoenix, It would show they had changed their mindsets to some degree. But if they were unwilling to give her the three-headed dark phoenix, Du Miao felt that there was no point in holding out any more hope for the mirror god and god of fools. The three-headed dark phoenix had come to the Freedom Federation after they killed a Radiance envoy during a major Federation meeting and used the Radiance envoy's Fae with the Baron bloodline's essence blood to nurture a Fae. Although it was not as powerful as a regular Fae with the Baron bloodline, it was still stronger than normal phoenix species Faes. The god of fools had intended to give the three-headed dark phoenix to the mirror god as they had compatible affiliations. But for an unknown reason, the mirror god had decided not to contract the three-headed dark phoenix. In the past, Kama would never dare to covet something that the mirror god once had his eye on. She was only choosing to do so now, when she was in her most destitute state, because she had been disappointed so many times and wanted to test the mirror god and god of fools one last time. Kama can't form a contract with the three-headed dark phoenix. I have a face similar to the one she had that died. Give the flowing flames pheasant to Kama, so she can form a contract with it. Du Miao received the flowing flames pheasant from the mirror god with a wooden expression before he looked deep into their eyes and left the room. Once he was out of the room, Du Miao sighed deeply. The last ember of hope he had been holding out for the Freedom Federation was extinguished. Du Miao did not understand why the goddess of mercy had left so abruptly. She was one of the three gods of the Freedom Federation. Why would she want to leave the Freedom Federation out of the blue? She had always been much more merciful toward the other members of royalty than the mirror god and god of fools. It was only that she often crossed the line and acted recklessly. Last time, she almost needled Nana to the point that the latter lost what little life she had left and only stopped when the mirror god stepped in to protect Nana. The mirror god had even issued a warning to the goddess of mercy over that matter. But now, it seemed that the goddess of mercy had been the most intelligent person in the entire Freedom Federation. The mirror god said with slight displeasure, Kama knows that I used to have my eye on the three-headed dark phoenix, yet she still dares to ask for it. She clearly doesn't think much of me. The god of fools did not say anything else. The mirror god was clearly the one who had persuaded him to change his attitude toward the other members of royalty. He had taken in the mirror god's suggestion and changed. But now it was the mirror god who was not walking the walk. In truth, the mirror god was always reasonable and did want to change the Freedom Federation. It was only a shame there was nothing he hated more than others trying to take what he already saw as his own. If the three-headed dark phoenix had never caught his eye in the past, or if it was another Fae of equal value, the mirror god would not have hesitated to grant Kama's request. The mirror god had no clue just how much of a ripple effect his rejection would have. Brother, do you think the Radiance Federation has something special that allows them to negotiate with the Marsh world? The mirror god deeply suspected Chef Supreme and Iron Prison's words. He did not believe that Chef Supreme and Iron Prison had the ability to back up their words. They had not even awoken their birth horoscopes. They did not even have the right to speak with dictators who had set their spirit fires alight. The god of fools said with certainty, "We will indeed hand over resources to Chef Supreme and Iron Prison first. But if they don't help the Freedom Federation with our problem, we won't let them take the resources back to the Radiance Federation." Chef Supreme and Iron Prison have essentially led the people from the Radiance Federation into a trap. Chef Supreme will have to make good on his word. It looks like the Radiance Federation has found a way to make the dimensional lifeforms more cooperative. Brother, go and see Chef Supreme now. We won't try to haggle. Just ask him to name his price. Regardless of what price he states, agree to it as long as it's an amount we can afford. Rather than resources, what we need more of is time. If we remain stuck in Fresh City for another 6 months, the Freedom Federation will really lose everything. The Radiance Federation's goal is clear. They want to gain as many benefits as they can from helping us. They also don't want to be too greedy and cause us to give up on asking them for help. So, it's likely that 1 year's worth of resources from all the city's earnings will be enough to cover the Radiance Federation's price. The mirror god nodded. He agreed with what the god of fools had said. Brother, we will be able to give the Marsh world's dictators whatever the Radiance Federation can. Do you think that we will be able to supersede the Radiance Federation and make the Marsh World's dictators interact with us instead? This way, we won't have to remain under the Radiance Federation's thumb. This is the first time that the Radiance Federation has gained the upper hand on the Freedom Federation. How could they hand over the method that allows them to do so? They will help the Freedom Federation to gain a year's worth of time to develop. As long as we confirm that we'll really have that year's worth of time, we will be able to keep Chef Supreme, Iron Prison, and the Radiance Federation's 5 million Spirit Chi professionals here until the Radiance Federation hands over their method. The Radiance Federation would never ignore the life of a Class 5 Creation Master, 2 members of royalty, and 5 million of their best Spirit Chi professionals. The Mirror God's eyes lit up. Even if the Radiance Federation did not end up agreeing, the Freedom Federation could use the year to relocate the Freedom Federation far away from the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift after doing away with Chef Supreme, Iron Prison, and the rest of the people from the Radiance Federation. Once the dictators from the Marsh world invaded the main world, the Radiance Federation would have to step in for the sake of their own Federation's safety. Once the Radiance Federation's 2 pillars of top combat power and their large source of intermediate combat power were eliminated, the Freedom Federation would have a much easier time taking on the Radiance Federation. Since they had already decided to strike out against the Radiance Federation, Chef Supreme would have to eventually cough up all the resources he had demanded this time. Brother, I'm going over now. Almost none of the factions from the cities affected by this crisis have performed well. In the future, we have to teach these factions a good lesson and squeeze out resources from them. We'll also be able to use their resources to win back Na and the rest. Na is close to becoming a Class 5 Creation Master and much more obedient than the Goddess of Mercy. While the Mirror God was about to go and see Chef Supreme in Iron Prison, Du Miao had delivered the Flowing Flames pheasant to Na. The Freedom Federation's other members of royalty were also paying close attention to this matter. If not for Kama's fear of the Mirror God and God of Fool's power, she would have already throttled the Flowing Flames pheasant to death. Kama's previous fae was of the same species as the Flowing Flames pheasant, so she could not help but remember her fae when she saw the Flowing Flames pheasant. The Mirror God, who was also affiliated with avian-type faes, likely gave Kama the Flowing Flames pheasant because she had requested the 3-headed Dark Phoenix, which offended him. Kama had requested the 3-headed Dark Phoenix to test the Mirror God's claims, but his actions had just proven that he and the God of Fools could not be trusted. As all the other royalty members were watching, they likely saw how the Mirror God had treated Kama. If only 1 or 2 of them had tried to flee the Freedom Federation, they would have faced significant obstacles. However, with so many members of royalty wanting to leave, they would be stronger together. Despite having set their spirit fires alight, the Mirror God and God of Fools would still have to be wary. After all, they were still members of the Freedom Federation's royalty. Since the Radiance Federation had accepted the Goddess of Mercy, it would likely accept the rest of them, too. Chef Supreme contacted the Moon Empress and told her everything immediately after making his decision and making his offer to Du Miao. At first, the Moon Empress did not think anything of what Chef Supreme said. But the more she thought about it, the more she felt like something was off. She had interacted with the Mirror God and God of Fools in the past. The Space-Time Elder had also told her about many of their rumors. Neither of them was the type to keep their word. This was for certain. The Radiance Federation had suffered in the past because they mistakenly believed that the Mirror God and God of Fools would keep their word. Once they found out that the Radiance Federation had the means to negotiate with the dimensional lifeform dictators, they would definitely try to find out what method the Radiance Federation was using. Iron Prison and Chef Supreme were in danger by being in the Freedom Federation. Thus, the Moon Empress sent a message to Lin Yuan. Moon Empress. Little Yuan, the Radiance Federation citizens who are in the Freedom Federation now might be in danger. How long will it take for you to send dictators from the Marsh world to protect them? The Moon Empress needed to know how much time Lin Yuan needed to prepare before she could respond to Chef Supreme in Iron Prison. This would let them know how much time they needed to stall. After sending the message to Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress was worried that he was in the middle of something that prevented him from replying immediately. Luckily, Lin Yuan was in the midst of rushing back to the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan calculated the time once he received the Moon Empress message. He had brought all of the Marsh world's dictators with him to another world. The only Samsara realm dictator left in the Marsh world was Vine Source, who had stayed behind as a guard. Previously, Lin Yuan had placed 150 Turning Will realm dictators by the entrance of the Class 6 Marsh dimensional rift in order to deal with the Freedom Federation. But regardless of how many Turning Will realm dictators there were, Lin Yuan was not confident they would be a match for the Mirror God and God of Fools, who had set their spirit fires alight. If Lin Yuan sent all the Samsara realm dictators back to the Marsh world now, it would take around 2.5 days for them to rush from Klein Hub to the entrance of the Class 6 Marsh dimensional rift. Lin Yuan first informed the Moon Empress of this timeline before asking her a few questions. He wanted to know what issue the Radiance Federation's people had encountered in the Freedom Federation, which required him to send the Marsh world's dictators in to help. The Moon Empress told Lin Yuan all about Chef Supreme and Iron Prison's plans and circumstances. Lin Yuan smiled when he saw the Moon Empress's response. Lin Yuan, Master, I have 2 Afterlife Realm dictator subordinates who are much more powerful than Spirit Fire experts. If the Mirror God and God of Fools really intend to target the troops from the Radiance Federation, I can send my 2 Afterlife Realm dictator subordinates to deal with them. I don't want there to be too many destabilizing factors now that it's evident that Tower Cannon is planning something. A year ago, the Freedom Federation seemed like a powerful and gargantuan beast to Lin Yuan. But now, he saw them the same way that he saw the startling Lines Continent's 3 federations. The Freedom Federation was no longer any threat to him. The Moon Empress had been worried about Chef Supreme, Iron Prison, and the 5 million Spirit Chi professionals. However, as soon as she read Lin Yuan's reply, an uncontrollable look of astonishment spread across her face. The Moon Empress already acknowledged that Lin Yuan had a very high upper limit, but she had not expected his subordinates to possess power beyond the Spirit Fire level. If that were the case, there would be no need for her to be worried. The ones who should be worried were the Mirror God and God of Fools. She could only hope that the Mirror God and God of Fools did not harbor any unsavory thoughts toward the people from the Radiance Federation. With the absolute power that Lin Yuan possessed, the federations in the main world would soon be able to experience true peace. Lin Yuan had long surpassed the other members of the younger generation who would be attending the major federation meeting. None of them would be his match. Nonetheless, the major federation meeting would still carry on as usual. The Moon Empress felt that the Radiance Federation could propose a major federation union during the major federation meeting. It would ensure that all the Federation's profits and safety would be ensured so they would all be able to progress together. This would only cement the Radiance Federation status in the main world but would also benefit the Federations that did not have Class 5 Creation Masters. Nonetheless, this was just an idea that the Moon Empress had. The specifics of how it would become a reality would be decided once the Moon Empress held an imperial meeting with the other members of royalty. The Moon Empress was elated when she found out that Lin Yuan had returned to the Radiance Federation. After speaking with Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress sent a message to Chef Supreme. Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, you and Iron Prison will stall for 3 days before entering the Marsh world. This way, little Yuan will be able to ensure your safety even if the Mirror God and God of Fools have something wicked planned. Remember to bring everyone from the Radiance Federation with you into the Marsh world. Don't let them fall into the hands of the Freedom Federation. Chef Supreme relaxed when he saw the message from the Moon Empress. It would be child's play to stall for 3 days. Even if he did not stall for time, the Freedom Federation would need time to come up with the resources he had asked for. There was no way that Chef Supreme would begin helping the Freedom Federation until he saw the resources himself. When Chef Supreme was done reading the correspondence from the Moon Empress, he kept the thoughts letter paper and heard the Mirror God's voice from the door. Chef Supreme, won't you invite me in to have a seat? We are old acquaintances, after all. Chef Supreme frowned and chuckled coldly. We might be old acquaintances, but to my memory, we have never gotten along. Since you're here, come in so we can talk. I trust that Du Miao has told you everything, so I won't need to waste my breath explaining everything all over again. In the past, the Mirror God would have materialized directly in front of Chef Supreme rather than greeting him like he had just done. But he chose to do it this way because the Freedom Federation was pleading with the Radiance Federation for help. As such, he had to put on the appropriate demeanor. The Mirror God was not surprised by Chef Supreme's attitude at all. If Chef Supreme could treat him jovially, the Mirror God would wonder whether this was actually someone else pretending to be Chef Supreme. Chef Supreme, as long as you can ensure that the dictators from the Marsh world will give the Freedom Federation a year's worth of time, you can ask for whatever resources you want. We won't set the price. As long as the Freedom Federation can afford it, we won't say no. The Mirror God never intended to let Chef Supreme and Iron Prison leave. He and the God of Fools were scheming to kill everyone from the Radiance Federation. They would make their move once they confirmed that Chef Supreme had indeed helped the Freedom Federation to gain a year's worth of time. What Chef Supreme needed was resources. He did have to prepare the resources and show them to Chef Supreme. But if Chef Supreme could not leave the Freedom Federation, it would not matter how many resources were involved in the exchange. Hence, the Mirror God did not care how much Chef Supreme wanted. When Chef Supreme heard what the Mirror God said, he sensed something was wrong. The Mirror God was not a generous man. It was bizarre that such a stingy person had made such a generous statement. There had to be a reason for this. Luckily, he had already told the Moon Empress about this situation, and the Moon Empress had given him a reply. As long as he stalled for 3 days, nothing would go wrong. Since that was the case, there was no need for Chef Supreme to be worried. The Mirror God had told him to name his price, so he was not about to hold back. I heard that when the Freedom Federation was breaking ground in the Marsh world, your annual revenue was above 140 trillion freedom dollars. The Radiance Federation won't ask for much. We'll only ask for 3 years' worth of your profits from developing the Marsh world. We also want a complete Class 5 Creation Master pathway and 60 million tons of rations. The Mirror God and God of Fools had already estimated Chef Supreme's resource requirements, but they were still surprised by how large his appetite was. His request was 3 times their estimate. Furthermore, the Radiance Federation had the audacity to ask for a complete Class 5 Creation Master pathway, a key foundational resource. The Mirror God glared at Chef Supreme sharply. Chef Supreme did not back down but stared back at the Mirror God. He was clear in his stance. If the Mirror God and God of Fools did not hand over the resources, they would not receive any help. In truth, Chef Supreme's initial demands had not included the complete Class 5 Creation Master pathway. He had only added it in as a test of the Mirror God and God of Fools' true intentions. It would be reasonable for them to refuse. If they agreed, it would mean that something was wrong. Just as Chef Supreme thought that the Mirror God was about to haggle, the Mirror God said angrily, "The Freedom Federation can agree to the Radiance Federation's request. We will be able to prepare the resources within 2 days." Chef Supreme chuckled before he reached out his hand to the Mirror God. "Since you will be able to prepare everything in 2 days, I will take everyone from the Radiance Federation into the Marsh world on the 3rd day once we've received all the resources. Don't forget that I will check through all the resources you prepare, so don't try to play any tricks." The Mirror God scoffed coldly and did not take Chef Supreme's hand. With a cold expression, he left the room where Chef Supreme and Iron Prison were. Chef Supreme narrowed his eyes as he watched the Mirror God leave and thought, "The Mirror God's side requires 2 days to prepare all of the resources. It just so happens that I can take advantage of this and set the time as the 3rd day. This shouldn't cause the Mirror God and God of Fools to become suspicious. If they could have given the resources to me immediately by the end of today, they would definitely sense that something is off if I tried to push the time back to 3 days later." At that moment, Chef Supreme and Iron Prison had no idea that Lin Yuan intended to target the Mirror God and God of Fools. Lin Yuan had shifted both Eternal Source and the Abyss Great Emperor to the Marsh world so they could protect the people from the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan summoned Dazzling Silver so she could use a stream of water to carry him along the rest of the journey. Recently, he had not paid attention to the water world. He could use this time to learn about the circumstances of the water world from Dazzling Silver. Dazzling Silver manipulated a stream of water as she glanced across Lin Yuan's face. She dared not look at him directly for fear he would think she had crossed a line and be put off by her. Dazzling Silver felt slightly sad that Lin Yuan was not in his mermaid form. Otherwise, she would have the visual blessing of gazing at that stunningly beautiful shade of blue. Lin Yuan did not notice that Dazzling Silver was constantly glancing at him. He would not think anything strange of it even if he did know. Dazzling Silver, how are things going in the water world? Is the merging of the Mermaid Forbidden Sea and Grace Sacred Hall going smoothly? Lin Yuan felt attached to the water world. Grace Sacred Hall was connected to the sacred sword-wielding queen, and the mermaid species was tied to his bloodline. He hoped the merger would go smoothly and no unnecessary fighting would break out. The water world was the only dimensional world that was under the control of two large factions. Dazzling Silver hurriedly composed herself and began earnestly speaking. Lord Lin Yuan, as per your previous instructions, all the life forms in the water world that are dictator level and above have gathered at the entrance of the dimensional rift. They have all been blessed and are being taken care of by the treasure conch. Thus, despite the millennia of enmity between the Mermaid Forbidden Sea and Grace Sacred Hall, the top experts from the two factions can interact peacefully. But it goes without saying that this is also because in the thousands of years after the two rulers' disappearance, Extreme Ocean, Ink Ocean, Frozen Ocean, and Ancient Ocean did not declare war against us. Lin Yuan nodded. He knew what Dazzling Silver meant. When the Grace Sacred Hall's two rulers were still around, they often fought with the mermaids. But once the two rulers disappeared and the four royal attendants took over, they did not have the courage to fight against the mermaids. The four royal attendants only avoided a clash with the mermaids because they were trying to protect their own profits. The mermaids did not lay a hand on the Grace Sacred Hall despite knowing that the two rulers might have disappeared. This was because, in a bid to gain the new Thearchus scale to become the first mermaid, the Arch, Brilliant Gold had led the other mermaids into the deep chasm sea and caused all of them to end up with serious injuries. Otherwise, the two factions would never have been able to remain peaceful for the past thousands of years. The Tide Herb Treasure Conch had taken control of almost all of the water world's dictators. The only clashes in the water world would come from between the apostles. Just as Lin Yuan was about to continue speaking with Dazzling Silver, he finally received a message from Bei Su through the Thoughts letter paper. He did not think that such a coincidence could exist. There was no way that the two seas only happened to have the same name. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat when he saw the message from Bei Su. According to the records, the Barren Sea was indeed covered in gray light that came from a special toxin that did not even allow for the survival of fungi. As a result, there were no small fish in the Barren Sea. All that lived there were giant beasts that had the endurance to travel long distances and pass through the Barren Sea. Lin Yuan felt that Bei Su had been rather impulsive. He had run into the city and tried to pry information from a member of the elite without making any prior preparations. Lin Yuan was terrified that Bei Su would be in danger. Lin Yuan, Bei Su, I will hold another astronomical parliamentary meeting 2 days later. At that time I will send something to you. Find an empty space and bury this in the ground. Once you do that, I will appear in front of you. Over the next 2 days, leave the city as soon as possible and protect yourself. It's possible that the member of the elite was trying to investigate you while you were trying to glean information from him. When Lin Yuan accepted Bei Su into the astronomical parliament, he had gained a basic understanding of the Grotto continent from Bei Su's memories. Out of all the continents that Lin Yuan had been to, the Grotto continent was the one that had the least regard for human life. Dirty tricks and oppression were commonplace there. Bei Su's chest tightened when he saw the message from Lin Yuan. He had been trying to gain information from all over so that he could gain the chance to meet with Lin Yuan. He had even disregarded his safety and entered the city. If there was really someone who had unsavory intentions for the outsider that he was, it was likely he would be helpless to fight back. Bei Su hurriedly prepared to take his people with him out of the elite's residence so they could flee from the city. Once they were out of the city, he would have room to escape, even if someone tried to target him. Bei Su and his 4 subordinates made preparations to leave. An elite big shot had the corresponding manner and style. He even had a butler serving him. Bei Su had been under the impression he would meet some opposition when he told the butler he wanted to leave. But, to his surprise, the butler opened the doors to let him out. This caused Bei Su to relax. He had no idea that the big shot elite he thought he had gotten drunk was currently standing in a pitch-dark room. As he stared out of the window and watched Bei Su leave, His lips curled into an enigmatic smile. You actually tried to pry information about the surface from me. How does someone who has never even been to the city center before know that there is a sea on the surface? I have to find out what secrets you're hiding. There's not much point in catching a rat. I'll be able to gain the most if I allow the rat to scurry back into his hole and ambush him later. While he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and the butler who had opened the door for Bei-Su walked in. The figure shrouded in darkness asked the butler, "Have you sent someone to follow them? I don't want my prey to escape." The butler bowed and said, "My lord, don't worry. How can I allow a prey that you have your eye on to escape?" The butler replied to the figure naturally, a cruel glint in his eye. He had seen his fair share of wicked deeds and knew that the path of wickedness often led to the most wealth. As the one carrying out the deed, he could surely scoop out some benefits for himself. "I have accepted Lord Shihan's invitation to hunt for fays in the Barren Sea. Once we are finished with this matter, you will be accompanying me. If all goes well, I will allow you to choose a few fays for yourself. Your 2 grandchildren have reached the appropriate age to contract fays. If they wish to develop themselves on the surface, they must contract fays from the sea." Lin Yuan could not hear what these 2 people were saying. If he did, he would not only not find them mysterious but would even see them as pathetic. When Bei-Su first joined the astronomical parliament, Lin Yuan had gained an understanding of the Grotto continent's native phase through Bei-Su's memories. The Grotto continent's native phase were not as impressive as the 2 of them made it out to be. Most of the phase from the Grotto continent were insect species. There were also a few toothed beasts, a few special mouse species phase that had been brought up in a compatible environment like the Grotto continent could grow up to 10 meters long. But according to what this member of the Grotto continent's elite said, it seemed as though aquatic phase were far more precious to the Grotto continent's native phase. This idea must come from this member of the elite's opinion that going to the surface was a huge privilege. He saw it as an honor to be able to hunt in the resource-scarce Barren Sea. The environment in the sea was very perilous. Due to a lack of fungi and bacteria-type phase in the Barren Sea, only large aquatic phase were willing to pass through there. As a result, the Barren Sea became somewhat of a prohibited zone. Everything in other continents that people considered regular possessions were luxuries in the Grotto continent. The butler excitedly fell to his knees. "Thank you for the reward. Rest assured, I will definitely lead a team of people to capture and bring those ignorant rats to you." The butler had once been lucky enough to head to the surface. However, he had not seen the rumored sea. It was said that envoys from other continents had visited the Grotto continent in the past and informed them that the sea was called the Barren Sea. If his 2 grandchildren were able to form contracts with fays from the Barren Sea, they would gain the chance to harvest from the borders of the Barren Sea in the future. This would bring his family unspeakable honor. Bei-Su was full of excitement to meet with Lin Yuan. Although he did not know that he was being targeted, he was still cautious. Bei-Su led his team to a crowded compound outside of the city. They changed all of their clothes and paid off a small group with similar physiques to wear their original clothes. This way, if they were being targeted, they could shake off their tails and buy themselves more time to flee. These people might seem sad in the eyes of the other continents, but Bei-Su envied them greatly. Compared to those people, the people in this compound were much happier. Bei-Su never complained to Lin Yuan during the astronomical parliament parliamentary meetings, but he had experienced many troublesome incidents this past year. He had even almost died because he trusted the wrong person. If he had not contracted the life-not-rock crystal Lin Yuan had prepared for him, he would have already become another ghost floating around the Grotto continent. Bei-Su was glad that he had not told those around him that he had contracted the life-not-rock crystal. From then on, he no longer trusted those around him. He used the sharp shadow bat's exclusive skill, Bat's Fang's blood seed, to turn all those around him into blood zombies. Turning a life form into a blood zombie would not affect the life form's feelings, and will but would ensure that the life form felt unshakable loyalty toward Bei-Su. Bei-Su's orders would be carried out in a group he ruled over with an iron fist in the shortest time possible. This would also allow him to protect himself to the best of his ability when he encountered danger. But Bei-Su's tricks were amateurish to the butler who had spent decades catching mice. The butler was initially confused by Bei Su, but he soon sent his people out to lock onto Bei Su's location. Bei Su's attempt at hiding and saving himself angered the butler. If this was any other hunt, he would not be punished even if something went wrong. At most, the butler would be chided but would not have to endure any serious consequences. He also had failed catching mice attempts in the past. However, this time was clearly different. He had been promised a chance to head to the surface and see the barren sea for himself. A bright future was also in store for his 2 grandchildren. If he failed this time, the promise would be revoked in a fit of rage. There was no way that the butler would accept the loss of such a huge opportunity. The butler personally led a team and prepared to intercede before Bei Su could meet up with others. Neither the butler nor the elite thought that someone as young as Bei Su would be the leader of a small team. Hence, the butler did not want to set off any alarms before this group of mice returned to their nest. Normally, those who spent a lot of time in the wild and often brushed against death would come to gain a special feeling. This feeling would allow them to have a sense of fortune or misfortune. It was called a sixth sense. At that moment, Bei Su felt an undeniable tingle of danger that caused him to become wary of his surroundings. He pretended to speak to one of his subordinates before tossing out a source-type item. After traveling for another half an hour, Bei Su acted as though he had just realized the absence of the source-type item and started retracing his steps in order to find it. When he returned to the original spot, he saw that the source-type item was gone. The area that Bei Su had just passed was a desolate space that did not produce any resources. It was possible that no one had passed it for the past 2 hours. Even if people had traveled past, it would be difficult for them to notice the source-type item he had tossed to the ground in such a vast space. When Bei Su connected this with the alarm bells of danger that were ringing in his head, he instinctively feared that he was being targeted. This caused his heart to sink. He was about to meet Lin Yuan at any time. Yet, something like this had happened at such a juncture. After pondering for a moment, Bei Su concluded that the one targeting him was that elite big shot. Since they had followed him all the way here, there was no way they would give up. The gears in Bei Su's head turned as he tried to devise a plan. At the same time, he acted as though nothing was happening as he ordered his subordinates. "Search thoroughly. I only took out the source-type item here. There is a high chance that I lost it here. If the boss finds out I lost a source-type item, he won't let me or any of you off." Bei Su realized that the other party was not making any direct moves because they wanted to net his faction as well. He could use this opportunity to stall for time. As a native of the Grotto continent, Bei Su felt a mix of respect and trepidation toward the city. He did not try to shoulder the matter on his own, nor did he worry about bothering Lin Yuan. He immediately sought help from Lin Yuan through the Thoughts letter paper. Lin Yuan was still a day and a half of travel away from the Radiance Federation. He was relaxingly sitting on a water stream under Dazzling Silver's control as he flipped through the Annal of Monster Information. When Lin Yuan first started reading the Annal of Monster Information, he believed that it was a work of fiction. However, he eventually began verifying the legends recorded in the book. The Annal of Monster Information had brought Lin Yuan numerous substantial opportunities, so he started paying close attention to its content. He had almost memorized the entire book. It was then that Lin Yuan saw another message from Bei Su. After reading the Thoughts letter paper, Lin Yuan frowned and immediately said, "Dazzling Silver, rush as quickly as you can." Next, Lin Yuan sent a reply to Bei Su. "Lin Yuan, Bei Su, I need you to hang on for a day and a half. No matter what you have to do, make sure to keep yourself alive. Once a day and a half pass, you will receive the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle from the astronomical parliament, and I'll be able to use that tentacle to appear right in front of you." Lin Yuan had left Wen Yu in the Radiance Federation before he went to the Sand Island continent, meaning that she was not by his side. Hence, Lin Yuan could not use her sacred source lifeform's star spirit seat to deliver the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle to Bei Su. He would only be able to do it once he arrived back at the Radiance Federation. Bei Su was smart, so Lin Yuan believed he could hang on for a day and a half. The person hunting Bei Su was likely the one he had tried to gain information from. They probably wanted more than his wealth. If that were the case, stalling for a day and a half should not be difficult. Bei-Su had the blood parasite which had reached suzerain/myth after consuming his blood. This was a secret weapon that Bei-Su had not yet revealed. Even if he was pushed to his last straw and unable to stall any longer, he could use brute strength to carve out a path of survival. The thousands of item-storing walnuts that Lin Yuan had planted in the marsh world had ripened, and the spatial energy they contained was enough for him to create a tunnel from the Radiance Federation to the Grotto continent. Bei-Su felt much more at ease after receiving Lin Yuan's message. He came up with a plan to travel in circles around the wilderness with the blood zombies for the next day and a half. Even if his pursuers caught him, they were unlikely to kill him if he refused to tell them what they wanted to know. When they started attacking him, he would be able to decide, based on their strength, whether to use the blood parasite fish. This was the only plan now. Bei-Su was a decisive person. Once he made a decision, he would see it through. He told his teammates about the current situation without wavering. These people were his blood zombies, and they had brushed against death alongside him. Their ties ran deep, which was why Bei-Su had chosen them to enter the city with him to search for information. When Bei-Su returned to search for the source-type item, the butler knew that he had made a mistake. He should not have been greedy and taken the item. Luckily, Bei-Su gave up after searching for a few hours. Otherwise, the butler would have to start thinking about taking action to prevent Bei-Su from becoming suspicious. But after chasing Bei-Su for almost half a day, the butler couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. They had been traveling for far too long. It was clear that something was not right. The butler instinctively used his experience to come to the conclusion that this group of rats had realized that someone was tailing them and was trying to stall for time. Since this group of rats was so disobedient, the butler had to use his second plan. Besides allowing this group of rats to return to their nest, he could also use threats and intimidation to force them into a corner. He had used this method to handle and tame several disobedient rats in the past. The butler waved his hand, and the two people behind him summoned their fays. The formidable aura of Myth Breed phase enveloped Bei-Su's group. When Bei-Su sensed this pressure, he knew that there was no need to summon the blood parasite fish because it was only suzerain/myth I. It was no match for these enemies with suzerain/myth 3 phase. Bei-Su did not want to lose his phase because once he did, he would become useless to Lin Yuan. Hence, Bei-Su prepared to wave the white flag and was going to tell his companions not to resist either. Bei-Su had not made this decision because he lacked the urge of bloodthirst. Instead, it was because he saw resistance as only leading to unnecessary sacrifice when they were going to be saved a day and a half later. He could regain control of the situation once Lin Yuan arrived. At that time, he would repay these people for everything they had done to him. Bei-Su had suffered his fair share of struggles in the Grotto continent. When he had been the stone insect, he would often be left utterly exhausted after a day spent in the mines. Furthermore, he had been chained and beaten for pleasure by the guards when they were in a bad mood. He had been one of the most popular choices to be beaten due to his sturdy physique. Stone insects were considered a resource, and the managers did not want to kill the stone insects when they were just trying to have some fun. Bei-Su had experienced so much and even endured all that cruel treatment. However, it was clear that Bei-Su had underestimated the butler's methods. When Bei-Su was brought to the butler, he felt a stinging pain in his left shoulder. The butler had yanked his left arm out of its socket. Bei-Su let out a gruff grunt, and beads of cold sweat began dripping down his back. Bei-Su was not alone. His companions also received the same treatment. Bei-Su thought, "It's good that I turned them all into my blood zombies. Otherwise, they would have exposed that I'm the group's leader. Once this is exposed, there is a high chance that this butler will put an end to us. You rats dare to take me around on a wild goose chase. You sure are brazen. Before I begin questioning you, let me see if your endurance matches up with your courage." The butler did not give Bei-Su a chance to respond and stomped his foot down on Bei-Su's right hand before forcefully grinding it down. The Grotto continent had a precipitous terrain, and walking across it was no different from trekking a mountain. Thus, anyone of a certain status in the city preferred wearing shoes with bases made of the thorny armor scorpion shells. They were similar to the spiked cleats worn by athletes from Lin Yuan's previous life. The thorny armor scorpion had a very sharp armor that could pierce through rocks and provided increased friction. When such shoes made contact with skin, the skin would immediately be broken. The butler's shoes punctured the bones in Bei Su's hand. Every one of the butler's movements broke Bei Su's bones even further. The only way that Bei Su could survive was to stall for time. With the 2 Myth-3 Sawtooth type phase around, Bei Su had no hope of escaping using his strength. I indeed realized that we were being followed. No one wants to become prey, especially this time when we're acting on the boss orders. We don't want to cause trouble for the boss. Bei Su had instantly recognized the butler and knew who was targeting him. He had indeed learned a hard lesson from this experience. From now on, he would never dare to act impulsively on his own again. The butler of the big shot elite he had tried to get drunk had not captured him immediately. Instead, he had tailed him. He had only captured Bei Su when he realized that he was being taken around in circles. The butler's original intention had not changed. Bei Su could only try to use this to trade for another day and a half of survival. Hence, Bei Su intentionally revealed nuggets of information that he knew the butler was interested in. Bei Su could sense that the imprint Lin Yuan had left in his body was being awakened. Previously, when Bei Su was exploring the subterranean dimensional rift, he had fallen into a trap set by a stone statue monster. The stone statue monster had fallen from the sky and crashed down on half of Bei Su's body. As a result, that half of Bei Su's body was pulverized, and he only managed to survive and kill the stone statue monster by sacrificing the blood parasite which fish. At that time, Bei Su wanted to use the sharp shadow bat's bat colony sucking to absorb the blood of the lifeforms in his surroundings to recover his own vitality. However, the rate at which his vitality was recovered could not catch up to the rate at which his vitality was being drained. After the stone statue monster's attack, the organs in half of Bei Su's body had been completely crushed. The impact had been so great that even the bones in the other half of Bei Su's body were fractured. At that moment, Bei Su sensed the imprint that Lin Yuan had left in his body being activated, and vitality began bubbling up in his body. This vitality not only recovered his lost vitality but also helped him completely heal his crushed organs and injured bones. In the short span of a few minutes, Bei Su had returned to full health. Bei Su knew he could not allow his expressions to betray him. If his body recovered right in front of the butler and his hand was returned to its original state, the butler would flay him alive to see what was happening within his body. Bei Su spent all his time making his way through perilous environments. Thus, this was not the first time that the imprint in his body was being awakened. He had realized that he was able to control the activation of the imprint, so he forcefully suppressed and closed the triggered Mountain Jade imprint. After hearing what Bei Su said, the butler kicked his chest. "There really is someone behind you. You say that you won't want to cause trouble for the boss, but you've already done that. If the Lord had not asked for you to be captured alive, I would be torturing the lot of you audacious creatures. Your bodies are so smooth and don't even have a single scar. Your boss likely spoils you. Later, when the master asks you questions, you might be able to have an easier time if you answer directly. Don't hold out hope of being saved by your boss. If you manage to satisfy the master, he might be willing to let you keep your lives and allow you to work under me." Bei Su immediately relaxed when he heard what the butler said. It would take almost a day of traveling to bring him back from this desolate area back to the city. Since the elite wanted to interrogate him, he would not die as long as he did not cough up the answers. He had to hold on for this day and a half, no matter what. Bei Su did not believe a word of what the butler had just said. If Bei Su gave out information, the other party would immediately begin verifying it. Once he revealed what he knew, he would lose his value and be killed. Those behind the butler lifted Bei Su and the rest as though they were spoils of a hunt. They intended to haul them onto the back of the giant mouse without caring that its fur was akin to needles. But once they started to move, the butler forcefully slapped their necks. "Idiots! Stop their bleeding first. Are you trying to turn them into pincushions by just throwing them up onto the long all mouse's fur? Don't you know that the master wants us to bring them back alive?" The man the butler had slapped immediately hung his head and thought nervously, I really didn't stop to think that the long all mouse's fur would pierce through these people. This man who worked under the butler had become accustomed to killing and cleaning up corpses and did not know how to hold back. Moreover, he had not even sensed that the butler wanted to leave anyone alive. If the butler really wanted to leave them alive, why break their hands? Now, he wanted him to stop their bleeding. In the Grotto continent, there were 3 ways to stop bleeding. The first way was to use healing type phase. Healing type phase were usually wood and water type, which were very rare in the Grotto continent. The butler did not have any spirit chi professionals by his side who had contracted such phase. The second way was to use numbing leaves and materials to wrap the wounded area. Alternatively, the wings of certain insect species phase or tendons of certain sawtooth type phase could be tailored into wrappable strips. Both of these types of materials were very rare in the Grotto continent. Green plants were practically non-existent in the Grotto continent's environment. The daytime was much too short, so only fungus-type lifeforms that liked dark environments thrived in such an environment. The man would have to handle the healing of Bei-Su and the rest all on his own. There was no way that the butler was going to contribute. Hence, the man decided to go with the third way. He smeared a blackish-brown powder onto the wounds of Bei-Su and the rest. Once the powder made contact with the blood, it immediately turned sticky and sealed up the wounds. The powder came from a mineral called the blood coagulating rock. It was produced after the blood coagulating rock was burned to change from its original dark red to blackish brown and then crushed. The blood coagulating rock was easily found in the Grotto continent, albeit it was cumbersome to burn it. Thus, the powder made from the blood coagulating rock was the most popular way of stemming one's bleeding. However, this method might be cheap and efficient, but it would also contaminate the wound. Those who had financial means would not choose this method of healing wounds. However, this man would not consider this aspect at all. All he cared about was that Bei-Su and the rest made it back alive to see their master. Bei-Su had been happy, thinking he could last for a day and a half. Would he cause Lin Yuan to befall danger by bringing him into such a situation? Bei-Su did not know just how strong the factions in the city were. He also did not have a clear understanding of Lin Yuan's power. Regardless, he did not want to put Lin Yuan in danger because of him. Bei-Su decided to tell Lin Yuan about this during the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. To Bei-Su, Lin Yuan's safety was much more important than his own life. While the Long-All Mouse was dragging Bei-Su and the rest back to the city, Lin Yuan received another message from the Moon Empress. Moon Empress, Tower Cannon's 8th page Apoptosis has contacted the Radiance Federation and requested our protection. What do you make of this matter? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow when he read this message. The 8 pages of Tower Cannon never got along with the Radiance Federation, and both sides always saw each other as enemies. 8th page Apoptosis could only be contacting the Radiance Federation and asking for their protection now because his safety was being threatened, and he was just flailing around. Nonetheless, this was the best choice for 8th page Apoptosis. Even if 8th page Apoptosis was nothing more than a puppet for whoever was the mastermind behind Tower Cannon, he would have knowledge of many of Tower Cannon's key secrets. The Radiance Federation did not have a deep understanding of Tower Cannon. It would be beneficial to them if they could gain an understanding of Tower Cannon. Their side would have to take on Tower Cannon in the near future. Lin Yuan, Master, I think we should learn about Tower Cannon from 8th page Apoptosis. We should carefully consider this matter of him trying to seek help and protection from us. Lin Yuan did not reject the plea and told the Moon Empress about his decision. It was said that one had to know one's enemy in order to ensure victory. However, Lin Yuan did not know much about Tower Cannon. Tower Cannon was shrouded in far too much mystery. The 8 pages were not only quickly replaced after they were killed, but were also under the threat of death. Lin Yuan felt that he would at least be able to find out about the Sleeper's revival from 8th page Apoptosis. As someone who was directly involved, 8th page Apoptosis would definitely be able to find out more than Lin Yuan could. Lin Yuan also wanted to ask 8th page Apoptosis about the highly likely existence of the 6th-dimensional world, the Dead World. He was the Radiance Federation's key secret. Once he returned to the Radiance Federation, He would be able to keep 8th page apoptosis with him and order Eternal Source to watch him to ensure that 8th page apoptosis did not cause any trouble. Even if he managed to catch wind of any information, he could not send it out. When the Moon Empress saw that Lin Yuan had made his decision, she decided not to hold another imperial meeting. 8th page apoptosis showed his face the least amongst the 8 pages of Tower Canon. He was also an extremely powerful creation master who had likely exceeded the level of Class 5 creation master. If the Radiance Federation provided 8th page apoptosis with protection, he would also have to do something for the Radiance Federation in return. Luckily, Lin Yuan was due to return soon, so he would be the one to represent the Radiance Federation to interact with 8th page apoptosis. He had the right to do so now that he possessed the Radiance Federation's continent vein core. All of Lin Yuan's achievements thus far further proved to the Moon Empress that Lin Yuan had the capabilities to do so. Moon Empress, Little Yuan, why don't you handle the matter of interacting with 8th page apoptosis? He is in the lodge on Coiling Mist Mountain, north of the royal capital. Are you going to come back to the Radiant Moon Palace first or meet with 8th page apoptosis first? Lin Yuan pursed his lips before he sent his reply. Lin Yuan, Master, I need to head to the entrance of the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift to fetch Wen Yu. After that, I have another very important matter to attend to. I can only go and see 8th page apoptosis once I'm done with that. Only after that will I return to the Radiant Moon Palace. Lin Yuan yearned to return home and miss Chu Ci terribly. If he did not know that Cold Moon was with Chu Ci and could protect her, he would be calling her every hour. He badly wanted to return to the Radiant Moon Palace to see Chu Ci as soon as possible. However, he was fully responsible for Bei Su's life and needed to meet with Wen Yu to hold the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting as soon as possible. With every second that he was delayed, Bei Su would be in more danger. Moreover, Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple and a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Representing the Radiance Federation to meet with 8th page apoptosis was definitely more important than following his heart's desires. Thus, he put returning to the Radiant Moon Palace behind meeting with 8th page apoptosis. When the Moon Empress received Lin Yuan's response, she was proud of him, but her heart also ached for him. He was not even 19 years old yet, but he already possessed the knowledge and maturity of a member of royalty. Moon Empress. Little Yuan, Little Ci has really been missing you. I will take her to the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift before you fetch Wen Yu. No matter how tight on time you are, there is time for you two siblings to see each other. The Moon Empress and Lin Yuan had confirmed a tentative time of arrival at the Abyss Dimensional Rift. She decided to take Chu Ci there 3 hours in advance to ensure that they would not miss each other, even if he arrived sooner. 8th page apoptosis would not have been overly secretive about fleeing to the Radiance Federation. He wanted to use the Radiance Federation's reputation and power to take on Tower Canon and ensure his own safety. Therefore, whoever was behind Tower Canon had to know about this and take action accordingly. This would bring forward Lin Yuan's first clash against Tower Canon's mastermind. This would be troublesome for Lin Yuan, who had yet to take full control of the 5-dimensional worlds. His control over the dimensional worlds depended not only on him obtaining the dimensional world's endless gems and books but also on combining the books into tomes in the Fountain of Faith in his divine kingdom. This would allow the Abyss Red Lotus to tap into the dimensional world's energy when it used Lotus Locks the world. Lin Yuan was more afraid of Tower Canon's inaction than he was of them taking action. He reasoned that if Tower Canon did not take action even after one of the 8 pages had decided to side with the Radiance Federation, they must be planning something big. Lin Yuan did not have a deep understanding of Tower Canon's power, and he needed to clash with them to be able to estimate their strength. He possessed all of the main world's main combat power that could be used to take on Tower Canon. If only 1 or 2 entities from Tower Canon arrived to make a move on the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan could injure or harm them, even if he could not capture them alive. After being repeatedly urged by Lin Yuan, Dazzling Silver used her energy to increase the speed of their travel. With the reward of water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls that Lin Yuan was offering, Dazzling Silver could use up all of her energy, and it would be replenished quickly. When Lin Yuan rushed to the entrance of the Abyss Dimensional Rift, He saw many spirit chi professionals gathered around it and moving in and out of the transport area. It was good that Ostrich Logistics had set up a transport area for every mirror city. Otherwise, dazzling silver using the stream of water to transport Lin Yuan would definitely cause a commotion amongst the other spirit chi professionals. He was able to see mermaids every day, but the mermaid bloodline was nothing more than a legend. Lin Yuan looked around and immediately spotted the Moon Empress and Chu Ci, who were standing directly below the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift. After receiving the Thoughts letter paper message from Lin Yuan, when you emerged from the dimensional world, she was standing next to Chu Ci behind the Moon Empress. The teenage years were when a girl went through the most changes. After almost a year apart, Lin Yuan realized that Chu Ci had grown much taller. Her shoulder-length hair now extended down her back and almost reached her waist. At that moment, Lin Yuan was in a jumble of emotions. He felt that as a brother, but he did not regret anything. If he did not work hard and seek out opportunities after being given Morbius and the special body but slacked off and did the same things as the other elite members of the younger generation, he would still be able to achieve his current reputation and accomplishments but would be no match for the older generation. He would also be incapable of helping the Radiance Federation with its development and leading the Radiance Federation in the fight against Tower Cannon. There were both gains and losses in one's journey of growth. Lin Yuan did not think he lacked anything or had anything to regret in his growth journey. It had been enriching and fulfilling. When Chu Ci spotted Lin Yuan, she opened her arms and lunged at him, yelling, "Big brother!" Lin Yuan jumped down from the wave, and black wings sprouted behind him. When he was low enough, he enveloped Chu Ci in a bear hug. Lin Yuan did not savor this hug from his family member or bask in the feeling of being reunited. Instead, he carried Chu Ci back over to Wenyu and the Moon Empress. Just as Lin Yuan was about to say that he wanted to take Wenyu back to the return from faraway mansion, he suddenly remembered that once he created the space tunnel to the Grotto continent, he could take the Moon Empress and Chu Ci there just like how he often took people to the Divine Wood Federation. Once he arrived at the Grotto continent, Lin Yuan intended to create a tunnel to the other side of the Barren Sea. But because he had to search for more of the continent vein cores, he would not have the time or energy to break ground on the other side of the Barren Sea. By creating a tunnel between the Barren Sea and the Radiance Federation, he could allow the Radiance Federation to handle the exploration and harvesting of resources from the other side of the Barren Sea. This would enable the mixing of the two cultures on each side of the Barren Sea, which would benefit the Radiance Federation. After Lin Yuan pried Chu Ci's arms away from him, he told Chu Ci and the Moon Empress, "Master, Chu Ci, can you wait for when you and me here? I will open a space tunnel here. There is a high possibility that it will be linked to the other side of the Barren Sea. If you're interested, you can head to the other side with me." There was nothing that Chu Ci wanted more than to remain by Lin Yuan's side. If she could head to the other side of the Barren Sea with him, she would be able to stay with him for a long time. This would mean that she would be able to train with her brother. The Moon Empress also wanted to go to the other side of the Barren Sea with Lin Yuan to explore what was there. But she soon gave up on that idea because she now handled many of the Radiance Federation's administrative matters on the Spacetime Elder's behalf. There were too many things in the Radiance Federation she needed to worry about and attend to. She needed to do her best for the Radiance Federation now that she had undertaken this responsibility. Hence, the Moon Empress reached out and patted Chu Ci's shoulder as she told Lin Yuan, "Let little Ci go with you. I'll be at the Radiant Moon Palace waiting for you to return. Remember to keep yourself safe while you're out there training and exploring. Don't allow yourselves to fall into danger." Despite knowing that Lin Yuan was already stronger than her, the Moon Empress still could not help but nag at him. Lin Yuan nodded seriously before saying, "When you hold an astronomical parliamentary meeting now, I've already told you about Bei Su's situation. When we get there, send the ethereal jellyfish's main tentacle to Bei Su immediately." As the astronomical parliament stars increased, when you needed less time to prepare for the parliamentary meeting. Previously, she needed more than half an hour. But now, she could kickstart the parliamentary meeting almost immediately. Otherwise, she would have begun preparing for the ritual when she learned that Lin Yuan was about to arrive. The other members of the astronomical parliament had not been aware of this parliamentary meeting. Bei Su had told Lin Yuan about his situation but had decided not to inform the other members of the astronomical parliament. Since they obtained the Thoughts letter paper, the frequency of parliamentary meetings decreased because they could discuss most matters through the Thoughts letter paper. Lin Yuan had been very busy of late and had not spent physical time with Wen Yu for a long time. He had not had time to inform the others this time. As a result, many members of the astronomical parliament were caught off guard. Nonetheless, they immediately stopped what they were doing, found a place without anyone else, and responded to the call. Lin Yuan had already removed the ethereal jellyfish's main tentacle, and when Yu zeroed in on Bei Su's location, she used the astronomical parliament's star spirit seat and paid the required cost of laws to deliver the ethereal jellyfish's main tentacle to Bei Su. At that moment, Bei Su appeared in the astronomical parliament. The figures in the astronomical parliament were comprised of souls, willpowers, and laws. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu could sense how weak Bei Su was. From this, Lin Yuan knew that he was in grave danger. Luckily, he was still alive. Once Bei Su appeared, he said, "Leo, they have captured and brought me back to the city. I am now being held in an underground prison. There are many experts in the city. If you deliver something to me—" Before Bei Su could finish speaking, Wen Yu immediately cut in. "The item is going to reach you at any moment. You don't have to worry about our safety. If Leo has decided to save you, it means you don't have to worry about your own safety. Otherwise, Leo would not have put all his business aside and chosen to hold this parliamentary meeting." Wen Yu nodded at Lin Yuan a moment later. Given that the most important matter at hand was saving Bei Su, Lin Yuan did not explain the situation to the five of them now. Instead, he decided to end the parliamentary meeting before summoning the ethereal jellyfish's last main tentacle. Next, he tossed out a large handful of diamond item-storing walnuts. The ethereal jellyfish absorbed the spatial energy within the diamond item-storing walnuts and tried to establish a connection with the main tentacle he had delivered to Bei Su. At first, the ethereal jellyfish was unsuccessful in linking up with the main tentacle. But as it continued to absorb more spatial energy, it slowly started to react and its tentacles waved around in front of Lin Yuan. The ethereal jellyfish began babbling as it waved its antenna around, signaling Lin Yuan that its link to the main tentacle was still weak. It needed more spatial energy to fully open the space tunnel. As the ethereal jellyfish's grade continued increasing, so did its intelligence. Thus, the ethereal jellyfish could give Lin Yuan an estimate of how many more item-storing walnuts it required. The ethereal jellyfish still needed at least 400,000 item-storing walnuts in order to build the space tunnel. This number exceeded Lin Yuan's estimate. Luckily, he nurtured the item-storing walnuts continuously. If the ethereal jellyfish's main tentacle had already been sent over, but Lin Yuan did not have enough spatial energy to open the space tunnel, he would be put in a very awkward spot. Lin Yuan sent the Medusa snake demons to collect and transport the item-storing walnuts. Otherwise, it would take him a very long time to move all 400,000 item-storing walnuts on his own. With the help of the Medusa snake demons, the ethereal jellyfish received enough item-storing walnuts to build the space tunnel. The Moon Empress was taken aback by the item-storing walnuts that Lin Yuan had produced. There were very few spiritual ingredients that contained spatial energy. It was unlikely for the Radiance Federation to come up with this same number of spiritual ingredients that contained spatial energy. As the spatial energy continued to ripple and bubble, the ethereal jellyfish's dark red body turned silver, and the silver glow warped the nearby space. Fortunately, the Class 6 Abyss dimensional rift was sufficiently stable. Otherwise, the ethereal jellyfish's opening of the space tunnel would have had an effect on the Class 6 Abyss dimensional rift. Slowly, a silver door formed in front of the ethereal jellyfish. Lin Yuan stored Chu Si and Wen Yu inside the jeweled cave Golden Toad. He nodded at the Moon Empress, then stepped through the door that the ethereal jellyfish had created. Due to the tangling of space, it was difficult for Lin Yuan to keep track of time. After an unknown amount of time had passed, he finally saw a glimmer of light in front of him. He emerged from the door with a skull-splitting headache. Lin Yuan first experienced what it was like to be transported across extremely great distances when he traveled from the Return from Faraway Mansion. which was located in the Radiance Federation's royal capital, to the border between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. That had left Lin Yuan in significant discomfort, and he only recovered from the nausea and dizziness after a long time had passed. Ever since Lin Yuan formed a contract with the merciful Star Peony, his physical body was refined by its ability. Furthermore, he went on to experience long-distance spatial transportation many more times. As a result, he became more familiar with the off-kilter feeling and was no longer in such significant discomfort during his subsequent travels back and forth from the Divine Wood Federation. But this time, Lin Yuan was once again in the throes of agonizing dizziness and nausea. It was more than 10 times worse than what Lin Yuan had experienced when he traveled between the Radiance Federation and Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan forced himself to calm down. The instant he was spat out of the space tunnel, he let out dazzling silver, blue umber, light green umber, and red beauty. Next, he sat on the ground with his head still spinning as he tried to organize his thoughts and get rid of the nausea that came with the dizziness. Besides dazzling silver, blue umber, light green umber, and red beauty, Lin Yuan also had begun Lady to protect him. He did not believe that there was an entity in the Grotto continent that could defeat 5 Spiritfire experts. If the Grotto continent possessed such combat power, it would make them even stronger than the Radiance Federation. Before Lin Yuan was transported over, Bei Su was in the midst of enduring unbearable torture. Life was inconsequential in the Grotto continent. There, people were worth less than those of servants in the Startling Lines continent. Regular people branded with the labels stone insect, mist maggot, and the like endured torture on the regular. When Bei Su had been a stone insect, almost no inch of his skin was unmarked. Although food was very scarce, many stone insects did not die of starvation but were beaten to death by their guards instead. In a world where punishment was commonplace, their definition of pain was a much more severe version of that in other worlds. The methods for torture also evolved as though it were a professional field. The number of people tortured to death by the butler numbered in the thousands. 3 to 4 people died by his torture methods each day. He was very skilled at making people talk. Regardless of how strong-willed one was, it would be difficult for them to last more than half a day in the butler's hands. Yet, Bei Su had persisted for a full day and a half. It was not just him. The same went for his subordinates. This caused the butler to think that his methods were being challenged. The resilience of Bei Su and his group also intrigued him. After all, his master had not given him a deadline for his interrogation. His master had left to greet the other lord and would only be returning 3 days later at the earliest. These 3 days would be enough for the butler to have some fun with this strong-willed group. The butler fancied himself an artist, and his medium was torture. He used stones chiseled into needles and hammers and other tools to create and demonstrate his work. Bei Su and the rest had already been tortured to the point they were no longer recognizable. The butler had initially intended to kill one of them to make an example of them. However, he changed his mind when he saw how persistent they all were. He wanted to see who would be the first to relent and beg for mercy. This was how Bei Su and the others had managed to remain alive until now. The butler prepared to push the stone needles deep into their bodies. But at that moment he felt a spatial fluctuation. Soon, a fat, dark red tentacle appeared in front of him. The butler had never seen anything like it before. Before he could even react, the tentacle morphed into a door, and a handsome young man burst through. The people of the Grotto continent were forced to work hard to survive, and their bodies were often scarred. Due to the lack of sunlight, their skin was always pale. This young man's skin, however, was slightly lighter than toasted oats and looked very healthy. When the dim light hit his skin, it shone like a gem. It was likely that only the elites from the surface could have such lovely skin. In the Grotto continent, there was an insect species Fae called the skin-replacing centipede. It lived in soul-controlling jade mines, which were very rare in the continent. The butler had once helped his master harvest from a soul-controlling jade mine. He did not dare to covet the jade, but he did take 2 skin-replacing centipedes. To prevent this matter from being exposed, he killed the subordinates who had been by his side at the time. The butler had done this to give his 2 grandchildren opportunities. In the Grotto continent, daughters from powerful factions often picked up men with pleasing looks. If they caught the eye of a daughter from a powerful faction, they would have the chance to skyrocket in status. This was how his master's father had managed to come up in life. At first, the butler had been hesitant to go down this path. The skin that the skin-replacing centipedes had exchanged would only last around 2 to 3 decades. Even if they failed to succeed within that time frame, the skin would rot and they would revert to their original appearance. But now, the butler was no longer hesitant. How could there be a girl who would be able to resist the looks of this young man? Before the butler could capture this clearly formidable young man, he watched as the young man summoned 4 mermaid lifeforms. It was clear from the 4 lifeforms' auras that they did not come from an underground environment. Their auras were very similar to the lifeforms from the Barren Sea. Could they have come from the Barren Sea? Was this young man a powerful creature from the Barren Sea? The butler stopped targeting Lin Yuan and decided to use his wiles to gain favor with Lin Yuan instead. It did not occur to him that Lin Yuan might be in cahoots with Bei Su. After all, he believed that Bei Su had been born and bred in the Grotto continent. He had never even been to Skybearer City, which was linked to the surface. How could he have made contact with the factions from the surface? Lin Yuan had already given instructions to Dazzling Silver and the rest. They were to ensure Bei Su's safety before dealing with his jailers. Lin Yuan had come to help Bei Su take back control of the situation and did not intend to gain information from these people. Moreover, he did not see a need to gain information about the Grotto continent because it could not pose a threat to him. By having the audacity to torture Bei Su, they had delayed many matters that Lin Yuan needed to attend to. He had no intention of keeping them alive. Since Lin Yuan had already instructed them, Dazzling Silver led the other Emperor-class mermaids in clearing the scene. In an instant, almost everyone who had beaten Bei Su and the rest were erased from existence. From the moment Lin Yuan appeared, Bei Su kept his eyes open as wide as he could so he could get a good look at his savior. This was the first time that Bei Su was seeing Lin Yuan's true appearance. When he saw that Lin Yuan was not in the best condition, Bei Su staggered over and tried to help Lin Yuan to his feet. However, Lin Yuan had already partially recovered and waved his hand at Bei Su to gesture that he did not need help. He only needed a little rest. This teleportation had truly put Lin Yuan through the ringer. Bei Su quietly stood by Lin Yuan's side and waited for him to recover. In the astronomical parliament, Lin Yuan resembled a god. This was the first time that Bei Su was witnessing Lin Yuan in a weak state. Lin Yuan was only in such a weak state because he had come to save Bei Su. This caused Bei Su to once again be filled with gratitude toward Lin Yuan. But besides gratitude, Bei Su also felt a special emotion like how one felt toward the elders in their family. After 20 minutes passed, Lin Yuan finally shakily got to his feet. When he saw Bei Su staring at him, Lin Yuan smiled back. But once Lin Yuan saw the injuries covering Bei Su's body, he immediately frowned and said to Bei Su, "Activate the imprint that I left on your body. When you do, you will be able to regrow your broken hand." While Lin Yuan spoke, he raised his hand and released a beam of green light that landed on Bei Su and his subordinates. Bei Su knew that the imprint on his body had the ability to regrow limbs. He had already activated it. But soon, Lin Yuan realized something was not right. This was because while their hands did regrow, their wounds did not heal fully. This was the first obstacle that Lin Yuan encountered when using the Jasmine Lily's healing abilities. One of Bei Su's blood zombies told Lin Yuan hurriedly, "Lord, there are many stone needles and alls buried in our bodies. If they aren't removed, it'll be difficult for our wounds to heal." While the blood zombie spoke, he took out a curved knife and began poking and searching through his body. Bei Su began doing the same. Lin Yuan could not help with this because he was not in their shoes. He had no idea which exact parts of their bodies were in pain or where the stone needles and alls had been buried. Bei Su and his subordinates dug out almost 100 stone needles and more than 10 stone alls from their bodies. This sight shocked Lin Yuan. When Bei Su saw Lin Yuan's face, he said hurriedly, "Leo, we are already used to such injuries. You don't have to worry about us. Moreover, with your healing, Our wounds will heal immediately once the stone needles and awls are removed. Bei Su suddenly let out a low groan. Lin Yuan saw that the stone awl that Bei Su had just removed had taken out a large piece of his flesh with it. Lin Yuan immediately knew that this was because there were spikes on the stone awl. Bei Su was the group's leader, so the butler had intentionally given him special treatment before he moved on to Bei Su's subordinates. Luckily, Bei Su had the mountain jade imprint to replenish his vitality and speed up the recovery of his wounds. Otherwise, when Bei Su removed these spiked stone awls, they would remove enough flesh to put together a whole other abdomen. This was not what pained Lin Yuan the most. Bei Su's nonchalant attitude pained Lin Yuan despite his serious injuries. This gave Lin Yuan a glimpse into Bei Su's life in the Grotto continent. Once the final few stone needles were removed, Bei Su and the others could finally recover from their injuries. Bei Su smiled at Lin Yuan, hoping to liven up the atmosphere. Leo, I feel so much lighter. When those stone needles and awls were in me, I felt like I was 15 kilograms heavier. At this point, Bei Su could no longer hold back and hugged Lin Yuan. Bei Su had hugged Lin Yuan once in the past in the astronomical parliament to express his gratitude. However, at that time he was making contact with Lin Yuan's soul, while this time it was Lin Yuan's physical body. Lin Yuan thought that Bei Su was reeling from fright and patted his shoulder as he said, "Since your injuries have healed, let's go. It's time for us to get revenge for your sake. However, we don't have much time, so we can't seek out every person who has harmed you over the past year. Why don't we take control of the situation here first before making further arrangements?" Lin Yuan looked at Dazzling Silver and asked, "It shouldn't be difficult for you to take control of this city, right?" Dazzling Silver, Light Green Umber, Blue Umber, and Red Beauty nodded. "Lord the Arch, we have already used our auras to sweep through the city. We can say with certainty no one in there can pose a threat to us. We will be able to secure control of the city within 12 hours. We will make them submit and bring them before you. When it comes to interrogation, that old fart can never hope to match up to us. If you allow us to carry out the interrogation, we will definitely be able to uncover all of this city's secrets for you." Dazzling Silver, Light Green Umber, Blue Umber, and Red Beauty already knew just how beneficial it was to remain by Lin Yuan's side. Previously, the mermaids were always fighting among themselves. But now that they had joined Lin Yuan, they no longer only competed amongst themselves. They also saw Eternal Source and the other Samsara Realm dictators from the Marsh world as their rivals. The Marsh Samsara Realm dictators had been by Lin Yuan's side the longest. Red Beauty and the rest could tell that Lin Yuan greatly trusted the Marsh Samsara Realm dictators. He clearly trusted them more than the dictators from the other dimensional worlds. At first, Light Green Umber and Blue Umber believed Lin Yuan would give the mermaids preferential treatment as he possessed the mermaid the Arch bloodline himself. However, he did not do so. Every dictator from the dimensional worlds relied on positive rivalry. This allowed the mermaids to know they would have no choice but to work hard if they wanted to distinguish themselves. The Abyss Demons had been the ones doing all the work in the Sand Island continent. But now, it was finally time for the mermaids to shine. Opportunities had to be fought for. Dazzling Silver, Light Green Umber, Blue Umber, Red Beauty, and the rest were fighting to obtain opportunities from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was very willing to give opportunities to his subordinates who made contributions. Through this whole process, Lin Yuan could see the skills and talents of the various Samsara Realm dictators. This would allow them to use them in the most efficient and effective manner instead of just fighters. "Okay, I'll leave it to the four of you. If you run into any trouble while trying to take control of the city, just let me know." Dazzling Silver and the other 4 Emperor-class mermaids nodded seriously to Lin Yuan. However, none of them intended to ask Lin Yuan for help. If they asked help from him when they were supposed to perform, it would be the same as telling him they were useless. Lin Yuan had so many Samsara Realm dictators under him. If they showed any hint of being useless, how could they still remain competitive among all of Lin Yuan's many subordinates? Things might be different if this had been a task that Lin Yuan had given them. Instead, this was an opportunity that they had fought for themselves. They had to grab hold of it tightly no matter what. With this thought in mind, Dazzling Silver and the rest said, "Lord, don't worry. We will definitely be able to complete this task without any issues." The four of them conjured up water waves and rode them away toward the interrogation room. Mermaids were adored by water and naturally had the ability to control water. Thousands of streams of water that were as thin as strands of hair twirled into existence and rapidly imprisoned every life form in the city. To Dazzling Silver and the rest's knowledge, the best way to take control of an area was to kill all the useless life forms. This would raise the chances of a successful takeover to the greatest extent. But Dazzling Silver and the rest knew Lin Yuan was not inclined toward killing. He would not take innocent lives lightly. Lin Yuan had chosen the mermaids to deal with the people in the interrogation room because they had harmed his subordinates. He wanted to ensure their safety as quickly as possible. Dazzling Silver and the rest understood Lin Yuan's wishes, so they were very gentle with their actions. Their immense power meant that they met with no resistance. No one in the city in the Grotto continent had the capabilities to put up a fight against them. The people they captured were not even able to break free from the strands of water, let alone attempt to turn the tables. While Dazzling Silver, Light Green Umber, Blue Umber, and Red Beauty were taking control of Skybearer City, they were also using the streams of water to get a sense of all the leaders in the city. This allowed them to estimate the city's overall power. To their disappointment, they realized that the overall power of the experts in the city was very weak. Their strongest experts had not even reached the dictator level. The four mermaids were let down. They had not come all this way to show off their strength against weaklings. It had not been easy for them to gain an opportunity to perform, and they had hoped to show what they were capable of. Light Green Umber, Blue Umber, and Red Beauty were much more indignant than Dazzling Silver. Lin Yuan often used Dazzling Silver, and she also spent more time with him. However, it was difficult for the other three to even get close to him normally. It had not been long since Red Beauty became a Samsara realm dictator. She badly needed the opportunity to demonstrate herself to Lin Yuan. Thus, Red Beauty made a suggestion. When the four of us are interrogating the people in the city for information, we can do more based on the information we uncover. This will save us the effort of bothering with trivial matters. Dazzling Silver, Light Green Umber, and Blue Umber all expressed agreement toward Red Beauty's idea. While the four of them were fervently vying for the chance to perform in front of Lin Yuan, the latter sat on the floor chatting with Bei Su. Lin Yuan had already let Chu Xi and Wen Yu out of the jeweled cave Golden Toad. Bei Su sensed a very familiar aura from Wen Yu. It did not take long for him to link it to Libra from the astronomical parliament. On the other hand, Chu Xi was very foreign to Bei Su. Lin Yuan looked like a father, while Chu Xi looked like a mother. But they also resembled each other. Thus, in spite of how foreign she was to him, Bei Su still felt close to her. Moreover, she was almost unbelievably pretty. Even the beads of sweat on her face hit her beauty standard perfectly. Bei Su could tell that Chu Xi was Lin Yuan's sister. Once he ascertained that he was older than Chu Xi, he began seeing her as his sister, too. Chu Xi was not the type to be afraid of strangers. As she listened to Bei Su tell Lin Yuan about how he had developed his faction and trained, Chu Xi realized that all of her hard work and the danger she had experienced could not come close to what Bei Su had lived through. When she trained with Cold Moon, her safety was always guaranteed. On the other hand, Bei Su always lived on the brink of death and could only rely on himself and his phase. As she listened to Bei Su talk about his development and training, Chu Xi felt as though she was watching a thriller movie. She deeply respected someone like Bei Su, who changed his life using his own hard work. Her brother had been just like Bei Su when he ran a small store and provided for both of them. After chatting for a while, Chu Xi and Bei Su got to know each other, and she soon started calling him Big Brother Bei Su. Lin Yuan could not help but roll his eyes at this. Chu Xi usually called Lin Yuan by his name, but now, she was calling Bei Su Big Brother Bei Su. The same thing happened when she became acquainted with Lu Jie. However, given how they had grown up, it would send shivers up his spine if Chu Xi called him Big Brother, the same way that other little sisters addressed their older brothers. It would likely give him nightmares. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Yuan. and he asked Bei Su, "Do you remember the flavorful food that Su Irin, Yin Lin, and Luo Lan discussed in the Thoughts letter paper? After talking for so long, it's time for us to eat something. Now you can have the chance to taste food that isn't found in the Grotto continent." The members of the Astronomical Parliament did not only use the Thoughts letter paper to discuss matters related to development. If the Thoughts letter paper was seen as a work group chat, it would come off as unprofessional. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu had talked about this in the past. It did not take up much of Wen Yu's resources to communicate through the Thoughts letter paper. The members of the Astronomical Parliament were as close as old friends, which was exactly what Lin Yuan and Wen Yu had hoped for. At that time, Wen Yu had told Lin Yuan seriously that she never wanted the Astronomical Parliament to become a cold and unfeeling faction if it was to be passed down as a legacy. The Astronomical Parliament was one of Sky City's main branch factions. As Wen Yu said this, she thought back to the time when she, Lin Yuan, and Lu Jie had been sitting on a patch of grass, and Lin Yuan had brought up the idea of building a faction. The young man from that time was now a hegemon in his own right, but his heart and intentions had never changed. Every time someone from the Astronomical Parliament talked about delicacies, Bei Su could only read quietly and swallow his saliva in envy. There was nothing delicious in the Grotto continent for Bei Su. The only source of edible sodium was slightly toxic minerals that contained salt, or insect flesh, which contained protein and sodium and was considered a top delicacy in the Grotto continent. Back when Bei Su was still a stone insect, his diet mainly consisted of a special viscous mineral. It could fill his stomach, and the fungi within it provided him with some energy. However, overconsumption would cause his intestines to become inflamed. After consuming the viscous mineral daily for decades, numerous stone insects died from perforated intestines. Before he met Lin Yuan, Bei Su did not have the means or authority to change his circumstances. He had no other choice but to consume the viscous mineral that also harmed his body. As a stone insect that did not even have control over his own life, eating the viscous mineral was a daily reward and blessing. When he got to eat insect meat, his happiness exploded. However, the happiness did not last long before he was stupefied by the food that Yin Lin talked about. Who knew that the world had so many flavors and ways of cooking? This mystified Bei Su. Alas, most of the ingredients needed to cook such delicacies did not exist in the Grotto continent. Roasting insect flesh could elevate the flavor, but the juices that dried up and evaporated would cause the insect flesh to lose its sodium and nutrients. This was a waste of resources, so Bei Su could not bear to continue roasting the insect flesh after doing so a few times. While the butler was torturing Bei Su, he and the other blood zombies were given no food. They were all too afraid to show that they were hungry, knowing that the butler would likely feed them their own flesh if they did. Lin Yuan had stored up a collection of food that Lu Jie had cooked, some of which had also been sent to him by Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang when he was last at the Radiance Federation. All of it was of Kitchen Fragrance Palace's standard, making it the most delicious food that could be found in the Grotto continent. Lin Yuan knew that Bei Su had never eaten such food before, so he intentionally took out some of his favorites and those that were more special. He served potted meat, sweet vinegar ribs, tomato prawn, seafood grill, specialty roasted meat, and desserts that were part of the 360 dishes. Lin Yuan believed this would be enough for regular appetites, but he soon realized that he was sitting in front of 4 voracious appetites. Wait! His sister's appetite was nothing to scoff at, either. This made for 4.5 voracious appetites. When he saw that all of the plates had been cleared, Lin Yuan quickly took out another spread. This time it was steamed fish, spicy stir-fried chicken, mushroom beef, fried chicken wings. Spirit Chi professionals would not ruin their bodies even if they overate. All they needed to do was circulate the spiritual power in their bodies to quickly break down the food into energy. Lin Yuan wanted Bei Su to eat as much as he wanted. This was one way of comforting this poor boy who had just walked through hell. He deserved to eat his fill. Lin Yuan did not notice that the food he first took out was mainly sweet, sour, and fragrant. But the next batch of dishes was mainly refreshing and spicy. With the clash of the 2 spectrums of flavors, Bei Su felt as though he had entered heaven. He never knew that eating could be so enjoyable. He felt as though his eyes were being opened for the first time. But this also allowed him to know just how impoverished the world he came from was. It was likely that not even the elites from Skybearer City had ever eaten such delectable food. It was likely that such food could only be found on the surface. Baesu was right about this, but not fully. It was not easy for factions from the surface to gain access to such food either. As Baesu continued to eat, his eyes began watering. He found it difficult to suppress his gratitude and admiration for Lin Yuan. He already knew that his life had taken a drastically different direction. Although he had gained many family members from the astronomical parliament, he had to fight on his own in real life. But now, he finally had a loved one and a companion. When he saw that there was only one fried chicken wing left and that Chu Si was clearly partial toward them, Baesu hurriedly pulled back his chopsticks. When Chu Si saw this, she immediately placed the fried chicken wing in Baesu's bowl and said, "Big brother Baesu, you have it. Lin Yuan still has a lot of other yummy food." By now, Lin Yuan felt that the words voracious appetite were an understatement when used to describe Baesu the rest. The four of them were bottomless pits. Wait, throwing Chu Si in meant that there were 4.01 bottomless pits. Once they were done with their meal and when you was pouring out 3 treasures tea, someone knocked on the door. Dazzling silver voice floated in through the door. "Lord the Arch, we have found the owner of this residence. Should we bring him in now?" Lin Yuan was about to reply, but Baesu spoke first. "Leo, let me and my companions handle it. Bringing him in will just stain your eyes." Lin Yuan nodded. The law of the jungle ruled the grotto continent and dimensional worlds. All acts done against one another had to be avenged. Now that he had saved Baesu, the latter and the rest could handle their own revenge. "Go ahead. I also need to travel back through the space tunnel." Baesu immediately became anxious and asked, "Leo, if you go back so soon, When Lin Yuan saw Baesu's reluctant expression, he smiled and reassured, "Don't worry. I'll come back. I just need 3 to 5 days to finish what I need to do." Lin Yuan turned to the door and said, "Dazzling silver? Choose blue umber, light green umber, or red beauty to accompany Baesu and protect him and his subordinates. As for you, I need to speak with you, so come in." Dazzling silver shot a glance at red beauty, signaling her to go with Baesu. Next, she walked in, happy to be recognized by Lin Yuan. Currently, she was the mermaid Lin Yuan relied on the most. If any mermaid were to receive benefits from Lin Yuan first, it would definitely be her. Despite the mermaids' strong unity, they still harbored their own selfish desires. Baesu relaxed when Lin Yuan assured him he would return in a few days. The mountain jade imprint had healed all his injuries from the 2 days of torture by the butler. However, his spirit had also suffered serious damage, and he needed these few days to recuperate. Now, Baesu understood that Lin Yuan had opened the space tunnel to save him. The amount of spatial energy required for such an act was beyond his imagination. Once Baesu led his blood zombie subordinates away, Lin Yuan asked when you and Chu Si, "Are the 2 of you going to leave with me or stay here?" With Dazzling Silver and the other Emperor-class mermaids there, Lin Yuan did not have to worry about Wen Yu and Chu Si's safety even if they chose to remain there. Wen Yu did not hesitate to say, "I don't have anything that I need to do in the Radiance Federation. I shall remain in the Grotto continent. I can use the elemental paper for the next few days to organize information about the Grotto continent. This way, when you return, you can read through them and gain a deep understanding instead of wasting time on trivial matters." A year ago, Wen Yu was very lost as she followed Lin Yuan around during his preparations for Sky City. She couldn't find her place. But now she was certain of where she belonged. She knew how she could be of most help to Lin Yuan. When Chu Si followed the Moon Empress to the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift entrance to meet with Lin Yuan, she overheard the Moon Empress mentioning Lin Yuan's intention to meet with one of Tower Cannon's 8 pages. Chu Si wanted to stay with him but knew he had important tasks to attend to, and she might be a distraction rather than helpful. With this in mind, Chu Si said, "Lin Yuan, I'll stay here too. I can accompany Sister Wen Yu and learn from her while I wait for your return." Lin Yuan did not force them. He took out a large handful of the item-storing walnuts that he would use to transport himself. Luckily, transporting himself through a space tunnel did not require as much spatial energy as opening a space tunnel. Otherwise, he would not have enough of the item-storing walnuts to travel between the Radiance Federation and Grotto Continent. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and stepped through the spatial door, transporting himself across a large distance again. A moment later, Lin Yuan fell out onto granulated rocks. If not for his exceptional endurance, the ground would be covered with his stomach acid. The Moon Empress was currently the busiest person in the Radiance Federation. After sending Chu Ci to the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift and watching her leave with Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress returned to the Radiant Moon Palace. Lin Yuan took out the Thoughts letter paper and gave the Moon Empress an update before he prepared to go and meet with 8th Page Apoptosis. Before Lin Yuan could arrive at where 8th Page Apoptosis was located, he saw that the Moon Empress had sent her reply. Moon Empress, Little Yuan, we won't be able to keep 8th Page Apoptosis arrival in the Radiance Federation a secret. Tower Cannon and the Freedom Federation will find out about it. So, I think that you should formally greet 8th Page Apoptosis. Moon Empress, since we can't keep this under wraps, we might as well be the ones to let out the information. This way, the main world and other federations will know it's the Radiance Federation's decision. Moon Empress, I have an idea, which is to create a group called the Major Federation Union. Any federation can join this union. The Major Federation Union will protect all of the federations and their benefits, joining all the humans in the main world in one entity. Moon Empress, Little Yuan, come back to the Radiant Moon Palace first and wear the coronation costume I prepared for you. Since the Moon Empress had a plan, Lin Yuan immediately headed to the Radiant Moon Palace. It had been a long time since he last wore the coronation costume. Lin Yuan did not intend to participate in the Major Federation Union the Moon Empress wanted to create. He had far too many things that occupied him and did not have the bandwidth to include anything else. Furthermore, Lin Yuan's sights were not set on the main world. Once he was done handling Tower Cannon and combined the 5-dimensional worlds with the main world, he would try heading to sky beyond the clouds. He wanted to see just how amazing this world was, with factions capable of creating the bloodlines of demon insects and mermaids. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived at the Radiant Moon Palace and immediately headed to the Inner Palace to meet with the Moon Empress. Although he had already worn the Moonbeam coronation costume numerous times, he was not used to handling this outfit that came with more than 100 accessories. Once the Moon Empress helped Lin Yuan to put on the Moonbeam coronation costume, she patted his shoulder and said, "Go, Little Yuan. Your performance during the Radiance 100 sequence selection makes you worthy of representing the Radiance Federation. Today, you will be a true icon of the Radiance Federation." Lin Yuan suddenly felt as though the Moon Empress was sending him to a high school entrance examination. With a start, he realized that he was actually still a young man. Lin Yuan smiled brightly at the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan was about to spread the 4 pairs of black wings on his back and fly where 8th Page Apoptosis was located when the Moon Empress said, "Little Yuan, since you've already put on the coronation costume, why don't you ride my freezing Moon Pagoda carriage there?" The Moon Empress took Lin Yuan's hand in her own and led him toward the Moon Stable. Lin Yuan had a very deep impression of the freezing Moon Pagoda carriage. The Moon Empress had already nurtured White Frost Rising and Light Green Frost Rising to Eternal. Lin Yuan did not stand on ceremony with the Moon Empress. The instant he received the Radiance Federation's Continent Vein Core, Lin Yuan knew what his responsibility was. As he sat on the freezing Moon Pagoda carriage, Lin Yuan discovered that he could look down and see most of the royal capital. Although flying at a considerable height, the freezing Moon Pagoda still revealed the silhouettes of White Frost Rising and Light Green Frost Rising to those on the ground. White Frost Rising and Light Green Frost Rising had reached eternal and boasted bodies tens of thousands of meters long. As Lin Yuan gazed at the twirling White Frost Rising and Light Green Frost Rising before him, a thought crossed his mind. With the memories of my previous life, the freezing Moon Pagoda carriage does resemble the White Maiden and White Snake pulling the Leifeng Pagoda. But it's clear that the Moon Empress isn't a transmigrator. I would have noticed it by now. Coiling Mist Mountain wasn't far away from the royal capital. The freezing moon pagoda carriage soon stopped directly above Coiling Mist Mountain. Just as Lin Yuan prepared to descend, he noticed white frost rising and light green frost rising's bodies straightening out. It seemed as though two slides extended from the freezing moon pagoda carriage in the sky to the ground. Lin Yuan felt that this was much more fun than the theme park rides in his previous life. 8th page Apoptosis had already sensed white frost rising and light green frost rising's auras. When Lin Yuan arrived at the door, he saw 8th page Apoptosis walking out of the building. 8th page Apoptosis had been at the Radiance Federation for some time, but he felt they did not treat him with the respect he deserved. No one had come to see him yet, and the more he thought about it, the more displeased he became. 8th page Apoptosis had heard of Lin Yuan before. He had gone missing after causing 2nd page Revival to lose her opportunity to act. 8th page Apoptosis even wondered whether 6th page Lashing's disappearance was related to Lin Yuan's victory over the Freedom Federation envoy group. Lin Yuan had led the Radiance Federation to victory against the Freedom Federation, and he had demonstrated the Radiance Federation's formidability. It had been a beautiful display, but 8th page Apoptosis still considered him a junior. He believed that the Radiance Federation was disrespecting him by sending a junior to meet with him. 8th page Apoptosis decided to take both Lin Yuan and the Radiance Federation down a notch. He waved his hand, and a chilling aura barreled toward Lin Yuan. This took aback White Frost Rising and Light Green Frost Rising. They had never expected 8th page Apoptosis to make a move on Lin Yuan, especially considering that he had sought protection from the Radiance Federation. How would the Moon Empress be able to carry on if anything happened to Lin Yuan? The two snakes were very aware that Lin Yuan had become the Moon Empress pillar of support. A few black roots emerged from Lin Yuan's body, and black vines sprouted from his back. The vines were covered with spikes and wrapped around 8th page Apoptosis to form a cage. 8th page Apoptosis did not have any other choice but to be suspended in midair by the vines. Lin Yuan turned around and gestured to White Frost Rising and Light Green Frost Rising not to be alarmed before he smiled at 8th page Apoptosis and said, "I haven't done anything to you, but you've already struck out against me. It just so happens that I have many things to ask you. I need answers from you. Come, step in with me." When Lin Yuan was done speaking, he entered the building first. The black spiked vines dragged 8th page Apoptosis in behind Lin Yuan. White Frost Rising and Light Green Frost Rising, akin to the guards outside the building, stood in stunned silence, witnessing the bizarre scene that had just unfolded before them. One of the vines had been forcibly stuffed into the mouth of 8th page Apoptosis, preventing him from shouting. 8th page Apoptosis had escaped one dangerous situation, only to find himself in an even more perilous one. He had been unsafe as a member of Tower Cannon, but now, facing this young man, he realized the danger could be far greater than whoever was controlling Tower Cannon. Feeling an overwhelming surge of power emanating from Lin Yuan, 8th page Apoptosis found it even more terrifying than what he had experienced with 1st page Crimson. With his mouth blocked, 8th page Apoptosis could only wail in agony within himself. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have chosen to seek strength with 7th page War and take refuge with 3rd page Eternal Sin after the demise of 4th page Instant Extinguishment. He shouldn't have tried to find another way out for himself. However, 8th page Apoptosis found 3rd page Eternal Sin too scheming after spending time with her. She did not seem to have much fear of whoever was behind Tower Cannon. This caused 8th page Apoptosis to think that there was more to her than what met the eye. But regardless of how much she had hidden up her sleeves, he would have still been in a better position than he was in now. He was currently a prisoner and had no idea if the next moment would be his last. Who could say what Lin Yuan had planned for him? 8th page Apoptosis did not feel safe at all with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan entered the room and waved his hand. Roots and spiked vines sprouted from his body, enveloping the building like a spiked cage. Once he was certain that 8th page Apoptosis could not escape, he tied him to the spiked wall behind him, binding him even further. Lin Yuan beamed at 8th page Apoptosis and spoke only after seeing him bristle. "Now, no one will disturb us while we're talking. I hate it when people lie to me in response to my questions. I have my methods of determining the truth, and for every lie you tell, there will be consequences. Lin Yuan was speaking normally, but when 8th page apoptosis heard him, he felt as though this young man was speaking in an even more demented manner than 3rd page eternal sin. 8th page apoptosis had been wailing to himself ever since he concluded that Lin Yuan was deranged. His partner in this task was 3rd page eternal sin, whose deranged manner had made things very difficult for him. If not for Tower Cannon Sleeper's revival plan and 2nd page revival's insistence, he would have quit. Another reason for 8th page apoptosis choosing to turn to the Radiance Federation was that he was a Class 5 creation master. A true blue creation master would be very helpful to a highly populated federation like the Radiance Federation. He should be placed on a pedestal, not treated like a lowly criminal. When 8th page apoptosis thought about all he had contributed to Tower Cannon Sleeper's revival plan, he found himself laughable. If 8th page apoptosis guess was correct, he was merely one of the 8 pages in name. However, in reality, he was nothing but a tool or sacrifice for the Sleeper's revival plan. This thought caused his spirits to sink. He did not know what the other 8 pages were thinking, but there was a time when he truly saw Tower Cannon as his home. As a Class 5 creation master, he preferred to find a quiet place where he could analyze and concoct potions without being bothered. He did not like to go out as he preferred to be left alone. This was not uncommon among creation masters, as most of them had come from humble beginnings and had experienced the scarcity of resources. Besides Lin Yuan, who had received a leg up, almost every creation master had experienced what it was like to be a Class 1 creation master who lacked resources. Before reaching Class 3, creation masters could increase their level by gaining knowledge. But once they became a Class 3 creation master, they would begin to concoct increasingly complex spirit fluids, and the homogeneity of spiritual ingredients could only be achieved through experience with handling spiritual ingredients. This not only required a large amount of time but spiritual resources as well. A hoarder who liked to be left alone could not handle such threats. The more unknown something was, the more terrifying it would be. This was why 8th page apoptosis felt an unspeakable terror toward Lin Yuan. 8th page apoptosis thought that his horizons were sufficiently broad. However, he knew absolutely nothing about Lin Yuan. He could not understand how a young man could be so powerful. The Radiance Federation had to be aware of this young man's power to send him alone to meet with 8th page apoptosis. Were they not suspicious of how he came to possess such immense power? Lin Yuan did not know that 8th page apoptosis was frightened by seeing him combined with the Abyss Red Lotus. He also did not know that 8th page apoptosis had already gone through simulations of many different possibilities in his mind. Lin Yuan's true background was even more ridiculous than 8th page apoptosis' wildest guesses. He was a transmigrator, and the world he came from was completely different from the main world and sky beyond the clouds. There was no connection between them. Lin Yuan thought that 8th page apoptosis did not want to play nice. If so, he would not mind giving him a harder push so that he could see his current situation more clearly. With a gentle wave of his hand, 2 spikes pierced through 8th page apoptosis, pinning him to the ground like a crucifixion. 8th page apoptosis could not help but groan in pain. I was afraid that you were out of it. Have you regained your senses now? What I just did wasn't even considered a light punishment. If you want to find out what a light punishment entails, you can do so by not responding to the questions I'm asking you. As a Class 5 creation master, 8th page apoptosis Tower of Apoptosis contained more riches than 4th page Instant Extinguishment's Tower of Instant Extinguishment. When his safety was being threatened, the hoarder 8th page apoptosis was even willing to let go of all those resources, much less respond to Lin Yuan's questions. 8th page apoptosis took a deep breath before saying hoarsely, I know full well that I am in your hands. If I know your questions' answers, I will give them up. But I can't promise that I know everything. I am sure that the Radiance Federation has already gained considerable information about Tower Cannon. You must know that we 8 pages are in an awkward position now. Lin Yuan could tell that 8th page apoptosis was being honest. He was certain that 8th page apoptosis would be willing to cooperate with his questioning. Everything would be fine as long as he was willing to cooperate. Lin Yuan had come to see 8th page apoptosis in order to verify his speculations, as well as gain a better understanding of Tower Cannon's inner workings. He had not expected to learn about Tower Cannon's biggest secrets. If 8th page apoptosis truly knew Tower Cannon's biggest secrets, whoever was the mastermind of Tower Cannon would not have allowed him to leave Tower Cannon and flee to the Radiance Federation. That goes without saying. I won't ask you to fabricate information you don't know. While Lin Yuan spoke, he summoned the engulfing flame's heart mushroom and instructed it to release numerous spores. The spores gathered around 8th page apoptosis. With his power, he could keep the spores away from him. Nonetheless, 8th page apoptosis dared not resist. He even breathed in to take the spores into his body. This was his way of demonstrating his stance to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with 8th page apoptosis actions. From this, he could tell that 8th page apoptosis was the type to adapt to his circumstances. This would make it much easier for him to question 8th page apoptosis later. With his power as a Class 5 creation master, he could easily see through the engulfing flame's heart mushroom. 8th page apoptosis knew that he would immediately be exposed if he lied after taking in the engulfing flame's heart mushroom spores. The engulfing flame's heart mushroom's honesty reflects the heart was meant to differentiate truths from lies. After 8th page apoptosis made his stance known, Lin Yuan removed the spikes from 8th page apoptosis body. He raised his hand and released a green light that landed on 8th page apoptosis body. The 2 spikes had passed through 8th page apoptosis body and broken some of his bones on top of damaging his organs. Otherwise, given 8th page apoptosis endurance, he would not have let out a groan of pain. Because of the sacred source lifeform he had contracted, it was difficult for 8th page apoptosis to recover from his injuries. This was one of the negative side effects of his sacred source lifeform. But Lin Yuan not only healed his injuries, but also recovered his shattered bones and organs. This type of healing was not the same as the regular type that only healed surface injuries. It tapped into the genetic model, enabling damaged organs and bones to regrow. 8th page apoptosis looked deeply into Lin Yuan's eyes and let out a breath of relief. Lin Yuan's action was proof that 8th page apoptosis had managed to earn some of his trust. I want to know everything about Tower Cannon. I won't ask you anything first. Tell me everything you think is important. If I have less than 5 questions for you once you're done, I will allow you to live and join me. On the 8th page, apoptosis complained to himself, how am I supposed to know what Lin Yuan wants to know? I can only share what I know to be true. If I provide information I'm unsure of, it will be like lying to him. He's the one who decides what questions he wants to ask. Even if he gets all the answers he seeks from my initial statement, he can add a few more questions at the end, and that might be the end of my life. 8th page apoptosis pondered over this for a moment. He felt that in spite of his position as one of Tower Cannon's 8 pages, he did not have any grudge against the Radiance Federation. He was a Class 5 creation master and posed significant value. The other party had to consider their own profits. Please give me 10 minutes to organize my thoughts. Once I've organized my thoughts, I will immediately tell you everything. Lin Yuan maneuvered the abyss red lotus stalks into a chair and sat down on it. He took out a cup of juice from his ring and idly started sipping on it. He knew it would take a long time for 8th page apoptosis to reveal everything he knew about Tower Cannon. There was no way that 2 days would be enough. Lin Yuan drinking juice seemed out of place to 8th page apoptosis. He felt that it would be more reasonable for Lin Yuan to be drinking a cup of blood instead. From the way that Lin Yuan acted since their meeting, 8th page apoptosis felt that Lin Yuan was more demonic than the actual devils from the demon church. Lin Yuan did not know that 8th page apoptosis had this image of him. But if he did know, he would understand why 8th page apoptosis saw him in such a way. It would be like a vicious killer eating cotton candy before he prepared to strike. 8th page apoptosis tried to cover all his bases and organize his thoughts before he began telling Lin Yuan about Tower Cannon in a structured manner. Lin Yuan did not tell him to be detailed, but it went without saying that the more detailed he was, the better. His life hung in the balance of what he said. Lin Yuan listened quietly and instructed Genius to record everything that 8th page apoptosis said. He sat there listening for 2 days. When 8th page apoptosis was certain he had said everything he could, and with his mouth dry, he finally stopped. Lord, I have said everything that I can. As part of his past 2 days of speaking, 8th page apoptosis expressed his position and clarified his stance. He even changed the way he addressed Lin Yuan. After the past 2 days, Lin Yuan now had an understanding of Tower Canon from the moment of 8th page apoptosis joining, to his experiences, and their activities over recent years. However, he still wanted to know about some things that had not been mentioned. Lin Yuan frowned and asked his first question. Tower Canon has a plan called the Sleeper's Revival. Why haven't you told me about it? 8th page apoptosis had expected this question from Lin Yuan and hurriedly said, Lord, it's not that I don't want to tell you about the Sleeper's Revival, but you are also aware of my circumstance in Tower Canon. What I know about the Sleeper's Revival might not be accurate, but I can tell you my version of it. I didn't tell you things that I am unsure of. As part of answering this question, I can also tell you my unverified guesses about Tower Canon. 8th page apoptosis was terrified that Lin Yuan would ask him about everything he was unsure of. If he did, it would definitely amount to more than 5 questions. Lin Yuan nodded to signal 8th page apoptosis to speak freely. 8th page apoptosis relaxed and said, Lord, the Sleeper's Revival plan is very evil. It involves using the pulsing fountain, a pinnacle 11 stars precious instrument that is on the brink of reaching 12 stars, to strip willpowers, laws, worlds, immortal bodies, hearts, and the like and turn them into death aura. The death aura will be used to activate ley lines to trigger the revival of the dead. Lin Yuan frowned. So this was what the Sleeper's Revival meant. This was completely different from what he had expected. Lin Yuan had assumed that the Sleeper's Revival only involved the current 8 pages reviving the first batch of 8 pages. Based on the information gathered by the Moon Empress and the records of the Heavenly Family Cottage, he could be certain that First Page Crimson was the initial first page of Tower Canon, who held the position thousands of years ago. But his guess did not match with what Tower Canon's current 8th page said. What does it mean to use the dead aura to trigger the revival of the dead? Does it refer to reviving the dead who have been buried but have yet to decompose? Lin Yuan thought, if my guess is right, the main world is about to face a disaster. The federations that store complete corpses will have to face the might of an army of the undead. 8th page apoptosis first nodded before shaking his head. Lord, your understanding isn't exactly correct.